Welcome, everyone, to the world of the enigmatic mist. Put away your shock and panic. Such futile emotions will cloud your judgment. At this moment, the sole thought you must entertain is how to survive in the world of the enigmatic mist. I shall now announce several survival rules pertinent to this realm. I urge you to listen attentively. First, you have been randomly transported to any location within the enigmatic mist. Each individual's starting point possesses a unique sanctuary exclusive to them. Second, although the initial sanctuary is rudimentary, it is capable of withstanding the encroachment of the mist. Should you find yourself enveloped by the mist, your sanity will continuously wane. Take heed. If your sanity reaches zero, you will perish instantly. Third, within the mist lurk bizarre creatures known as the mist beasts, corrupted by the fog's influence. Slaying these beasts will yield survival currency, experience points, and survival chests. These strategic resources will aid you in thriving within the enigmatic mist. Fourth, by silently uttering Open Survival Panel, you can activate the survival interface. It will assist you in swiftly comprehending and exploring the world of the enigmatic mist. Fifth, upon your arrival in the enigmatic mist, you are granted a 3-day grace period. During this period, no mist beast can breach your sanctuary. Sixth, after 3 days, you will face a relentless cold wave lasting 1 month. Temperatures may plummet to -60 degrees. Please prepare adequate insulation in advance. Seventh, human nature is unpredictable. Should you encounter others in the mist, exercise caution in choosing between cooperation or plunder. Robbing fellow survivors will not incur penalties. Wishing you all good fortune. Shen Yuan swiftly absorbed this information, his initial shock giving way to a composed demeanor. He had been an orphan before his traversal, laboring for years on a relentless assembly line. For someone as unencumbered as Shen Yuan, the prospect of struggling to survive in the monotonous blue star seemed less appealing than seizing the opportunity to fight in the world of the enigmatic mist. To survive in this treacherous realm, he required more valuable intelligence and resources. He silently intoned Open Survival Panel. At his mental call, a translucent survival panel materialized before his eyes. Character Chat Trade Sanctuary. With a subtle shift of thought, Shen Yuan navigated the survival panel to the character function. Name: Shen Yuan. Status: Good level, LV1 experience, 0-10 combat power, 5 sanity, 100 maximum. Talent: None skills, none backpack, newcomer gift pack. Shen Yuan was not surprised by his lackluster combat capabilities. He closed the character function and opened the chat feature. The chat function encompassed 5 branches: Multiverse Channel, World Channel, Regional Channel, Team Channel, Private Channel. The Multiverse Channel and World Channel were currently locked, with no conditions for unlocking displayed. While the Regional Channel could be accessed, each individual was limited to sending a maximum of 10 messages per day. As Shen Yuan opened the Regional Channel, a torrent of messages flooded the screen, overwhelming him with their sheer volume. He had no choice but to pause the interface and slowly scroll down with his mind. Damn it! My initial sanctuary is drafty and leaks. I fear I won't survive until the cold wave descends and will freeze to death. Dear esteemed figures, I accidentally knocked over my mist oil lamp, and now my sanctuary is engulfed in darkness. What should I do? Urgently. Woe is me. I am the heiress of the Dichio group. Who can take me away from here? I am willing to let him be my boyfriend. To the lady above, I've sent you a friend request. Send me a cool photo, and I shall rescue you. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow. This crowd was either complaining or jesting, with not a single thread of useful information in sight. He closed the regional channel and delved into the trade function. The trade feature was further divided into private trade and auction trade. Private trade required interaction through the private channel, adding one another as friends for unknown transactions. Auction trade involved placing items in an auction house, with a consignor set the terms, initiating a personal auction for the highest bidder to claim. With no currency to his name, Shen Yuan's gaze settled on the final option: Sanctuary. Building: Level 1, Sanctuary quality, inferior. Description: a rickety thatched hut, poised to collapse with drafts and leaks. It includes a hardboard bed, a work desk, a mist oil lamp, and a tree-felling axe, covering an area of 50 square meters. Within this Level 1 sanctuary, you can withstand the encroaching mist and recover 1 sanity point each hour. Note 1. Resources required to upgrade the sanctuary. 0-100 wood, 0-100 survival currency. Note 2. Upgrading to a level 2 sanctuary will allow protection against temperatures as low as -30 degrees. After reviewing the 4 main functions of the survival panel, Shen Yuan scanned his surroundings, his gaze quickly locking onto the flickering flame of the mist oil lamp. Item: Mist oil lamp quality. Normal durability. 99,100. Description: An oil lamp crafted from the oil of mist beasts, capable of dispelling mist within a 5-meter radius. Shen Yuan then turned his attention to the tree-felling axe positioned beside the mist oil lamp. Item: Tree-felling axe quality. Normal durability. 100,100. Description: An axe specifically designed for cutting trees. Equipping it does not enhance combat power. Friendly reminder: the quality of items in the world of the enigmatic mist ranges from low to high. Inferior, normal, fine, excellent, epic, legendary, supreme, mythical. Shen Yuan closed the survival panel and closed his eyes, contemplating how to ensure his safety while venturing into the mist in search of resources. The mist was rife with a multitude of bloodthirsty beasts, and with his meager combat prowess, he would likely become fodder for the mist beasts. After much deliberation, he could devise no viable strategy, only recalling that there remained an unopened newcomer gift pack in his backpack. Seizing this lifeline, Shen Yuan hurriedly examined the newcomer gift pack. Item: Newcomer gift pack. Quality: unknown. Description: The newcomer gift pack encompasses items, skills, and talents of all qualities. Whether one is a fortunate individual or a victim of misfortune will be revealed upon opening. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan clicked to open it. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed before him. When he opened his eyes once more, the calm expression on his face was replaced by sheer astonishment. Talent: Mythical Synthesis Panel quality. Mythical. Description: The Mythical Synthesis panel allows the synthesis of items, skills, and talents of any quality, yielding higher quality items, skills, and talents. Note 1. The greater the number or quality of items synthesized with the Mythical Synthesis panel, the higher the likelihood of synthesis failure. Note 2. All talents of mythical quality possess uniqueness. A miracle drawn from a single attempt. At this moment, Shen Yuan's heart surged with exhilaration, nearly bursting forth in a shout, yet he feared that his voice might attract the mist beasts lurking in the vicinity. After a considerable time, he calmed his emotions and gazed fervently at the mist oil lamp and tree-felling axe on the work desk. With a single thought, the survival panel promptly displayed a notification. Do you wish to synthesize the mist oil lamp with the tree-felling axe? Current success rate is 100. Upon completion, durability will reset and cannot be decomposed. Synthesize, Shen Yuan declared without hesitation. Chapter 0002. It turns out I am terrifyingly strong. Ghostly axe. Quality: excellent. Durability: 100-100. Description: The ghostly axe, synthesized from a tree-cutting axe and a ghostly oil lamp, possesses enhanced efficiency in felling trees and dispelling eerie fog. Additionally, it inflicts extra damage on spectral beasts and grants an increase of 5 points to combat power when equipped. Wonderful! Shen Yuan could not contain his excitement, his joy evident in his exuberant exclamation. The effects of the mythic synthesis panel were nothing short of miraculous. 2 ordinary quality items had not only successfully combined to create a superior quality item, but the new creation also perfectly preserved and enhanced all the attributes of the original items. As Shen Yuan grasped the 3-pound axe, a profound sense of security enveloped him. He tightened his grip on the axe and cautiously pushed open the door. The moment the door creaked open, a torrent of inky, ominous fog rushed towards him. However, before the fog could envelop him, the ghostly axe emitted a faint glow. Wherever the light reached, the fog receded. Upon closer inspection, Shen Yuan realized that the radiant glow of the ghostly axe could dispel eerie fog within a 10-meter radius, rendering it twice as effective as the ghostly oil lamp. This world appeared devoid of sun and moonlight, with the eerie fog greatly obstructing the transmission of light. Even with the ghostly axe dispersing the fog, Shen Yuan found it challenging to discern directions. For a moment, he was at a loss as to which path to take. After a brief contemplation, Shen Yuan chose not to close the door behind him. Instead, with each step he took forward, he carved a shallow groove into the soft, muddy ground beneath his feet. Regardless of whether the path ahead was fraught with danger or held the resources he sought, he must first ensure that he can find his way back to the sanctuary. If he loses his direction in the eerie mist, his demise is inevitable. The silence within the mist is unnervingly profound, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, and absent the low growls of lurking beasts. Shen Yuan is acutely uncomfortable in this dark and silent environment. He has an innate feeling that the quieter the place, the more perilous it is. The absence of sounds from insects and birds may suggest the presence of fearsome creatures hidden nearby. Shen Yuan makes a concerted effort to regulate his breathing, attempting to quell his racing thoughts. Fortuitously, after advancing approximately 50 meters, he comes across several sturdy trees. Withered tree, quality, inferior, durability, 10-100, description. A tree that has been eroded by the eerie mist for many years, now entirely dead. Felling it yields with 10. Continuing forward a few more steps, he notices that the illuminated area is filled with these withered trees. Could it be that his starting point lies within a forest? If that is indeed the case, then the crucial resource of timber during the initial phase of clearing would no longer pose a challenge. The bark of the withered trees is as black as ink, and their trunks are even more desiccated and emaciated than ordinary dead trees. After confirming that the withered trees are not aggressive, Shen Yuan swings his axe. The moment the axe cleaves into the bark, the withered tree emits a strange and mournful howl. Subsequently, the trunk, hollowed by unknown insects, crashes to the ground with a resounding thud. Before Shen Yuan can contemplate how to transport the trunk of the withered tree back, the survival panel reappears with a new prompt. Would you like to decompose the withered tree trunk into a tin and store it in your backpack? Is this truly a stroke of good fortune? Shen Yuan decisively selects yes. The eerie withered tree that had fallen to the ground vanished in an instant. And sure enough, Shen Yuan's inventory now contained 10 units of wood. Glancing down at the ghostly axe in his hand, he was astonished that a single swing had felled such a large tree. He couldn't determine whether the tree was exceptionally fragile or if the axe's woodcutting prowess was simply unparalleled. Suddenly, a piercing roar from a beast snapped Shen Yuan back to reality. Gripping the ghostly axe tightly, he scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Moments later, the faint sound of rustling footsteps reached his ears. In the oppressive silence of the eerie mist, even the slightest noise was amplified. Yet, the darkness was so profound that Shen Yuan couldn't discern the direction of the footsteps. Just as his heart raced with tension, a hairless, dog-sized creature burst into his line of sight. The shadowy beast halted abruptly as it entered the dim glow of the ghostly axe, letting out a furious snarl. Before Shen Yuan could observe it further, the survival interface displayed its information. Eerie Corpse Hound, status, healthy level, LV1, combat power, 10, sanity, 0, talent, none, skills, none, description, a canine creature fully corrupted by the eerie mist. Decapitation is the only way to kill it. Shen Yuan quickly absorbed the details, gauging the creature's combat strength. With the ghostly axe's enhancement, his own combat power matched that of the hound. Armed with the advantage of a superior weapon, he felt confident that, with careful strategy, he could emerge unscathed from the encounter. As Shen Yuan motivated himself, his gaze remained fixed on the grotesque corpse dog. Should the creature dare to initiate an attack, he would swiftly dispatch it with a single blow of his axe. They stood in a tense standoff for several seconds, during which Shen Yuan wondered why it neither attacked nor retreated, when suddenly he heard the rustling of footsteps nearby. Damn it, the wretched beast has allies. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Shen Yuan couldn't help but curse. In a one-on-one confrontation, he lacked complete assurance of victory. Faced with 2 or more of these corpse dogs, he knew he would surely meet a grim fate. The thought of prolonging the encounter only exacerbated his perilous situation. With a fierce roar, Shen Yuan forced himself to suppress his rising fear. Dragging his trembling legs, he charged toward the grotesque creature. Seeing Shen Yuan rush forward, the corpse dog opened its foul maw and leaped into the air. Its speed far exceeded Shen Yuan's expectations. Before he could devise a strategy to counterattack, the creature had already lunged at his throat, intent on severing it. In the face of this lethal threat, Shen Yuan's adrenaline surged, propelling him to an astonishing speed he scarcely believed himself capable of. The gaping jaws of the corpse dog had yet to close when his axe struck its snout with tremendous force. Under the onslaught of such raw power, the creature's body crumpled as if made of fragile paper, its head cleaved in two. Although its neck, Shen Yuan, noticing its abrupt halt, immediately strode towards it with intent to strike. With adrenaline still surging through his veins, he knew he had to end the confrontation swiftly. The eerie corpse hound, locked in Shen Yuan's sights, seemed to sense the immense threat emanating from him, and, instead of advancing, turned tail and fled. Shen Yuan would not allow such a menace to lurk in the shadows any longer. In a desperate move, he hurled his spectral axe with all his might. With a whooshing sound, the axe spun twice in the air before cleaving into the ribs of the hound. The creature's body crumpled like a wilted cabbage, collapsing to the ground. Though not yet dead, the spectral axe embedded in its flesh inflicted continuous, severe damage, rendering it powerless to rise. Fighting back the nausea churning in his stomach, Shen Yuan yanked the axe free and delivered another forceful blow to its neck. After dispatching the second hound, the surroundings returned to a deathly silence. Am I really this strong? Shen Yuan pondered with a mix of emotions, wiping the black blood from his trousers. Suddenly, an indescribable wave of nausea overwhelmed him, and his body gave way as he vomited up the remnants of last night's instant noodles. 5 minutes later, having purged his stomach, Shen Yuan glanced at the survival panel displaying the rewards for killing 2 eerie corpse hounds. A broad, relieved smile spread across his somewhat pale face. Chapter 0003, Secondary Shelter. You have successfully hunted 2 level 1 corpse hounds, earning 2 experience points, 20 survival coins, and 2 black iron chests. Note: the quality of survival chests in the Misty world ranges from low to high, including black iron chests, bronze chests, silver chests, gold chests, diamond chests, rainbow chests, and mythical chests. The amount of experience and survival coins acquired was rather meager, and Shen Yuan paid it little mind. His gaze was fixed intently on the 2 black iron chests extracted from his inventory, resolved to attempt another synthesis. Would you like to synthesize the black iron chests? There is an 80 chance of creating a bronze chest, a 19 chance of creating a silver chest, and a 1 chance of failure. Synthesize. Even with a mere 1 chance of failure, Shen Yuan would unhesitatingly choose to proceed, regardless of a potential 50 failure rate. Successful synthesis. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 silver chest. Exhilarating. Shen Yuan quietly cheered. Seizing this fortuitous moment, he decisively opened the silver chest. Item: Mist Dispelling Heater. Quality: excellent. Durability: 100/100. Description: a portable heater that dispels mist and provides warmth, requiring only the consumption of wood. Note 1. The mist dispelling heater can store up to 20 units of wood, providing warmth for 6 hours. Note 2. The heater's temperature can be adjusted, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -50 C. The fog-dispersing heater is of exceptional quality, yielding remarkable effects, as long as sufficient wood is available. Shen Yuan can confidently face the impending cold wave 3 days hence with the aid of this device. However, at this moment, he yearns more for weapons that enhance his combat power, armor that fortifies his defense, and a pair of shoes that augment his speed. His current combat strength is alarmingly low, relying solely on the eerie axe for survival, which presents a perilously narrow margin for error. Despite the significant disparity between reality and expectation, the fog-dispersing heater is still a commendable acquisition. Shen Yuan inserted 10 units of wood into the heater. Instantly, a vibrant purple flame ignited within, enveloping him in a wave of comforting warmth. Simultaneously, the surrounding eerie mist was banished, retreating a full 30 meters away. Yet, Shen Yuan was not content. He adjusted the heater's mist-dispersing range to 50 meters before resuming his task of chopping the eerie withered trees. The durability of these trees had diminished to a mere tenth, and with a single swing of his axe, he could effortlessly sever the trunks. 10 minutes later, he once again heard the distant roar of a bizarre beast. His breath caught in his throat, prompting him to halt his chopping. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the shelter, following the markers leading back. 20 seconds later, Shen Yuan burst through the door of the shelter at maximum speed, promptly shutting it behind him. He then set down the heavy fog-dispersing heater, weighing 25 pounds, and began to breathe heavily. Outside the shelter, a pack of grotesque, blood-red hounds, their skins singed and marred, held in fury and despair. Had it not been for the fog-repelling furnace that tempered the frenzied charge of these abominable creatures, Shen Yuan would have been torn to shreds. Once his heart rate steadied, he opened his backpack to assess his recent gains. After toiling for 10 minutes in woodcutting, he had managed to procure a mere 150 units of timber, far beneath his expectations. Timber was an essential and irreplaceable resource for the early development of his shelter and territory. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan resolved to retain 100 units of timber for upgrading the shelter, while the remaining 50 units would be put up for auction. He divided the 50 units into 5 lots, each starting at a bid price of 20 survival coins, to prevent malicious bidding among survivors. The survival panel imposed a cap on all auctioned items. The maximum price for 10 units of timber was set at 200 survival coins. The first bidder to offer this amount would instantly acquire the timber. Shen Yuan had initially assumed that, during the early stages of survival, all survivors would be financially constrained. and that the 50 units of timber might linger unsold for quite some time. To his astonishment, within less than a second of the auction commencing, all 50 units were sold out, and 1,000 survival coins were credited to his account in an instant. The swiftness of the transaction nearly led Xin Yuan to believe that there was a malfunction in the survival panel. It took him some time to unravel the reason behind this phenomenon. It turned out that the auction house was not restricted by regional boundaries. Survivors from other planets, in addition to Shan Yuan and his fellow Blue Star humans, could also search for and bid on his auction goods. A portion of the survivors who arrived in the eerie mist world before Shan Yuan find themselves in a predicament, as their initial spawn points lack timber resources. To procure wood, they are compelled to rely on private trades or competitive bidding at the auction house. Furthermore, they have established a bidding range for wood between 1 to 10,000 survival coins, which automatically bids at the maximum price. This process resembles the act of utilizing cheats to swiftly seize red envelopes in a chat group, emphasizing the element of speed. The survival coins that trickle through the fingers of these survivors represent a considerable fortune for Xin Yuan, quickening his heartbeat with excitement. The influx of survival coins instills in him the confidence to upgrade his shelter. Do you wish to consume 100 units of timber and 100 survival coins to upgrade to a level 1 shelter? Please note, upgrading the shelter will result in significant changes that may impact your daily life. Proceed with the upgrade. This dilapidated grass hut, with its numerous flaws and drafts, leaves no room for hesitation. Building, level 2 shelter, quality, ordinary, durability, 100-100, description, a small shelter crafted from quality timber. Featuring an upgraded workbench, with an added bedroom and kitchen, occupying an area of 120 square meters. Outside the main entrance of the secondary shelter, a half-acre of fertile land has been cultivated. The eerie fog cannot encroach upon the crops within this land, however. The crops are vulnerable to the biting cold and can be ravaged by the monstrous creatures. Note 1. The workbench is immovable. You may spend survival coins or timber to procure various essential supplies at the workbench. Note 2. Resources required for upgrading the shelter. 0-200 timber, 0-500 stone, 0-2,000 survival coins. Note 3. The secondary shelter can withstand attacks from creatures of level 5 and below and can restore 5 sanity points per hour. Note 4. Upgrading to a tertiary shelter will enable it to endure temperatures as low as -60 C. As the shelter underwent an instantaneous upgrade, the interior transformed dramatically before Xin Yuan's eyes. Even the muddy ground beneath his feet was replaced with a gleaming wooden floor. This refreshing change uplifted Xin Yuan's spirits. Just as he intended to inspect the upgraded workbench, the survival panel displayed another message. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in the 1001st Novice Zone to upgrade a level 1 shelter to a level 2 shelter. Corresponding rewards will be sent. Black Iron Chest X10. Timber X50, Stone X50, Survival Coins X200. The fact that upgrading the shelter comes with rewards is astonishing. For other survivors from Blue Star, while these rewards might seem substantial, they do not yield a significant enhancement. Chapter 0004. The Mysterious Crossbow. Shall I attempt to synthesize the Black Iron Chests? Currently, there is a 90 probability of yielding a bronze chest, a 1 chance of producing a silver chest, and a 9 likelihood of failure. As Xin Yuan gazed at the prompt that appeared on the survival panel, his eyes were filled with confusion. He recalled that during his last synthesis of 2 black iron chests, there was a 19 probability of generating a silver chest with a mere 1 chance of failure. Could it be that the odds of synthesis vary randomly each time for identical items? Or perhaps, with each successive synthesis of the same item, the failure rate escalates? If it were the former, Xin Yuan could accept it. However, if it were the latter, then this mythical synthesis panel would merely be a legendary grade talent. Although the probability of failure had significantly increased, it remained within Xin Yuan's tolerable limits. After all, black iron chests represented the lowest tier of survival chests, yielding only ordinary quality resources. Even if he were to fuse 4 black iron chests into a single bronze chest, he would still emerge with a profit. Having made his decision, Xin Yuan commenced the synthesis. Failure in synthesis. What on earth? While Xin Yuan could accept a synthesis failure, the fact that he encountered the 9 failure rate on his very first attempt was baffling. Unwilling to succumb to misfortune, he pressed on with the synthesis. Success. Congratulations. You have obtained a bronze chest 1. Success. Congratulations, you have obtained a bronze chest 1. Failure in synthesis. Success. Congratulations. You have obtained a bronze chest 1. Xin Yuan realized that his streak of good fortune seemed to have vanished. Despite the current ill luck, He resolved to take one last gamble. Is it possible to synthesize the bronze treasure chest with another bronze treasure chest? Currently, there is a 60 chance of successfully creating a silver treasure chest, a 10 chance of producing a gold treasure chest, a 1 chance of yielding a diamond treasure chest, and a 29 chance of failure. The nearly 30% failure rate did not deter Shen Yuan. He resolutely opted for synthesis. Synthesis successful, congratulations. You have obtained 1 gold treasure chest. Excellent. Shen Yuan was confident that his fortune would not perpetually remain at a low. Were it not for the fact that survival treasure chests could neither be auctioned nor privately traded. The value of a single gold treasure chest could easily be exchanged for 10,000 black iron treasure chests. The mythical synthesis interface truly lived up to its name, as even a slight endeavor could lead Shen Yuan to immense wealth. The gold treasure chest was significantly larger than the bronze one, its surface shimmering brilliantly in the flickering light. Shen Yuan took a deep breath, deciding to open the last bronze treasure chest to test the waters. Item: Mutated Overlord Flower Seeds. 4. Quality: Fine. Durability: None. Description: A mutated plant that can only be cultivated in fertile fields, boasting formidable aggression and combat prowess. Note 1. When the mutated Overlord flower seeds are thrown into fertile land, they will autonomously take shape and can move within the fertile area after formation. Note 2. Once formed, the mutated Overlord flower requires a biological corpse to consume every 3 days. Failure to do so will result in the loss of vitality. The mutated Overlord flower seeds were quite promising. For formed flowers, it should be sufficient to handle numerous spectral hounds. The results of testing the bronze treasure chest were encouraging, and he anticipated that the gold treasure chest would not disappoint him. Item: Breaker Crossbow. Quality: Epic. Durability: 100/100. Description: A formidable crossbow designed to counter the treacherous beasts, capable of inflicting substantial damage upon them. Note 1. The Breaker Crossbow can launch a maximum of 3 treacherous arrows in a single volley. Note 2. The Breaker Crossbow can accumulate 1 treacherous arrow every minute, with a maximum capacity of 10 arrows. Note 3. Equipping the Breaker Crossbow increases shooting accuracy by 20. Note 4. Each treacherous arrow fired reduces durability by 1. The Breaker Crossbow cannot be repaired. Once its durability reaches 0, it will self-destruct. At last, Shen Yuan has acquired the long-coveted offensive equipment, and even more delightful is that it is a ranged weapon. With the Breaker Crossbow in his possession, the pack of treacherous hounds will undoubtedly become a source of experience for his leveling up. The only drawback is that the Breaker Crossbow cannot be repaired. When its durability dwindles to a mere 1, Shen Yuan will be compelled to amalgamate it with other items. After the initial exhilaration of opening the survival treasure chest subsided, Shen Yuan returned to the workbench. The upgraded workbench measures an impressive 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. Gently pressing his finger against the glass-like surface, the sleek tabletop instantaneously displayed information and images. Living area, furniture area, equipment area, entertainment area. The living area comprises various food items, water, and clothing. The furniture area currently contains only tables, chairs, beds, and pots. The equipment area includes machetes, leather armor, multifunctional backpacks, and more. The entertainment area offers merely a deck of cards. Although the second-level workbench provides a plethora of materials for purchase, the prices are exceedingly exorbitant. It is akin to a bottle of 500 milliliters of pure water, which astonishingly requires 50 survival coins. A mere 200 g of dry bread demands 100 survival coins. It is noteworthy that hunting a level 1 ghastly hound only yields a meager 10 survival coins. Furthermore, all the flesh of the ghastly beasts is severely tainted by the eerie mist. Should one inadvertently consume the flesh of a ghastly creature, it would result in a frantic depletion of mental vitality. Were it not for Shen Yuan's fortunate spawning point, surrounded by countless ghastly withered trees, even his mythical synthesis panel would struggle to procure survival coins, ultimately leading to his demise by starvation. As the saying goes, one thrives by relying on the mountains or the waters. With the ghastly withered trees at his back, Shen Yuan naturally aimed to prosper from them. Armed with these withered trees as his initial capital, he had no reason to deprive himself. He purchased a bottle of pure water and 2 pieces of dry bread. Although the flavor left much to be desired, the sense of satiety brought him considerable satisfaction. Shen Yuan initially contemplated acquiring a piece of leather armor to enhance his chances of survival. However, the cheapest leather armor was valued at 1,500 survival coins, an expense far beyond the means of a novice in this mist-laden world. He then spent 500 survival coins on a multifunctional backpack with a capacity of 50 liters. The backpack feature of the survival panel allows only the summoning of items into the real world, while materials from reality cannot be stored within the backpack. Currently, he possesses no spatial storage treasures. Should he venture far afield, this multifunctional backpack will be an indispensable asset. After his expenditures, Shen Yuan was left with a mere 200 survival coins. Confirming that he had no further necessities at present, he retrieved the dilapidated ghastly crossbow from his backpack, preparing to unleash a wave of carnage. This broken enigmatic crossbow is entirely shrouded in a dark hue. The body of the crossbow is crafted from an unknown, resilient material, its surface adorned with ancient inscriptions. In the launch slot at the front of the crossbow, 3 sharp, enigmatic arrows lie side by side, their tips glimmering with an obsidian coldness. On one side of the crossbow, there exists a meticulously crafted quiver, capable of holding up to 7 enigmatic arrows. At this moment, 7 arrows are neatly arranged within the quiver, their fletchings snugly fitting against its interior. The entire broken enigmatic crossbow emanates an aura of archaic lethality. Grasping it in his hands, Shen Yuan experiences an indescribable sense of security. With this formidable weapon in hand, coupled with his current state of protection as a novice, the enigmatic hounds cannot breach his secondary sanctuary. Shen Yuan is brimming with confidence. He pushes open the door of the sanctuary, his right eye trained on the dozen or so enigmatic hounds rushing towards him in response to the commotion. Chapter 0005, The Mutated Overlord Flower. With the broken enigmatic crossbow granting Shen Yuan a 20 increase in shooting accuracy, he swiftly locks onto the nearest hound. Shen Yuan has never shown mercy towards enemies or prey. Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger, accompanied by the sharp whistle of the enigmatic arrow. The leading hound senses the imminent danger. Just as it attempts to flee, an arrow strikes its head. The arrow is exceedingly sharp, its tip piercing through the hound's skull in an instant. Immediately, the arrow releases a toxin that counters the enigmatic beasts, engaging in a fierce struggle with the hound's brain tissue. In the next moment, the arrow emerges from the back of the hound's head, yet astonishingly, it does not succumb immediately to death. Just as the ghoulhound believed it had narrowly escaped its doom, the dueling forces within its mind reached their zenith. Then, with a resounding bang, the ghoulhound's head exploded in a shower of gore. Witnessing the potency of the ghoul-piercing crossbow, a look of elation spread across Shen Yuan's face. Meanwhile, the pack of intellectually inferior ghoulhounds were visibly shaken by the spectacle. Though manipulated by the eerie mist, they still possessed a primal fear of death and an instinct for self-preservation. Yet, with Shen Yuan so tantalizingly close, within striking distance, they could tear him asunder with one final, desperate surge. Their bloodlust temporarily suppressed their fear, and they lunged at Shen Yuan with renewed ferocity. Bang! With a series of dull thuds, the vanguard of ghoulhounds slammed into an invisible barrier. Fortunately, the newcomer's protective shield lacked an automatic counterattack mechanism. Otherwise, these creatures would have likely met their demise before they could even comprehend their predicament. Shen Yuan found this turn of events to his liking, as he had no desire for the barrier to pilfer his experience points and survival chests. The ghoulhounds, still reeling from their collision with the barrier, soon found themselves under assault by ghoul-piercing bolts. With the distance between them less than a meter, even if they had perceived Shen Yuan's movements, there was no time to evade. The 4 ghoulhounds that had just regained their footing soon had their heads erupt like macabre fireworks. The remaining ghoulhounds, realizing they could not breach the sanctuary's invisible shield and facing Shen Yuan's formidable weapon, scattered in disarray. Their retreat was as frantic and disorganized as their pursuit had been relentless. Shen Yuan's marksmanship was unremarkable. Even with the ghoul-piercing crossbow's enhanced accuracy, he only managed to dispatch 2 more of the fleeing ghoulhounds. 5 spectral hounds surged into the eerie mist, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Allowing these spectral hounds to escape could potentially attract more of their kind, or even other monstrous entities. Acutely aware of this, Shen Yuan felt an increasing urgency to enhance his own combat prowess. Once the immediate danger had subsided, he retrieved 4 mutated tyrant flower seeds from his backpack. These round seeds were adorned with intricate patterns of red and blue, roughly the size of Shen Yuan's fist. Without pausing to examine them closely, he cast them into the fertile soil not far from him. As soon as the mutated tyrant flower seeds touched the earth, they swiftly burrowed into the ground. After a brief wait with no signs of activity, Shen Yuan discarded the corpse of a spectral hound atop the seeds. As the blood of the spectral hound seeped into the soil, the seeds absorbed the nutrients, rapidly blooming and bearing fruit. In a mere 10 seconds, Shen Yuan witnessed the mutated tyrant flowers burst forth from the earth, their forms expanding continuously. Ultimately, one of them, with a maw larger than Shen Yuan's face, devoured the spectral hound's corpse in 2 bites. The four mutated tyrant flowers shared identical shapes and appearances, reminiscent of the carnivorous plants from the game Plants vs. Zombies. As Shen Yuan emerged from his shelter, the four mutated tyrant flowers swiftly gathered around him, resembling devoted guardians, encircling him protectively. Mutated plant. Mutated overlord flower. Status. Perfect. Level. LV2. Combat power. 20. Intelligence. None. Talent. None. Skills. None. Description. A mutated plant that can only thrive in fertile fields. It obeys your commands unconditionally and remains unaffected by the eerie fog. Note 1. It requires feeding on a strange beast every 3 days, or it will lose vitality and fall into a dormant state. Note 2. The higher the level of the strange beast consumed by the mutated overlord flower, the faster it can achieve its upgrade. It is no wonder that the initial level of the mutated overlord flower is LV2. It can indeed ascend by devouring strange beasts. Additionally, among the strange corpse hounds slain during its first foray from the shelter, a total of 9 fell to Shen Yuan's hand. The mutated overlord flower only consumed 4 of these, leaving the remaining carcasses untouched. Unless Shen Yuan actively offers the remains of the strange corpse hounds to the mutated overlord flower, it will not feed again for 3 days. This is fortuitous, as it allows for the storage of the strange corpse hound remains for future needs, with 4 mutated overlord flowers serving as guardians and a crossbow for long-range attacks. Shen Yuan's confidence surged, and his strides were significantly bolder than during his initial departure from the shelter. Moreover, the mutated overlord flowers could also lead the way. As long as they remained within the fertile fields, there was no need for Shen Yuan to mark the muddy terrain. The expanse of fertile land spans a substantial half-acre, surrounded by no fewer than 100 eerie withered trees. Should he successfully fell these numerous eerie trees, it would yield a considerable fortune. The rewards for hunting the strange corpse hounds have been fully calculated. Congratulations on acquiring 7 experience points, 70 survival coins, and 7 black iron chests. The experience and survival coins obtained from hunting the eerie corpse hounds remain regrettably meager. Fortunately, the demise of these hounds grants him black iron chests. Otherwise, he would disdain the act of hunting these wretched creatures. This time, the black iron chests he obtained were in odd numbers. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to attempt the amalgamation of 3 black iron chests, hoping for superior rewards. Even in the event of failure, he still possessed 4 black iron chests as a safety net, thus sparing him any distress. Would you like to amalgamate the 3 black iron chests? There is currently a 30 chance of producing a bronze chest, a 10 chance for a silver chest, a 1 chance for a blue skill scroll of exceptional quality, and a 59 chance of failure. The probability of failure when amalgamating 3 black iron chests significantly exceeds that of combining 2. Despite having previously amalgamated numerous black iron chests, the highest failure rate he had encountered was merely 10. This time, however, the chance of failure approached 60%, doubling the likelihood of acquiring a bronze chest. Although the risk of failure was exceedingly high, he was particularly intrigued by the blue skill scroll. What if fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to draw an extraordinary item? With confidence in his ability to navigate trial and error, he unhesitatingly opted for the amalgamation. Amalgamation failed. The anticipated stroke of luck did not manifest, and the mythical amalgamation panel caused him to squander 3 black iron chests in vain. The trial of 3 black iron chests remained within his tolerable limits. With the remaining 4 black iron chests, he proceeded to combine them in pairs. Amalgamation successful. Congratulations on receiving 1 bronze chest. Amalgamation successful. Congratulations on receiving 1 bronze chest. Chapter 0006. Cackle on whether to merge the bronze treasure chests. Currently, there is a 40 chance of producing a silver treasure chest, a 15 chance of yielding a gold treasure chest, a 5 chance of creating a yellow talent scroll, epic, and a 40 chance of failure. Shen Yuan initially intended to merely glimpse the potential treasures that could be forged from these 2 bronze chests. However, that fleeting glance ensnared him in the allure of the rewards within the prize pool. The survival treasure chests were unable to yield skills or talents, and now, with the exciting update that introduced the yellow talent scroll with a commendable 5 probability, he found himself overwhelmed by the prospect of gain, recklessly opting for the synthesis. Upon the successful synthesis, he received a notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 silver treasure chest. It was only when the survival panel popped up with this alert that Shen Yuan regained his composure. Although this synthesis had not resulted in failure, it revealed to him the terrifying nature of his own greed. He realized the necessity of dedicating time to cultivate his mental fortitude. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall victim to his avarice. Confronting his own greed, Shen Yuan proceeded to open the silver treasure chest. Item: Ancient Tree Sapling. Quality, exceptional. Durability. N.A. Description: a mutated sapling that thrived in the primordial era, possessing boundless potential for growth. Note 1. To cultivate the ancient tree sapling, it requires nourishment from black soil, irrigation with spiritual spring water, and soul nurturing with heart's blood. Note 2. Once the ancient tree sapling matures, it will heed your commands and become your utterly loyal guardian. Upon maturation, the ancient tree sapling will resemble a treant, endowed with combat prowess and innate abilities surpassing those of the mutated tyrant flower. Furthermore, the ancient tree sapling is not confined to arable land and can move freely. Regrettably, nurturing the ancient tree sapling to maturity demands exceedingly formidable resources. Black soil and spiritual spring water are unheard of by Xin Yuan. However, heart's blood can be extracted from the corpses of grotesque beasts. In the absence of black soil, Xin Yuan decided to keep the ancient tree sapling in his inventory. When the opportune moment arrives, he will expedite its maturation with the finest resources available. After opening the survival crate, Xin Yuan resumed his endeavors. This time, he had 4 mutated tyrant flowers safeguarding his safety, along with a fog-dispelling heater that cleared the eerie mist within a 50-meter radius. With such advantageous conditions for felling trees, Xin Yuan worked with remarkable ease. It remains uncertain whether the pack of grotesque corpse hounds was intimidated by Xin Yuan's lethal prowess or if they had ventured further afield to summon reinforcements. Until Xin Yuan had completely cleared the eerie withered trees near the arable land, he did not encounter any attacks from grotesque beasts. Xin Yuan's marksmanship was mediocre, and he lacked any protective armor. Should he lose the protection of the mutated tyrant flowers, the risk factors would escalate dramatically. For the sake of his own safety, Xin Yuan did not venture beyond the fertile fields. He planned to return to his shelter first, to convert the timber resources he had harvested into equipment that could enhance his combat power and defense. As soon as Xin Yuan returned to the shelter, the area outside was once again enveloped in eerie mist, plunging into endless darkness. Simultaneously, hundreds of figures converged from all directions. They bypassed the fertile fields, lurking on both sides of the shelter, patiently waiting for Xin Yuan to leave again. Xin Yuan was unaware that the spectral hounds were pack animals and extremely vengeful. The number of spectral hounds he had provoked this time was far greater than he had anticipated. Inside the shelter, Xin Yuan was reviewing his logging gains. The number of withered trees around the half-acre of fertile land was substantial, providing him with 2,200 units of timber. 10 units of timber could be exchanged for 200 survival coins. This 2,200 units of timber amounted to 44,000 survival coins. For survivors who had long resided in the world of eerie mist and endured several extreme weather events, 44,000 survival coins might not seem like much. But for Xin Yuan, a newcomer who had been in the Misty world for less than half a day, this was undoubtedly a staggering fortune that could make him dance with excitement. At this moment, Xin Yuan's need for timber resources was not urgent. With a wave of his hand, he divided 1,000 units of timber into 100 lots and initiated an auction. As he had anticipated, many high-ranking individuals were constantly purchasing timber. The 1,000 units of timber were snapped up as soon as they hit the auction house. Moreover, this time someone even requested to add him as a friend. Xin Yuan glanced at the note accompanying the friend request. "I am in need of a substantial quantity of timber. I will acquire as much as you possess, and I shall pay handsomely for it." The individual who requested to add Xin Yuan as a friend is named Kakarong, represented by an avatar of an exceptionally corpulent Western dragon. In the realm of the mist, names and avatars are automatically generated based on the individual's characteristics and cannot be altered if the counterpart has not modified their avatar and name through special means. It implies that the trading partner of Xin Yuan is indeed a dragon. Xin Yuan, filled with curiosity, clicked to accept the request. "How much timber do you have on hand? I am willing to purchase it at the rate of 50 survival coins per unit, with no upper limit." Barely moments after becoming friends, the other party eagerly sent a message. The auction house has set a price ceiling of 20 survival coins per unit for timber. Yet this individual has directly doubled that amount. Xin Yuan felt a pang of regret for having previously sold too much. Had he sold a lesser quantity, he would have been in a lucrative position now. "I have a stock of 500 units of timber available, and I can continue to fell trees at any time. May I sell it to you for 20 survival coins per unit? And in return, may I pose a few questions? As long as you are willing to provide me with a steady supply of timber, I shall gladly answer your inquiries. The price remains at 50 survival coins per unit. My word is my bond." Xin Yuan was taken aback by the other party's amiability and promptly acquiesced to the request. "Now, with 5 minutes of free time at your disposal, Do not hesitate to ask your questions. After completing their private transaction, Kakarong granted him 5 minutes. Is your name truly Kakarong? Upon receiving confirmation from the other party, Shin Yuan eagerly inquired. The name and avatar are custom-tailored by the ancient gods, reflecting the characteristics of the survivors, with the exception of a scant few fortunate individuals who possess the ability to alter their circumstances. The vast majority of survivors are destined to remain as they are. I, regrettably, do not belong to that exceedingly small cohort of the privileged. Is it possible that you are unaware of this? Are you, perchance, a recent addition to the denizens of the Mist World? Indeed, I have only arrived in the Mist World within the last day. As the coordinates of his sanctuary remain elusive to the other party, Shin Yuan perceived no necessity to conceal his status as a newcomer. Then you are indeed fortunate. Your point of origin is in close proximity to the bewildering Mist Forest. Such propitious beginnings are exceedingly rare, scarcely 1 in 10,000. Kakalong made no attempt to mask his envy. Pray tell, what is the nature of the ancient gods? Furthermore, are the majority of survivors' birthplaces so unfavorable? The ancient gods are the primordial deities who fashioned the Mist World. It is rumored that there exist more than one. Though the specifics elude my comprehension, the majority of survivors find themselves in desolate wastelands or even barren, crimson expanses. According to the Grand Compendium of Data, a mere 1 in 10,000 survivors is fortunate enough to be born within the Mist Forest. Were it not so, the price of lumber would not have been inflated to such exorbitant levels, while still remaining in short supply. Having subsisted within the Mist World for such an extended duration, one might assume that your strength would have increased to the point where you could relocate your sanctuary or venture into the Mist Forest to HEW timber. Alas, you are mistaken. Sanctuaries are immobile. Moreover, should a sanctuary be destroyed by a mystic beast or a fellow survivor, the survival panel would be rendered entirely inoperable. As for venturing into the Mist Forest to fell trees, such an undertaking is beyond our capabilities. Each region is demarcated by an invisible barrier, and one must attain the formidable level of LV-60 to even contemplate breaching it. Alternatively, even wielding some extraordinary artifact. The overwhelming majority of survivors are confined to the regions delineated by the ancient gods throughout their lives. Should you have any further inquiries, I shall address them tomorrow, as I am presently occupied. Farewell. Kakalon is indeed a true friend, willing to divulge everything without reservation. Before departing, he even bids farewell with commendable politeness. At this moment, Shin Yuan harbors a multitude of questions, yet he must defer them until the morrow. Kakalon's willingness to share knowledge without bounds prompts Shin Yuan to reciprocate fairly. Once adequately prepared, Shin Yuan sets forth to fell trees. The timber he acquires will be sold to Kakalon for 50 survival coins per unit. Chapter 0007, Level 3 Shelter. Activating the greenhouse and recruitment station, Shin Yuan has sold a total of 500 units of timber, thus earning 45,000 survival coins. This sum is undoubtedly substantial, enabling him to accomplish numerous endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to upgrade the shelter once more, followed by procuring equipment to enhance his combat effectiveness and defensive capabilities. To elevate the shelter to level 3, he requires an additional 500 units of stone. Upon researching the means of obtaining stone, he realizes it is not as simple as picking up large rocks or chiseling small hills. To acquire stone, one must mine stone deposits. The rarity of these deposits surpasses that of timber, and consequently, their price is significantly higher. In the auction house, the maximum price for 1 unit of timber is 20 survival coins, while 1 unit of stone commands a staggering 50 survival coins. Had it not been for Shin Yuan's fortunate circumstances, being born in the enigmatic Misty Forest as described by Kakalon, his situation might have been far more challenging. I suspect he is finding it difficult to even procure a warm meal, let alone upgrade his sanctuary at present. Both stone and timber, while scarce, constitute the most frequently auctioned foundational resources. 500 units of stone command a ceiling price of 25,000 survival coins at auction. Given Shin Yuan's present affluence, and considering the substantial benefits an upgraded sanctuary would confer, such an expenditure is justified. 2 hours hence, after continuously bidding for stone at the auction house, Shin Yuan finally amassed the requisite 500 units. With the resources now secured, Shin Yuan immediately commenced upgrading his sanctuary. Structure, Tier 3 Sanctuary. Quality, Superior. Durability, 100/100. Description, a small sanctuary constructed from choice timber and hard stone. It now includes a greenhouse and recruitment platform, encompassing an area of 350 square meters. Outside the Tier 3 shelter, The arable land has expanded from half a mu to 2 mu. Note 1. While the workbench remains unupgraded, the variety of purchasable resources has increased, with the addition of specific stone materials. Note 2. The greenhouse is capable of cultivating all types of fruits and vegetables, and can expedite seed germination, shortening the maturation period. Note 3. The recruitment platform can randomly select races from the world of the mists, allowing you to enlist members of that race's subjects, all of whom will be absolutely loyal to you. Note 4. The Tier 3 shelter can withstand attacks from grotesque beasts below level 10 and restores 10 points of sanity per hour. Note 5. The resources required to upgrade to Tier 4 are variable and will only be updated after the host constructs the recruitment platform. Note 6. The Tier 3 shelter can withstand extreme cold weather down to -60°C, as Xin Yuan had anticipated. Prioritizing the upgrade of the shelter was an exceptionally astute decision. However, both the greenhouse and the recruitment platform acquired from this upgrade necessitate additional resources for construction. The greenhouse occupies 200 square meters, requiring an expenditure of 2,000 units of lumber, 1,000 units of stone, and 100 units of refined earth. While lumber and stone can be gradually accumulated, the acquisition of refined earth presents a significant challenge. Xin Yuan conducted a thorough search of the auction house but found no one auctioning this resource. Presumably, refined earth is scarcer and far more valuable than stone, with private transactions perhaps yielding greater profits than auctioning it off. Although Xin Yuan was unable to obtain refined earth from the auction house, he remained unconcerned. After all, in addition to the auction house, he had the well-established connections with Kakalong to procure supplies. In due course, he could fell additional trees and exchange the lumber with the Kakalong at par. Lacking vegetable and fruit seeds, Xin Yuan was not yet pressed to construct a greenhouse. But the recruitment platform was something he keenly desired to erect. Once the recruitment platform was established, he would be able to enlist creatures from the eerie mist world. At that juncture, he would no longer be fighting alone, and even tasks such as felling eerie withered trees would not require his personal involvement. Alas, the materials required to construct the recruitment platform were more stringent. He needed to expend 1,000 units of lumber, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of refined earth, 500 units of steel, 100 units of gold bullion, and a recruitment activation token. This level 3 shelter had unlocked 2 decent structures, yet neither was readily available. Xin Yuan suspected that the resources needed to construct the recruitment platform were even more exacting than those required to upgrade to a level 4 shelter. Having upgraded the level 3 shelter, Xin Yuan intended to procure defensive equipment. Before he could reach the workbench, the survival panel displayed a new notification. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in Newcomer Zone 1001 to upgrade a level 2 shelter to a level 3 shelter. The corresponding rewards are being dispatched. Bronze treasure chests 10, lumber 200, stone 200, refined earth 50, survival coins 1,500. Xin Yuan was not taken aback by this reward. After all, he was the first survivor to upgrade a level 1 shelter to level 2. However, he did not know how many survivors there were in this Newcomer Zone 1001, or whether they all originated from Blue Star. Filled with doubt, he entered the Newcomer Zone, within the regional channel. The number of Newcomer Zones was vast, ranging from Newcomer Zone 1 to Newcomer Zone 9999. Xin Yuan can only enter the Rookie Zone 1001. A friendly reminder, Zone 1001 belongs to the Blue Star human territory, which is home to a total of 200,000 human survivors, with a current population of 178,000. Who exactly is Xin Yuan? And why is it that I haven't even found a single tree, yet he has already ascended to a level 3 sanctuary, regardless of the world one inhabits? Individuals like Xin Yuan, who are of formidable stature, are never in short supply. Alas, I do not know him. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly cling to his leg for support. Merely clinging to his leg would not suffice. In exchange for my affections, I would offer myself entirely, hoping to win over the esteemed Xin Yuan with love. Oh, you insufferable glutton, do not make a spectacle of yourself. Such a striking figure as he is hardly suited for one of your ilk. Who knows if he has a penchant for handsome men? Should he fancy my appearance, I would surely satisfy his desires. You lot are truly becoming increasingly absurd, otherwise. Upon seeing your messages, I would be left seething with indignation. Xin Yuan, who was secretly observing, was not driven to fury but was indeed repulsed. This group of girls clamoring to bear his offspring, yet lacking the allure of beauty filters and slender faces, was simply beyond words. As for the men, they were undeniably handsome, but he harbored no interest in male beauty. In Rookie Zone 1001, one can not only view their chat content, but also see the rankings and rewards for the zone. There are three categories in the leaderboard: the construction ranking, the combat power ranking, and the wealth ranking. The construction ranking pertains to upgrading sanctuaries. The sooner one upgrades their sanctuary, the higher their rank, and the more abundant the resources they can obtain. In the newcomer zone 1001, the initial human populace numbered 200,000, inevitably leading to a considerable number being spawned within the ominous confines of the Mistwood Forest. Yet, as of now, only Shen Yuan has managed to elevate his haven to a secondary sanctuary, let alone a tertiary one. Among this cohort, it is probable that half have yet to venture beyond the confines of their shelters. Those survivors who have dared to tread outside, armed with mere ordinary axes, are surely no match for the monstrous entities lurking within the Mistwood. Those blessed by fortune may retreat to the sanctuary, while the less fortunate meet their demise in the wilds. Had Shen Yuan not been endowed with the mythic synthesis, he might very well have succumbed to oblivion. For a newcomer to endure in this spectral world, both opportunity and dauntless courage are indispensable. Shen Yuan, possessing both, has become the object of envy for his peers. The valor rankings remain unpopulated, as the minimum threshold for entry is 100 valor points. The wealth index, however, boasts a few fortunate survivors, with a minimum requirement of 100 survival coins in reserve. Shen Yuan currently reigns supreme atop the wealth index, his reward being the gilded moniker of the god of fortune. This title, however, serves little purpose beyond ostentation. There remains naught else of note within the newcomer zone 1001. Shen Yuan deactivated the survival interface and placed 10 bronze chests upon his workbench. The time has come for another round of treasure synthesis, with the hope of unearthing some potent equipment to augment his combat prowess. Chapter 0008. Phantom Swiftness. Synthesis successful. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 silver treasure chest. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Upon successful synthesis, congratulations, you have acquired a blue skill scroll 1. After 3 consecutive failures, Shen Yuan was on the verge of losing his composure. Fortunately, the final attempt seemed to rebound from despair, culminating in the successful creation of the blue skill scroll. The blue skill scroll, akin to the silver treasure chest, boasts an exceptional quality. However, its value far surpasses that of the survival chest. Even if offered a golden treasure chest, Shen Yuan would not consent to exchange it for the blue skill scroll. Seizing the moment of favorable fortune, Shen Yuan decided to unveil the blue skill scroll. The blue skill scroll comprises 5 primary categories: offensive, defensive, speed, control, and support. Please select the category of skill you wish to draw from. Apart from the support category, he desired all 4 other skill types. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the speed skill. This choice was not due to the inferiority of the other categories, but rather because the cost-effectiveness of enhancing speed was paramount. After all, as a newcomer to the mysterious fog world, it was entirely natural for him to be no match for the enigmatic beasts. However, should his speed falter, leaving him unable to escape the clutches of these creatures, he would forfeit any chance of a comeback. Do you wish to select the speed skill and activate it? Activate. Skill: Phantom Sprint. Quality: exceptional. Description: an excellent speed-oriented skill, truly worth possessing. Note 1. Requires the expenditure of 5 skill points for activation. Note 2. Utilizing Phantom Sprint allows the user to leave a series of phantoms behind, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to discern the true location of the user. Simultaneously, his movement speed increased by 50 for a duration of 30 seconds. Notably, within a span of 24 hours. The skill Phantom Rush could only be utilized 3 times. Furthermore, it required merely 20 skill points and a yellow skill scroll to elevate Phantom Rush to Lightspeed Rush. Shen Yuan never anticipated that activating a skill would necessitate the expenditure of skill points, rather than being readily available upon acquisition. The sole avenue for acquiring skill points was through continuous leveling up. Upon progressing from level 1 to level 2, he would obtain 1 skill point. As he ascended through higher levels, the number of skill points gained per level would increase. Fortunately, as a newcomer, Shen Yuan was granted a one-time benefit of activating a skill for free. He desired to reserve this advantage for future use, to activate a skill requiring over 100 skill points without cost. However, while the prospect was alluring, reality proved to be harsh. If he did not activate a skill to enhance his abilities now, he might not survive long enough to reach that point. Congratulations, you have activated Phantom Rush. Your base speed has significantly increased, and your combat power has risen to 20. A friendly reminder, the level and combat power of a survivor do not serve as definitive measures of biological strength, but merely as a point of reference. Shen Yuan's physique underwent no visible transformation, yet he could sense a newfound vigor in his legs. He jogged a lap around the shelter, testing the effects of Phantom Rush. The skill conjured several identical phantoms of himself. If Shen Yuan were to remain motionless, it would be virtually impossible to discern his true self based solely on physical characteristics. Moreover, as long as Shen Yuan's speed is sufficiently swift and the phantoms he conjures are numerous, he can confound his adversaries, thereby creating more favorable conditions for either offense or retreat. After mastering the skill of Phantom Dash, Shen Yuan experienced a significant enhancement in his chances of survival. Having tested the effects of Phantom Dash, he promptly proceeded to open the silver treasure chest. Item: Blessed Necklace. Quality: exceptional. Durability: 100/100. Description: grants a blessing effect upon wearing. Note 1. Wearing the Blessed Necklace can eliminate negative physical states. The more severe or numerous the negative states, the greater the durability consumed. Note 2. The durability of the Blessed Necklace cannot be repaired. Once it reaches 0, it transforms into an ordinary necklace. The Blessed Necklace is indeed a commendable piece of equipment. While it does not enhance Shen Yuan's combat prowess, it serves as a safeguard for his safety. With the Blessed Necklace, Shen Yuan is able to eradicate ailments such as poisoning, blood loss, and weakness. After opening the survival treasure chest and the skill scrolls, Shen Yuan glanced at his survival coins and basic resource balance. 770 survival coins, 750 units of timber, 250 units of stone, and 50 units of fine soil. He found that his remaining resources exceeded his expectations. He swiftly purchased a set of greenwood armor, greenwood bracers, and greenwood greaves, which cost him 500 units of timber and 15,000 survival coins. The greenwood series also includes the greenwood helmet, greenwood boots, and greenwood gauntlets. The remaining survival coins and timber are sufficient for him to acquire one of these items. However, the greenwood series primarily focuses on defense, which may impede mobility when worn. Particularly the Aoki helmet, while capable of safeguarding the brain, is quite burdensome and obstructs vision. For Shen Yuan, who possesses the Phantom Dash, donning the Aoki battle boots would significantly hinder his speed. The Aoki gauntlets would impede his ability to wield the spectral axe effectively against foes. Were it not for the considerable disadvantages posed by these three pieces of equipment, Shen Yuan would have long since fully armed himself. The weight of the Aoki armor and leg guards is substantial, reducing his speed by approximately 10 to 20%. However, these two items provide protection for over 80% of Shen Yuan's body. Sacrificing a fraction of speed in exchange for enhanced defense is undoubtedly advantageous, at least during the initial stages of exploration. Should Shen Yuan grow stronger in the future, he would surely dismantle these subpar items for synthesis. With the necessary equipment acquired and his strength on the rise, it is time to continue harvesting the withered trees. His arable land has now expanded to 2 acres, and it stands to reason that the number of withered trees within this area has increased by several hundred. Once he collects this timber, he can exchange it with Caracolon for some precious resources. With everything in place, Shen Yuan promptly set out from the shelter. Outside, mutated carnivorous flowers became active once more, surrounding him completely. As he glanced back, he noticed that although his farmland had quadrupled, it still did not encompass the entire shelter. Could it be that the empty spaces on either side and behind the shelter are reserved for the construction of other advanced buildings in the future? While pondering this question, Shen Yuan suddenly felt an indescribable unease. Instinctively, he looked up again, gazing towards the areas of the shelter that remained shrouded in darkness. He could not shake the feeling that countless eyes were watching him from within that obscurity. This elusive yet perceptible sense of unease stirred a profound anxiety within him. He dismissed the notion that it was merely a figment of his imagination induced by excessive mental strain. In a decisive moment, Shen Yuan swiftly turned around, opting to retreat. After just 2 steps, he was met with the chilling, otherworldly howls of the grotesque hounds. Almost immediately, countless grotesque hounds surged forth from either side of the shelter like a relentless tide. At that moment, Shen Yuan was less than 10 meters away from the refuge. Though only a few steps separated him, it felt insurmountably distant. Despite the grotesque hounds obstructing his path, Shen Yuan had no intention of retreating. To him, the shelter represented the safest haven in the entire fog-laden world. To withdraw now would mean falling prey to the grotesque hound's cunning ploy. Chapter 0009. The favorite of fortune. Before Shen Yuan's eyes lay a dense mass of grotesque hounds, numbering over 30. In the impenetrable darkness beyond his vision, numerous more grotesque hounds moved swiftly. This pack, lurking in the shadows, sought to envelop him from all directions. Xin Yuan was acutely aware that his previous failure to eradicate the grotesque hounds had left a lingering threat. However, he had not anticipated that this vengeful pack would emerge en masse. This thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly regained his composure. Methodically, he commanded 2 mutated floral beasts to advance, while the other 2 steadfastly guarded his side. Simultaneously, Xin Yuan refused to remain passive, denying the grotesque hounds the opportunity to encircle him. He gently set down the fog-dispelling heater he had been holding, gripped the eerie axe tightly, and decisively executed the phantom dash. Under the augmentation of the phantom sprint, he surged forth before the ghastly hound in an instant. Before the creature could even register his presence, Xin Yuan severed its head with the spectral axe clasped in his hand. The remaining ghastly hounds, rather than retreating, lunged furiously at Xin Yuan. Yet, the mutated titan flower beside him resolutely defended its master, erecting an unassailable barrier with its immense and resilient form. The claws that were poised to tear into Xin Yuan's throat were thwarted by the flower's robust leaves. Simultaneously, its sturdy stem lashed out, sending one of the ghastly hounds crashing away. Another mutated titan flower opened its gaping maw and swiftly bisected a hound that had attempted a sneak attack from the side. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the ghastly hounds, Xin Yuan's timely awareness prevented them from encircling him. In a mere few seconds, with the unwavering protection of the mutated titan flowers, he successfully broke through their line of defense and returned to the sanctuary. Once sheltered within, Xin Yuan promptly retrieved the broken spectral crossbow from his backpack, aiming it at the nearest ghastly hound. The spectral arrow shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing the creature's skull. At the same moment, the pack of ghastly hounds, realizing Xin Yuan had once again sought refuge, understood that inflicting harm upon him was no longer feasible. Their meticulously orchestrated ambush had been thwarted, igniting their rage. Unable to vent their fury on Xin Yuan, they redirected their wrath towards the mutated titan flowers. Although these flowers could easily dispatch individual hounds, they soon found themselves in peril against the relentless onslaught of the pack. One of the robust green stems of the mutated overlord flower was simultaneously seized by several grotesque hounds. Despite its valiant struggle, the stem was ultimately severed, and the enormous head tumbled to the ground. "Dare to slay my guards? Let your lives pay the price," roared Xin Yuan, swiftly redirecting the crossbow designed to vanquish the undead, aiming at the hounds that were tearing at the mutated overlord flower. The arrows flew forth in rapid succession, piercing the skulls of the grotesque hounds one after another. Engrossed in their frenzy of rage, the hounds continued to savage the body of the overlord flower, entirely oblivious to Xin Yuan's lethal assault. In a mere 30 seconds, the first contingent of his guards witnessed the demise of all 4 mutated overlord flowers. After venting their fury, the hounds howled in satisfaction, turning their backs as they plunged once more into the darkness. Before departing, several particularly audacious hounds even kicked over his fog-dispersing heater, subsequently trampling it with a fierce intensity, enduring the pain of burns. The heater, originally boasting a durability of 99, was left with a mere 10 after their ravaging. Although Xin Yuan emerged unscathed from this battle, his losses were considerable. On the other side, 36 grotesque hounds met their end, suffering equally devastating losses, with 16 of them falling victim to the jaws of the mutated overlord flower, depriving Xin Yuan of any experience or rewards. You have successfully hunted 19 level 1 phantom hounds, earning 19 experience points, 190 survival coins, and 19 black iron treasure chests. You have also successfully slain 1 level 2 phantom hound, gaining 5 experience points, 30 survival coins, and 1 black iron treasure chest. In total, you have acquired 24 experience points, 220 survival coins, and 20 black iron treasure chests. Exchanging 20 black iron treasure chests for 4 mutated king flowers would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. However, at this moment, Xin Yuan felt a surge of discontent. He was eager to seek out the lair of the phantom hounds and eradicate them completely. If not for his insufficient strength, he would have done so without hesitation. Xin Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. "Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your personal information has been updated. Name, Xin Yuan. Status, good. Level, LV3. Experience, 350. Combat power, 40. Without equipment bonus. Rationality, 88. Slowly increasing. Talent, mythical synthesis slot. Skills, phantom swift step. Skill points available, 3. Inventory, ancient tree seedling, black iron treasure chests, 20, despite his combat power rising from 20 to 40. Xin Yuan felt no change in his physical form. He attempted to wield the Phantom Axe in his hand, only to discover that neither his explosive power nor speed had improved. It was truly perplexing. If his physique had not been enhanced, what exactly had this upgrade strengthened? After several fruitless tests, Shen Yuan reluctantly shifted his focus to the black iron treasure chests. Would you like to synthesize 3 black iron treasure chests? Currently, there exists a 20 probability of synthesizing a bronze treasure chest and a 5 chance of creating a silver treasure chest. The likelihood of obtaining a golden talent scroll of legendary quality is a mere 0.01, while the probability of failure stands at a staggering 74.99. Shen Yuan was uncertain whether he was merely fortunate or unfortunate. Having utilized 3 black iron treasure chests for synthesis, he was astonished to find a golden talent scroll in the prize pool. Yet, the absurdly low success rate of 0.01 juxtaposed with the alarming failure rate of 74.99 was disheartening. Despite the exceedingly slim chances of acquiring the golden talent scroll, Shen Yuan resolved to take the plunge, for one must harbor dreams. Perhaps he was favored by the goddess of fortune as her chosen one. Synthesis failed. The failure notification did not alter Shen Yuan's expression in the slightest. Without hesitation, he attempted once more. Would you like to synthesize 3 black iron treasure chests? Currently, there is a 30 chance of creating a bronze treasure chest, a 15 chance of obtaining a silver treasure chest, a 3 chance of producing a golden treasure chest, and a 52 chance of failure. Synthesis. Synthesis failed. After 2 consecutive failures, Shen Yuan became more cautious and opted to synthesize using 2 black iron treasure chests. Synthesis successful, congratulations. You have obtained a bronze treasure chest 1. Synthesis successful, congratulations. You have obtained a bronze treasure chest 1. In the subsequent 7 attempts, Shen Yuan acquired 5 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Suddenly, he felt a surge of confidence and decided to synthesize 3 bronze treasure chests. Would you like to synthesize 3 bronze treasure chests? At present, there exists a 10 probability of synthesizing a silver treasure chest, a 3 chance of creating a gold treasure chest, a 0.1 likelihood of obtaining a time reversal wheel, and an 86.9 chance of failure. A friendly reminder, the time reversal wheel can turn back time, yet you will lose the memories of that particular period. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time reversal wheel was indeed a divine artifact. Although utilizing it would cause him to forfeit memories of the intervening time, it brims with boundless possibilities. After all, when faced with choices, one does not stubbornly cling to a single path. If wielded wisely, the time reversal wheel could even reverse death. Its worth far surpassing that of the golden talent scroll. Shen Yuan took a deep breath and silently vowed, I will wager my 10 years of solitude to ensure that I obtain the time reversal wheel. A sense of intuition whispered to him that he would indeed succeed. To transform that restless feeling into reality, he impulsively increased the stakes. Synthesize it for me. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the time reversal wheel. Special notice. The goddess of fortune has accepted your wager, elevating your probability of obtaining the time reversal wheel to 100. From this moment forth, you have become a favored subject of the goddess of fortune, and for the next decade, you shall not engage in physical pleasures with any other woman. Alas! In an instant, Shen Yuan realized he had been deceived by the goddess of fortune, unwittingly becoming a favorite subject of a deity. To put it in flattering terms, he was a favorite subject, to speak less charitably. He had become the servant of the goddess of fortune. Chapter 0010, Favor of Fortune, Blessing of the Goddess. Each time you devoutly whisper incantations to the goddess of fortune, you shall be granted a boon of propitious luck for a duration determined by chance, while simultaneously incurring an extension of 1 day's abstinence from carnal pleasures. This bestowal of fortune is limited to once per diem, for a survivor eking out an existence in the perilous world enshrouded by eerie mists. The exchange of corporeal desire for the blessing of luck is undoubtedly advantageous, outweighing any potential drawbacks. Furthermore, given that Shen Yuan has been subjected to a decade-long prohibition of physical indulgence, there remains no recourse for retreat. With a clear-eyed acceptance of reality, Shen Yuan willingly embraced his role as the most devout adherent of the goddess of fortune. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together in supplication, and fervently intoned, Grant me fortune, O goddess, bestow upon me your divine blessing. The goddess of fortune has hearkened to your heartfelt supplication, and you have been granted a propitious boon lasting for 1 hour. Shen Yuan's countenance remained impassive, devoid of both sorrow and elation, as he proceeded to synthesize bronze treasure chests. Do you wish to combine these 2 bronze treasure chests? There is currently a 10 probability of synthesizing a silver treasure chest, a 70 probability of synthesizing a gold treasure chest, a 5 probability of synthesizing a yellow talent scroll of epic quality, and a 15 probability of failure. Compared to the fortune bestowed directly by the goddess of fortune, the effect of this propitious luck is somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, the substantial 70 probability of obtaining a gold treasure chest justifies the designation of propitious. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a yellow talent scroll. Remarkably, he has drawn the yellow talent scroll, which had only a 5 probability. It appears that the effect of this propitious luck is even more potent than he had anticipated. The yellow talent scroll encompasses 7 distinct categories of talents: combat talents, survival talents, elemental talents, perception talents, creative talents, fortune talents, and cursed talents. Please select the category of talent you wish to draw from. In the past, Xin Yuan would have unhesitatingly chosen the talent for battle. However, times have changed. He is now favored by the goddess of fortune and must find ways to align himself with her whims. Would you like to select the talent of luck and activate it? Activate. Talent: lucky counterattack, quality, epic, description, when attacked by an enemy. There is a certain probability of automatically countering, inflicting equal damage. Note 1. Each time the passive lucky counterattack is triggered, it will consume a portion of mental energy. When mental energy falls below 50, this talent becomes ineffective. Note 2. Cannot counterattack an enemy's finishing move. Note 3. Each time lucky counterattack is triggered, the user's luck value will temporarily increase. Xin Yuan had initially thought that all lucky talents merely enhanced one's luck value, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover additional effects. While the talent for luck may not transform Xin Yuan into a powerful warrior overnight, his future achievements will be no less significant than those gained from combat talents. Having resolved to pursue luck as his path of development, he is determined to see it through to the end. Without hesitation, he opened the last silver treasure chest, seizing the opportunity while the effects of his good fortune still lingered. Item: Cursed Mushroom Bomb Seeds 20, Quality, Superior, Durability, None. Description: seeds of a mutated plant that can only be cultivated in fertile fields. Note 1. Cursed mushroom bomb seeds require the blood of cursed beasts to thrive. Upon maturation, they can operate within the fertile fields. Note 2. Upon contact with cursed beasts, the cursed mushroom bombs will detonate instantly, unleashing a tremendous shockwave of energy and toxic fungal fumes. The damage inflicted by the cursed mushroom bomb far exceeds that of the mutated king flower. However, its flaws lie in its lack of growth potential, and the explosion of the cursed mushroom bomb can also harm Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan is able to endure the side effects of the cursed mushroom bomb. He retrieves 20 cursed mushroom bomb seeds from his backpack. The seeds resemble moldy monkey head mushrooms in appearance. He casts all the thumb-sized seeds into the fertile field. Upon contact with the soil, the seeds swiftly burrow into the earth. Subsequently, dozens of whirlpools emerge across the field, as numerous corpses of cursed dog beasts are forcefully dragged underground. Xin Yuan does not witness the entire maturation process of the cursed mushroom bomb seeds. His gaze is presently fixed upon the time-turning device. Item: Time Dial. Quality: Mythical, Pseudo, Durability, None. Description: a powerful artifact capable of reversing time. Note 1. The time dial belongs to the pseudo-mythical quality, lacking uniqueness. Note 2. The time dial can reverse time for a maximum of 24 hours. Once time is reversed, all memories from that 24-hour period will be lost. Note 3. The time dial requires the absorption of souls from the deceased to extend the duration of time reversal. Note 4. The time dial is bound to your soul and can only be used by you. Note 5. Avoid using the time dial multiple times in quick succession, as this may lead to confusion or loss of memory. Indeed, it is a pseudo-artifact of supreme quality, positioned between the highest and mythical grades. The ability to reverse time by 24 hours presents countless possibilities for change. Before Xin Yuan could ponder further, the completely transparent blue time dial, resembling a flying disc, transformed into a beam of azure light that penetrated his brow. Merging with his soul, Xin Yuan could sense its presence. With just a thought, he could initiate the time reversal. Currently, the time dial held no time reserves, necessitating the absorption of numerous souls from the deceased to activate its power. Coincidentally, having just emerged from a fierce battle, many souls of the spectral hounds lingered nearby, perfectly available for his use. As Xin Yuan gathered the souls of the spectral hounds, the seeds of the spectral mushroom bombs, having absorbed a significant amount of essence, had fully matured. These mature spectral mushroom bombs bore a striking resemblance to mushroom creatures. They possessed no intelligence and would solely obey Shen Yuan's commands. Shen Yuan instructed them to burrow into the soil, maintaining a distance of 10 meters from him. He harbored no concerns regarding the potential explosion of the eerie mushroom bombs harming him. Rather, his apprehension lay in the toxic spores released by the blast, which could lead to his body being infested with decaying poisonous fungi. As long as he maintained this safe distance from the mushroom bombs, such a predicament could be averted. With the eerie mushroom bombs stationed around him, Shen Yuan felt secure from any potential assaults by the ghastly corpse hounds. On the contrary, he even yearned for another ambush from the hounds, eager for them to witness the artistry of the impending explosion. The resounding crash of the fallen eerie withered trees echoed through the silent, mist-laden forest. After a prolonged period of felling trees, Shen Yuan found himself still awaiting an onslaught from the corpse hounds. These hounds had forged an undying enmity with him, and it was utterly inconceivable that they would allow him to continue his lumbering endeavors unchallenged. Their absence at this moment surely indicated that they were plotting something sinister. Shen Yuan quickened his chopping pace, resolving to complete the felling of the withered trees near the fertile fields before engaging in a transaction with Kakarong. Once his strength had been further augmented, he would seek out the lair of the corpse hounds, ensuring that these vile creatures paid the price for their transgressions. 2 hours later, having finished his lumbering, Shen Yuan welcomed the inaugural nightfall of the Misty realm. Indeed, the Misty world was marked by the distinction of day and night. The daylight was a silent darkness, while the night descended into chaotic polar darkness. Upon noticing the survival panel's notification of the onset of night, Shen Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. If the daylight in the Misty world was so perilous, venturing out at night would only serve to provide a sumptuous feast for the eerie beasts. As night enveloped the Misty realm, the cacophony of the beasts' roars soon reached Shen Yuan's ears. The cries of these creatures resembled the croaking of frogs and the chirping of birds, stirring a tumult of unease within him. Fortunately, he was under the protection of the novice period, and the sanctuary was in an invincible state. Otherwise, he would find no solace even while hiding within its confines. Chapter 0011. You truly are my esteemed brother. Shen Yuan waited for a considerable time, yet no audacious monstrosity dared to assault his sanctuary. He surmised that these creatures, which prowled only under the cover of night, must possess their own hunting territories. As long as he refrained from making any undue noise, it was highly probable that they would remain oblivious to the presence of his sanctuary. Upon confirming that his situation was not dire, Shen Yuan proceeded to assess the gains from his recent logging endeavor. This venture yielded 5,000 units of timber, which, when combined with the existing 250 units, amounted to a total of 5,250 units. Should he trade all this timber with Kakarong, he would acquire 262,500 survival coins. Such an astounding sum would be a fortune, yet Shen Yuan found little joy in it. This was due to the fact that many precious items fetched meager prices at the auction house, primarily being traded privately. Currently, Shen Yuan was in need of refined soil, steel, gold ingots, and recruitment activation orders. While refined soil and steel occasionally appeared at the auction house, he had never encountered the latter two materials. Of course, his ability to notice refined soil and steel was a testament to his keen eyesight. If he were to engage in bidding, he would stand no chance against the seasoned veterans who automatically competed for items. Shen Yuan realized that he was advancing significantly faster than all the survivors in the 1001 Novice Zone. However, maintaining such momentum proved to be a formidable challenge. He now faced considerable difficulty in acquiring the necessary resources, and his development had reached a bottleneck. To alter the status quo, only two paths lay before him. Firstly, one must venture into the enigmatic wilderness to hunt the cryptic beasts, thereby procuring survival chests and enhancing one's strength through synthesis. Secondly, one must employ all their wit to persuade Kakalon, negotiating to trade for valuable materials or equipment. The realm of the enigmatic mist becomes exceedingly perilous under the cover of night. Even should Shen Yuan opt for the former course of action, he would have to await the dawn of the Misty world to proceed. Currently, the dangers of venturing outside are immense, while remaining within the sanctuary leaves him with naught to occupy his time. As he finds himself with leisure, an overwhelming fatigue soon envelopes Shen Yuan's entire being. Unbeknownst to him, he has already spent 8 hours in the Misty realm. During this time, he has not only had to remain vigilant against the assaults of the cryptic beasts, but is also engaged in intense logging, leaving his body utterly exhausted. Were it not for the constant tension and the relentless struggle for survival, he would likely have succumbed to slumber long ago. Shen Yuan strained to keep his eyelids open, sent a message to Kakalon, and then lay down on the comfortable wooden bed, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. 10 hours later, awakening naturally after a refreshing slumber, Shen Yuan luxuriated in a delightful stretch. The first thing he did upon waking was to access the survival panel to check Kakalon's response. If you are willing to trade all 4,000 units of wood in your possession, I shall gladly exchange my resources with you. Kakalon's reply had come 3 hours prior when the night in the Misty world had just concluded. I have awakened. Are you there? Kakalon's chat icon was illuminated, indicating his online presence. I am here. Have you decided whether to trade all 4,000 units of wood with me? Within mere seconds, Kakalon responded. I am amenable to that proposition. However, I am curious as to whether you possess any refined earth, steel, gold ingots, or recruitment activation orders, as I am in dire need of these 4 commodities. If my memory serves me correctly, the recruitment activation order is employed to construct a recruitment platform. Have you truly managed to elevate your sanctuary to level 3 in less than a day since your arrival in the Mistveiled world? Surely. The preliminary stages of upgrading a sanctuary necessitate only timber and stone. You must be cognizant of the fact that the acquisition of these 2 fundamental materials poses no significant challenge for me. Upon Shen Yuan's prompting, Kakalong realized that Shen Yuan's point of origin was situated within the Mistveiled forest, thereby ensuring an ample supply of timber. I do not have any recruitment activation orders at my disposal. Nevertheless, I do possess other resources, albeit in limited quantities. Please specify the precise quantity of each resource that you require. I require 450 units of refined earth, 500 units of steel, and 100 units of gold ingots. Your demands are indeed substantial. The value of a mere 100 units of gold ingots alone is equivalent to 2,000 units of timber. Shen Yuan had taken the time to familiarize himself with the value of these resources. Although these resources were not available for auction, they each had a clearly defined price. Kakalong was not attempting to deceive him. The base price for 100 units of gold ingots was indeed 2,000 units of timber. Had Kakalong been more unscrupulous, he could have conceivably exchanged 100 units of gold ingots for 4,000 units of timber. Shen Yuan was well aware that Kakalong's nature would prevent him from taking advantage of him. He promptly replied, I shall defer to your judgment regarding the exchange rate. Should I be unable to acquire the full amount this time, I shall simply fell more trees and attempt another exchange at a later juncture. After swiftly calculating the value of 4,000 units of timber, Karakron responded, I can fulfill all your resource needs, except for the recruitment activation order, which is valued at 9,250 units of timber. I understand your urgent desire to construct the recruitment platform to bolster your strength. Thus, consider the excess resources as a temporary loan. You need only repay me with an equivalent amount of timber within 3 days. Having engaged briefly, Karakron was convinced of Shen Yuan's character. Furthermore, if Shen Yuan aspired to grow rapidly, engaging with him was indispensable. As Shen Yuan grew stronger, naturally, he would harvest more timber. For Karakron, this arrangement was mutually beneficial, rendering any immediate gains or losses inconsequential. Upon reflection, Shen Yuan realized that the price Karakron offered was the highest in the trading market, yet simultaneously the lowest for private transactions. Should Shen Yuan choose to negotiate with other survivors for these resources, he would need to commence at a minimum of 20,000 units of timber. Not only that, but Karakron was also willing to extend these resources to him under the guise of a loan. The trust and generosity displayed by Karakron made Shen Yuan feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet he graciously accepted the offer. Initially, Shen Yuan intended to negotiate for some equipment with Karakron, but after this incident, he dismissed that thought entirely. After the 4,000 units of timber were successfully transferred, Karakron sent another message. The recruitment activation order is an exceedingly rare and precious resource. While I do not possess one at the moment, I can procure it from other survivors. If you wish to acquire it, I shall trade it to you for 50,000 units of timber. Thank you, my brother. I will swiftly gather the 60,000 units of timber. While Shen Yuan is uncertain about the price of the recruitment activation order, he is confident that Kakarong would not deceive him. Furthermore, the recruitment activation order is a scarce resource that holds value yet lacks market availability. Should Shen Yuan lack connections, even a bid of 50,000 units of timber would not suffice to locate a survivor in possession of the activation order. I have matters to attend to at present. Seek me out again once you have amassed some timber. Farewell. Kakarong remained as courteous as ever, as though he were imploring Shen Yuan for assistance. Shen Yuan felt a profound sense of gratitude. Were it not for the fact that Kakarong belonged to a different race, He would have earnestly desired to forge a brotherly bond with him and acknowledge Kakarong as his elder brother. After concluding the transaction with Kakarong, although the resources in his possession were still insufficient to construct the recruitment platform, the gains from this exchange were considerable. The world of the eerie fog had transitioned to daylight, and it was time to venture out once more to fell the eerie withered trees. Chapter 0012. A sudden drop in temperature. Merely a night had passed, and upon opening the door to the shelter, Xin Yuan was met with a biting chill that halted his progress. The pleasant temperature of over 20 degrees from the previous day had plummeted to around 0. With 2 days remaining until the cold wave's arrival, the external temperature had already become inhospitable for human exploration. The world outside the shelter remained shrouded in a dense, black fog, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. Xin Yuan added some firewood to the fog-dispelling heater, as the temperature around him rapidly rose. The eerie fog was again banished by the light, revealing a picturesque snowy landscape before him. Xin Yuan extended his hand, and as the translucent snowflakes made contact with his palm, they melted into a drop of cool water. Within a 50-meter radius of the shelter lies a picturesque winter landscape, adorned with swirling snowflakes, while beyond that distance, an ever-shifting black mist looms ominously. The stark contrast between these two disparate environments imbues Xin Yuan with the disconcerting sensation of being ensnared within an invisible cage. This foray into exploration extends beyond the fertile fields, rendering the enigmatic mushroom bombs incapable of ensuring his safety. Bereft of their protective embrace, Xin Yuan must rely on his agility. Thus, he is reluctant to carry the cumbersome fog-dispersing heater, weighing 25 pounds. Yet, the external temperature hovers near freezing. The verdant wooden armor and greaves he wears provide little insulation against the cold, and donning additional heavy garments would impede his movements. The current predicament necessitates that he bring the fog-dispersing heater, lest his limbs succumb to the numbing chill. The surroundings outside the shelter are eerily quiet, as the cacophony of the monstrous creatures from the previous night seems to have succumbed to slumber. This time, Xin Yuan has exercised prudence, circling the perimeter of the shelter before proceeding. Only after confirming that no malevolent beings lie in ambush nearby does he venture forth. Upon stepping beyond the realm of the fertile fields, he instantaneously relinquishes control over the mushroom bombs. His previously tranquil demeanor now gives way to unease. Soon, wielding the eerie phantom axe, which retains 88 durability, he once again cleaves through the decrepit trees. The resounding crash of the colossal trunk as it tumbles to the ground reverberates through the fog-laden forest. He refrains from hastily felling a second with patience, waiting nearly a minute to ensure that no lurking creatures are drawn to the commotion before resuming his task. To attain prosperity, one must first harvest the trees. This monotonous and laborious endeavor of timber felling continues for 2 hours before he finally ceases his work. It was not that Xin Yuan was fatigued from chopping down trees, nor was it the case that the surrounding eerie withered trees had been nearly obliterated. Rather, he discovered a multitude of grotesque canine corpses sprawled across the grassy expanse not far away. The remains of these uncanny hounds were ghastly and incomplete, a sight too harrowing to behold. With just a few more glances, Xin Yuan could ascertain that they had been ravaged by some formidable aberrant beast, leaving them in a dreadful state. He advanced several paces while holding the fog-dispelling heating furnace, and the number of grotesque canine corpses on the grass only increased. A cursory estimate suggested that no fewer than 70 or 80 of these uncanny hounds had met their demise in this area. Xin Yuan was acutely aware of the intelligence possessed by these creatures. They would never engage in a futile last stand when defeat was evident. There had to be something nearby that they were willing to fight to the death to obtain or to protect. Previously, an entire horde of nearly 200 uncanny hounds had attacked him. Together with the mutated Overlord Flower, he had vanquished 36 of them. With at least 100 of these hounds having perished in this vicinity, it was likely that no more than 50 had managed to survive. The sudden decline in their numbers presented an opportune moment for revenge. Furthermore, hunting these uncanny hounds promised far greater rewards than mere tree felling, particularly the potential to acquire survival treasure chests. Most importantly, he was eager to uncover what it was that the uncanny hounds sought to obtain or protect. Following the trail of blood left by the uncanny hounds, Xin Yuan cautiously pressed forward. After approximately 5 minutes of careful exploration, he beheld a towering, hollowed-out tree. Eerie abode tree, quality, ordinary, durability, 72-100, description, a tree suitable for aberrant beasts to establish their nests. There is a strong possibility that a den of some sort lies hidden beneath it. After felling, one can obtain 100 units of timber. The numerous blood trails left by the spectral hounds on the grassland all converge near this eerie dwelling tree. Undoubtedly, the lair of the spectral hounds that have repeatedly ambushed Xin Yuan lies beneath this tree. Gazing at the hollow, half-human height entrance of the eerie dwelling tree, Xin Yuan's impulse to investigate instantly dissipated. He was uncertain whether the spectral hounds had set an ambush at the entrance, and rashly stepping inside the tree would likely result in an attack. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Yuan circled to the back of the tree's entrance. Gripping his spectral axe tightly, he swung it forcefully at the tree trunk without hesitation. With a resounding thud, the durability of the eerie dwelling tree plummeted from 72 to 62. Immediately, the tree began to tremble violently, causing the ground to shake as well. Xin Yuan instantly became alert and quickly pulled out his spectral crossbow, which still had 75 spectral arrows, from his backpack. Simultaneously, a large number of spectral hounds, jostling against each other, surged out of the tree's entrance like a tidal wave. Xin Yuan seized this perfect opportunity for an ambush and decisively pulled the trigger. With the distance between them less than 2 meters, Xin Yuan could easily hit the spectral hounds without needing to aim. By the time all the spectral hounds had emerged from the entrance, Xin Yuan had already shot down 12 of them. The remaining 31 spectral hounds were already wounded. Under the intense heat of the fog-dispelling furnace, their wounds rapidly worsened. The excruciating pain caused the spectral hounds to roar in fury, their eyes bloodshot. They lunged at Xin Yuan at top speed. These spectral hounds were well aware that Xin Yuan had previously relied on powerful equipment to defeat his enemies, and that his own strength was mediocre. They could effortlessly tear them to shreds, provided they could get within striking distance. When faced with a foe they could potentially kill, they showed no hesitation. However, circumstances have changed. Xin Yuan is no longer the same as he once was. Without the burden of the fog-repelling heater, Xin Yuan easily evaded the numerous ghoulhounds' bites by using phantom swift steps. While quickly retreating to keep his distance from them, Xin Yuan pulled the trigger. These ghoulhounds poured out of the entrance of the ghoul tree, giving them no chance to get behind Xin Yuan. They could only watch helplessly as Xin Yuan kept a safe distance of 5 meters from them, but were powerless to do anything. The ghoulhounds were unable to harm Xin Yuan, but Xin Yuan was able to kill them at will with the evil-piercing repeating crossbow. Xin Yuan couldn't hit every ghoulhound in the head with every evil arrow. However, as long as the evil arrow hit any part of the ghoulhound's body, it would blow it to pieces. No matter how tenacious the ghoulhound's vitality was, once its body was blown into several pieces, it would only die. After only a dozen seconds of chasing, 8 more ghoulhounds fell under the evil arrows. When the ghoulhounds realized they couldn't catch up with Xin Yuan, they decisively retreated, wanting to return to the ghoul tree. Xin Yuan seized the opportunity and reaped 5 more ghoulhounds in succession. Seeing the surviving ghoulhounds burrowing back under the ghoul tree, Xin Yuan raised the evil spirit axe again and slashed it fiercely at the tree trunk. This time, the ghoul tree was silent. Presumably, the ghoulhounds below were afraid of the evil-piercing repeating crossbow in Xin Yuan's hand. Xin Yuan would not be soft-hearted just because these ghoulhounds were afraid of him. He would not only destroy the ghoulhound's lair completely, but also kill them all without exception. Dare to provoke him, and be prepared to face the ruthless obliteration he shall unleash. Chapter 0013. The eerie gray tiger adorned with pink mushrooms. With a succession of powerful strikes, the durability of the eerie dwelling tree swiftly diminished to 0. The eerie dwelling tree, nearly 10 times more robust than the eerie withered tree, came crashing down with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, leaving Xin Yuan's ears ringing painfully. The buzzing sound beside his ears gradually subsided, yet before he could examine the nature of the hollow beneath the eerie dwelling tree, he was met with the cacophony of countless eerie beasts howling in unison. The commotion he had stirred was so immense that it roused every eerie creature in the vicinity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decisively abandoned the fog-dispelling warming furnace at that very spot. Subsequently, he hastened back to the sanctuary, following the marks he had etched along his path. Not long after Xin Yuan's departure, an eerie beast, drawn by the noise, approached the vicinity of the felled eerie dwelling tree. The flames in the fog-dispelling warming furnace blazed fiercely, searing the approaching eerie beast's body. The awakened creature, already ablaze with fury, could no longer endure the unwarranted torment of the flames. It charged toward the warming furnace, kicking it over with a forceful motion, and then trampled it mercilessly. However, the destruction of the warming furnace did little to quell its rage. Sniffing the air, It quickly discerned Shen Yuan's scent without a moment's hesitation or pause, and it strode purposefully in the direction he had fled. Ever since Shen Yuan became favored by the goddess of fortune, his sixth sense had been significantly heightened. The moment the unknown eerie beast fixed its gaze upon his path, a chill coursed down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Although this sensation was novel, he was acutely aware that he had become the target of a formidable cryptic beast. Shen Yuan was grateful for his decisive retreat. Had he acted rashly and carried the mist-dispersing heater, he would have been outpaced by the pursuing cryptic beast. The cryptic beast pursuing Shen Yuan was remarkably swift. Shen Yuan, employing the phantom swift step, was no slouch either. Nevertheless, the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Shortly after Shen Yuan entered the confines of the fertile land, he could discern the heavy footfalls behind him. Without turning back, he commanded all the cryptic mushroom bombs to enter standby mode. Should the cryptic beast dare to trespass upon his fertile land, it would be pulverized. 20 cryptic mushroom bombs swiftly dispersed. No matter how swift the cryptic beast pursuing Shen Yuan, it could not evade all the cryptic mushroom bombs. Although the cryptic beast possessed a keen sense of smell, it could not discern the cryptic mushroom bombs beneath the soil. It instinctively assumed the cryptic mushroom bombs were merely ordinary plants growing beneath the soil. The instant it stepped into the fertile land, the ground beneath its feet suddenly surged upwards. Immediately following, a surge of violent energy impacted its body. Furthermore, this surge of energy stirred up a cloud of pink smoke, instantly engulfing its body. The cryptic beast, single-mindedly pursuing Shen Yuan, was caught off guard. It had no time to dodge or defend, and could only allow this surge of energy to impact its abdomen. Although the cryptic mushroom bombs were only the size of a fist, their self-detonation was astonishingly powerful. The thick-skinned cryptic beast had its skin ruptured by this force, and the flesh of its abdomen was charred black. Its body swayed twice from the blast, and before it could regain its footing, it was eager to continue pursuing Shen Yuan. However, before it could advance further, it discovered that the ground beneath its feet began to surge upwards once more. The eerie beast, having experienced the formidable power of the peculiar mushroom bomb, was acutely aware that another explosion to its abdomen would surely damage its vital organs. It suppressed its overwhelming desire to hunt down Shen Yuan and swiftly retreated. The mushroom bomb did not detonate instantaneously once the beast sensed its presence. The shockwave from the explosion would be unlikely to harm it. Nevertheless, despite its rapid withdrawal, having evaded the shockwave, it was still enveloped by a cloud of pink fungal toxin. Mere seconds after escaping the fertile fields, it felt an unbearable itch spreading across its entire body. Suddenly, it noticed that its skin was covered in small pink spots. In the blink of an eye, these spots transformed into countless pink poisonous mushrooms. Unable to resist, it clawed at the toxic fungi, tearing away the putrid skin along with flesh. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from it. Hearing its agonized cries, Shen Yuan realized that the mushroom bomb had taken effect. He hastily halted and turned to look at it. Eerie gray tiger. Status: poisoned. Parasitized. Vitality steadily declining. Level: LV5. Combat power: 125. Rationality: 20. Talent: none. Skill: tiger descending the mountain. Description: a feline creature heavily eroded by eerie mist. Possessing immense explosive and destructive, humans possess an innate trepidation when confronting tigers, especially one like the LV5 Dreadshade tiger before him, boasting a combat prowess of 125. The Dreadshade tiger, once so imperious in its pursuit of Shen Yuan, now presented a pitiful spectacle. Shen Yuan watched as it relentlessly tore at the pink fungi sprouting from its hide. With each swipe of its claws, large chunks of putrid flesh and crimson muscle were ripped away. The excruciating pain and unbearable itch drove it to frenzied action, until all the decaying skin and toxic mushrooms were expunged. The once magnificent Dreadshade tiger was now reduced to a gaunt, emaciated creature. Shen Yuan, of course, would not squander any opportunity to slay the Dreadshade tiger. He retrieved his bane-string crossbow from his pack and unleashed 3 bolts at its head in rapid succession. The Dreadshade tiger, already in a state of extreme agitation, barely had time to compose itself before sensing imminent peril. It snapped its head up, and the instant its eyes met the bane bolts, the keen arrowheads pierced its skull, exiting through the back of its head. The 3 successive bolts, though not in a straight line, all found their mark. The agonized Dreadshade tiger attempted to roar in anguish, but before its bloodied maw could open, its entire head, along with a portion of its torso, was obliterated. The Dreadshade tiger, once so confident of victory, met an ignominious end. Shen Yuan approached its carcass. drew its essence into the epical gyre, and retreated to the sanctuary. The commotion had roused all the aberrant beasts in the vicinity. For his own safety, Shen Yuan resolved to venture out again in the afternoon. Upon returning to the sanctuary, the first task Shen Yuan undertook was to assess the gains from his recent expedition. You successfully hunted 25 LV-1 spectral hounds, earning 25 experience points, 250 survival coins, and 25 black iron chests. You successfully hunted 1 LV-5 spectral gray tiger, earning 50 experience points, 500 survival coins, and 2 black iron chests. In total, you have acquired 75 experience points, 750 survival coins, and 27 black iron chests. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up. Your level has risen to LV-4. Shen Yuan paid little heed to his level increase, harboring no desire to examine his personal information panel. His gaze fixated on the workbench, laden with black iron chests. 17 black iron chests were sufficient to elevate his combat prowess to a higher echelon. Chapter 0014, The Crimson Sun's Broken Blade. Before synthesizing the black iron chests, Shen Yuan gently closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and fervently prayed, "May fortune smile upon me, and may the goddess bestow her blessings." The goddess of fortune has heeded your devout prayer, granting you a 30-minute effect of good luck. The duration of this fortuitous effect was ample, allowing him to accomplish numerous endeavors. With the aura of good fortune surrounding him and a substantial stock of black iron chests at his disposal, Shen Yuan proceeded without hesitation to synthesize 3 black iron chests. Do you wish to synthesize 3 black iron chests? There is a 5 chance of obtaining a bronze chest, a 20 chance of acquiring a silver chest, a 55 chance of securing a gold chest, and a 20 chance of failure. Although the reward pool did not contain any talent or skill scrolls, the 55 chance of acquiring a gold chest remained exceedingly enticing. The effect of fortuitous luck, combined with his synthesis talent, is simply exhilarating. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. The initial opening grants exquisite rewards. Shen Yuan's face brightened with delight, and he resolved to attempt the synthesis of 4 black iron treasure chests simultaneously. The greater the number of survival treasure chests synthesized, the higher the probability of failure. However, the rewards in the prize pool are substantially more generous. Now that he has successfully synthesized a golden treasure chest, he has the capital to take risks. Will you synthesize the 4 black iron treasure chests? Currently, there is a 1 chance to create a bronze treasure chest, a 15 chance to create a silver treasure chest, a 20 chance to create a golden treasure chest, a 1 chance to create a yellow weapon package, epic, and a 63 chance of synthesis failure. The yellow weapon package can yield epic quality weapons, although the golden treasure chest also has a chance to produce epic weapons. The drop rate is exceedingly low. His fortuitous luck effect can only enhance the probability of acquiring exceptional rewards and reduce the likelihood of synthesis failure. It cannot guarantee the acquisition of a specific exceptional reward. This indicates that the value of the yellow weapon package far surpasses that of the golden treasure chest. Both it and the yellow talent scroll, as well as the yellow skill scroll, are among the finest rewards within the same quality tier. Despite the mere 1 chance of obtaining the yellow weapon package, Shen Yuan chose to synthesize without hesitation. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 silver treasure chest. Upon realizing he had not acquired the yellow weapon package, he nonetheless found solace in the silver treasure chest, instantly igniting a sense of greed. Will you synthesize the 4 black iron treasure chests? Currently, there is a 2 chance to create a bronze treasure chest, and a 5 chance to create a silver treasure chest. There exists a 30 probability of successfully crafting a golden treasure chest, a 1 chance of producing a yellow weapon pack, epic, and a 62 likelihood of failure. Crafting failed. Undeterred, Shen Yuan continued to attempt the synthesis of 4 black iron treasure chests together. Crafting failed. Crafting failed. Crafting failed. After 4 consecutive failures, as he hastily endeavored for a 5th attempt, he was informed that he lacked sufficient black iron chests to proceed. It was only at this moment, drenched in a cold reality, that Shen Yuan awoke to his folly. In the brief span of mere seconds, he had squandered 27 black iron chests, leaving himself with but 3. Although he had regained his composure, a lingering dissatisfaction remained in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to make one final attempt. Will you combine 3 black iron treasure chests with 1 silver treasure chest? Currently, there is a 10 chance of creating a golden treasure chest, a 5 chance of producing a yellow skill scroll, a 5 chance of crafting a yellow talent scroll, and a 1 chance of yielding a golden weapon pack, legendary. There is a 79 probability of failure. Goodness, the failure rate is so high. Although the reward pool this time is filled with exquisite prizes. The nearly 80 chance of failure shattered Xin Yuan's lingering hope. He was not a gambler. Faced with a failure probability that exceeded his psychological expectations, he chose to forego the endeavor. Yet, just as he resolved to abandon his pursuit, the word synthesis echoed in his mind. Xin Yuan was startled by this voice. He was certain it was not his own, nor had he been possessed by any spirit. Could this be an intimation from my patron, the goddess of fortune? Xin Yuan was uncertain of the cause, yet he resolved to trust the voice. Should this synthesis fail, he vowed never again to lend credence to such a sound. Conversely, should it succeed, he would recoup all losses from the preceding 4 consecutive failures. Xin Yuan inhaled deeply, silently beseeching, "May fortune smile upon me. May the goddess bestow her blessings." Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a golden weapon pack. Ecstasy. The instant the panel notification appeared, Xin Yuan could not help but leap up and exclaim aloud. The reward he had obtained was a weapon of mythical quality. From his current understanding, few survivors who had endured the Misty world for over a year possessed items of mythical quality, let alone weapons of such caliber. It was doubtful even the affluent Cock-a-Long had ever acquired a golden weapon pack. This synthesis had propelled him far ahead of countless other survivors. Xin Yuan took several deep breaths to compose his exhilarated emotions. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the golden weapon pack. The golden weapon pack encompasses 10 major weapon categories: gun, bow, blade, sword, hammer, axe, halberd, crossbow, spear, and whip. Please select the weapon category you wish to draw from. These 10 categories, though far from exhaustive, represent the most prevalent weapon types. Xin Yuan initially intended to select the gun, but upon realizing it referred to a cold weapon, the long spear, he instantly lost interest. Though the gun may be hailed as the king of weapons, an ordinary individual like himself, devoid of martial prowess, would be incapable of mastering it. Similarly, blades and axes were also dismissed from consideration. His optimal choice lay in the crossbow, followed closely by the bow, while the sword, often regarded as a symbol of ostentation, came last. Xin Yuan accessed the information pertaining to the legendary quality crossbows and discovered that all such crossbows bore similarities to the broken cunning crossbow he possessed. Each arrow was generated automatically, consuming durability with every shot. Most critically, the durability of the crossbow could not be repaired. The bow, on the other hand, lacked this flaw. Yet Xin Yuan's shooting accuracy was rather mediocre, and the bow could not fire in rapid succession. After much contemplation, Xin Yuan ultimately resolved to select the sword. The broken cunning crossbow still had 40 cunning arrows remaining, sufficient to procure one more survival treasure chest from the prey he had slain. Although he might regret choosing the sword, the images of sword flight he had seen on television, along with the awe-inspiring scene of a multitude of swords converging, filled him with conviction. He felt that even if the sword was not particularly practical, it would serve perfectly for the sake of display. Do you wish to choose a sword-type weapon and activate it? Activate. Weapon. Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver. Quality: legendary. Durability: 100/100. Description: a supreme sword imbued with the essence of fire, capable of incinerating wraith beasts to ashes. Note 1. The fire element within the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver is finite. Replenish it by wiping the blade with fire talismans. Note 2. While exceptionally effective against wraith beasts, against other creatures, it functions as a peerless, razor-sharp blade. Note 3. Reforging with a legendary grade sword blank will enhance its durability. Note 4. Pairing the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver with fire-based swordsmanship will amplify its damage output exponentially. Note 5. Equipping the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver grants a 500-point increase in combat prowess and significantly enhances affinity with the fire element. Chapter 0015. Invincible, I Am. Xin Yuan eagerly retrieved the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver from his survival panel's inventory. The sword was entirely vermilion, its blade adorned with fire runes the size of a thumb. A fiery gem was embedded in the hilt, encircled by intricate and animated flame patterns. The sword, approximately 1.2 meters in length and of moderate weight, felt remarkably integrated with his being when held. Wielding the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver, Xin Yuan instantly felt an immense power surge through him, increasing his combat prowess by a full 500 points. He brandished the sword with elation, its passage through the air creating trails of searing heat. Despite his lack of swordsmanship, Xin Yuan was undeterred in his ability to vanquish mystical beasts of higher levels with this very blade. Should he encounter another LV-5 mystical gray tiger, he was confident that, with the enhanced velocity granted by his phantom swift steps and the extraordinary destructive force of the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver, he could fell the beast with a single strike. Although his combat prowess had surged dramatically due to this potent weapon, Shen Yuan did not succumb to hubris and seek immediate trials against mystical beasts. With 20 minutes remaining of his fortuitous aura, Shen Yuan hastened to unlock his final golden treasure chest. Item: Spatial Ring, Rarity, Epic, Durability, 100-100, Description: precisely as you surmise, this is a storage ring with its own independent space. Note 1. The spatial ring's interior volume is 100 cubic meters. Note 2. Destruction of the spatial ring will result in the eternal loss of all contained items. Note 3. The spatial ring requires a blood oath for ownership. It cannot be opened without it. Note 4. Each survivor may only bind one spatial ring to themselves in their lifetime. Note 5. The spatial ring can be upgraded by gathering the appropriate materials. Note 6. The spatial ring's durability cannot be restored. Exercise caution to prevent damage during regular wear. The spatial ring is among the most coveted survival gear for all survivors. The fortuitous aura had indeed lived up to its promise, yielding such a rare artifact. Shen Yuan, pleased, placed the spatial ring, indistinguishable from a regular gold ring, on his right index finger. He then punctured his left index finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the ring. Congratulations! Your spatial ring has successfully recognized its master, designated as number 404. Merely by silently reciting 404 in your mind, you can unlock the spatial ring. Shen Yuan mentally intoned 404. In the next instant, his consciousness expanded like the eye of a deity, allowing him to observe everything within the spatial ring with remarkable clarity. To place an item within the spatial ring, he need only touch it with the hand adorned with the ring. The items within the spatial ring could be summoned to a specified location within a 10-meter radius of the ring. Shen Yuan effortlessly placed the Qiyong Broken Phantom Sword into the spatial ring. However, summoning the Qiyong Broken Phantom Sword back into reality would deplete his mental energy. After several attempts, he became proficient in summoning the sword, yet he noticed his mental strength waning. Not only that, but his rationality also diminished, dropping from 99 to 97. Having nothing to occupy his time, Shen Yuan rested for several hours, waiting for his mental energy to replenish before attempting again. This time, he summoned the Qiyong Broken Phantom Sword every few minutes. After a series of 15 summons, he found himself still mentally invigorated. Though his rationality had decreased from 100 to 99, it appeared that as long as he did not summon items from the spatial ring to the real world repeatedly in a short span, the impact on his mental state was negligible. Outside the shelter, the once cacophonous cries of the eerie beasts gradually subsided. These nocturnal creatures, exhausted from their vocalizations, fell back into slumber one by one. With danger averted, Shen Yuan spent 500 survival coins at the auction house to bid on a fog-dispersing lamp. The ordinary quality fog-dispersing lamp possessed but a single effect: to dissipate eerie mist within a 20-meter radius. Although not as efficacious as the fog-dispelling heater, its portability is paramount due to its lightness. Aloof from trepidation, Shen Yuan ambled towards the den of the ghoulhounds, his left hand carrying the meager 2-pound fog-piercing lamp, and his right hand wielding the Vermilion Sun ghoul-cleaving sword. Guided by the vestiges of his previous sojourn, Shen Yuan swiftly arrived once more at the vicinity of the ghoul abode tree. The fog-dispelling heater, having been pulverized by the ghoul ash tiger, was beyond reclamation due to its nullified durability. With a cursory glance at the remnants of the fog-dispelling heater, Shen Yuan averted his gaze. Subsequently, he briskly approached the stump of the ghoul abode tree. The stump of the ghoul abode tree had been excavated by the ghoul hounds, forming a large cavity akin to a water well. As Shen Yuan drew near, the ghoul hounds beneath the tree stump stirred to life once more. The earth began to tremble, and a multitude of ghoul hounds swarmed forth from the aperture. Shen Yuan, standing before the opening of the tree stump, beheld the ghoul hounds emerging from the hole, brazenly lunging towards him. How could he countenance such insolence from the ghoul hounds? His countenance hardening. Shen Yuan's Vermilion Sun ghoul-cleaving sword arced towards the ghoul hound's cranium with unforeseen velocity. When the Vermilion Sun ghoul-cleaving sword was a mere 10 centimeters from the ghoul hound's head, it belatedly perceived the imminent threat of death. An attempt to retreat at this juncture was manifestly futile. A single, decisive strike to the throat. The ghoul hound's neck, as fragile as tofu, was effortlessly severed by the Vermilion Sun ghoul-cleaving sword. The decapitation did not result in a torrent of blood. The two fist-sized wounds were instantly cauterized by flames, turning them a charred black. Subsequently, the canine head, descending through the air, abruptly erupted in a conflagration. By the time it made contact with the ground, both the head and body had been reduced to foul-smelling cinders. The fire elemental potency of the Vermilion Sun ghoul-cleaving sword was indeed formidable. Initially, Shen Yuan harbored some apprehension regarding the potential peril of being besieged by the ghoul hounds. Having witnessed the potency of the Crimson Sun wraith-cleaving sword, any lingering apprehension dissipated instantly. At that moment, only 3 words occupied Shen Yuan's mind: annihilation, annihilation, annihilation. The Crimson Sun wraith-cleaving sword was not only an efficacious instrument for hunting wraith beasts, but it also possessed the ability to conceal its inherent energy from their perception. The preceding wraith hounds had perished with such celerity that those trailing behind remained oblivious to the circumstances, continuing their reckless advance. Shen Yuan delivered a succession of sword strokes. Whether decapitated or with their bodies lacerated, the wraith hounds were met with complete immolation, swiftly transforming into charred remains. Within a mere half-minute, 12 wraith hounds had succumbed to the Crimson Sun wraith-cleaving sword. Beneath the tree stump, some wraith hounds still survived, having discerned the anomaly and refraining from incautious exposure. Several hours prior, Shen Yuan would have undoubtedly been reluctant to descend into the cavern, choosing instead to desist. However, now, with the Crimson Sun wraith-cleaving sword in his grasp, a delusion of invincibility arose within him. Since I am now invincible, I must eradicate them completely. Holding the fog-piercing lamp in one hand, he directed its beam into the cavern entrance. The wraith hounds concealed beneath the opening. Having witnessed Shen Yuan's formidable prowess and recognizing their inferiority, hastily turned and fled at the sight of his descent. Observing that they were no longer lying in ambush beneath the entrance, Shen Yuan leapt down. Chapter 0016. Wraithhound Queen. The pit beneath the wooden post was a mere 2 meters in depth. As Shen Yuan descended, darkness abruptly enveloped his vision. The next instant, upon landing securely, Shen Yuan unhesitatingly swung his sword fiercely in all directions. However, no wraithhounds lay in ambush before him or on either side, and the strike yielded no result. Shen Yuan paused momentarily as the fog-dispelling lamp gradually dispersed the surrounding eerie mist. Although the mist had been cleared, his visibility was limited to a mere 3 meters. Fortunately, it was daytime in the Misty realm, and he stood directly beneath the cave entrance. Had it been night, or if he ventured deeper underground, he would have been rendered utterly blind despite his open eyes. Just as he comprehended that the fog-dispelling lamp lacked illumination capabilities, he suddenly noticed that his breath condensed into a plume of white vapor. He quickly realized that the temperature in the underground world had plummeted below freezing. Were it not for the Crimson Sun fog-breaking sword in his grasp, which continually provided warmth, his body would have likely succumbed to the frigid grasp of cold. The surface environment of the Misty realm was already exceedingly harsh, but the subterranean world proved even less hospitable to human exploration. Despite such dire conditions, Shen Yuan was resolute in his pursuit. He understood well the principle that one must eradicate the roots of a problem to prevent its resurgence. Given the opportunity, he was determined to eradicate the horde of eerie corpse dogs completely. Shen Yuan spent an additional 2,000 survival coins at the auction house to secure an ordinary quality oxygen lamp. The oxygen lamp's function was singular. It emitted light as long as oxygen was present in the vicinity. Depending on the darkness of the environment, its illumination range varied from 10 to 50 meters. Shen Yuan's intention in acquiring this oxygen lamp was not to replace the inexpensive fog-dispelling lamp, for the oxygen lamp could not disperse the eerie mist. Should he become engulfed by the fog, his sanity would plummet rapidly. In such a state of madness, he would be destined for demise. It is worth noting that he had witnessed at the auction house items capable of both dispelling mist and illuminating darkness, with effective ranges exceeding 10 meters. These materials are of exquisite quality, with a starting bid of 100,000 survival coins. To secure a successful bid, one must possess at least 300,000 survival coins. Spending such a sum merely to acquire a quality yet dilapidated lamp is a venture only the newly affluent and those with questionable judgment would undertake. Although Shen Yuan lacked the requisite survival coins, he possessed the ingenuity to achieve significant results with minimal expenditure. Would you like to synthesize the fog lamp with the oxygen lamp? Current success rate, 95. Upon successful synthesis, durability will reset and decomposition will be impossible. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have acquired an oxygen fog lamp 1. Item: oxygen fog lamp. Quality: exquisite. Durability: 100/100. Description: synthesized from the fog lamp and the oxygen lamp. It offers superior fog dispersal and illumination. Note 1. Depending on the concentration of the Erie fog, it can disperse fog within a radius of up to 50 meters. Note 2. Depending on the darkness level, it can illuminate an area with a radius of up to 50 meters. Note 3. As long as oxygen is present in the air, the oxygen fog lamp can continuously disperse fog and provide illumination without depleting durability. Shin Yuan spent a mere 2,500 survival coins at the auction house to synthesize an oxygen fog lamp valued at no less than 300,000 survival coins. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the survival panel, which forbade the auctioning of synthesized materials, he could have easily profited by 29,000 survival coins. Nevertheless, while the survival panel prohibited him from auctioning synthesized items, it did not restrict him from trading them with other survivors. As long as he can find enough unsuspecting victims, the dream of overnight wealth is not an insurmountable challenge. The oxygen fog lamp boasts a flattened circular design, with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters and a thickness of around 8 centimeters. The lampshade is crafted from a unique, transparent, and resilient lightweight material. The main body of the lamp is composed of a frosted textured lightweight metal, weighing no more than 2 kilograms. Encircling the edge of the lamp is a delicate band of pale blue light, which emits a soft yet radiant glow when in operation. On the rear of the lamp, a compact oxygen storage device is affixed, its exterior etched with intricate patterns and scales, indicating the remaining oxygen supply. Shin Yuan is thoroughly pleased with the appearance and functionality of this oxygen fog lamp. Apart from its inability to provide warmth, its performance rivals that of a high-quality dehumidifying heater. With his left hand firmly grasping the synthesized oxygen fog lamp, the bright light illuminates the subterranean realm. The sinister fog attempting to encroach upon him is swiftly dispersed upon contact with the radiant glow. Shin Yuan, satisfied, continues to advance while diligently marking a clear trace on the ground every 3 steps, ensuring he does not venture too far into this profound underground world and lose his sense of direction. As Shin Yuan delves deeper, he observes the roots of numerous towering trees suspended above him, resembling gigantic serpents. The soil beneath his feet is as hard as iron, and with each step, he can feel the solid texture of the ground beneath him. Initially, the passage is narrow and constricted, allowing only a single person to navigate through with great difficulty. Shin Yuan must carefully adjust his posture to avoid colliding with the roots that jut out abruptly from the cave walls. He proceeded with utmost caution, as time seemed to stretch interminably in the silence of the underground passage. After an indeterminate duration, the space gradually expanded, resembling a transition from a narrow alleyway to a vast subterranean palace. Upon reaching this expansive area, a subtle sensation of being observed crept into Shin Yuan's consciousness. Instantly alert, he scanned his surroundings with a keen eye. In the dim light at the periphery, he discerned a vague, robust silhouette. A sense of trepidation gripped him, prompting him to clutch tightly the Qiyang Pagui sword in his hand as he cautiously approached the figure. As the distance diminished, Shin Yuan finally recognized that it was, in fact, a colossal tree extending from the underground realm to the surface. This tree was immensely grand, far more robust than the Giju tree. Its trunk was nearly hollowed out by a pack of eerie corpse hounds. Within the almost vacant trunk, a large corpse hound lay in wait, its abdomen grotesquely swollen, reminiscent of a queen insect from a hive, exuding an air of bizarre and terrifying strangeness. Mutated creature, Ghoulhound Queen. Status: gestating. Enfeebled. Level: LV10. Combat prowess: 666. Sanity: 89. Abilities: accelerated regeneration, hyperosmia. Skills: terrifying howl. Adamantine bite. Profile: a canine entity of remarkable resilience against the corrupting influence of the spectral mist, possessing exceptional reproductive capabilities and serving as the undisputed sovereign of all ghoulhounds. Note 1. The Ghoulhound Queen is currently in a state of gestation, resulting in a significant decline in her physical condition, rendering her unable to engage in combat. Note 2. Exercise caution regarding the Ghoulhound Queen's terrifying howl. which possesses the ability to remotely disrupt the cognitive functions of living beings. Note 3. Should you succeed in the hunt and slay the Ghoulhound Queen, you shall ascend as the new absolute overlord of the Ghoulhounds. Special advisory. You have trespassed into the domain of the Ghoulhound Queen. Proceeding further shall be construed as a challenge to her authority, thereby initiating a Lord's War. Once commenced, a Lord's Barrier will automatically materialize around the perimeter. This barrier shall remain until one of the Lords is irrevocably vanquished. A mere Ghoulhound Queen, Shen Yuan muttered, his eyes blazing with belligerence. It's time you comprehended the ramifications of provoking me. With unwavering resolve, he advanced. Chapter 0017. Lord's War, Special Advisory. You have defied the authority of the Ghoulhound Queen. The Lord's War will commence in 2 seconds. Scarcely had Shen Yuan assimilated the advisory displayed on his survival interface when a beam of incandescent light descended with the force of a thunderbolt. Immediately, this radiant beam, piercing the Earth's depths, propagated outwards in all directions. Before Shen Yuan could fully process the situation, a diminutive domain of sovereignty, centered around him and the Queen of the Ghoulhounds and extending a radius of 500 meters, had materialized. This domain, manifesting as a translucent sphere of light, was impervious to external destruction. Even a sovereign with the power to traverse the heavens and plumb the depths would find themselves confined within this dominion. Forged from the very fabric of natural law, Shen Yuan remained unaware of the defensive capabilities of this sovereign domain, nor did he need to be, for he held an unwavering conviction in his impending victory. He believed that with the demise of the Queen of the Ghoulhounds, the domain would inevitably dissipate. Upon the domain's activation, the once languid Queen of the Ghoulhounds instantaneously revealed her true, ferocious nature. Simultaneously, the pack of Ghoulhounds that had fled to her side underwent a dramatic transformation. Their eyes blazed crimson, their rationality utterly extinguished, reduced to mere instruments of slaughter at the Queen's command. The limited illumination from the oxygen fog lamp only revealed approximately 30 Ghoulhounds, suggesting that more lurked within the shadows. However, Shen Yuan felt no trepidation at the prospect of facing a horde. As he observed the multitude of Ghoulhounds charging towards him, he affixed the oxygen fog lamp to his backpack. Simultaneously, he retrieved the ghoul-piercing repeating crossbow from his spatial ring, aiming at the onrushing hounds, and proceeded to unleash a barrage of bolts. The crossbow still held 40 bolts, more than sufficient to last until the culmination of this grand struggle. The Ghoulhounds recognized the potency of the bolts and understood their inability to outpace Shen Yuan. However, they were now entirely under the Queen's control. Even with the awareness that they were being sent to their doom, they pressed forward without hesitation. The Queen of the Ghoulhounds was acutely aware that these hounds were no match for Shen Yuan. Had they possessed the capability to kill him, they would not have been routed and forced to flee in disarray. However, even the most seemingly useless entities can prove their worth at times. This group of spectral hounds, despite their feeble strength, can be employed to deplete Shen Yuan's stamina and resources, thereby creating an opportunity for the spectral hound queen to strike. Shen Yuan, far from disapproving of this fortuitous gift, welcomes it with open arms. It is worth noting that although these spectral hounds are of low rank, they are akin to readily available black iron treasure chests. What other survivors might dismiss as trifles, Shen Yuan regards as valuable assets. Little did the spectral hound queen anticipate that Shen Yuan would become increasingly emboldened, demonstrating no vulnerabilities throughout the encounter. As the number of spectral hounds dwindled from 42 to a mere 11, the queen, unable to contain her frustration, unleashed her skill, terrifying bark. In an instant, a sharp, piercing sound erupted from her throat, leaving Shen Yuan feeling dizzy and disoriented, even causing his grip on the Crimson Sun-breaking specter sword to waver. Unfortunately for the queen, her state of gestation rendered her incapable of capitalizing on this moment to strike at Shen Yuan. Instead, she could only urge the remaining spectral hounds to intensify their assault, hoping to seize this fleeting opportunity to claim his life. The hounds, which had maintained a distance of 10 meters from Shen Yuan, seized this prime opportunity to charge forward, pouncing upon him without hesitation. Just as the spectral hound queen believed victory was assured, the blessing necklace adorning Shen Yuan's neck emitted a faint blue glow. In an instant, the nauseating sensations and dizziness that plagued him dissipated. Although the blessing necklace could not withstand the queen's mental assault, it could effectively eradicate the various negative states left in its wake. With clarity restored to his mind, Shen Yuan swiftly cleaved the spectral hound, lunging at him in two with a single stroke of his sword. A few spectral hounds, fortunate enough to evade the lethal strike, pounced upon Shen Yuan, baring their fangs. However, Shen Yuan had adeptly fortified his neck and head. The spectral hounds could only gnaw at his greenwood armor and bracers. Although the greenwood series of defensive gear was of ordinary quality, it proved more than adequate to withstand several attacks from the spectral hounds. After dispatching the one that sought to gnaw at his throat, Shen Yuan would not tolerate the continued onslaught of these creatures upon him. With a sudden surge, he rose, casting off the several spectral hounds that had clung to him. Before they could regain their footing, they met their end as arrows of spectral energy pierced their skulls. As a level 4 survivor, Shen Yuan's physique vastly surpassed that of these level 1 spectral hounds. Sensing the dire turn of events, the spectral hound queen unleashed a heart-wrenching howl. In response to its anguished cries, its abdomen writhed incessantly. Several spectral hound pups, not yet of breeding age, were forcefully birthed. The moment these diminutive hounds hit the ground, they breathed their last. After this delivery, the hound queen's belly visibly shrank, yet its physical condition did not deteriorate. Rather, it appeared to strengthen slightly, allowing it to rise and move about. The commotion caused by the spectral hound queen was impossible for Shen Yuan to ignore. His willingness to challenge her stemmed from the understanding that she was in a state of gestation, rendering her immobile. Allowing the queen to deliver all her pups could yield catastrophic consequences. Even if her condition were to decline by 50% due to childbirth, she would still remain a terrifying presence at level 10. Shen Yuan had already experienced the dreadfulness of her ferocious barks. He was acutely aware that if the queen of the ghoul hounds were to personally intervene at that juncture, his prospects would be exceedingly grim. As it stood, the queen was forcibly giving birth, willing to compromise her very foundation to ensure Shen Yuan's demise. Shen Yuan, however, would never permit her to escape her gestational state. At that moment, Shen Yuan had relinquished any inclination to hunt the remaining 5 ghoul hounds. He swiftly evaded their lunging attacks. His ghoul-piercing repeating crossbow trained on the queen's form, unleashing a volley of 3 ghoul bolts. The queen, immense in size and further encumbered by her pregnant state, moved with sluggishness, rendering her utterly incapable of dodging the trio of ghoul bolts. The projectiles struck her distended abdomen in rapid succession, piercing through before she could even register the pain. In the wake of this, her abdomen swelled to even greater proportions, culminating in a resounding explosion that rent her asunder, accompanied by the queen's agonizing shriek. The lower half of her body was obliterated. Her innate rapid healing talent was now exerted to its utmost capacity, mending her wounds and alleviating her torment. While other ghoul hounds would have undoubtedly perished in such an explosion, the queen, by virtue of her rapid healing, not only clung to life, but was also rapidly recuperating. In a mere matter of seconds, the bleeding from her lower extremities ceased, and though considerably weakened, she had regained mobility, having shed the burden of pregnancy. Shen Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He harbored no illusions that the queen, despite her grievous injuries, was a harmless invalid. On the contrary, she posed a significant threat. Despite her debilitated state and diminished agility, she remained a level 10 ghoul beast overlord, still possessing 2 skills and 2 talents. In Shen Yuan's grasp, the fractured sinister crossbow held but 3 remaining arrows of malice, yet he refrained from hastily releasing them. It was not that he deemed these final arrows incapable of vanquishing the queen of the corpse hounds, but rather a concern for their potential misfire. Despite the queen's current state of wretchedness, she awaited Shen Yuan's advance to deliver the final blow. Should he act with reckless arrogance and approach her, the consequences would be dire. Observing Shen Yuan's reluctance to strike, the queen turned her attention to the last 5 corpse hounds. She comprehended that Shen Yuan had seen through her ruse. With her disguise exposed, there was no longer a need for pretense. Although her rapid regeneration could mend her wounds, it could not restore her lost limbs. With each passing second, her condition deteriorated further. It was imperative to eliminate Shen Yuan swiftly before devising a means to restore her body. Chapter 0018. The new king of corpse hounds, the queen of the corpse hounds, aware that her state was unsustainable, resolved to fight with all her might. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully unleashed the skill-terrifying bark of the hound. The execution of this skill demanded immense mental fortitude. Given her already precarious mental state, she would not have resorted to it unless the situation was dire. Having suffered once, Shen Yuan recognized her preparation and anticipated the impending terrifying bark. Knowing there was no counter to this ability, he seized the moment. She opened her maw to release an arrow of malice. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand, poised to strike with his sword against the queen of the corpse hounds, who was likely to lunge at him, accompanied by the sharp, piercing howl. Shen Yuan's once clear gaze became momentarily vacant. He stood frozen in place, as though ensnared by a spell of paralysis. The queen of the spectral hound had intended to seize the opportunity to pounce upon Shen Yuan, but to her astonishment, he loosed an arrow in advance of the mental shock. Whether it was Shen Yuan's exceptional archery skills or mere fortune, the arrow was aimed directly at the queen's head. Having previously suffered from the effects of a spectral arrow, the queen was acutely aware of its perilous nature. She immediately altered her trajectory, her forelimbs propelling her into the air. The queen's reflexes and speed were astonishingly swift, and despite her missing lower half, she remarkably evaded the lethal projectile. However, this evasion cost her the optimal moment to strike Shen Yuan, as she descended and sought to lunge at him anew. The blessing necklace once more dispelled the negative effects surrounding Shen Yuan. Now restored to clarity, Shen Yuan caught sight of the queen of the spectral hound, airborne and less than half a meter away. Having already vanquished hundreds of spectral hounds, he was no longer the novice who had first entered the mists of the unknown. In the face of the queen's assault, he swiftly concentrated his strength in his right hand and swung the Qiyang breaker sword toward her. Simultaneously, he disregarded the accuracy of the breaker crossbow, pulling the trigger twice with his left hand to unleash the final 2 spectral arrows at the queen. Although Shen Yuan had initially intended to conserve 1 arrow for potential fusion with other weapons, the dire circumstances left no room for such considerations. The queen was aware that Shen Yuan could regain his wits, but was unprepared for the swiftness of his recovery this time. Now suspended in midair, she could not alter her course. All she could do was unleash her skill, Iron Bite, hoping to sever Shen Yuan's weapon and subsequently collide with him. The 2 spectral arrows Shen Yuan released flew narrowly past the queen's scalp. The Gullhound queen, her scalp lacerated and bleeding, felt a chill run through her entire being. Momentarily convinced that she was about to meet her end by the spectral arrow. Although the arrow had failed to claim her life, she now had to contend with the oncoming Vermilion Sun Cleaver. She had witnessed firsthand the Vermilion Sun Cleaver bisecting Gullhounds, the deceased even reduced to ashes. She was acutely aware of the Vermilion Sun Cleaver's potency, yet at that moment, she had no other recourse. She opened her iron jaws and bit down on the Vermilion Sun Cleaver as it swung toward her neck. Upon seeing this, Shen Yuan scoffed inwardly. A mere remnant of a ghoul beast, daring to attempt to shatter a sword specifically designed to counteract them. Had the Vermilion Sun Cleaver been of ordinary quality, Shen Yuan might have genuinely worried that it would not withstand the assault. However, the Vermilion Sun Cleaver was a legendary quality blade, a supreme instrument of destruction. As the Gullhound Queen unleashed her iron bite, her teeth transformed into a silvery gray hue, as if they had genuinely become steel. The instant her bite landed, the Gullhound Queen's expression underwent a drastic change. She realized that her demise was imminent. In the next instant, the Vermilion Sun Cleaver severed her upper jaw, sliced through her tongue, and then cleaved her cheek in half from the center. Raging flames ignited instantly, vaporizing the spurting blood. Before the Gullhound Queen's rapid self-healing could even activate, her life had reached its end. The formidable LV-10 Gullhound Queen, the absolute leader of the Gullhound Pack, one of the many ghoul beast overlords, had met such a tragic end. Had the Gullhound Queen been placed in a game, she would have undoubtedly been worthy of the title of a novice village boss. Yet, she had been slain by Shen Yuan, a mere LV-4 newcomer. If this matter were to spread, it is unlikely that any survivor would believe it. Even if they believed that the Queen of the Cursed Canines was indeed slain by Shen Yuan, they would still assert that he merely seized an opportunity. As the victor, Shen Yuan bore little expression of joy upon his countenance. This was due to the fact that he had foreseen the outcome even before the battle commenced. It is essential to recognize that the gestational state of the Queen of the Cursed Canines significantly diminished its combat prowess and mobility. Had Shen Yuan faced the Queen during her prime, even wielding top-tier equipment, he would have been no match for her. Nonetheless, he was subjected to the terrifying mental onslaught of the canine's barks twice, nearly succumbing to a fatal bite from the Queen. Following this encounter, Shen Yuan vowed never to underestimate the lords of the cursed beasts again. Even in their weakened states or hindered movements, these lords still possessed formidable combat capabilities. It was not until the survival panel displayed the rewards of his victory that Xin Yuan's taut nerves began to ease. You successfully hunted 42 LV1 cursed canines, earning 42 experience points, 420 survival coins, and 42 black iron chests. You successfully hunted the LV10 queen of the cursed canines, earning 2,500 experience points, 25,000 survival coins, and 1 silver chest. In total, you have gained 2,542 experience points, 420 survival coins, 42 black iron chests, and 1 silver chest. You have achieved your first victory in the Lord S battle, earning a Lord's Gift Pack 1 and the title of New King of the Cursed Canines. Congratulations on your promotion. Your personal information has been updated. Name, Xin Yuan. Status, normal, mentally distressed. Level, LV7. Experience, 1717. 2500 combat power, 450, without equipment bonus. Sanity, 55, gradually decreasing. Talent, mythical synthesis. Slot skills, Phantom Dash. Distributable skill points, 37. Title, New King of the Phantom Hounds. Inventory, Lord's Gift Pack 1, Silver Chest 1, Black Iron Chest 42. The rewards obtained from hunting the Phantom Hound Queen far exceeded Xin Yuan's expectations. Not only did he ascend 3 levels, but he also became the new king of the Phantom Hounds, once harboring a deep-seated enmity towards these creatures. His hatred dissipated following the annihilation of the Phantom Hounds in this region, along with their queen. Now, as the new king, he must devise a means to recruit a cadre of Phantom Hounds for his purposes. To survive and thrive in the Misty world, mere personal strength is insufficient. One must have allies. The more formidable the allies, the better. While Xin Yuan was perusing the latest information on his survival panel, the Lord's barrier that had ensnared him had long since vanished. After confirming the entirety of his gains from the battle, he promptly departed from the area. His sanity was diminishing rapidly, and he began to perceive faint hallucinations. Should his sanity drop below 50, he would undoubtedly encounter grave troubles. Xin Yuan hastened his return, encountering no phantom beasts along the way, and successfully arrived back at the sanctuary. Although the sanctuary was devoid of life, it provided him with a profound sense of security. As he observed the gradual rise of his sanity value on the personal information panel, he finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 0019, The Lord's Enhancement Trio. This battle had proven to be quite fruitful for Xin Yuan. Gazing at the black iron chests that filled the level 3 workbench, the smile curving his lips was nearly impossible to contain. Regrettably, his streak of good fortune had come to an end for the day. At this moment, the probability of synthesizing premium items from the survival chest had significantly diminished, while the likelihood of synthesis failure had markedly increased. To resist temptation, he refrained from extracting the Lord's gift pack from his backpack, fearing that losing control would cause him to miss out on even better rewards. Xin Yuan rested in the shelter for 2 hours until his sanity value climbed to 75 before venturing outside. At this point, there remained 3 hours until the nightfall in the mysterious fog world. After diligently chopping wood for nearly 3 hours, Xin Yuan hurried back to the shelter a minute before darkness descended. Before long, the eerie beasts outside the shelter began to stir once more. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xin Yuan contacted Kakarong again, returning the 250 units of wood he owed. Consequently, he was left with 350 units of wood, a far cry from the target of 50,000 units. Brother, aside from the wood, what other resources do you urgently need? Xin Yuan could chop down an average of 1,000 units of wood per hour. At this pace, even if he were to work for 10 hours a day, he would only gather 10,000 units of wood. To amass 50,000 units of wood would take him no less than 5 days. For other novice survivors, the prospect of laboring for 5 days to obtain 50,000 units of wood would be a dream come true. However, Xin Yuan possesses a mythical synthesis panel and is naturally reluctant to embark on such a long and arduous journey. It is not merely a lack of timber that plagues me. After all, you, a novice still under the protection of your initial status, have little to offer in terms of precious resources beyond chopping wood. It is not that Kakarong looks down upon Xin Yuan. Rather, he has only been in the Misty world for 2 days, and what valuable items could he possibly possess? It is worth noting that those who arrived in the Misty world alongside Xin Yuan from Blue Star are not even qualified to be Kakarong's friends. Setting aside my novice identity for the moment, please tell me what you urgently require. Seeing that Shun Yuan remained relentless, Kakarong found himself at a loss and casually mentioned a few resources that were in high demand. In addition to timber, I am currently in dire need of elemental fire pearls of various qualities and tickets for entry into different realms. These resources are rare treasures not found in the marketplace. Should you happen to acquire them, I would be willing to trade at the highest price. Shun Yuan could surmise the nature of the elemental fire pearls, yet he was perplexed by the existence of realm entry tickets in the Misty world, having already traversed into another world. Could it be that these tickets would transport him elsewhere? If he were to settle in another realm using such a ticket, it would likely be far safer than the Misty world. Confused, Shun Yuan posed this inquiry to Kakarong. Having received so much timber from Shun Yuan, Kakarong was more than willing to clarify whenever he had a moment to spare. Using a realm entry ticket allows one to enter the secrets of the Misty world. These secrets are part of the Misty world, thus, they retain some of the rules inherent to that realm. The realm of the secret domain can be perceived as a replica of the enigmatic Misty world. It encompasses 3 distinct categories: solo, cooperative, and battle royale. Each of these categories is further divided into 5 varying levels of difficulty, which correspond to the quality of the entry tickets utilized. Due to the unique set of rules governing each category, I am unable to provide a detailed explanation. However, it is important to note that even the most basic quality of entry ticket for the secret domain suggests that only survivors of level 10 or above should venture within. Although I am unaware of your current level, I can assert with certainty that, given your present capabilities, entering would be tantamount to courting death. Kakalon harbors concerns that Shun Yuan might possess an extraordinary fortune, acquiring an entry ticket and subsequently being intoxicated by the rewards, recklessly entering to bestow resources upon others. Should Shun Yuan perish within the secret domain, it would mean the loss of a vital source of continuous resources for him. Shun Yuan comprehends his apprehensions. After exchanging further information, Kakalon returned to his endeavors. With nothing pressing to attend to, Shun Yuan succumbed to slumber. On the following morning, awakening naturally, Shun Yuan stretched contentedly. He then nibbled on a couple of pieces of dry bread and finished a bottle of water before swiftly making his way to the workbench. Today heralded yet another splendid day, a day to offer my earnest blessings to the divine. Closing his eyes and clasping his hands in prayer, Shun Yuan fervently intoned, "May fortune bestow its favor, and the goddess grant her blessings." The goddess of fortune has heeded your sincere prayers, and you have received a boon of good luck lasting 3 hours. Upon witnessing the notification from the survival panel, Shun Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction for his devotion. With 3 hours of extraordinary fortune at his disposal, the possibilities were boundless. Shun Yuan first retrieved the Lord's Grand Gift from his backpack, deciding to use it to test his luck for the day. Item: Lord's Grand Gift. Quality: unknown. Durability: none. Description: capable of randomly producing any resource except for mythic quality. The straightforward and unembellished description of the Lord's Grand Gift ignited a fervor within Shun Yuan. Should fortune favor him this time, he could ascend to greatness in a single leap. Shun Yuan took a deep breath, believing that after numerous attempts at drawing lots, he had mastered the art of remaining calm and composed. Little did he know, he was still far from that state of tranquility. Open. Today as fortune must surely be bountiful. Congratulations. You have obtained Lord's Gift Card 1, Lord's Enhancement Card 1, Lord's Eye 1. To his astonishment, he had opened 3 different resources in one go. Shun Yuan eagerly clicked on the introduction of the Lord's Gift Card. Item: Lord's Gift Card. Quality: legendary. Durability: none. Description: utilizing the Lord's Gift Card can transform a non-lord into a lord. The newly transformed lord will acquire a survival panel. Note 1. Lords transformed by the Lord's Gift Card will absolutely obey your commands. Note 2. Lords transformed by the Lord's Gift Card will gain a random territory. Note 3. Lords transformed by the Lord's Gift Card can unconditionally bestow all their resources upon you. Indeed, the Lord's Gift Card was a remarkable item of legendary quality. Once employed, it would enable Shun Yuan to convert a native of the Misty world into his vassal, an utterly loyal vassal. The prospect of developing this subsidiary was far more advantageous than the mere title of King of the Ghoul Hounds. Shun Yuan's elation grew with each passing thought, his gaze settling upon the Lord Enhancement Card. Item: Lord Enhancement Card. Quality: epic. Durability: infinite. Description: use this card to augment the Lord's inherent abilities and all structures within the domain. Note 1. The Lord Enhancement card is temporal. Its effects dissipate after 24 hours. Note 2. The enhancement ceases immediately upon the Lord's departure from the domain. Note 3. The intensity of the enhancement is stochastic. It is not advisable for desperate measures. While the Lord Enhancement card is of a lesser grade than the Lord Grant card, its utility is considerable. The 24-hour enhancement period, coupled with Shun Yuan's potent luck, could substantially bolster the defense of both Shun Yuan and the entire domain. Finally, Shun Yuan turned his attention to the Lord's Eye. Item: Lord's Eye. Quality: legendary. Durability: infinite. Description: upon use, one of your eyes will be permanently replaced. Note 1. The Lord's Eye grants complete visual dominion over the territory. Nothing within the domain can elude your gaze, including entities employing stealth skills or wearing concealing equipment. Note 2. With the Lord's Eye, you can monitor the status of all structures, remotely manage offensive and defensive installations, and command the cultivation of the domain's flora. Note 3. The Lord's Eye is impervious to the encroachment of the eerie mist. Upon departing from the territory, the Eye of the Lord can assist in dispelling the mist that obstructs vision. However, it proves more challenging to perceive the surroundings in the darkness than with normal eyesight. This is yet another legendary quality treasure. Shun Yuan could no longer contain his exuberance and erupted into laughter, feeling as though he was on the cusp of soaring to great heights. Chapter 0020. Synthesizing Treasure Chests. Enormous gains. Once the Eye of the Lord is utilized, the original eye will be permanently replaced. Please deliberate carefully before making a decision. Shun Yuan felt no hesitation and resolutely proceeded with the usage. Please select the eye you wish to replace. Right eye? Replacement successful, with no adverse reactions. Before Shun Yuan could fully comprehend the transformation, his right eye had already been replaced with the Eye of the Lord. With the Eye of the Lord, Shun Yuan's field of vision underwent a revolutionary change. The vast territory was condensed into a clear map within his right eye, where even the slightest alterations within the domain could not escape his notice. Alas, the comprehensive visual field was confined solely to his territory, once Shun Yuan ventured beyond its boundaries. The full map vision of the Eye of the Lord would immediately become ineffective. After experiencing the effects of the Eye of the Lord, Shun Yuan stored the unused Lord's Gift card and the Lord's Enhancement card within his spatial ring. The prospect of a treasure trove yielding such exquisite items from a single Lord's Gift pack heightened Shun Yuan's anticipation for the forthcoming synthesis rewards. Currently, he possessed 56 black iron chests and 1 silver chest. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that synthesizing 3 black iron chests at once would offer greater value than combining 2. Shall the 3 black iron chests be synthesized? Currently, there exists a 5 probability of synthesizing a bronze treasure chest, a 20 probability of obtaining a silver treasure chest, a 55 probability of acquiring a gold treasure chest, and a 20 chance of failure. Synthesis. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on receiving a silver treasure chest 1. Shun Yuan continued to repeat the process. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on receiving a gold treasure chest 1. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Shun Yuan engaged in synthesis a total of 18 times, ultimately securing 5 gold treasure chests, 5 silver treasure chests, 1 yellow skill scroll, and 1 yellow talent scroll. With the remaining 2 black iron treasure chests, he managed to synthesize 1 silver treasure chest. In pursuit of high quality, Shun Yuan resolved to synthesize a gold treasure chest. To mitigate the risk of failure, he decided to synthesize only 2 gold treasure chests at a time. Will you proceed to synthesize the 2 gold treasure chests? Currently, there exists a 1 probability of obtaining a diamond treasure chest, a 10 probability of acquiring a yellow talent scroll, and an 89 chance of failure. Shun Yuan was taken aback by the unexpectedly high failure rate for synthesizing just 2 gold treasure chests. Furthermore, the likelihood of attaining a diamond treasure chest was exceedingly low. Shun Yuan abandoned this synthesis attempt and chose to combine the gold and silver treasure chests instead. However, the failure rate for this endeavor was similarly high, exceeding 50. Shun Yuan concluded that a more cautious approach would be prudent. He opened 5 gold treasure chests, while the remaining 6 silver treasure chests were synthesized in pairs. The host has been felicitated with 20 fire charms, 1 mutated vine flower, 1 fire elemental, orb, 1 lumber mill blueprint, 1 defensive golem. All 5 resources are of epic quality. The fire charms replenish fire element and can summon a high damage fireball, rather than utilizing them as fireballs. Shun Yuan intends to use the fire charms to nourish the Crimson Sun Wraith Piercer, augmenting its lethality. The mutated vine flower is a mutated plant to be cultivated outside the shelter. Upon maturation, it will envelop the entire shelter, substantially enhancing its defenses. Moreover, the mutated vine flower can mask the shelter's aura, preventing monstrous creatures from locating Shun Yuan's position through his energy signature once it is enveloped. Once Shun Yuan's newbie protection period concludes, his shelter will revert to a simple stone structure. At that point, the mutated vine flower will be of greater value than other epic quality resources. The fire elemental orb, despite its name, is actually a pill. Ingesting it significantly enhances a creature's fire elemental attributes. Shun Yuan has not yet reached the required level to unlock elemental attributes. Therefore, the fire elemental orb is currently useless to him, making selling it to Kaka Long a viable option. The lumber mill blueprint is the most practical resource at this stage. With the blueprint, and by providing 2,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone, he can construct a lumber mill. The lumber mill's function is to recruit fully automated lumbering robots. As long as Shun Yuan is willing to expend steel to recruit fully automated logging robots, they will tirelessly assist him in felling trees. The defensive puppet will replicate the summoner's physique in a 1-to-1 ratio. Lacking offensive capabilities, it can merely shield the summoner from harm. Among the 5 items, the defensive puppet is the least impressive and does not live up to the standards of epic quality. Shun Yuan plans to sell it to Karakalong. 6 silver chests can be synthesized into 2 golden chests. This time, Shun Yuan enjoys a decent profit. He decides to take a gamble and attempts to synthesize the 2 golden chests. Synthesis failed, though somewhat regrettable. It was within Shun Yuan's expectations. After opening all the survival chests, his gaze shifts to a yellow skill scroll and a yellow talent scroll. He first opens the yellow skill scroll. Previously, he opted for a speed type. This time, he chooses a control type. His initial preference was for an attack type. But with the acquisition of the Qiyong Breaking Deception Sword, attack type skills have become less critical for the time being. His current input is already significantly overflowing, and his speed is adequate. It is time to add a control type skill. Do you wish to choose the control type skill and proceed? Proceed. Skill: Vine Prison. Quality: Epic. Description: a skill with formidable control effects. Worthy of selection. Note 1. Requires the consumption of 30 skill points for activation. Note 2. Casting Vine Prison ensnares enemies within a cage of myriad vines, capable of binding their limbs, thus rendering them immobile. Note 3. Vine Prison possesses a faint decaying power, capable of damaging the skin and nerves of the imprisoned. Note 4. If the caster possesses what attributes, the power can be doubled. Note 5. Casting Vine Prison will diminish the caster's sanity, so please remain vigilant regarding your sanity level. Note 6. This skill cannot be upgraded to a higher quality skill. Vine Prison undoubtedly exemplifies an epic quality skill. The required skill points alone surpass those needed for Phantom Dash. With 37 skill points available for allocation, Shun Yuan is sufficiently equipped to activate and learn Vine Prison. Congratulations on activating Vine Prison. Your spirit has received a slight enhancement, and your combat power has risen to 490. Shun Yuan did not hasten to cast Vine Prison. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the final yellow talent scroll. When it came to talent selection, he chose the luck talent without hesitation. As one of the favored of the goddess of fortune, the luck talent was the unequivocal choice for him. Do you wish to select the luck talent and activate it? Activate. Talent: Auspicious Astrology. Rarity: Epic. Description: you have acquired the ability to perform astrology. Note 1. Only devotees and favored individuals of the goddess of fortune can possess auspicious astrology. Note 2. Auspicious astrology can only be used once per day. You can use astrology to discern your fortune. Note 3. Those favored by the goddess of fortune can experience a slight elevation in their luck. In contrast to the combative lucky counter, auspicious astrology is a purely fortuitous talent. In conjunction with robust luck, Shun Yuan is confident that his yield rate from survival chests will be even higher in the future. Chapter 0021. Are you certain today is slightly auspicious? Propitious for all undertakings? Shun Yuan was filled with interest in the mystical art of astrology. No sooner had he acquired the auspicious astrology talent than he was eager to put it to the test. As he cast auspicious astrology, his mind was instantly rendered blank. Immediately following, he felt his soul drift into the vast, boundless cosmos. Just as he was curiously examining the starry firmament, a planet the size of a sesame seed rapidly approached him. In the briefest of moments, Shun Yuan was able to discern the appearance of this planet. The surface of this celestial body was a colossal longbow, with an arrow poised and ready to be launched toward an unknown destination. Before Shen Yuan could observe it closely, this planet vanished in an instant. Immediately, Shen Yuan's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Today's fortune, Sagittarius, slightly auspicious, propitious for all undertakings. Was that the extent of the astrology? Shen Yuan had done nothing, merely experienced a cosmic journey. Though he found it perplexing, given that today's fortune was mildly auspicious, Shen Yuan refrained from further complaints. Having exhausted the survival treasure chests and assessed his fortune for the day, it was time to venture forth to attend to important matters. Before departing, Shen Yuan once again reached out to Kakalon, intending to trade the fire element gem and defensive puppet in his possession. His fundamental resources were lamentably scarce, rendering him incapable of even establishing a lumberyard, let alone recruiting fully automated logging robots. Fortunately, Kakalon was available and promptly sent a message. "What brings you to seek me? Brother? Have you, perhaps, risked it all last night to gather a hoard of timber? My dear brother, the difficulty of acquiring timber has risen significantly, and I possess no stock. However, by fortuitous chance, I have obtained a fire elemental gem and a defensive puppet. What price do you propose? Your fortune is enviable. What quality is the fire element gem you acquired? It is an epic quality fire element gem, accompanied by an epic quality defensive puppet." Noting that Kakalon had not mentioned the defensive puppet, Shen Yuan added, "What? You managed to procure 2 epic quality treasures at once? This is no mere stroke of luck. It is as if you have stumbled upon a bountiful paradise, where you have effortlessly claimed a golden treasure chest. The avenues for acquiring survival treasure chests are manifold, and the bountiful paradise Kakalon referred to is but one of them. Brother, do not concern yourself with how I came by them. Simply state your offer. While a common quality fire element gem holds little value, your epic quality fire element gem is worth a fortune. Do you seek survival coins, other fundamental resources, or perhaps the coveted recruitment activation order you have long desired? Can a fire element gem be exchanged for a recruitment activation order?" Shen Yuan inquired, puzzled. The recruitment activation order is merely a treasure of exceptional quality. Although rare, its value pales in comparison to that of an epic quality fire element gem, Kakalon replied candidly. "Then I shall seek the recruitment activation order. To procure the recruitment activation order, you must wait a day. I have yet to finalize the trade for this item." Kakalon explained. He initially assumed that Shen Yuan would take considerable time to gather the requisite 50,000 units of wood, thus delaying the transaction. However, to his surprise, Shen Yuan's wealth had quickly amassed. "Very well, I shall trade you the fire element gem for now. Once you obtain the recruitment activation order, send me a message." Kakalon was a long-term partner of his, and Shen Yuan trusted that he would not sever their friendship over a single gem. The epic quality fire element gem held far greater value than the recruitment activation order and was a resource he urgently required. "I shall ensure that you do not suffer a loss in this transaction. What other resources do you desire? As long as I possess them, I can trade with you now. I currently need stone and steel. How much can you provide? Do you prefer a greater proportion of stone or steel?" "Stone, please." "How does 2,000 units of stone and 500 units of steel sound?" "That works." Though Shen Yuan was uncertain about the significance of stone and steel in the trade, he firmly believed that Kakalon would not take advantage of him. "By the way, I have no use for the defensive puppet you wish to trade, but I can inquire with others on your behalf. Should an interested party emerge, I shall endeavor to augment the price on your behalf. Upon securing a suitable purchaser, I shall apprise you accordingly." "Very well, I extend my gratitude, esteemed friend. If there are no further matters, I shall now disconnect." Subsequent to the consummation of the transaction, Shen Yuan was seized with an irrepressible desire to venture forth and erect a lumber mill. Gently unlatching the portal of the sanctuary, he was met with a relentless barrage of frigid winds that assailed his person. Albeit the impending advent of the cold wave was still 18 hours distant, the ambient temperature had already plummeted to a sub-zero 10 degrees Celsius. Shivering from head to toe, Shen Yuan hastily retrieved the Vermilion Sun Wraith Cleaver from within his spatial ring. As the Vermilion Sun Wraith Cleaver was grasped within his hand, a surge of warmth coursed through his right palm, swiftly permeating his entire being. The snow outside had ceased its descent long ago, and the meltwater had congealed into ice, rendering the thoroughfare exceedingly slick. As Shen Yuan trod upon the frozen earth, the sound of fragile ice fracturing could be discerned. The oxygen mist lamp suspended from his rucksack was diligently laboring to disperse the surrounding spectral fog to a distance of 50 meters. Shen Yuan, in turn, was capable of discerning the vista beyond the veils of spectral fog, courtesy of the Lord's Eye. While the Lord's Eye possessed the capacity to withstand the encroachment of spectral fog, Shen Yuan's corporeal form was not similarly endowed. Absent the agency of the oxygen mist lamp to dispel the spectral fog, these miasmas would swiftly envelop Shen Yuan, precipitating a precipitous decline in his sanity. Shen Yuan circumambulated his dominion, ultimately resolving to erect the lumber mill 20 meters to the right of the sanctuary. He remained uncertain as to whether the lumber mill's operations would prove unduly clamorous, but in order to forestall the depredations of spectral beasts, proximity to his sanctuary was manifestly the safest course of action. Shen Yuan produced the lumber mill blueprints, only to discover a deficiency in timber resources, precluding the construction of the lumber mill. Shen Yuan gently tapped his head, suddenly recalling the recent transaction with Kakalon involving timber, and indeed, the remaining wood was scant. Reluctantly, he resolved to exert himself further, wielding the enigmatic and worn axe with merely 30 durability, as he resumed the monotonous task of logging. An hour later, Shen Yuan finally amassed a sufficient quantity of timber necessary for constructing the lumber yard. Eagerly, he expended 2,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone, ultimately bringing the long-anticipated lumber yard to fruition. The exterior of the lumber yard appeared somewhat rudimentary, constructed entirely of rugged timber, with a roof laid with sturdy stone. The entrance featured a heavy wooden door, adorned with a finely carved sign bearing the name of the lumber yard. Upon entering, Shen Yuan immediately noticed a workbench that mirrored the one within the shelter. He hastily approached the workbench and pressed his thumb against the screen to activate it. Automated logging robot, beginner, requires 100 units of steel. Automated logging robot, intermediate, requires 1,000 units of steel. Automated logging robot, advanced, requires 10,000 units of steel. Automated logging robot, elite, requires 100,000 units of steel. Note: the Epic Lumber Yard can accommodate a maximum of 50 automated logging robots. Though the workbench within the lumber yard resembled that of the shelter, its functions were limited to the purchase and repair of automated logging robots. After completing the construction of the lumber yard, Shen Yuan discovered that his inventory contained 0 units of wood and steel. He desired to acquire a fully automated logging robot. Yet he must persist in felling trees before engaging in trade with Kalakran. Shen Yuan had initially believed that with the mythic synthesis column, resources would be abundant. But he was taken aback by the arduous struggle to obtain basic materials in the early stages. Were it not for Kalakran's willingness to trade with him, he would have no choice but to enhance his own strength, rendering him incapable of upgrading his sanctuary or improving his living conditions. It is likely that the fellow newcomers from Blue Star who traversed into the enigmatic fog world alongside him are enduring even harsher circumstances. This accursed fog-laden realm is far more disheartening than an endless, sunless assembly line. Chapter 0022: Subduing the Giant Spirit Bear, the first vassal lord under his command. Indeed, a penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. Shen Yuan gazed at the mere 350 units of wood and 0 units of steel remaining in his inventory. Reluctantly, he transformed once more into a lumberjack, continuing the laborious task of tree felling, which was more grueling than any assembly line work. Fortunately, the fruits of his labor were entirely his own, freeing him from the servitude of the nefarious capitalists. After 2 days of diligent logging, Shen Yuan had honed his skills, significantly increasing his speed in felling trees. However, as he relentlessly chopped down trees, the eerie deadwood surrounding his territory was nearly exhausted. To maintain his pace of logging, he would need to venture deeper into the fog-laden forest. Initially, Shen Yuan harbored reservations about penetrating the depths of the foggy woods, fearing ambush by the uncanny beasts. Now, equipped with the Lord's Eye, although he could not access the full map outside his territory, he could discern the movements of the eerie creatures within a radius of 200 meters, as long as the eerie deadwood was not densely clustered. 200 meters is no trivial distance, providing him ample time to deliberate whether to engage or retreat. It is uncertain whether the bizarre beasts have sensed the impending cold wave and begun their hibernation, or if the only creatures roaming near Shen Yuan's territory are the eerie corpse hounds. Shen Yuan had been engaged in logging for 3 consecutive hours without provoking the ire of the nearby bizarre beasts. Just as he intended to take a brief respite and quench his thirst with a bottle of mineral water, a sudden, thunderous sound reverberated in his ears, reminiscent of heavy objects striking the ground. Startled, Shen Yuan quickly cast a glance around. He soon traced the source of the noise, as a colossal bizarre beast swaggered into his line of sight. This gargantuan creature bore a striking resemblance to a mutated black bear, standing upright on its hind legs. It towered nearly 4 meters tall, its body enveloped in a thick, dark fur coat. Its large, menacing head, when its cavernous maw gaped open, revealed rows of fangs akin to gleaming swords. Its robust limbs were taut with muscle, and each movement it made was accompanied by a seismic force. Its sharp claws resembled curved hooks, capable of effortlessly cleaving any obstructing gnarled trees in twain with a mere swipe. As it advanced toward Shen Yuan, an ineffable sense of pressure quickened his heartbeat and disrupted his breath. Just as he resolved to make a hasty retreat, the bizarre beast encroached upon the detection range of his survival panel. In an instant, Shen Yuan beheld the beast's information panel. Creature, giant spirit bizarre bear. Status, healthy. Slightly angry. Level, LV5. Combat power, 555. Rationality, 35. Talent, Iron Wall. Skills, Frenzied Charge, Bear Roar. Intimidation. Description, a bear-like creature severely eroded by the eerie mist, possessing immense destructive power. The combat prowess of this entity is highly likely to surpass the theoretical combat value data. Note 1. Although the giant spirit bear is of a lower level than you, its threat level is exceedingly high. Do not engage it in close combat. Note 2. The giant spirit bear, when executing its berserk charge, possesses remarkable speed. Maintain a safe distance from it. Note 3. The giant spirit bear has an acute sense of smell. If retreating to a shelter, one must eliminate any trace of their scent in advance to avoid being cornered by the bear. Note 4. The bear's rationality has not diminished to 0, nor has it been recruited by the giant spirit bear king. Utilizing the Lord's gift card can transform it into your vassal lord. Please be advised that the card must be within 3 meters of the creature to take effect. This giant spirit bear is not only imposing in stature, but also possesses a combat value exceeding that of the unenhanced Shen Yuan. The survival panel clearly indicates the perilous nature of this battle, urging avoidance whenever possible. Had the survival panel not provided the 4th note, Shen Yuan would never have dared to risk his life against such a formidable beast. However, the current scenario presents both risk and reward. Shen Yuan deems it essential to make one last attempt to recruit the giant spirit bear as his vassal lord. After all, the Lord's gift card can only subjugate non-lord creatures of a level lower than his own. It is likely that he may not encounter another creature of comparable level and formidable strength in the future. As Shen Yuan resolved to engage in battle, the giant spirit bear remained relentless. Upon locking onto Shen Yuan's precise location, it quickened its pace, driven by an insatiable desire to rend him in two and savor a sumptuous feast. Although the giant spirit bear's combat prowess is ostensibly inferior to that of Shen Yuan, who wields the Crimson Sun Broken Phantom Sword, its imposing stature engenders an indescribable sense of oppression within Shen Yuan, had he not personally vanquished the Phantom Dog Queen. Significantly bolstering his confidence, he might well have lacked the courage to confront such a formidable foe. Now that Shen Yuan has resolved to engage in battle, he cannot allow fear to impede his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he retrieves a fire talisman from his spatial ring and rubs it against the Crimson Sun Broken Phantom Sword. The sword, nourished by the essence of fire, transforms into a vibrant crimson hue reminiscent of blood. The giant spirit bear is not devoid of reason. It can faintly perceive the dangerous aura emanating from the sword. Nevertheless, it does not slow its advance. What does it matter if the Crimson Sun Broken Phantom Sword poses a threat? The wielder, Shen Yuan, is merely a frail human. The bear senses no danger from him and is convinced that it will easily rend him asunder in this encounter. As the giant spirit bear steps within 50 meters of Shen Yuan, his left eye finally discerns its form. Whether it is the proximity or the clarity of both eyes that reveals the bear's visage, Shen Yuan struggles to suppress his fear, which inadvertently begins to influence his movements and thoughts. Aware that he cannot remain passive, Shen Yuan decisively employs the Phantom Swift Steps, intending to swiftly close the distance to the giant spirit bear and then directly utilize the Lord's gift card. Initially, the giant spirit bear scoffed at Shen Yuan's perceived weakness. However, upon witnessing Shen Yuan's remarkable speed, it comes to realize that although his aura is faint, his swiftness, combined with the razor-sharp Crimson Sun Broken Phantom Sword, indeed poses a threat capable of inflicting harm. Realizing that Shun Yuan posed a potential threat to itself, the giant spirit grizzly bear swiftly unleashed its skill, Bear's Roar of Dread. This roar bore a striking resemblance to the terrifying bark of the hellhound from earlier, though originating from different species. Both roars aimed to instill fear into the very souls of living beings, rendering them momentarily dazed. Observing Shin Yuan's movement slow and his gaze turn vacant, the giant spirit grizzly bear felt victory was within its grasp. However, to ensure absolute certainty, it immediately activated its second skill, Frenzied Charge. Coupled with its innate talent, Iron Wall, this attack was potent enough to potentially obliterate Shun Yuan on the spot. Such ferocious and brutal beasts as the giant spirit grizzly bear would never grant their prey a chance for survival. At the moment the giant spirit grizzly bear initiated its charge, Shin Yuan's blessed necklace activated, purging all negative afflictions from his body. After all, the giant spirit grizzly bear was neither a lord nor one of the beast kings. Although its roar was more thunderous, its effectiveness paled in comparison to the hellhound's bark. With his clarity restored, Shin Yuan beheld the giant spirit grizzly bear, now less than 10 meters away. The bear's speed was astonishing, rivaling even Shin Yuan's own phantom dash. Aware that evasion was futile, Shin Yuan decisively conjured the Vinewood prison. Instantly, the ground beneath the giant spirit grizzly bear surged violently as hundreds of green vines, each as thick as a human arm, erupted from the earth. Unperturbed by the onslaught of vines during its frenzied charge, the bear was confident in its ability to easily snap them apart. After all, it could effortlessly break even the withered trees of the enigmatic forest, let alone these mere arm-thick vines. However, the situation was far more complex than it had anticipated. While these vines may not have been as robust as the withered trees, their resilience was exceptional. Upon impact, the gigantic tramp bear instantly sensed an immensely powerful force attempting to draw it back to its original position. Simultaneously, numerous vines coiled around its body, seeking to restrain its limbs and even constrict its neck. The arboreal confinement, being an epic-level skill, was not as easily overcome as the gigantic tramp bear had imagined. While the arboreal confinement might not hold the gigantic tramp bear for an extended period, it would certainly impede it for a time. Observing the gigantic tramp bear, now less than 5 meters away, being pulled back by countless vines, Shin Yuan knew his opportunity had arrived. He retrieved the Lord's gift card from his spatial ring and swiftly advanced toward the gigantic tramp bear. At this moment, the desperately struggling gigantic tramp bear suddenly sensed an immense danger. It realized that ever since Shin Yuan had produced an unremarkable card, as if by magic, it had experienced a fear unlike any it had ever known. It was a fear of the unknown and a fear of death. It did not comprehend Shin Yuan's intentions, but it understood that if it did not flee this place immediately, its life would be forfeit. The gigantic tramp bear could not fathom how a seemingly powerless human could possess so many strange methods and powerful equipment. It only lamented not having slept longer and waited until nightfall to emerge from its cave to forage. Encountering Shin Yuan today was truly its misfortune. The tide of battle had turned, but Shin Yuan did not lower his guard as a result. He rapidly approached within 3 meters of the gigantic tramp bear. The gigantic tramp bear's arms were long, and it attempted to seize the opportunity to swat Shin Yuan's head away with a single palm. But its arms were ensnared by even more vines, rendering its strength useless. At this moment, Shin Yuan released the Lord's gift card and quickly retreated from the gigantic tramp bear. The golden Lord's gift card hovered in midair, continuously scanning the giant spirit bear. A profound sense of crisis surged within the creature, as it sensed that it might perish at any moment. It strained against the encroaching vines, desperately attempting to extricate itself. Yet with every effort, the tendrils tightened their grip. Had they been ordinary vines, it could have easily torn them to shreds. However, these vines possessed remarkable resilience. Even when stretched half a meter, they remained unbroken. Amidst the giant spirit bear's frantic struggles, the Lord's gift card completed a thorough scan of its being. Subsequently, it soared toward the bear's forehead and adhered firmly to it. In an instant, the previously ferocious giant spirit bear transformed into a docile creature. Although the bear ceased its struggles, it remained ensnared by the vines, awaiting Shin Yuan's command. The Lord's gift card, now affixed to the bear's forehead, gradually dissipated, and the once motionless giant spirit bear became animated once more. This time, however, it harbored no intention of hunting Shin Yuan. Instead, it sought to kneel and pledge allegiance. The Lord's gift card had seamlessly merged with the giant spirit bear, rendering it a vassal lord, wholly obedient to Shin Yuan's commands. Chapter 0023, Level 2 Tree Nest Sanctuary. Under Xin Yuan's control, the green vines that ensnared the giant spirit bear swiftly burrowed back into the earth. Xin Yuan's conjuration of the vine prison lasted a mere half-minute, yet his rationality plummeted from 95 to 65. Had the Lord's gift card consumed any more time, Xin Yuan would have likely been drained of his rationality. Once freed from the grip of the green vines, the giant spirit bear knelt with a thud. Its towering figure, standing at 4 meters, still loomed at 2.5 meters even while kneeling on the ground. Before it stood Xin Yuan, who, despite his impressive height of 185 centimeters, appeared remarkably diminutive in comparison. Xin Yuan raised his hand and gently patted its shoulder, softly uttering, "Rise." The giant spirit bear, initially unable to comprehend Xin Yuan's words, had acquired a dedicated survival panel upon becoming his vassal lord. This panel provided real-time translations of Xin Yuan's speech, allowing it to grasp his intent instantaneously. As the giant spirit bear stood upright, it let out a series of roars. Through the survival panel's immediate translation, Xin Yuan understood it was requesting a name from its master. From now on, you shall be called Bearda. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name. Where is your initial territory? The survival panel offered 3 locations in total. I have chosen the vacant land located behind my master's territory, merely 100 meters from the master's sanctuary. Xin Yuan recalled that initial territories were typically assigned randomly. He wondered why Bearda had the privilege to choose. Nevertheless, this arrangement was fortuitous, as Xin Yuan's territory had been steadily expanding. With Bearda stationed at the rear, his safety was significantly enhanced. Let us go and inspect your initial territory. 50 meters behind the sanctuary where Xin Yuan resided stood a towering tree, reaching a height of 20 meters and boasting a trunk width exceeding 5 meters. Building, Level 1 Tree Nest Sanctuary. Quality, inferior. Durability, 100/100. Description, a sanctuary lacking a door, with one side exposed to the wind. It includes a soft mat and 2 barrels of honey, covering an area of 15 square meters. Nestled within a Tier 1 arboreal haven. Capable of warding off the encroaching spectral mist and restoring 1 point of sanity per hour. Note 1. Resources required for upgrading the haven. 0.500 lumber. 0.100 survival coins. Note 2. Upgrading to a Tier 2 haven enables resistance to temperatures as low as -30°C. Grizzly's survival interface is inextricably linked to that of Xin Yuan, allowing each to perceive the other's complete data. However, while Grizzly can view Xin Yuan's comprehensive information, it is incapable of any interaction. Conversely, Xin Yuan possesses the authority to transfer any resources held by Grizzly into his inventory at will. Grizzly serves as his vassal lord and simultaneously his supply cache. Despite his ability to commandeer Grizzly's resources at any moment, Xin Yuan would never entertain such an action. Grizzly's early development is sluggish, and seizing its resources would yield no benefit to Xin Yuan. On the contrary, Xin Yuan intends to invest in assisting Grizzly to expedite the upgrade of its haven. Grizzly is capable of weathering the cold snap unscathed, even without a haven. However, only by enabling it to upgrade its haven can more functionalities be unlocked, allowing it to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Nevertheless, should Grizzly acquire a survival chest by hunting spectral beasts, Xin Yuan would claim everything without exception. Iron chests only yield the most commonplace of survival provisions. Rather than procuring sustenance and ordinary weapons from iron chests, Xin Yuan would prefer to expend survival coins to purchase directly from the workbench within the haven. He is capable of replenishing any amount of food that Grizzly may lack. Since he has no shortage of lumber, he naturally has no shortage of survival coins. Grizzly is extremely content with its new abode. It reclines upon the soft mat, its luminous eyes fixated intently upon the 2 casks of honey beside it. Without Xin Yuan's permission, it dared not indulge. After all, everything it possessed belonged to Xin Yuan. Observing the pitiable expression on Bearda's face, Xin Yuan found it somewhat amusing. Just a mere 10 minutes prior, Bearda had appeared ferocious, as if intent on devouring him whole. Yet now, it feigned helplessness, and remarkably, it did so convincingly. Go ahead and eat, after you finish. We shall venture into the woods to fell some trees together. Bearda, unlike others, required no axe for lumbering. It simply needed to use its sharp claws to snap the eerie withered trees, and the survival interface would automatically reclaim the withered trees, transforming them into timber. With Xin Yuan's approval, Bearda sprang up from its resting place, clutching a bucket of honey tightly, and plunged its massive head directly into the golden sea. Immersed in honey, Bearda experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The creatures it typically consumed were foul and sour. Only honey was sweet and fragrant. Before becoming Shun Yuan's vassal lord, Bearda regretted encountering Shun Yuan that day. Now indulging in the delectable treat, it lamented not having met Shun Yuan sooner. Yearning to relish such a life as this. Having devoured an entire bucket of honey, Bearda emitted a contented belch, observing that it was sufficiently sated. Shun Yuan halted its advance towards a second bucket. First, let us fell some trees. You may eat upon our return. Upon hearing Shun Yuan's command, Bearda, while rubbing its round belly, excitedly followed in Shun Yuan's wake. 10 minutes later, witnessing Bearda's lumbering prowess, Shun Yuan realized that diligent effort could not rival innate talent. Although Shun Yuan's own speed was commendable, Bearda's dual approach to felling trees surpassed his pace by more than double. For over 3 hours, a man and a bear labored together in the forest. As dusk began to settle, Shun Yuan led the bear back to their shelter. Today, Shun Yuan had spent 6.5 hours felling trees, acquiring a total of 800 units of timber. In contrast, Bearda utilized only half that time, yet managed to gather 8,000 units. Shun Yuan harbored no envy toward Bearda's innate talent, for their respective gains were equivalent. He transferred 100 survival coins to the bear, intended for the initial upgrade of the Level 1 tree nest shelter. Building, Level 2 tree nest shelter, quality, ordinary, durability, 100/100, description, a small shelter crafted from fine wood. It now features a workbench, wooden door, and fence, occupying an area of 50 square meters. Within the confines of the Level 2 tree nest shelter, one can withstand the encroaching mists and recover 5 sanity points per hour. Note 1. Resources required for shelter upgrade. 0 3,000 timber, 0 1,000 stone, 0 10,000 survival coins. Note 2. Upgrading to a Level 3 shelter enables protection against temperatures as low as -50. Note 3. The workbench is immovable. One can spend survival coins or timber to purchase various basic supplies at the workbench. Shun Yuan noted that the resources required for Bearda's shelter upgrade far exceeded those he had initially expended. Yet, the functionality of its shelter was inferior to his own. Shun Yuan pondered whether this disparity stemmed from the differences between humans and beasts, or if it was due to Bearda being a vassal lord of his. He chose not to delve deeper into this matter and resolved to first seek out Kakarong to trade for stone, aiming to elevate Bearda's shelter to Level 3. Kakarong seemed to possess an intuitive connection with him. As Shun Yuan was about to send him a message, he noticed the latest message that had just come in. Chapter 0024, Constructing the Recruitment Platform. Brother, I have successfully obtained the recruitment activation token you requested, and I have also found a buyer for the defensive puppet. Excellent. Your efficiency is commendable. What price can we fetch for this defensive puppet? Although the defensive puppet held no utility for Shun Yuan, it was nonetheless an item of epic quality. Should he encounter a lord in need of such a puppet, the offered price would undoubtedly be substantial. I informed him that your requirement is for basic resources. He is willing to offer 10,000 units of timber, 5,000 units of stone, 1,500 units of fine soil, 1,500 units of steel, and 500 units of gold. To be honest, his offer is quite low. If you are not in a hurry to part with the defensive puppet, you might consider waiting a bit longer. No more waiting. I will trade the defensive puppet to you and will not contact him further. Shun Yuan trusted that Kakarong, as a middleman, would not profit from the difference. He was reluctant to engage directly with the miserly lord, fearing that once his identity was revealed, the other party would persist in bargaining. Kakarong could not comprehend why Shun Yuan was willing to accept a loss. However, Shun Yuan, in desperate need of basic resources, felt that this transaction was a significant gain. With these resources, he could finally construct both the recruitment platform and the greenhouse, as well as continue upgrading his shelter. The transaction was swiftly and successfully completed. Brother, with the substantial amount of timber you have acquired, you won't be able to use it all. Why not trade some with me? Certainly. How much stone and steel can I obtain in exchange for 10,000 units of timber? Shun Yuan currently possesses an ample supply of timber, rendering the 10,000 units of wood in his backpack utterly superfluous. As for the 2,000 units of stone and 500 units of steel, the price offered by Kakarong is exceedingly reasonable, ensuring that neither party takes undue advantage of the other. With the transaction completed, Kakarong hastily disconnects from the game, and Shun Yuan also departs from the chat channel without delay. Meanwhile, beside him, the giant spirit bear is contentedly clutching a honey barrel, gazing at him with an endearing expression. In the future, feel free to indulge in honey without seeking my approval, Shun Yuan thinks to himself, feeling rather pleased. Seizing the opportunity while the giant spirit bear enjoys its meal in the level 2 tree nest shelter, he briskly returns to his own sanctuary. Activating the screen of the level 3 workbench, Shen Yuan clicks to construct a recruitment platform. Construction of the recruitment platform requires 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of refined earth, 500 units of steel, 100 units of gold, and 1 recruitment activation token. Each lord may construct only 1 recruitment platform in their lifetime. Please consider the timing of construction carefully. For Shen Yuan, the sooner he erects the recruitment platform, the better. He decisively clicks to build. Please select the location for the recruitment platform. It cannot be constructed within the sanctuary. The recruitment platform is significantly more valuable than the lumberyard. Rather than place it alongside his sanctuary, Shen Yuan opts to position it 100 meters in front of it, amidst fertile fields. This way, the illusory mushroom bombs cultivated in the good soil, along with future mutated plants, will aid in protecting the recruitment platform. The recruitment platform has been successfully constructed. Please select the race of the citizens you wish to recruit. The initial extraction requires no resources and allows for the free acquisition of a subject. However, Shen Yuan's fortunate effects have now expired. In pursuit of superior races, he resolved to postpone his extraction until the following day. As Shen Yuan had not yet recruited any races, he found himself unable to strategize the upgrade path for his sanctuary, thus hindering further enhancements. Upon completing the recruitment platform, Shen Yuan glanced at the remaining basic resources in his inventory: 5,630 survival coins, 6,150 units of wood, 7,250 units of stone, 1,500 units of fine soil, 1,500 units of steel, and 500 gold coins. Observing the ample basic resources at his disposal, he decided to construct a greenhouse as well. The construction of the greenhouse required merely 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 100 units of fine soil. Unlike the recruitment platform, the greenhouse could be erected within the sanctuary. Shen Yuan casually selected an unoccupied room in the sanctuary. After confirming the location, the 200-square-meter greenhouse was swiftly completed. Consequently, the area of Shen Yuan's sanctuary expanded from 350 square meters to 550 square meters. The greenhouse is capable of cultivating plants from any season and accelerates their growth by 20. Shen Yuan participated in an auction at the trading post to acquire some fruit seeds, which he carelessly tossed into the rich soil of the greenhouse. The greenhouse requires no fertilization or maintenance on Shen Yuan's part. It will absorb the energy of the eerie mist to cultivate plants autonomously. The greenhouse proves to be exceptionally useful, promising a continuous supply of fresh food for Shen Yuan in the future, as he intends to recruit many subjects. It is impractical for him to procure all his sustenance solely from the trading post or workshop. After inspecting the greenhouse, Shen Yuan promptly proceeded to the lumberyard. He expended 100 units of steel to acquire a primary fully automated logging robot. This robot resembles a stout metallic box, standing approximately 1 meter tall, with 2 black rubber tracks affixed to its base. A large circular observation window graces its front, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. This is the robot's eye, designed to scan the surrounding trees' locations. On either side of the robot are mechanical arms, each adorned with a row of sharp teeth, serving as its logging tools. The primary fully automated logging robot can operate continuously for 6 hours before it must return to the logging yard for a 12-hour recharge. According to the panel data, it can fell an average of 800 units of timber per hour, neither too slow nor too fast. Shen Yuan named his first primary fully automated logging robot Logging No. 1. He programmed Logging Number 1 to operate from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., reserving the remaining hours for recharging. In the world of eerie fog, night descends at 6 p.m. and lasts until 6 a.m. the following day, maintaining a 12-hour duration. It is now 5:30 p.m., with half an hour remaining until nightfall. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Shen Yuan made his way to Bear Da's shelter, intending to upgrade it once more. Upon his arrival, he found Bear Da, well-fed and content, fast asleep. Observing this, Shen Yuan returned to his own shelter, deciding to postpone further actions until the morrow. As night fell once again, an increasing number of bizarre beasts emerged from their lairs, scouring the surroundings for sustenance. Shen Yuan reclined on his comfortable bed, listening to the eerie howls of these creatures, akin to white noise, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, dawn broke with a faint light. Shen Yuan was roused from his slumber by the notifications of the survival panel. Special notice: the protection period for newcomers has ended. Your shelter is no longer invulnerable. Please check the durability of your shelter daily. Special notice: a cold wave has arrived, lasting 30 days, with temperatures plummeting to as low as -60 degrees. Shen Yuan had upgraded his shelter to level 3 quite some time ago. He was unaware of how low the temperature had dropped outside. Nonetheless, his shelter remained warm and cozy. With the survival panel's disturbances disrupting his rest, Shen Yuan had lost the desire to return to sleep. Since a new day had dawned, it was time to offer his most devout blessings to the great goddess of fortune. Chapter 0025, The Night Elf Clan, the Archer of Ice blessed by fortune. Granted by the goddess. As was his custom, Shen Yuan presented his sincere prayers to the goddess of luck. The goddess of fortune has listened to your earnest supplications. You have received a strong luck effect lasting 10 minutes. This time, the duration of the strong luck was merely 10 minutes. Shen Yuan hastened to seize the moment and commence today's lucky astrology. As he performed the astrological rite, his mind momentarily blanked. Soon after, his consciousness was transported to the vast expanse of the universe. Before he could fully appreciate the celestial panorama, a minuscule star, no larger than a sesame seed, swiftly approached him. Shen Yuan was mentally prepared and focused intently on the small celestial body. He beheld a sapphire blue planet, on which stood a golden crab, towering to a third of the planet's size. Before Shen Yuan could discern its actions, his consciousness returned once more to his corporeal form. Today is fortune for Cancer, exceptionally auspicious, with all affairs proceeding smoothly and good luck flowing abundantly. Indeed, it is a propitious day. Shen Yuan is well aware that he is blessed with fortuitous energies, and the astrological readings undoubtedly indicate favorable outcomes. However, it is essential to note the distinction between minor and major blessings. In simple terms, yesterday was fortunate for Shen Yuan, while today promises an extraordinary surge of luck. Were he on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly stumble upon wealth and win the lottery with ease, seizing the opportunity of this potent fortune before it wanes. Shen Yuan plans to engage in the recruitment at the summoning platform. He gently pushes open the intricately crafted and heavy door of the sanctuary, and an icy chill envelopes him instantly. Peering outside, he glances at the thermometer hanging from the eaves, revealing a staggering temperature of -35 degrees Celsius. Moreover, a blizzard ravages the entire Misty forest. Although Shen Yuan's Lord S I can penetrate the fog, it cannot see through the delicate veil of snowflakes. The environment outside the sanctuary is quite inhospitable to humans. Fortunately, there are no ferocious creatures rampaging about. Shen Yuan retrieves the Crimson Sun Sword from his spatial ring, only to find its luster considerably diminished. It seems he must expend an epic fire talisman daily to maintain the sword's peak condition. Upon grasping the Crimson Sun Sword, all chilling energies that sought to invade his being are dispelled. As he steps outside, the blizzard swirls around him, lifting countless snowflakes into the air. Those snowflakes that attempt to approach Shen Yuan transform into vapor as they come within a meter of him. Approaching the recruitment platform, he senses an impending connection with something significant. Could the forthcoming summoned race hold a profound relevance to him? The recruitment platform stood resolutely amidst the snow. Its base a square stone pedestal approximately 1 meter high. The surface of the pedestal was inscribed with enigmatic runes, which shimmered with a faint white light under the onslaught of the blizzard. Atop the pedestal, a constantly shifting azure-hued cube was connected. Each small segment of the cube rapidly dispersed and reformed. When Shen Yuan reached out to touch the cube, the originally square shape instantaneously morphed into a circular form. Subsequently, it swiftly transformed into something resembling a teleportation array. Would you like to extract the race of your recruited subjects? The first extraction requires no resources and grants you 1 subject free of charge. Extraction. Congratulations, you have drawn the Night Elf race. The Night Elves are a chosen tribe that transcends all others, with its members being fervent devotees of the goddess of fortune. As a chosen tribe, they possess a uniqueness. Other lords cannot randomly draw Night Elves from the recruitment platform aside from you. Congratulations on drawing one of the 6 great heroes of the night, the Night Marksman, for the first time. Name: Icebound. Status: Good. Level: LV1. Experience: 0-10. Combat Power: 55. Sanity: 100. Unaffected by the miasma. Profession: Marksman. Attribute: Darkness. Title: Divine Marksman. Talents: Divine Shot, Divine Eye. Stealth. Skills: Dark Barrage. Critical Strike. Inventory: Shadow Longbow, Shadow Arrows X20. Before Shen Yuan could fully peruse Icebound's personal information, a graceful figure emerged from the shimmering azure teleportation circle. The newcomer was none other than Han Bing. She donned a short, dark purple leather armor, intricately adorned with delicate violet patterns along its edges. Below, she wore a snug pair of black leather trousers that perfectly conformed to her long, powerful legs. A dark purple cloak cascaded from her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Her features were exquisite yet austere, her fair skin as smooth and delicate as jade, radiating an aura of chilling elegance. While Shen Yuan observed her, she too appraised him. He had initially anticipated that Han Bing, a dark elf, would possess a more masculine appearance, yet he was taken aback to find her a captivating beauty from a distant land. Had it not been for her elongated ears and cascading violet locks, he might have doubted her true identity. Han Bing greets her master. Just as Shen Yuan's gaze lingered on her ample bosom, she knelt gracefully on one knee. Feeling as though she had discerned his unspoken thoughts, he awkwardly averted his gaze. "You need not call me master. Simply refer to me as Shen Yuan." As he spoke, he extended a hand to assist Han Bing to her feet. Her form felt soft and slightly cool to the touch. "It is bitterly cold. Let us return to the shelter to warm up," Shen Yuan remarked, pulling her arm towards the refuge, offering her no chance to decline. Though Han Bing was one of the 6 great heroes of the Dark Knight, characterized by her aloof and indifferent demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness towards Shen Yuan. A stark contrast to how she would have reacted under the command of any other lord. Is not merely a handsome figure akin to Panin, rather, he is a favored chosen one of the goddess of fortune, imbued with her potent aura. This essence is subtle and often imperceptible to ordinary beings, yet Han Bing, a fervent devotee of the goddess, can perceive it distinctly. Upon receiving Shen Yuan's goodwill, a rosy hue grazed Han Bing's cheeks as she delighted in being selected by him. Now, as one of Shen Yuan's subjects, she felt herself drawing closer to the goddess of fortune. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuan, who remained oblivious to her inner thoughts, he mistakenly believed that her lack of resistance indicated mutual affection. Shen Yuan, far from being a paragon of virtue, resolved that since Han Bing harbored feelings for him, he would invite her to share his bed that very night. Life in the fog-laden world had been arduous, and with a glimmer of hope now within reach, he felt it was time to embrace rather than merely observe. As Shen Yuan hastened back, he inadvertently roused the slumbering bear, Big Bear, who blinked awake. Although endowed with considerable intelligence, Big Bear had never been taught how to utilize the survival interface. Consequently, it lacked the means to procure sustenance. Upon noticing Shen Yuan's approach, it immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor, lamenting its hunger. Upon hearing Big Bear's plaintive cry, the smile on Shen Yuan's face vanished in an instant. He shot a disapproving glance at the bear and gestured for Han Bing to enter the shelter and rest. As one of his domain subjects, there was no rush in addressing her needs. However, if he ignored Big Bear's cries now, the bear would continue to wail for food. Shen Yuan realized he had to devote some time to instructing Big Bear on how to navigate the survival interface and to outline its forthcoming tasks. Chapter 0026. Han Bing's archery skills. Through Shen Yuan's patient explanations, Big Bear swiftly grasped the intricacies of utilizing the survival interface. Immediately thereafter, Shen Yuan personally invested his resources to enhance the sanctuary of Bear. Building, Level 3 Tree Nest Sanctuary. Quality, Fine. Durability, 100-100. Description, a sanctuary meticulously constructed from fine timber and sturdy stone. It features a newly added observation room, an area loft, and a spiral staircase covering an area of 200 square meters. Within the confines of the Level 3 Tree Nest Sanctuary, one can withstand the corrosive effects of the eerie fog and recover 10 sanity points every hour. Note 1. Resources required for upgrading the sanctuary: 010, 000 timber, 05, 000 stone, 01, 000 steel, 0100, 000 survival coins. Note 2. Upgrading to a Level 4 sanctuary will enable resistance against the majority of extreme weather conditions. The upgrade pathway for Bear's Sanctuary is entirely distinct from that of Shen Yuan. It not only lacks a recruitment platform for enlisting subjects, but also does not possess a specialized upgrade route. Shen Yuan remains uncertain whether other lords share a similar upgrade path for their sanctuaries or if they follow Bear's model. Since Shen Yuan drew the Night Elf race, the new route for upgrading his sanctuary was established. His Level 4 sanctuary is referred to as the Level 4 Night Sanctuary. Resources required for upgrading the sanctuary: 010, 000 timber, 05, 000 stone, 01, 000 elvenwood, 0100, 000 survival coins. In addition to the aforementioned fundamental resources, He must also recruit 10 Night Elf subjects to meet the specific population requirement. Shen Yuan is currently unaware of what new structures may be acquired upon upgrading to the Level 4 Night Sanctuary. He believed that the current Tier 3 shelter was sufficient to see him through the prolonged cold wave for an entire month. His immediate focus was to expedite his advancement and swiftly enhance his capabilities. As for the logging tasks, he entrusted them entirely to Bearda. With Bearda and the fully automated logging robots at his disposal, Shen Yuan would not face a shortage of timber in the near term. By relinquishing the logging duties, Shen Yuan was finally liberated from the early morning toil of felling trees in the enigmatic mist forest. Upon returning to his shelter, he discovered Han Bing diligently practicing archery within. Shen Yuan was taken aback by the dedication of this prodigy in archery. Watching Han Bing repetitively draw her bow, his mind filled with frivolous thoughts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Han Bing, would you teach me archery? Is it possible for me to become a master marksman in a month? Han Bing set down her shadow longbow and grasped Shen Yuan's right hand. Under his puzzled gaze, she opened his palm and gently kneaded it. My lord, your innate talent is remarkable, and your right eye has been enhanced. If you are willing to dedicate 15 hours daily to training, there is a strong possibility you could attain the status of a master marksman within a month. Han Bing stated candidly. Shen Yuan's hands were steady, and the lord's eye could pierce through the dense, enigmatic mists. As long as he mastered all of Han Bing's skills, becoming a master marksman was certainly within reach. However, there existed considerable distinctions among master marksmen. For Han Bing, being a master marksman did not signify the pinnacle of her journey. Rather, it represented both the culmination of her path and the highest honor. Shen Yuan's ascension to master marksman would merely grant him the privilege to stand alongside geniuses. In the subsequent half-day, Shen Yuan remained in the shelter, practicing archery under Han Bing's guidance. Although Shen Yuan currently employs a sword to hunt the elusive beasts, the bow remains one of his preferred choices. In the future, should he acquire a longbow of superior quality, he is determined to master both bow and sword. As time swiftly passed into the afternoon, Shen Yuan grasped the Qiang Breakbeast sword and set out alongside Han Bing. His immediate plan entailed practicing archery in the morning, followed by the hunt for elusive beasts in the afternoon to level up and procure some survival treasure chests. Before departing, Shen Yuan planted a mutated vine flower outside the shelter. This peculiar flower requires no fertilizer. It matures in merely half a day and can envelop the entire shelter within a day. Although Shen Yuan currently enjoys a sense of security with no formidable foes lurking nearby, it is prudent to prepare life-saving measures in advance for unforeseen circumstances. Having completed these tasks, Shen Yuan chose his usual route from the past few days and soon arrived at an area untouched by deforestation. Han Bing, accompanying him, meticulously recorded their path. A natural warrior, Han Bing is impervious to the miasma that might erode her sanity or impair her vision. She remains unfazed by the cold, endowed with exceptional memory and rapid judgment. Despite Shen Yuan's superior level and combat power, were the two to engage in battle, he would undoubtedly be no match for her. As indicated by the survival panel, combat power serves merely as a reference and does not truly reflect one's capabilities. My lord, there lies a lair of elusive beasts to the southwest. While Shen Yuan aimlessly searched for the beasts, Han Bing was the first to spot their target and alerted him. Can you ascertain the number and level of the elusive beasts? Even with a general direction gleaned from Han Bing regarding the lair, Shen Yuan remained unable to discern the targets clearly. For enigmatic beasts wandered outside the lair, while the number of those within remained uncertain. Although I lacked the means to ascertain their rank, I was confident that their strength was not formidable. However, the notion that they were weak, as perceived by Han Bing, did not necessarily imply their true capabilities were lacking. What did this group of beasts resemble? Were they large in stature? If they were as imposing as a bear, Shen Yuan would certainly refrain from provoking them. Instead, they were diminutive in size, resembling goblins. Shen Yuan was taken aback to discover that Han Bing was acquainted with the goblin race. Upon receiving this accurate information, Shen Yuan resolved to harvest this band of goblins. After walking for a brief while, Han Bing suddenly halted, stating, "My lord, they have entered my range. Shall I strike now?" One must commend Han Bing's astonishing eyesight. Shen Yuan's vision remained obscured by the blizzard, rendering the beasts invisible to him. Was it possible to eliminate the 4 beasts outside without alarming those within the lair? Indeed. Shen Yuan posed the question casually, yet he was surprised by Han Bing's capability to achieve it. "Then proceed," he commanded. Upon receiving Shen Yuan's order, Han Bing retrieved 4 shadow arrows from her satchel. Her demeanor suggested an unwavering confidence in her aim. The moment her shadow longbow made contact with the arrows, Xin Yuan could distinctly perceive a transformation in her aura and presence. The original Han Bing exuded a sense of aloofness and coldness, but now she radiated an air of superiority. With a swift motion, Han Bing drew her bow 4 times in rapid succession. The 4 shadow arrows were unleashed, each targeting one of the moving beasts. The 4 enigmatic beasts moved slowly through the blizzard, utterly oblivious to the swift approach of the shadow-seeking arrows. By the time they sensed the impending danger, the arrows had already found their mark at their throats. They were unable to resist or evade, nor could they emit a roar, as the arrows pierced through their vocal cords and throats. One by one, the 4 beasts fell, the intervals between their demise scarcely exceeding a second. "My lord, it has been dealt with." Although Sun Yuan could not witness the moment the beasts were struck, he observed their lifeless forms sprawled upon the ground. He was aware of Han Bing's exceptional marksmanship, yet he had not anticipated it to be of such extraordinary caliber. With 4 arrows, Han Bing had felled all 4 beasts, elevating her level from LV1 to LV3. Judging by her ascension, the beasts she had dispatched were, on average, no less than LV3. A sudden surge of envy washed over Xin Yuan. How splendid it would be if he possessed such prowess. Chapter 0027. The insignificant lair of the enigmatic green dwarfs, completely annihilated. Han Bing did not possess a survival panel. Her hunts against the beasts yielded only experience, devoid of survival coins or treasure chests. The coins and chests dropped by the slain beasts hovered above their remains. By the time Xin Yuan arrived, the survival coins had already dissipated, and the treasure chests flickered ominously, on the verge of vanishing. With a swift gesture, Xin Yuan collected the 4 black iron chests into his inventory. Having acquired the desired resources, he then turned his attention to the corpses of the enigmatic beasts. Each beast had been precisely struck through the throat, their bodies remarkably well preserved. "You have discovered the corpses of the enigmatic green dwarfs." Xin Yuan activated the survival panel, which revealed only the unified designation of these 4 beasts. The words of the ice spirit ring true. The appearance of these eerie green dwarfs indeed bears resemblance to that of goblins. Standing approximately 1 meter tall, their skin exhibits a peculiar dark green hue. Their heads appear disproportionately large in relation to their bodies, with narrow and flat foreheads and small, deeply set eyes. Their ears are pointed and erect, while their noses are flat and broad, with flaring nostrils. Their mouths are wide, adorned with thick, protruding lips that reveal jagged, sharp yellow teeth. Though their limbs are short, they are robustly muscled, with particularly thick arms, and their fingers are short, curved, and tipped with sharp, hook-like nails. They are clad in crude garments fashioned from coarse animal hides, and around their waists dangle various bone ornaments of uncertain purpose, along with tattered bags. From their attire alone, Xin Yuan could ascertain that they had established a tribe and appointed guards. In comparison to the ghastly canine horde, this group of eerie green dwarfs poses an even greater threat. After confirming the appearance of the dwarfs, Xin Yuan absorbed their souls into the time-turning device, subsequently discarding their corpses into his spatial ring. Once this task was complete, he turned his gaze towards the lair of the eerie green dwarfs. Though termed a lair, it was merely an entrance. The entryway to the lair of the ghastly canines was nestled within the trunk of a sinister tree, while the entrance of the eerie green dwarfs was more peculiar, situated within the heart of a massive boulder. Xin Yuan cautiously leaned forward to peer into the entrance, which led into darkness and dampness, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. Scratching his head in confusion, he could not fathom why these bizarre creatures preferred to construct their lairs underground. After much hesitation, he ultimately resolved to venture down and explore further. "My lord, allow me to scout ahead." As he spoke, the ice spirit retrieved a quiver from his backpack, containing the remaining 16 shadow arrows. Observing the determination in Han Bing's demeanor, it was evident that she intended to exert her utmost efforts. Xin Yuan did not impede her eagerness to volunteer. He secured the oxygen mist lamp, which hung from his backpack, onto Han Bing's soft armor. "Be cautious. Should you encounter an adversary beyond your capacity, inform me immediately." "Yes, my lord." Han Bing slung the quiver over her right shoulder and retrieved 3 shadow-piercing arrows before leaping from the entrance. The snow beneath had already frozen, rendering the ground exceedingly slippery. Upon landing, Han Bing momentarily lost her balance. Embedding the shadow-piercing arrow, she clutched tightly into the earthen wall beside her. Quickly regaining her stability, Fortunately, the treacherous green dwarves had not laid an ambush directly beneath the entrance. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Mimicking her actions, Shen Yuan plunged the Qiang breaker sword into the nearby earthen wall as he landed. Within the underground passage, devoid of the swirling snowflakes, Shen Yuan's vision was no longer hindered by the environment. It remained uncertain whether the treacherous green dwarves were taller than the deceitful corpse hounds or possessed superior excavation skills. But the underground passage that unfolded before Shen Yuan was broader and higher than the previous one. He could even walk alongside Han Bing in this space. Han Bing led the way, with Shen Yuan trailing closely behind, approximately a meter away. After half a minute of walking, they arrived at a fork in the path. Han Bing turned to glance at Shen Yuan, who, without hesitation, decisively chose the right path. Fortune smiled upon him today. He was confident that his instinctive choice would not lead him astray. After another half-minute of progress, Han Bing suddenly halted, lost in his thoughts. Shen Yuan did not react in time and collided with her upright back. "My lord, 200 meters ahead lies the lair of the sinister beasts. With no fewer than 50 of them. Shall we engage?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan replied in a hushed tone, "Among those sinister beasts, is there any that is significantly larger or possesses greater strength than the others?" Shen Yuan harbored concerns regarding the potential presence of the sinister green dwarf king in the lair. Should he encounter the lord of the sinister green dwarfs? Even with the alliance of Han Bing, he might not stand a chance. "No," Han Bing responded succinctly. "Are there any other branching paths ahead? If there is no sinister green dwarf king here, it indicates that we are not facing their main lair, but rather one of its subdivisions. A lair without the sinister green dwarf king, despite the multitude of sinister green dwarfs, does not pose a significant threat. I'm uncertain, the underground realm is too dim. And I can only see up to 300 meters, Han Bing stated. Although her divine eye talent could disregard environmental limitations, it was not flawless. She could see 300 meters in darkness without relying on the oxygen mist lamp, while Shen Yuan could not even manage half a meter. This comparison highlighted the formidable nature of Han Bing's divine eye talent. Feeling fortunate, Shen Yuan estimated that he would likely not encounter the sinister green dwarf king today. He swiftly participated in an auction at the trading post and acquired a longbow of ordinary quality along with 50 standard arrows. Should Han Bing's shadow arrows run out, he would be able to replenish her supplies in time. Having completed these preparations, Shen Yuan issued the command to advance. Upon hearing the order to attack, Han Bing immediately drew her bow and released her arrows. In a mere 3 seconds, she had emptied the quiver containing 15 shadow arrows. Shen Yuan swiftly retrieved a standard longbow and a quiver of arrows from her backpack, inserting all 50 arrows into her quiver. Han Bing did not accept the longbow from him. Instead, she continuously drew the bow and loosed arrows, although the ordinary arrows were of inferior quality. Each one found its mark in the right eye socket of the grotesque green dwarfs, effortlessly piercing through their brains. The reaction time of these grotesque green dwarves was markedly slower than that of the grotesque corpse hounds. By the time they discerned Han Bing's position, they had already suffered significant casualties. The remaining grotesque green dwarves attempted to launch an assault, but she suppressed them with her arrows, leaving none with the opportunity to approach within 50 meters of her. In a mere minute, the grotesque green dwarves in this lair were decimated by her relentless barrage. Shen Yuan had previously witnessed Han Bing eliminate 4 grotesque green dwarves from a distance amidst a blizzard, acknowledging her exceptional archery skills. Yet, at this moment, Han Bing exceeded his expectations yet again. Remarkably, she dispatched nearly 50 grotesque green dwarves with apparent ease. The last 10 or so had not even a chance to flee. Once she confirmed that the grotesque green dwarves surrounding her had been eradicated, Shen Yuan hastened towards their lair. He acted swiftly, ensuring he collected all survival coins and survival chests into his backpack before they vanished. Although he gained no experience this time, the sheer exhilaration of acquiring resources without exertion was utterly delightful. Chapter 0028. Fortunes abound. Abundant harvest. Han Bing merely drew her about dozens of times, and her level surged from LV3 to LV6. Had there been a few more grotesque green dwarves in this lair, she could have attained LV7 with this single battle. After several days of arduous effort, during which Shen Yuan vanquished the level 10 spectral dog queen, he finally ascended to level 7. Reflecting on his relentless toil of chopping trees and slaying monsters, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Han Bing, who effortlessly achieved similar feats with just a few minutes of archery. Suddenly, the 57 black iron chests nestled within his spatial ring lost their allure. Yet, he knew that once these chests were synthesized into golden chests, their value would be restored. Determined to enhance his strength, Xin Yuan resolved to synthesize all the black iron chests at once. Today, fortune smiled upon him, even without the title of good luck. The probability of acquiring exceptional items from the synthesis remained promising. He also procured 50 long arrows from the trading post, bestowing them upon Han Bing. With her protection by his side, he felt at ease to focus on the synthesis of the black iron chests. Xin Yuan firmly believed that the initial synthesis of survival chests each day boasted a high rate of exceptional item drops. Today, he commenced his first synthesis with 4 black iron chests. The odds were as follows: a 10 chance to transform into a silver chest, a 5 chance for a golden chest, a 1 chance for a yellow weapon pack, and a mere 0. 1 chance for a golden talent scroll, contrasted by an 83. 9 chance of failure. As anticipated, the initial attempt yielded a higher probability for exceptional items, while the failure rate had diminished slightly. Nevertheless, the 83.9 failure probability remained astonishingly high. Yet, Xin Yuan was indifferent. After all, these black iron chests were merely acquired without cost. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the synthesis. The synthesis failed. The anticipated setback. Apart from the initial fusion of 4 black iron treasure chests, Xin Yuan combined the remaining chests in groups of 3. He undertook a total of 17 fusions, experiencing 7 failures along the way. From this endeavor, he procured 5 silver treasure chests, 3 golden treasure chests, and 2 yellow weapon packs. Upon completing the 17 fusions, he merged the last 2 black iron treasure chests, yielding yet another silver treasure chest. Perhaps due to his frequent openings of golden treasure chests, Xin Yuan's aspirations have soared, rendering even the silver treasure chests beneath his notice. In stark contrast, the newcomers from Blue Star who arrived in the Misty world alongside Xin Yuan would revel for days at the mere acquisition of a single silver treasure chest. Yet, Xin Yuan opted to forego opening the silver treasure chests and instead combined the 6 silver chests in pairs. After 3 more fusions, he obtained an additional 2 golden treasure chests. The culmination of 57 black iron treasure chests resulted in 5 golden treasure chests and 2 yellow weapon packs, exceeding Xin Yuan's expectations significantly. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to fuse the 2 golden treasure chests. This decision was not born of greed, but rather the considerably lower failure probability associated with the fusion of 2 survival treasure chests. The prospect of risking 2 golden treasure chests for a chance at greater fortune lay well within Xin Yuan's realm of acceptance. Should the 2 golden treasure chests be fused? Currently, there is a 15 probability of resulting in a diamond treasure chest, a 0. 1 chance of yielding a golden skill scroll, and an 84.9 probability of failure. A 15 chance of acquiring a diamond treasure chest is quite substantial. Without hesitation, Xin Yuan proceeded with the fusion. Successfully synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a diamond treasure chest. 1. Xin Yuan, a seasoned individual well acquainted with grand spectacles, exhibited no signs of excitement. Before the newly acquired diamond treasure chest had warmed in his grasp, he promptly opened it. Congratulations. You have received a lucky charm. Item, lucky charm. Quality, legendary. Durability, none. Description, a talisman once touched by the goddess of fortune. Its use significantly enhances one's luck. Note 1. The lucky charm can be used only once and is effective for a single target. The lucky charm, having once been in the possession of the goddess of fortune, is indeed a remarkable item. Should Xin Yuan one day attain the supreme treasure chest, or even the mythical treasure chest, employing the lucky charm could bestow upon him the most valuable and exquisite treasures therein. Additionally, the lucky charm has the potential to permanently augment Xin Yuan's fortune. While its effects may not rival that of extraordinary luck, it will greatly benefit Xin Yuan in his future endeavors to synthesize survival treasure chests. Xin Yuan resolved to reserve the lucky charm for future use, particularly when he opens the supreme treasure chest or the mythical treasure chest. With this auspicious beginning granted by the lucky charm, he proceeded to open the golden treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained a D-Class Secret Realm Admission Ticket Collector's Edition. Item, D-Class Secret Realm Admission Ticket Collector's Edition. Quality, epic. Durability, none. Description, utilizing the D-Class Secret Realm Admission Ticket Collector's Edition grants access to the D-Class Secret Realm. Along with a special identity and unique rewards, Xin Yuan had gathered information regarding the Secret Realm admission tickets from Kakalon. The Secret Realms are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty, corresponding to S, A, B, C, and D, with the D-Class Secret Realm being the simplest of all. The survival panel suggests that the minimum level standard is LV10, while the maximum should not exceed LV20. Although Xin Yuan has not yet reached LV10, he is still able to enter the D-grade difficulty Secret Realm. However, Should his level surpass LV20, access to this difficulty would be denied. Ordinarily, the ticket for entering a D-grade secret realm is of standard quality, yet the addition of a collector's edition alters its essence entirely. The precise distinction remains to be revealed once Xinyuan utilizes this secret realm ticket. Xinyuan decided to open the last 2 golden treasure chests simultaneously. To his astonishment, he uncovered another D-grade secret realm ticket, collector's edition. The other item was Bloodthorn Seeds. Item: Bloodthorn Seeds 5 Quality. Epic. Durability: 100/100. Description: when planted in the soil, it yields bloodthorns, possessing remarkable destructive power. Note 1. Bloodthorn seeds require a substantial quantity of monstrous beast corpses to mature. Xinyuan realized that he effortlessly procured various mutated plant seeds from the survival treasure chests. He suspected that his concealed wood attribute was notably high. Otherwise, it would be improbable to frequently acquire these plant seeds. While the bloodthorn seeds do not enhance Xinyuan's combat prowess, planting them in front of the shelter would provide better protection. The combination of bloodthorns and mutated vine flowers would significantly bolster the defenses of Xinyuan's shelter. Without inspecting the appearance of the bloodthorn seeds, he proceeded to open 2 yellow weapon packs. The yellow weapon packs encompass 10 categories of weapons: guns, bows, knives, swords, hammers, axes, halberds, crossbows, spears, and whips. Please select the weapon category you wish to draw from. Xinyuan has already acquired the Qiang Breaker Sword. Thus he is inclined to prioritize either the bow or crossbow. He possesses 2 yellow weapon packs, from which he selects both a bow and a crossbow. Weapon: Changwei Bow Quality. Epic. Durability: 100/100. Description: a magnificent bow imbued with the power of the moon, possessing exceptional penetrating ability. Note 1. The Changwei Bow requires Changwei arrows. Using other long arrows will diminish its durability. Note 2. The Changwei Bow automatically generates Changwei arrows, with a maximum of 10 arrows produced each day. Note 3. Equipping the Changwei Bow enhances combat power by 100 points. Weapon: Blood Red Crossbow Quality. Epic. Durability: 100/100. Description: a crossbow capable of rapid fire with exceptionally high damage. Note 1. The Blood Red Crossbow can fire arrows without restriction. Note 2. The Blood Red Crossbow generates 1 blood red arrow per minute, with a maximum capacity of 99 arrows. Note 3. Equipping the Blood Red Crossbow increases shooting accuracy by 20. Note 4. Each shot fired from the Blood Red Crossbow reduces its durability by 0.1. While the power of the Blood Red arrow does not rival that of the original Deceptive arrow, and it lacks the explosive damage against the deceptive beasts, it compensates by allowing for unlimited rapid fire of blood red arrows, with the potential of discharging 99 arrows in one go. The suppressive effect of the blood red arrows on deceptive beasts is significantly superior to that of the Breaker Crossbow. Chapter 0029. Dual Identity. Xinyuan selected the Qiang Breaks Illusion Sword as his close combat weapon, while for ranged attacks, a single blood red crossbow sufficed. The Changwei Bow, however, he bestowed upon Han Bing. It is noteworthy that in Xinyuan's hands, the Changwei Bow transformed into a markedly different weapon than in Han Bing's grasp. After all survival treasure chests had been opened, Han Bing continued to lead the way, with Xinyuan closely following. The two traversed for approximately 10 minutes, arriving at the terminus of the underground realm of the cunning green dwarfs. With this exploration concluded, Xinyuan retraced his steps, deliberately avoiding the bifurcation leading to another path. He was confident that the depths of the alternate route concealed the lair of the cunning green dwarf king. Given that even the diminutive cunning corpse dogs had a lord reaching LV10, it was reasonable to surmise that the cunning green dwarf king's level would not be inferior to LV10. Considering Xinyuan's current prowess, it would be prudent not to provoke a lord of such caliber. Soon, Xinyuan exited the underground world and returned to his sanctuary, feeling accomplished from the day's endeavors. He resolved to dedicate the remaining hours to honing his archery skills. On the morrow, he intended to utilize a D-grade secret realm entry ticket, collector's edition, in hopes of uncovering new opportunities. As night approached, the industrious Xiangde returned to Xinyuan's sanctuary after a day of felling the cunning withered trees, acquiring 12,000 units of timber. Coupled with the 7,500 units he already possessed, his inventory now boasted a total of 19,500 units of timber. The fully automated logging robot secured an additional 8,500 units. Xinyuan, not overly greedy, accepted only 9,500 units from Xiangde, allowing the remainder for its own discretion. Thus, Xinyuan's inventory accumulated to a total of 22,150 units of wood. He realized that an excess of timber was of no practical use. Consequently, he contacted Caracal and traded 150 units of wood, retaining only 10,000 units for himself. Shen Yuan then exchanged half of this wood for survival coins and the other half for stone. Once the transaction was completed, he resumed his archery practice until fatigue overtook him, leading him into a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn's first light began to break, Shen Yuan, still in the depths of his dreams, was abruptly roused by Han Bing, who pulled the covers away. Dazed, Shen Yuan gazed at Han Bing, who coldly declared, "My lord, it is time to rise and practice archery." Her chilling voice extinguished any lingering desire he held for the morning. Shen Yuan lamented his decision to not channel his energy into Han Bing the previous night. Had he nestled beside her, he would not have to awaken so early to practice. Time swiftly passed until noon. After an entire morning spent honing his archery skills, Shen Yuan finally earned himself an hour of respite. However, upon resuming his activities, he resolved not to seek out the enigmatic beasts of the day. Instead, he intended to utilize the D-Class Realm Entrance Ticket Collector S Edition. In the absence of Han Bing, he would have exercised caution and waited until reaching level 10 before proceeding. Yet, with the formidable presence of Han Bing by his side, he felt compelled to venture into the D-Class realm promptly, as it promised an expeditious enhancement of his combat prowess. The D-Class Realm Entrance Ticket Collector S Edition cannot transport subjects together. Shen Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the D-Class Realm Entrance Ticket Collector S Edition would only allow for his personal transportation. He then produced another D-Class Realm Entrance Ticket Collector S Edition for Han Bing, attempting to initiate a joint teleportation, as you have activated the team mode. The lord you are about to match with will also be in a duo state. The matching functionality of the secret realm is indeed formidable. While Shen Yuan marveled at the powerful matching mechanism of the secret realm, he suddenly experienced a momentary daze. Congratulations on your successful match. A total of 85 lords have been matched, with 15 subjects accompanying them. This D-grade secret realm is categorized as a cooperative team type, allowing multiple participants. The name of this secret realm is Baptism of Blood. The condition for clearing this realm is to hunt down Prince Dracula. Please note, there is no time limit for clearing this secret realm. The longer the delay, the greater the difficulty of the realm. Now we shall randomly assign you the indigenous inhabitants of this secret realm and provide you with all their memories. Since you are using a premium edition entry ticket for the secret realm, your random identity has been significantly enhanced. Identity matched successfully. Your identity is Duke Lewis. Due to your use of a premium edition entry ticket, you have received a special task for clearing the secret realm. Special task for clearing the secret realm, the Betrayer. Task requirements: protect Prince Dracula and eliminate all other lords and their subjects, excluding your team members. Please be advised, if Prince Dracula dies, your special task for clearing the secret realm will fail. Your clearing task will automatically change to hunting down Prince Dracula. The mechanical prompt echoed in Shen Yuan's mind. His memory was rather average, and some details were not particularly clear. To ensure his understanding, he opened the survival panel and carefully reviewed the task information once more. After reviewing the situation, Shen Yuan realized that the D-Class Secret Realm Admission Ticket Collector's Edition was indeed a remarkable value. It was no surprise that the D-Class Secret Realm Admission Ticket was only rated as ordinary quality. However, the addition of the words Collector's Edition elevated it to an epic quality. The identity and special mission this secret realm bestowed upon Shen Yuan justified such a rating. Shen Yuan inherited the indigenous identity of Duke Lewis, a close confidant of Prince Dracula. As long as Shen Yuan refrained from publicly opposing Prince Dracula, the boss of the secret realm could very well become a valuable ally. Should Prince Dracula tragically fall to another lord, Shen Yuan's mission within the secret realm would automatically shift to the hunt for Prince Dracula. In this scenario, the benefits of hunting Prince Dracula would also be within Shen Yuan's grasp. In simpler terms, even if Shen Yuan did nothing, he could emerge as the ultimate victor. With the memories of Duke Lewis now at his disposal, Shen Yuan learned that he possessed a grand castle and vast territories. Furthermore, he commanded a personal guard of 500 and a populace of 8,000. It is worth noting that even the formidable boss, Prince Dracula, had fewer than 1,200 elite guards. The arrangement of this secret realm was exceptionally well done. The only point of dissatisfaction for Shen Yuan was that he and Han Bing had not been teleported to the same location. Without a survival panel, Han Bing was unreachable. Currently, she bore the visage of a native from this secret realm, while Shen Yuan assumed the identity of Duke Lewis. Duke Lewis was one of the minor bosses within this secret realm, making him an easy target for Han Bing. My lord, Prince Dracula invites you to join him for tonight's banquet. Just as Shen Yuan pondered how to contact Han Bing, the voice of a subordinate interrupted his thoughts. Understood. Inform him that I shall arrive punctually. Shen Yuan responded, drawing upon the memories of Duke Louis. Once his subordinate departed, Shen Yuan proceeded to step out of the chamber. He intended to meet with the other lords who had been summoned to this secret realm prior to the commencement of the banquet. The lords possessing survival panels could perceive each other's distinctive lord identifiers. This particular secret realm necessitated cooperation among teams. Once they recognized Shen Yuan as a lord, they would undoubtedly seek to collaborate with him in their joint endeavor against Prince Dracula. Shen Yuan resolved to cultivate favorable relations with this assembly of lords, subsequently relaying their information to Prince Dracula. He aimed to leverage the power of Prince Dracula to eliminate this entire cohort of lords. Chapter 0030. The Deception Plan. The secret realm where Shen Yuan resided was a segment of the Misty world. As he swung open the door, an array of eerie mist enveloped him like a billowing cloud, crashing against his form. Shen Yuan's sanity level plummeted from 100 to 90 in an instant. Had he not reacted swiftly and retrieved the oxygen fog lamp from his spatial ring, he would have succumbed to death from the complete depletion of his sanity had he delayed even a few seconds. Shen Yuan was perplexed as to why his sanity had declined. After all, he had merely traversed into the body of Duke Louis, rather than undergoing a corporeal transition into the secret realm. The original Duke Louis was impervious to the influence of the eerie mist. Why then? Did the mist affect his sanity upon taking control of this body? Although Shen Yuan could not fathom the reason behind it, he was acutely aware that if the eerie mist could impair his sanity, the other lords who had also traversed here would undoubtedly be similarly affected. Thus, whoever utilized an item to dispel the mist within this haze would reveal themselves as a lord who had crossed over. With this distinctive feature, the challenge of seeking out other lords amidst the eerie fog has been considerably diminished. The secret realm where Shen Yuan resides is not extensive. Aside from the territories of Duke Louis and Prince Dracula, there remains the domain of another duke in the desolate land connecting the three territories. This wasteland is devoid of villages. All the lords who have transmigrated here have their points of origin within these three territories. Shen Yuan swiftly discerned a lord with ulterior motives. The individual, holding a peculiar oil lamp, was loitering near his ducal estate. As Shen Yuan approached, the person quickly noticed him as well. Duke Louis? How fortunate you are to have randomly acquired such a high status. Upon seeing Shen Yuan wielding the mist lamp and adorned with the insignia of a lord, the individual immediately recognized him as an ally of the same faction. Captain Marise, your randomly assigned identity is also quite commendable. Shen Yuan's random identity was enhanced through a Collector-S edition, while this individual's good fortune had led him to a top-tier indigenous identity. It is noteworthy that Captain Marise serves as the chief guardian under Duke Louis, commanding the 1st Guard Regiment, comprising a total of 100 individuals. Had Duke Louis not been supplanted by Shen Yuan, this fellow would have been able to directly lay claim to Duke Louis as 100 elite guards. Fortunately, Duke Louis maintains absolute control over the 1st through 5th Guard Regiments. Even if all 5 of his captains were replaced by lords, he could command his loyal guards to eliminate the captains. The advantage of Duke Louis's identity lies in the 500 loyal guards at his disposal. Should these regiments be divided among the lords? What value would his status hold? Originally, Captain Marise intended to leverage his identity to discreetly abscond with the 1st Guard Regiment. Now that he has learned that his superior in this body is also an ally, the situation no longer requires such complexity. Duke, shall we directly deploy troops to assault Prince Dracula, or shall we opt for an assassination? Marise understood that Shen Yuan could absolutely command the 500 loyal guards. If Shen Yuan so desired, they could even launch a forceful attack on Prince Dracula's castle. However, with Prince Dracula commanding 1,200 loyal guards, a direct assault would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Shen Yuan's guard unit was intended to deal with these lords. It was inconceivable that they would be used against their own kind. Marise was unaware that Shen Yuan's secret mission in the realm differed from his own. Acknowledging Shen Yuan's concerns, he suggested, perhaps we should seek out Duke Russell. He might also be one of us. If we could unite with Duke Russell, our forces would be nearly equal to those of Prince Dracula. Together, we could confront him, and this time, we could complete the secret realm in just a few hours. This was not Marise's first venture into a D-level secret realm. He was well aware that the boss in a D-level secret realm would not be particularly formidable. As long as they could fend off the boss's minions, confronting the boss together would pose no great challenge. The more feasible the plan seemed to Marise, the more reluctant Shen Yuan became to execute it. He abruptly interrupted Mayrise's words to unveil his own strategy. There is no need for such complications. Prince Dracula is hosting a banquet tonight. You will accompany me into the feast and strike against Dracula together. The sooner we act, the better. And the fewer who are aware, the safer we shall be. Excellent idea. Let us proceed thus. We shall gather all the allies in this territory and act together tonight. The two individuals acted in concert, swiftly summoning all the lords within the domain of Duke Louis. A total of 32 lords and 4 of their subjects were gathered. Each lord harbored their own thoughts, yet all deemed Shen Yuan's proposal splendid. As long as Shen Yuan could usher them to the feast, they would be able to launch a surprise attack on Prince Dracula from multiple angles. The arrival of Prince Dracula's royal guards would require time, and during this interval, they could conspire to eliminate the prince collectively. The rewards within the secret realm were dispensed according to contributions, thus, whoever ultimately delivered the fatal blow to Prince Dracula would receive the highest accolade. Those lords participating in the hunt for Prince Dracula would be entitled to far more substantial rewards than their non-participating counterparts. With 33 lords and 4 subjects at their disposal, they possessed ample strength to swiftly hunt down Prince Dracula. Confident in their ability to vanquish him, they were naturally reluctant to invite other lords to share in the spoils. Shen Yuan deftly seized upon their avaricious hearts, intending to annihilate them all this very night. For precaution, he brought along his personal guard. The distance from Prince Dracula's territory to that of Duke Louis was not considerable. After traversing for over an hour, Shen Yuan and his entourage reached their destination. During their march, Shen Yuan encountered numerous blood corpses in the desolate expanse. These blood corpses were the sinister beasts of the secret realm, and slaying them would yield experience, survival coins, and survival chests. Throughout this time, Shen Yuan refrained from intervening, allowing the lords to claim the experience for themselves. Through their skirmishes, Shen Yuan confirmed that this assembly of lords possessed formidable strength. Absent the augmentation of specialized equipment, their combat prowess would significantly eclipse that of Shen Yuan. The retinue under Shen Yuan's command was predominantly comprised of guardsmen at level 5, with a mere handful of knights at level 7. Regrettably, the 5 captains, each attaining level 10, had been usurped by those detestable lords. Were it not for Shen Yuan's absolute dominion over the guard, these 5 captains would have undoubtedly acted independently of him. Upon the arrival of Duke Louis at Dracula's castle, the sentinels stationed there merely performed a perfunctory inquiry into the purpose of his retinue's visit before permitting their entry. With an hour and a half remaining until the commencement of the banquet, Shen Yuan, having accommodated all the lords, proceeded to confer with Prince Dracula. He was disinclined to involve his own guard in the impending assassination plot, reserving them as a contingency plan to be deployed only should Prince Dracula or he himself be imperiled. Within the confines of Prince Dracula's manor, Shen Yuan, guided by the steward, arrived at the threshold of Prince Dracula's study. Enter, Dracula's raspy voice echoed from within upon the steward's announcement. Shen Yuan pushed open the door and immediately beheld the long moon bow resting upon the desk. Han Bing? Shen Yuan's hands, still upon the door, froze in place as he gazed in disbelief at Dracula's pallid, sinister countenance. Chapter 31. The treacherous feast. As Shen Yuan stood aghast at the revelation of Prince Dracula's true identity, Prince Dracula himself regarded Shen Yuan with equal astonishment. Lord? Prince Dracula uttered tentatively. It is I. How did you transmigrate into the secret realm's ultimate adversary? The Frost does not possess a survival panel, nor does she bear the mark of a lord. Were it not for the long moon bow, even if she stood before Shen Yuan, he would never associate her with Count Dracula. Fortunately, Frost lacks a spatial ring to store the long moon bow, which allowed Shen Yuan to discern her identity in advance. Otherwise, according to Shen Yuan's original plan, Count Dracula might not have been able to manage that group of lords. Should the battle turn against Count Dracula, Shen Yuan intended to seize the opportunity to ambush him and claim his head. Now that he has discovered Count Dracula's true identity, his plans must undergo a transformation. My lord, please end my life now. The sooner you do, the greater the rewards you shall reap. Frost remains oblivious to the fact that Shen Yuan's conditions for clearing the secret realm differ from those of other lords. In Frost's understanding, Shen Yuan can only clear the realm by slaying her. That is not necessary. My condition for clearing the secret realm is to eliminate the other lords and their subjects, excluding you. While killing Frost would grant him the highest reward from this realm, she is one of his subjects, one of the 6 great heroes of the night. How could he bring himself to sever his own left arm or right? Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Frost's rigid form visibly relaxed. Though she had long prepared herself to sacrifice her life for Shen Yuan, if there existed a chance for survival, she certainly wished to cling to life. My lord, Shall you then seek out the other lords? I will lead my people to capture and slay them. Lacking a survival panel, Frost could not discern whether the vampires around her were natives or lords. However, with Xin Yuan's presence, the situation was entirely different. As long as they cooperate harmoniously, they can eliminate this group of lords one by one. What Han Bing articulated was precisely what Xin Yuan had been contemplating. He intended to first eradicate the lords within Dracula City and then, taking advantage of the banquet, capture the group of lords he had brought from Lewis City in one fell swoop. Thus, with less than a third of the lords remaining, they would pose no significant threat. Han Bing, summon the 12 captains of your guards. I shall ascertain whether they are lords, Xin Yuan instructed. All 5 captains under Duke Lewis have been possessed by lords. I suspect that at least half of the captains under your command have also been taken over. Gathering them discreetly and resolving the situation could save us from unnecessary complications. As Han Bing called for her captains, Xin Yuan integrated his own elite guards into the royal residence. The extent to which Han Bing's forces had been infiltrated by the lords remained uncertain. Should Han Bing recklessly summon her troops, it could easily arouse the lords' suspicions. However, the elite guards led by Xin Yuan posed no such risk, for they had been meticulously selected by him and were beyond reproach. The summoned captains were bewildered by the situation. To avoid raising Han Bing's suspicions, none of them dared to offer excuses to evade her. To them, Han Bing, as their superior, could not distinguish between allies and foes. Since she could not tell the difference, she would not act against them. The 12 captains, arriving one after another, did not hastily enter the royal residence. After gathering outside, they were astonished to find that all the captains present were indeed comrades. This was indeed fortuitous news, for each of the 12 captains possessed formidable strength. Seizing this juncture to launch a clandestine assault upon Dracula would undoubtedly yield substantial gains. The chief wardens, initially apprehensive about Dracula discerning their ulterior motives, entered the principality's reception hall with undisguised delight. Dracula, her countenance somber, occupied the principal seat within the hall. Observing the jovial assembly of wardens, she abruptly slammed her hand upon the adjacent tea table. The 12 wardens, startled by the suddenness of the action, instinctively prostrated themselves. It was only upon finding themselves kneeling that they recollected their purpose within this secret realm, the fulfillment of a mission, rather than servitude to Prince Dracula. Remain kneeling before me, Dracula commanded, her voice filled with censure. How dare you engage in frivolous jesting in my presence? Such conduct is utterly unbecoming. As the wardens made to rise, Prince Dracula issued a vehement rebuke. Although the overlords had commandeered the bodies of the wardens, these vessels retained an innate trepidation towards Prince Dracula. Consequently, they found themselves in a state of indecision, unsure whether to confront Dracula directly or to remain kneeling, awaiting a more opportune moment to strike. Amidst their hesitation, Xin Yuan, seated in the principal guest position, nodded imperceptibly towards Han Bing. Upon receiving this signal, Han Bing surmised that these subordinates had been usurped by overlords, rendering them untrustworthy. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them all. I have summoned you here to address a matter of import. Intrigued by the prospect of a significant matter to be discussed, the restless overlords maintained their composure, poised to act at the opportune moment. As they patiently awaited their chance, a contingent of armed guards surged through the main entrance of the reception hall. Simultaneously, a multitude of armed guards emerged from the adjacent chambers on either side of the hall. These overlords, seasoned veterans of D-grade secret realms, possessed unwavering mental fortitude. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of vampire guardians, a realization struck that their identities had been compromised. Although the reason for this exposure remained unclear, it was imperative to escape from this perilous situation. However, with Xin Yuan and Han Bing adequately prepared, they would not allow any escape. The guardians swiftly sealed the entrance to the reception hall, resolutely denying the lords any opportunity for a breakout. Those guardians emerging from the adjoining chambers displayed an audacious disregard for their own safety, their immediate objective being to eliminate everyone except for Xin Yuan and Han Bing. The lords, though quick to react, found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of guardians, suffering heavy casualties in a short span. The lords, all possessing the courage to enter the D-grade secret realm, had survived in the treacherous Misty world for a considerable time, each harboring their own hidden trump cards. Yet, the majority of these advantages could not be employed, as their skills and talents required their physical forms to manifest. Deprived of their peak combat capabilities, the lords were swiftly engulfed by the relentless tide of adversaries. Thus, 12 lords, each surpassing level 10, met a humiliating demise at the hands of the guardians. After dispatching this group of lords, Xin Yuan immediately scavenged their equipment, only to discover their lamentable impoverishment. None possessed spatial storage artifacts from their lifeless bodies. He managed to collect a few defensive armors and weapons of merely fine quality. It was astonishing that despite their higher levels, the finest items they carried were only of commendable quality. Disinterested in these subpar weapons, Xin Yuan distributed the gear among the guardians, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Having dealt with the group of head guards, it was now time to systematically eliminate the other lords concealed within the ranks of Prince Dracula. Chapter 0032: The Deception of False Allies. The lords hidden among Prince Dracula's elite guards, relying on their advantage of reincarnation, acted without any pretense. Xin Yuan expended little effort in uncovering their identities. Under Xin Yuan's subtle manipulations, they, caught off guard, jovially walked into the grave he had prepared for them. By the time they realized they were surrounded by the well-trained elite guards, even their extraordinary abilities could not save them from their impending doom. In a mere half-hour, Xin Yuan had eradicated all the lords lurking within Prince Dracula's guard, including the initial 12 head guards, followed by 21 other lords and 4 of their subjects. The lords hiding in Dracula City were virtually all exterminated. As for the few who narrowly escaped, Xin Yuan was not in haste to eliminate them entirely. He instructed Han Bing to organize a banquet in advance, deciding to first deal with the lords who had been driven from Lewis City. This group was numerous and well acquainted with one another. Only by swiftly addressing them could Xin Yuan focus on the remaining lords. To ensure absolute success, Xin Yuan deployed all 450 of his elite guards. Additionally, he directed Han Bing to mobilize a portion of the guards, leaving no opportunity for the lords to break free. How goes the operation? Has Prince Dracula grown suspicious? Just as Xin Yuan returned to the quarters where the lords were housed, they surrounded him, expressing their concerns in a cacophony of voices. Prince Dracula commenced the banquet an hour earlier, which might suggest a sinister plot. Xin Yuan refrained from responding to their inquiries, instead informing them of the earlier schedule. Hosting the banquet in advance posed no issue. Should Prince Dracula become aware of our true identities, he would undoubtedly dispatch his personal guard to eliminate us. Consequently, it appears that Prince Dracula has significant matters to announce prematurely, allowing us to proceed according to our original plan. One lord, brimming with self-importance and eager to showcase his intellect, hastily voiced his analysis. The assembly of lords, initially anxious about their exposure, suddenly found merit in his reasoning. Their predicament dictated that the longer they lingered, the more susceptible they became to discovery. Now, with Prince Dracula opting to host the banquet early, it inadvertently favored their cause. With Xin Yuan at the helm, the lords harbored no doubts that he would betray them, despite their shared mission in the secret realm. In the reception hall of Prince Dracula's estate, numerous tables were laden with delicacies favored by vampires. The lords gazed grimly at the feast before them, none daring to lift their chopsticks. Shortly, Prince Dracula took his seat at the head of the table. Following the meticulously arranged discussion preordained with Xin Yuan, she recited her lines with composure. Upon her arrival, the lords beheld the ominous boss insignia hovering. The assembled lords were convinced that Xin Yuan would, in the next moment, strike down Prince Dracula, seizing the opportunity to attack en masse. However, contrary to their expectations, Xin Yuan not only refrained from assaulting the prince but, in a bold display, shattered the blood chalice he held upon the ground. His actions diverged sharply from the meticulously crafted plan they had devised. The lords stood frozen in shock, momentarily baffled by Xin Yuan's intentions. Despite his unexpected behavior, they never doubted his loyalty. After all, this was a cooperative venture within a shared realm, and they were all comrades in arms. With the shattering of the chalice serving as a signal, the 450 elite guards Xin Yuan had stationed their surged forth at once. Simultaneously, the guards hidden beneath the table, placed there by Prince Dracula, revealed their concealed weapons. As Xin Yuan's guards flooded into the banquet, the lords novelly entertained the notion that he sought to eliminate Prince Dracula single-handedly for the ultimate reward. It was only when they found themselves encircled by layers of guards that the grim reality dawned upon them. Xin Yuan was orchestrating an assault against them. Though they could not comprehend his motives, it was evident that his actions posed a grave threat to their very lives. "What are you doing?" one exclaimed. "Do you not realize that this will not earn you Prince Dracula's trust, but instead jeopardize us all?" Even at this critical juncture, the lords engaged in a futile exchange, attempting to persuade Xin Yuan to reconsider his stance. "My lord, I was initially concerned they might not fall for it. Yet I never anticipated these fools would be so utterly dim-witted." The voice of Prince Dracula was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among the assembled lords. "You dare address him as your lord? You are his subjects. The subjects under his command lacked any survival interface, rendering them incapable of locating their own kind through such means. Observing that Prince Dracula bore the mark of a boss yet lacked that of a lord, they instinctively concluded that he was an indigenous being. Little did they realize that Prince Dracula was, in fact, a subject of Xin Yuan. Furthermore, Xin Yuan had employed some arcane method to establish clandestine communication with Prince Dracula long ago. The loyalty of a lord's subjects is unwavering, implying that Prince Dracula would willingly sacrifice his life for his master at any moment. They were perplexed as to why Xin Yuan had turned against them. Their spatial storage equipment remained inaccessible to Xin Yuan, and the resources within their survival interface's inventory would vanish upon their demise. After much contemplation, they wondered, could Xin Yuan be coveting their weapons and gear? Amidst the confusion and vitriol from the lords, hundreds of loyal guards descended upon them with lethal intent. Even as the lords, resolute in their determination to escape, met their inevitable end, the outcome was preordained. From the moment they were deceived by Xin Yuan into this predicament, their fate was sealed. Slaying lords would yield neither experience nor survival chests, hence Xin Yuan refrained from intervening throughout. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, Xin Yuan's expression remained cold, betraying little emotional fluctuation. It was unclear whether he had grown accustomed to death and decay in recent times, or if he was inherently a person of frigid disposition, much like the previous batch of lords he had dispatched. This group of lords was similarly destitute, and Xin Yuan found nothing of value upon Circe this time. Xin Yuan did not toss their weapons to his guards. Instead, he utilized his synthesis talent to begin amalgamating the heap of discarded metal. Perhaps it was due to his failure to pray that day, or perhaps the items salvaged from the lord's corpse were inherently flawed. Regardless, after synthesizing hundreds of weapons, he ultimately produced only a single exceptional quality broadsword. Xin Yuan was not adept with blades, and he already possessed a superior sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the broadsword, along with the acquired spatial ring, to Han Bing. Han Bing was equally unskilled with the broadsword. Xin Yuan intended it merely for her temporary safekeeping. In the future, when he sought to recruit subjects, these presently unused weapons might prove advantageous. Chapter 0033. The conclusion of the secret realm, with numerous lords and their subjects in Lewis City having fallen victim to Xin Yuan's treachery. The surviving lords and their people found themselves bereft of any opportunity for a comeback. At this juncture, seeing the situation firmly in his grasp, Xin Yuan ceased to hold back. Together with Han Bing, he led his guards to ransack Dracula City thoroughly. The lords who had concealed themselves within Dracula City ultimately could not evade the clutches of death. Moreover, upon the demise of a lord, those subjects recruited from the recruitment platform would similarly perish. There was no need for Xin Yuan to actively seek out these subjects. By eliminating the lords, their followers would vanish alongside them. Having dealt with the lords in Dracula City, Xin Yuan and Han Bing directed their forces towards Russell City. En route, Xin Yuan wielded the Radiant Sun-breaking sword to dispatch numerous blood corpses. These blood corpses were of low rank, their combat prowess inferior even to the initial LV-1 spectral dog. Even so, eliminating them guarantees a minimum reward of 1 experience point, 10 survival coins, and a black iron treasure chest. By the time Xin Yuan and his army arrived at Russell City, he had amassed a total of 32 black iron treasure chests. The captain of the city guards had long since detected Xin Yuan's presence and promptly reported the situation to Duke Russell. As the weakest force among the 3 cities, Duke Russell had always maintained a low profile. He never anticipated that his desire for peace would provoke a joint assault from Duke Louis and Prince Dracula. Aware that he could not withstand such an onslaught, Duke Russell chose not to resist and decided to open the city gates and surrender. However, the 5 captains under his command were unwilling to comply. These 5 captains had long been usurped by the Lord. Upon witnessing Xin Yuan's collusion with the boss of this secret realm, they understood that their identities were compromised. Although they were unclear about Xin Yuan's motives, they knew that if he led his army into the city, their demise was inevitable. The more impulsive captain, in a fit of rage, severed Duke Russell's head with his sword. Subsequently, they commanded their respective 5 elite guard teams to hold the city, while they were at a disadvantage in numbers. If they remained resolute in defending the city, even with Xin Yuan's forces being more than 3 times their own, they would find it difficult to breach the city. However, they had underestimated the situation. The absolute rulers of every city are eternally the duke or prince, perched high above. By usurping authority and decapitating Duke Russell, they not only failed to seize command of the elite guards, but also rendered themselves as traitors to be executed. A civil war erupted suddenly. The 5 captains of the guards were naturally no match for this group of elite attendants. More lords were compelled to reveal their identities and come to their assistance. Otherwise, if these attendants were to open the city gates, their demise would be inevitable. Observing their internal discord, Shen Yuan chose not to seize the opportunity to assault Russell City. After all, the Duke of Russell had already expressed a willingness to surrender before his demise. Should these attendants emerge victorious, they would willingly open the gates. Conversely, if the lords triumphed, the surviving lords would be inconsequential and incapable of holding the city. Shen Yuan stood at the foot of the city, calmly observing the fierce struggle. Approximately 10 minutes later, an attendant opened the gates to welcome Shen Yuan's army into the city. He harbored no concerns about ambushes. For the vampires within this secret realm were devoid of formidable weaponry. Their instruments of war were limited to traditional cold weapons such as swords and blades. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Shen Yuan led his troops through every corner of Russell City, systematically identifying and annihilating the lords concealed within. During this time, many of the lord's subjects, emboldened by their lack of a survival panel, attempted to seize the opportunity to approach and assassinate Shen Yuan. Regrettably for them, Shen Yuan had anticipated such treachery. Any subjects daring as the sole surviving sovereign, you shall exclusively inherit all the spoils of the secret realm. Congratulations. You have been granted 10,000 experience points, 10,000 survival coins, a silver treasure chest, the innate ability of blood reconstitution, and the skill of sanguinary regeneration. Having become accustomed to gold treasure chests, Shen Yuan could not help but feel somewhat disheartened upon discovering that a mere silver chest was among the rewards. Fortunately, there remained an innate ability and a skill to be gained. As for Han Bing, although she had utilized a secret realm entry ticket to accompany Shen Yuan to this clandestine domain, she possessed no survival panel and was thus unable to reap any of its rewards. Had Han Bing partaken in the spoils, his own rewards would likely have been limited to a choice between the innate ability and the skill. Although the rewards from this particular secret realm fell short of Shen Yuan's expectations, it was merely a Class D secret realm, and a collaborative one at that. It should be noted that the difficulty and rewards of collaborative secret realms are somewhat less than those of solitary secret realms, and considerably less than those of Battle Royale-style realms. Had it not been for Han Bing, even if he had ultimately vanquished Prince Dracula, the maximum rewards he could have obtained would have been a pittance of experience and survival coins. The survival treasure chest would have been downgraded to a bronze chest, and the skill and innate ability would have been diminished further, with only one to be chosen. In retrospect, although the rewards were not as bountiful as Shen Yuan had hoped, they were the most that a Class D secret realm could offer. Upon receiving the secret realm rewards, Shen Yuan's vision dimmed, and his consciousness returned to his original form. Within the confines of the Level 3 sanctuary, Shen Yuan's eyes fluttered open once more. He observed that Han Bing had awakened before him and was regarding him with a look of concern. Upon seeing Shen Yuan awake, Han Bing averted her gaze and suggested, "Let us retire early this evening and resume our archery practice on the morrow." Shen Yuan glanced at the survival panel. It was currently 6:30 in the evening. He recalled that the passage of time within the secret realm differed from that in the enigmatic, mist-laden world outside. How could it be that after spending 10 hours in the secret realm, upon returning to his corporeal form, he found that 6 hours had elapsed here? This posed a grave danger. If the temporal flow of the secret realm were similar to that of the Misty world, remaining there for several days could result in his physical body being devoured by the monstrous creatures. By then, even if he accomplished the secret realm's completion task, his soul would have nowhere to return. With this thought in mind, he resolved that should he venture into the secret realm again, he must ascertain the temporal dynamics beforehand. Once the matter of the secret realm was settled, Shen Yuan pressed his palms together and fervently intoned, "Fortune's favor, grant me blessings, O goddess. The goddess of fortune has heeded your sincere prayer, and you have received a 5-minute boon of great luck." The duration of this lucky effect was shorter than before, yet sufficient for Shen Yuan to amalgamate the black iron treasure chests. He chose to forego today's lucky astrology and directly commence the synthesis of survival treasure chests. Chapter 0034. A bountiful harvest. During the initial synthesis of the daily survival treasure chests, Shen Yuan always took bold steps. For today's first synthesis, he once again combined 4 black iron chests. Shall the 4 black iron chests be synthesized? There is a 20 chance of obtaining a bronze chest, an 11 chance for a silver chest, a 5 chance for a gold chest, a 0.01 chance for a yellow weapon pack, and a 63.99 chance of failure. Compared to previous synthesis attempts, the rewards this time were somewhat diminished. Yet the probability of success had significantly increased. Shen Yuan acted without hesitation, decisively combining the treasures. Synthesis successful, congratulations! You have obtained a silver treasure chest 1. After the conclusion of the initial survival treasure chest synthesis, he proceeded to combine 3 black iron treasure chests simultaneously. Following 9 consecutive syntheses, he acquired 3 golden treasure chests and 2 silver treasure chests in total. Shen Yuan then combined the last black iron treasure chest with a silver treasure chest, once again yielding a golden treasure chest. Consequently, he now possessed 4 golden treasure chests and 3 silver treasure chests. The failure rate for synthesizing golden treasure chests is exceedingly high. Shen Yuan decided against attempting to synthesize a golden treasure chest this time. Instead, he opted to combine the remaining 3 silver treasure chests, regardless of the outcome, as he deemed this round of synthesis profitable. Would you like to synthesize the 3 silver treasure chests? There is currently a 35 chance of obtaining a golden treasure chest, a 5 chance of acquiring a yellow talent scroll, a 1 chance of receiving a diamond treasure chest, and a 59 chance of failure. The rewards from this silver treasure chest synthesis exceeded Shen Yuan's expectations, and the failure rate was acceptable. He resolutely proceeded with the synthesis. Synthesis successful, congratulations! You have obtained a diamond treasure chest 1. Excellent. Although this was not Shen Yuan's first acquisition of a diamond treasure chest, it still filled him with great excitement. He did not allow the thrill of obtaining the diamond treasure chest to cloud his judgment. Rather than continuing to synthesize golden treasure chests, he chose to open the diamond treasure chest directly. Congratulations on acquiring the Fire Spirit Pearl. Item: Fire Spirit Pearl. Quality: Legendary. Durability: None. Description: A divine pearl imbued with the essence of fire. Note 1. Wearing the Fire Spirit Pearl grants protection against fire damage. Note 2. The Fire Spirit Pearl can be embedded in weapons, imbuing them with fire element damage. The Fire Spirit Pearl is indeed a rare treasure. Shen Yuan summoned it from his inventory and directly embedded it into the Qiyang Breaker's sword. Upon contact, the pearl, the size of an eyeball, seamlessly fused with the sword's hilt. Subsequently, the Qiyang Breaker sword acquired 2 new attributes. Wielding the Qiyang Breaker sword grants protection against fire element damage. The Qiyang Breaker sword, now fused with the Fire Spirit Pearl, possesses boundless fire element energy, eliminating the need for replenishment. Furthermore, the sword's damage against aberrant beasts has also been enhanced, albeit the increase is modest and does not qualify as a 3rd new attribute. After opening the diamond treasure chest, Shen Yuan proceeded to open the remaining golden chests. Congratulations on acquiring the B-Class Secret Realm Entry Ticket. Item: B-Class Secret Realm Entry Ticket. Quality: Epic. Durability: None. Description: The B-Class Secret Realm Entry Ticket allows access to the B-Class Secret Realm. Both being of epic quality, Shen Yuan found it difficult to determine whether the D-Class Secret Realm Entry Ticket, Collector's Edition, or the B-Class Secret Realm Entry Ticket was superior. Congratulations on obtaining the Radiant Star Ring. Item: Radiant Star Ring. Quality: Epic. Durability: 100. Description: A treasure capable of forming a protective barrier. Note 1. The Radiant Star Ring draws upon the power of the galaxy to create a protective shield for its bearer. Note 2. Once the barrier formed by the Radiant Star Ring is breached, its durability will significantly diminish. Note 3. The more power drawn from the galaxy, the stronger the protective barrier created. The Radiant Star Ring resembles a bracelet inscribed with celestial patterns. When Shen Yuan adorns it on his left wrist, he can distinctly sense its presence. With but a mere thought, he can conjure a protective barrier around himself. However, the Radiant Star Ring has yet to absorb any power from the galaxy, rendering its protective barrier ineffective. Congratulations on obtaining the Galaxy Codex. Item: Galaxy Codex. Quality: Epic. Durability: 100. Description: A mystical tome capable of summoning celestial bodies. Note 1. Each use of the Galaxy Codex significantly reduces its durability. Note 2. The celestial bodies summoned by the Galaxy Codex vary in size and their powers remain unknown. Note 3. The celestial entities conjured by the Galaxy Codex can provide the Radiant Star Ring with the necessary power from the galaxy. Shen Yuan was astonished to find that immediately after acquiring the Radiant Star Ring, he also obtained a complementary item, the Galaxy Codex. In his discerning eyes, the efficacy of the Galaxy Codex far surpasses that of the epic quality. The mere ability to summon celestial bodies to strike down foes merits a classification of legendary quality. Congratulations on acquiring the Plant Mimicker. Species: Plant Mimicker. Quality: Epic. Durability: None. Description: A mimic capable of imitating any plant. Note 1. The plant mimicker can not only replicate the appearance of plants but also emulate their effects. Note 2. After mimicking a plant, the plant mimicker must wait 24 hours before it can imitate again. Note 3. The plant mimicker lacks intelligence and will solely obey your commands. The appearance of the plant mimicker resembles a green bean, approximately the size of a thumb. Upon casting it onto a plant, it absorbs the essence of that plant, thereby replicating both its appearance and effects. Xinyuan believes that the quality of the plant mimicker should transcend the epic classification, as its potential is extraordinarily high. The assistance it can provide to Xinyuan is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of these epic quality items. After opening 4 golden treasure chests, Xinyuan turned his attention to the skill acquired from conquering the secret realm, Bloodthirsty Regeneration. Skill, Bloodthirsty Regeneration quality. Superior description. Accelerates wound healing through siphoning life force. Note 1. Requires the expenditure of 20 skill points to activate. Note 2. The target of Bloodthirsty Regeneration must be a living being. Note 3. The stronger the target, the more rapid the healing process. Note 4. Repeated use of Bloodthirsty Regeneration within a short period will permanently enhance the desire for blood. Bloodthirsty Regeneration is one of the skills belonging to vampires. Through this skill, Xinyuan can expedite the healing of wounds, encompassing damage to both the heart and the soul. The effect of bloodthirsty self-healing proved to be quite commendable. After ascending 2 levels, Xinyuan now possessed 30 skill points at his disposal. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquired the skill, Bloodthirsty Self-Healing. Upon confirming its effects, Xinyuan turned his attention to the newly acquired talent, Blood Recombination. Talent, Blood Recombination quality, epic, description, allows the alteration of one state through blood recombination. Note 1. Blood recombination is a passive talent and cannot be activated at will. Note 2. Blood recombination can dispel negative states of the host. Note 3. Blood recombination enables the host to resist assimilation and imitation. Note 4. Blood recombination allows the host to absorb the blood of other beings, thus replacing their own blood. Blood recombination stands as the pinnacle talent of the vampire lineage, its effects deserving of its epic classification. Xinyuan had yet to fully grasp the implications of the blood recombination talent when a chilling roar of a monstrosity pierced the air. Almost immediately, his lord's eye detected the intrusion of a creature into his territory. Chapter 0035. The Deceptive Tactics of the Cunning Green Dwarf King. Initially, Xinyuan believed that the invaders were the errant beasts roaming nearby. To his astonishment, they turned out to be the cunning green dwarfs. It is noteworthy that the lair of the cunning green dwarfs lay a considerable distance of 7 to 8 kilometers from his sanctuary. Xinyuan had returned without leaving any trace and had erased his own presence. Could it be that these green dwarfs deciphered the marks he left behind? Upon confirming that the intruders were solely the cunning green dwarfs, Xinyuan's previously heightened anxiety dissipated in an instant. The prowess of the cunning green dwarfs was scarcely superior to that of the skeletal hounds, rendering them incapable of posing a genuine threat to him. Now, he has ascended 2 levels, acquiring new equipment, talents, and skills. The cunning green goblins have indeed chosen an opportune moment to meet their demise. Xinyuan summoned the Eye of the Lord, issuing a distant command for the deceptive mushroom bombs to steer clear of the treacherous green goblins. To Xinyuan, these goblins were merely a bountiful source of experience, and he had no reason to decline such a gift. What is happening? Han Bing, reclining on her plush bed, sat up, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is it the goblins that have come to our door? Unfamiliar with the appearance of the treacherous green goblins, she only recognized the goblins. Lord, you rest well. I shall handle them. Han Bing retrieved the Changyue bow from her spatial ring and swiftly made her way to the shelter's entrance. Such insignificant goblins posed no threat. She could easily deal with them alone. Xinyuan, eager not to miss this splendid opportunity to gain experience, hurriedly followed in her wake. As Xinyuan stepped out of the shelter, he sensed that something was amiss. The cunning green goblins were only prowling the fringes of his territory. It was impossible for ordinary monstrous beasts to ascertain the extent of his domain, unless this invasion was not solely orchestrated by the treacherous green goblins, but also involved their king. The Goblin King was a master of the monstrous beasts, and there existed a profound territorial awareness between human lords and beastly lords. If the Goblin King had personally intervened, it would indeed elucidate the situation. With this realization, Xinyuan decisively grasped Han Bing's arm, guiding her toward the rear of his territory. Behind his domain lay the territory of the formidable Bear Da. As Xinyuan crossed into its realm, The slumbering bear sensed an anomaly. It opened its eyes, resembling two brass bells, and cast its gaze toward Xin Yuan's position. Do not slumber. Accompany me on this journey. Although Bear is of a lower level than both Xin Yuan and Han Bing, his prowess is formidable, and he possesses the capability to hunt formidable beasts beyond his rank. Uncertain of the strength of the cunning green dwarf king, Xin Yuan believes that enlisting Bear's aid will enhance their chances of success. Observing Xin Yuan's decision to include Bear in their endeavor, Han Bing inquires with curiosity. Are there other beasts beyond the goblins that we must contend with? I suspect the presence of a goblin king, and to ensure our safety, it is prudent for us to act in unison. The overall strength of the cunning green dwarf tribe surpasses that of the cunning corpse dog tribe, suggesting that the cunning green dwarf king's rank and might are greater than that of the cunning corpse dog queen, who was of level 10. It stands to reason that the cunning green dwarf king's standing will not be beneath level 15. Xin Yuan is uncertain whether his conjecture holds true. Yet exercising caution is invariably wise. Han Bing refrains from further comment, silently following Xin Yuan's lead. To ensure their safety after summoning Bear, Xin Yuan initiates today's auspicious astrological reading. This lucky astrology is not mere superstition. It genuinely reflects his fortune for the day. Should the reading indicate minor or major misfortune, Xin Yuan will certainly avoid provoking the cunning green dwarf king. As Xin Yuan conducts the astrological reading, he finds himself once again enveloped in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Simultaneously, the resplendent star ring absorbs the celestial energies of the galaxy, maximizing its defensive prowess. Just as Xin Yuan marvels at his spirit's journey through the universe and the star ring's ability to draw upon cosmic power, a colossal celestial body hurtles toward him. This marks Xin Yuan's inaugural close encounter with a planet. The surface of this planet resembles a pristine balanced scale, its two pans maintaining an eternal equilibrium. On this occasion, Xin Yuan observed with great attention, yet regrettably, he could not derive any profound insights from it. His consciousness swiftly returned to his corporeal form. Today's fortune, Libra, moderation. All possibilities abound. Recently, Xin Yuan had delved into astrology, which offers 5 distinct outcomes: minor auspicious, major auspicious, moderate, minor ominous, and major ominous. When the readings indicate minor or major ominous, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside. A minor auspicious reading allows for a bit of indulgence, while a major auspicious reading permits one to frolic freely, even with a hint of recklessness, without dire consequences. However, a reading of moderation leaves the outcome uncertain, with any eventuality possible. Among the 5 divinatory results, moderation was the one Xin Yuan least desired to encounter. With such a reading, he could ascertain that the visitor would undoubtedly be the cunning green goblin king. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to confront this adversary. After all, the fortune did not indicate minor or major ominous. Thus, he still harbored a significant chance to vanquish the green goblin king. Even if he were to falter, he could always resort to the time turntable. The time turntable had absorbed the remains of hundreds of bizarre beasts, enabling it to reverse time by 2 hours. The battle between Xin Yuan and the Green Goblin King would certainly not exceed that duration. With the time turntable as his safety net, Xin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. I have just consulted astrology and confirmed that our enemy this time is the Green Goblin King. Everyone, please exercise caution. I will take the lead in the attack, and the 2 of you will assist me. At this stage, with his equipment harmonizing with his skills and talents, Xin Yuan's strength was indeed on par with that of the Ice Prince. The Frost Archer, after all, is a ranged marksman. Her melee capabilities significantly inferior to those of Xin Yuan. As for the bear, it possesses brute strength but lacks swiftness, rendering it unfit even to serve as a shield. Both the Frost Archer and the bear are utterly obedient to Xin Yuan's commands. Soon, Xin Yuan arrived at the boundary of his territory. He refrained from recklessly engaging in combat with the cunning green goblins, instead allowing the Frost Archer to take aim and eliminate them all. Xin Yuan remained vigilant, prepared to confront the emerging Goblin King. After drawing her bow several times, the Frost Archer remarked, "The Goblin King lies 300 meters directly ahead, flanked by at least 200 goblins and 4 goblin guards." At that precise moment when the Frost Archer pinpointed the location of the Goblin King, the king itself sensed her scrutiny. Its small eyes fixated intently on her, yet it refrained from issuing any orders for an attack. Nor did it show any inclination to act. The Goblin King, possessing considerable intelligence, understood the stark contrast between engaging in battle outside Xin Yuan's territory and within it. Should it dare to confront Xin Yuan within his domain, The ensuing Lord's War would grant Shun Yuan a geographical advantage. Though the Goblin King had never witnessed Shun Yuan in action, it could sense a subtle threat emanating from him. Exercising caution, it resolved to lure the goblins outside the territory. Swiftly, it approached Shun Yuan, initiating the Lord's War beyond his lands. The Goblin King was confident that by commencing the war outside Shun Yuan's territory, it would have a victory probability exceeding 90%. Should it triumph in this battle, it would ascend to even greater heights. Chapter 0036. The ally of the cunning green dwarf king. Both Shun Yuan and the cunning green dwarf king favored a cautious approach. They were astonished to discover that their methods mirrored each other so closely. Shun Yuan lingered within 100 meters of the edge of his territory, while Han Bing relentlessly targeted the nearby cunning green dwarfs. On the other side, the cunning green dwarf king continuously dispatched its subjects to lure Shun Yuan away from his domain. After several rounds of mutual probing, both parties came to understand each other's natures. Observing that Shun Yuan was not easily deceived, the cunning green dwarf king ceased to send its subjects to their demise. It was acutely aware that engaging in a lordly battle within Shun Yuan's territory would yield it less than a 50% chance of victory. Realizing that Shun Yuan had seen through its intentions, it decided not to squander any more time. "My lord, shall I take my leave? Will you pursue?" Han Bing inquired, retracting the long moon bow and glancing at Shun Yuan, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. Shun Yuan remained silent, hastening forward to stow away the corpses of the cunning green dwarf slain by Han Bing into his spatial ring, along with the rewards that had emerged from their demise. As night fell, the cunning green dwarf king found itself outside of his territory. Once darkness enveloped the land, Shun Yuan's lord's eye was rendered less effective than his ordinary vision. At this juncture, pursuing the cunning green dwarf king posed too great a risk. After a brief contemplation, Shun Yuan resolved to remain within his territory. He lacked for neither resources nor strength, which was steadily on the rise. There was no justification or necessity for him to take such a perilous gamble. Meanwhile, the cunning green dwarf king, having noted Shun Yuan's hesitation to give chase, completely abandoned the idea of a retaliatory strike. Instead of returning to the underground realm, it directed its course toward the territory of another cunning beast lord not far away. "Green-headed one, who grants you the audacity to trespass upon my territory?" A creature, entirely cloaked in snow-white fur and resembling a Tibetan mastiff, glared with its pea-sized emerald eyes at the encroaching green dwarf king. In the face of the white beast king's warning, the green dwarf king did not falter. As it approached, it spoke in the universal tongue of beast lords. "White-furred one, I come not to trouble you, but rather to share something of great value." Rising from its four-legged stance, the white beast king maintained a vigilant gaze upon the green dwarf king. "Your words hold no credence. You may either vacate my territory at once or engage me in a lordly battle here. Among the beast lords, a battle can indeed be waged, with substantial rewards for the victor." However, the green dwarf king and the white beast king were evenly matched in strength, even with the advantage of terrain. The white beast king was reluctant to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the green dwarf king. "I have willingly stepped into your domain as a testament to my sincerity. If you doubt my intentions and insist on battle, then you may commence the lordly contest at this very moment." The green dwarf king was undaunted by the white beast king. Were it not for its desire to ally against Shun Yuan, it possessed ample means to lure the white beast king out of its territory. The white beast king's distrust stemmed from having been deceived by the green dwarf king on multiple occasions. Though somewhat dim-witted, it had gleaned a crucial lesson. Regardless of what the green dwarf king professed, it was never to be trusted, as the vigilant white dog king remained on high alert. The green dwarf king spoke to himself, lamenting, "Alas, it appears that the benefits of hunting the alien lords will only fall to the yellow lump." The yellow lump, as mentioned by the green dwarf king, is the beast lord of this region, known for its cunning and strength, surpassing that of the green dwarf king. The green dwarf king had no intention of seeking out the yellow lump. His words were intended to ignite the white dog king's avarice and lead it into a trap. Sure enough, upon hearing that the green dwarf king intended to hunt the alien lord, the expression of the white dog king transformed dramatically. In the realm of the Misty world, alien lords are those rulers other than the beast lords. Engaging in the hunt for an alien lord not only yields substantial experience and unique rewards, but also enhances one's intelligence. The white dog king was acutely aware that its unfortunate plight stemmed from its own low intellect, rendering it incapable of grasping complex matters. Should it succeed in slaying an alien lord and thereby elevate its wisdom, its potential for future growth would vastly expand. The Green Dwarf King's ability to mock it at every turn was rooted in the fact that he had slain 2 alien lords. Recognizing this golden opportunity, the White Dog King declared, "I shall accompany you, but the head of the alien lord belongs to me. All other rewards shall be yours." The White Dog King was unwilling to become a mere pawn in the Green Dwarf King's scheme, proactively voicing its intentions. Naturally, the Green Dwarf King chuckled. Finding the foolishness of the White Dog King amusing, it was still so easily deceived. When the time came for the White Dog King to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xin Yuan, the Green Dwarf King would not only seize Xin Yuan's bounty, but would also have the opportunity to extinguish the White Dog King in the process. After the departure of the enigmatic Green Dwarf King, Xin Yuan chose not to retreat to the sanctuary for rest. Instead, he planted 5 bloodthorn seeds before the entrance of the sanctuary, nourishing them with the remains of the bizarre beast to facilitate their rapid growth. Amidst his diligent efforts, his lord's eye detected another incursion of the Green Dwarfs into his territory. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. The number of invaders was substantial. Xin Yuan immediately realized that the Green Dwarf King intended to initiate a lordly conflict within his domain. Drawing from his previous experience, he understood that the Green Dwarf King was rather cautious in its undertakings. If it lacked confidence in victory, it would certainly not recklessly invade his territory. As Xin Yuan pondered this perplexity, his lord's eye revealed a pack of bizarre beasts resembling large hunting dogs. Their fur was a pristine white, and they were of a level comparable to the Green Dwarfs. Due to the considerable distance, Xin Yuan was unable to glean any information about them through the survival panel. The sight of the white beasts caused Xin Yuan to frown involuntarily. He was acutely aware that the majority of bizarre beasts maintained hostile relations with one another. Even in the absence of animosity, coexistence was rare. Yet, the peculiar circumstance presented itself where the Green Dwarfs and the white beasts, having entered his territory, exhibited no signs of aggression towards each other, approaching from the same direction. This occurrence indicated that it was not the Green Dwarf King orchestrating this alliance with the white beasts. Rather, shortly after the Green Dwarf King's departure, it had formed an alliance with another bizarre beast lord. This peculiar creature, with its garish appearance, had evidently employed some means to forge a coalition, jointly invading his territory. Even in a one-on-one confrontation within his own territory, Xin Yuan was not entirely confident against the Goblin King. Now, with the addition of a Goblin Lord of unknown power, the level of peril has escalated dramatically. It's no wonder the day's fortune foretold that anything was possible. Given the current circumstances, Xin Yuan was uncertain about his prospects for survival. Ha Bing immediately summoned Xiongda, he commanded. 2 Goblin Lords are simultaneously invading our territory. The Goblin Lord's incursion into his domain was a direct threat to his sanctuary. Under different circumstances, Xin Yuan would have fled without hesitation. However, with the enemy at his doorstep, retreat was no longer an option. This battle, whether he desired it or not, was inevitable. Chapter 0037. A Zerg Rush? As an increasing number of goblin dwarves and goblin hounds encroached upon Xin Yuan's territory, his countenance grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that the Goblin King would be so willing to expend resources in his pursuit. Once the Goblin King had entered his territory, no further goblin dwarves followed. Accompanying the Goblin King was the Goblin Hound King, positioned less than 10 meters behind it. The Lord's Eye provided precise calculations of the number of goblin dwarves and goblin hounds invading Xin Yuan's territory, as well as their exact locations. In addition to the 2 goblin lords, 231 goblin dwarfs and 171 goblin hounds had invaded Xin Yuan's domain. The multitude of goblin beasts were clustered together, poised for a collective assault at any moment. Han Bing, Xiongda, you will engage the newly arrived lord, while I confront the Goblin King. This time, Xin Yuan's adversaries are 2 formidable ghoul beast overlords. Should he persist in spearheading the assault, he faces the grim prospect of being torn asunder by these monstrous entities. Understood. Han Bing and Xiongda distanced themselves from Xin Yuan, poised to seize the opportune moment to engage the Ghoul White Hound King in a decisive lordly confrontation. Before long, the Ghoul White Hound, charging at the vanguard, entered Xin Yuan's field of vision. Besieged by a multitude of ghoul beasts, Han Bing, in a bid to alleviate the pressure on her comrades, preemptively drew her bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows, relentlessly felling the encroaching fiends. The Ghoul Green Dwarf King, having committed its entire populace to this endeavor, was determined to emerge victorious. Witnessing Xin Yuan's unwavering stance, the Ghoul Green Dwarf King was elated. In a tongue incomprehensible to Xin Yuan, it issued the order for a full-scale assault. The ghoul green dwarfs, who had been advancing in a cohesive formation upon hearing their lord's command, surged forth towards Shen Yuan with unbridled ferocity. Anticipating their movements, Shen Yuan remotely detonated ghoul mushroom bombs, strategically targeting areas where the ghoul green dwarves were most densely clustered. While the explosive force of these bombs was not overwhelming, it sufficed to obliterate ghoul green dwarves below LV3. Those exceeding this level would be enveloped in a cloud of virulent spores, leading to the putrefaction of their skin and flesh, ultimately resulting in a gruesome demise. By the time the ghoul green dwarves recognized the anomaly beneath their feet, it was too late. Explosions reverberated in succession, each claiming the lives of at least 5 ghoul green dwarves on the spot. The ensuing cloud of toxic spores incapacitated even more, rendering them incapable of further aggression. On several occasions, Shen Yuan attempted to target the ghoul green dwarf king with his ghoul mushroom bombs, but the wily monarch managed to evade them each time, seemingly possessing the ability to sense their subterranean approach. To utilize the treacherous mushroom bomb to vanquish or injure the devious Green Goblin King is a formidable challenge. Special notice: the devious Green Goblin King has initiated a Lord battle against you, which cannot be declined. The Lord battle will commence in 2 seconds. Observing Xiong to launch a Lord battle against the devious White Hound King, the devious Green Goblin King noted the presence of the Frost Assistant beside him. Its initial strategy to instigate a deadly conflict between the devious White Hound King and Shen Yuan had failed. Nevertheless, the current circumstances were exceptionally favorable. Although Shen Yuan held the advantage of territory, his domain lacked substantial defensive structures. Moreover, the Goblin King commanded over 100 devious green goblins, leading him to believe that his personal intervention was unnecessary. Through sheer numbers, they could easily overpower Shen Yuan. As the sound of the special notice faded, a brilliant white light descended like thunder. Instantly, a small Lord barrier with a radius of 500 meters formed around Shen Yuan and the devious Green Goblin King. This was not Shen Yuan's first encounter with a Lord battle. He was acutely aware that, with his current capabilities, he could not breach the Lord barrier. Regardless of his previous contemplations, he was now compelled to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the devious Green Goblin King, determined to rend him to pieces. Witnessing the formation of the Lord barrier, the devious Green Goblin King commanded his goblin minions to launch an all-out assault. Should they succeed in eliminating Shen Yuan, even at the cost of their own lives, it would be deemed a significant victory. However, the Goblin King had evidently underestimated the situation. As it ordered the attack, Shen Yuan retrieved a blood-red crossbow from his spatial ring. Gripping the Qiong Breaker sword for defense in his right hand, he relentlessly squeezed the trigger with his left. The rapid-fire advantage of the blood-red crossbow was laid bare at that moment, though not as potent as the armor-piercing repeating crossbow. The Crimson Arbalest possesses sufficient force to dispatch a goblin if a bolt finds its mark on its cranium. Shen Yuan's marksmanship has undergone considerable refinement of late. While unerring accuracy remains elusive, he can confidently land 8 out of 10 shots within a range of 50 meters. Under the gaze of the Goblin King, a deluge of crimson bolts relentlessly claimed the lives of the goblins. Shen Yuan, leveraging his superior velocity, consistently widened the gap between them. The goblins' numerical advantage proved inconsequential. Unable to reach Shen Yuan. Observing this, the Goblin King maintained an unperturbed countenance. To the Goblin King, sacrificing a contingent of goblins to ascertain Shen Yuan's capabilities and deplete his stamina was a worthwhile exchange, as its ultimate desire was to personally extinguish Shen Yuan's existence. The survival of the goblin horde was contingent upon their own fortune. With the Goblin King remaining aloof, Shen Yuan felt no duress against mere goblins. Shen Yuan found it unnecessary to even invoke the Phantom's swift steps, effortlessly outstripping them. The Crimson Arbalest's complement of 99 crimson bolts was swiftly exhausted. No fewer than 78 goblins succumbed to the crimson bolts. In the interim, Shen Yuan opportunistically severed the heads of 12 goblins with his Scarlet Sun ghoul-cleaving sword. Within a mere 2 minutes, Shen Yuan had dispatched no fewer than 90 goblins. Despite this, 85 goblins persisted in their siege of Shen Yuan. Upon observing the cessation of crimson bolts from Shen Yuan's Crimson Arbalest, the Goblin King surmised that Shen Yuan's reserves were nearly depleted, affirming the prudence of its earlier restraint. Had it previously launched an attack on Shen Yuan, it would have had little confidence in evading the rapidly flying blood-red crossbow bolts. Although Shen Yuan's strength had been steadily increasing, he had yet to acquire any area of effect skills. Witnessing the overwhelming number of the eerie green gnomes, he was compelled to utilize his latest trump card, Fall. With Shen Yuan's thunderous proclamation, the eerie green gnome king experienced an inexplicable surge of trepidation. It was unaware of the method Xin Yuan had employed, yet it was certain that this maneuver posed a significant threat. Moments later, the Gnome King sensed an immense pressure descending from the heavens. Instinctively, it raised its gaze, only to witness the eerie mist enveloping the sky being dispersed by a meteor radiating fiery light. This meteor, of indeterminate size, was plummeting towards it at an astonishing velocity. This creature must be mad, resorting to such desperate measures by invoking arcane arts to summon a celestial meteor, intending to perish alongside me. The Gnome King understood all too well that once the meteor struck the ground, every being within the confines of the Lord's barrier would be doomed. Chapter 0038, A Mere Eerie Green Gnome King. Behold as I cleave it asunder with a single sword stroke. The layers of ominous mist shrouding the sky were dissipated by a meteor ablaze with fire. The meteor, engulfed in flames and trailing a long tail of smoke, soared through the heavens. Observing the meteor of indeterminate size hurtling towards it at a breathtaking speed, the Gnome King's eyes widened and its body trembled with fear. Just as all the eerie green gnomes believed they were ensnared in an inescapable fate, the meteor struck the ground with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a cataclysmic tremor. Clouds of dust surged upwards, engulfing everything in its vicinity. The meteorite summoned by Xin Yuan using the Galaxy Codex was, in actuality, rather diminutive. Though its impact possessed formidable power, its area of effect was not extensive. Xin Yuan, having promptly retreated to the periphery of the Lord's barrier, felt successive gusts of wind buffet his garments. The verdant goblins, who had resigned themselves to certain death, remained stationary. Their location was precisely at the epicenter of the meteorite's impact. Upon striking the ground, the meteorite, approximately 1 meter in diameter, instantly pulverized several verdant goblins into a pulpy mess. Simultaneously, the tremendous concussive force shattered the meteorite into fragments. Countless flames, along with the fragmented meteorite, assaulted the group of goblins rooted to the spot. Those struck by the debris perished instantly, while those scorched by the flames emitted frenzied howls of agony. Many more goblins suffered the rupture of their internal organs from the shockwave generated by the explosion. The anatomical structure of the verdant goblins bears considerable resemblance to that of humans. Consequently, the rupture of their internal organs by external force invariably results in death. In the final 2 seconds before the meteorite's impact, the Goblin King discerned the actual size of the celestial object. It immediately grasped that Xin Yuan had no intention of mutual annihilation. From the corner of its eye, it perceived Xin Yuan sprinting towards the edge of the Lord's barrier. Only then did it commence its own desperate attempt to evade the falling meteorite. However, despite its celerity, its timing proved tardy. It had barely taken a few strides when it felt the violent impact of raw energy against its back. This surging force propelled it through the air. Fortunately, none of the meteorite's fragments struck it directly, for its fate would have been no better than that of its subjects. Nevertheless, upon landing, the Goblin King was acutely aware of the pervasive pain coursing through its body. Despite the absence of any skeletal fractures, it had sustained grievous injuries. The verdant Dwarf King, having risen to its feet, expectorated a mouthful of green blood. It clutched its chest with one hand, while the other wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Besides Xin Yuan and the verdant Dwarf King, 3 other verdant dwarves had narrowly escaped annihilation. However, though they had managed to cling to life, their injuries were far more severe than those of their king. Their bodies, more fragile than his, had been nearer to the meteor. The concussive force of the explosion had rendered them into cripples. The verdant Dwarf King, who had initially believed that he could overwhelm Xin Yuan with sheer numbers, now furrowed his brow, vexed about what stratagem to employ next to eliminate Xin Yuan. On the other side, Xin Yuan finally had the leisure to peruse the information on the verdant Dwarf King provided by the survival panel. Lord of the Deceptive Beasts, the cunning Green Dwarf King. Status: lightly injured, 2 levels. Level: LV 15. Combat power: 2,200 to 300, diminished due to injury. Sanity: 75. Talents: quick hands. Evil eye skills: frenzy, hardening. Description: a humanoid creature impervious to the corrosive fog of madness, possessing a formidable desire for vengeance. It stands as the unequivocal leader of all cunning green dwarfs. Note 1. The quick hand's talent enhances its speed and augments the destructive capability of its hands. Note 2. The evil eye talent allows it to taint the minds of other beings. Note 3. The frenzy skill grants a 100 enhancement to all attributes for 30 seconds. Note 4. The hardening skill significantly bolsters its physical defense. Note 5. Utilizing either the frenzy or hardening skills will result in a negative status effect, weakened, upon their expiration. Note 6. The cunning green dwarf king possesses considerable intelligence. Heed its every action and do not be deceived by its guile. Unlike the terrifying bark of the deceptive canine queen, the cunning green dwarf king lacks such a skill. However, its evil eye can corrupt the psyche of Shen Yuan, diminishing his sanity. It is no wonder that Shen Yuan feels exceedingly uncomfortable each time he comes under its gaze. Though the cunning green dwarf king has sustained injuries, its combat power has only fallen to 1900. Even so, it remains vastly superior to Shen Yuan, whose combat power stands at a mere 680, which, when combined with the 500 combat power boost from the Crimson Sun's deceptive sword, totals merely 1180. The enhancement of combat power is contingent upon selecting the piece of equipment that offers the highest augmentation. Otherwise, how could Shen Yuan's ensemble of epic gear elevate his combat power to a formidable 2000? This elucidates why the survival panel explicitly states that the combat power value serves merely as a reference and does not accurately reflect true strength. However, it is worth noting that the survival panel pertains specifically to the lord possessing it. The true capabilities of the monstrous lord are closely aligned with the combat power indicated by the survival panel. Shen Yuan estimates that if he were to unveil all his trump cards, his combat power could reach approximately 2,500. Against the eerie green dwarf king, whose combat power hovers around 1900, Shen Yuan's chances of victory appear substantial. After an analysis of the superficial combat power comparison, Shen Yuan feels confident about this battle. Yet he refrains from underestimating the eerie green dwarf king. Upon confirming the combat power, talents, and skills of the eerie green dwarf king, Shen Yuan resolves to deny it any further opportunity to recover from its injuries. As Shen Yuan charges forward wielding the Crimson Sun-breaking sword, the eerie green dwarf king seizes the moment to unleash its skill, Rage. The side effects of Rage will render it powerless for the next half-day. It is imperative for it to eliminate Shen Yuan within 30 seconds. As soon as the eerie green dwarf king activates Rage, Shen Yuan senses an intense aura of impending death. He immediately comprehends that this adversary has employed a berserk skill, and at this juncture, he cannot afford to engage it head-on. Although the eerie green dwarf king's combat power remains unchanged with a 100 attribute enhancement, its true power has undergone a qualitative transformation. Shen Yuan decisively employs Phantom Sprint to distance himself from the eerie green dwarf king while simultaneously casting the Vinewood Cage, aiming to ensnare his foe. From the moment the cunning green goblin king unleashed its wrath, Shen Yuan's objective became to endure until the expiration of its skills. In an instant, hundreds of verdant vines erupted from the earth, coiling toward the position of the cunning green goblin king. Unlike the brash and overconfident bear, the goblin king was acutely aware of the potential peril these vines represented. Although it sensed no immediate danger from them, it was resolute in avoiding entanglement. Understanding that Shen Yuan's creations were anything but trivial, the goblin king retreated with remarkable speed. Despite the vine's automatic targeting capabilities, they could not keep pace with its swift movements. The goblin king circled back, continuing its charge toward Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, possessing a relatively low level and yet to activate the wood attribute, was still inexperienced in utilizing the wooden prison skill. If this skill were to be categorized into 5 stages, novice, beginner, minor proficiency, major proficiency, and perfection, he would currently be at the beginner stage. Although the vines failed to ensnare the cunning green goblin king, they managed to buy him a precious moment. With a flicker of thought, Shen Yuan invoked the Eye of the Lord, summoning the recently matured Bloodthorn to his side. The Bloodthorn was not far from him, upon receiving Shen Yuan's command. It swiftly burrowed into the ground, soon emerging at his feet. The appearance of the Bloodthorn aligned closely with Shen Yuan's initial expectations. Its stem was robust and adorned with sharp barbs, presenting a somber purplish-red hue. Numerous branches sprouted from the stem, intertwining to form a labyrinthine network of thorns. The leaves of the Bloodthorn were diminutive and pointed, resembling a multitude of green needles. At the apex of the Bloodthorn bloomed trumpet-shaped flowers, their petals exhibiting a peculiar dark red hue, emanating a pungent, fishy odor from their centers. Within a mere 5 meters of Shen Yuan stood the eerie green dwarf king. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a multitude of Bloodthorn brambles beneath Shen Yuan's feet, a look of incredulity crept onto its once confident visage. This malevolent vegetation was unfamiliar to it, yet it understood that the more peculiar a plant appeared, the greater the peril it posed. A single seed from the Bloodthorn could yield an entire square meter of these malevolent thorns. Shen Yuan had expended the remains of 100 bizarre beasts to cultivate merely 5 seeds to maturity. The dwarf king hesitated to step onto the Bloodthorns in its approach towards Shen Yuan, but was relentlessly pursued by hundreds of tendrils at its back. Surrounded by the brambles, Shen Yuan found no avenue for retreat. With a heavy heart, it had no choice but to plunge into the domain of the bloodthorns. Though devoid of intelligence, these thorns were undeniably alive and recognized Shen Yuan as their master. With every movement Shen Yuan made, they would follow, ensuring that no contact could be made with them. The dwarf king, however, was not afforded such privileges. Lacking the protection of thick-soled battle boots, with a single step onto the thorns, sharp barbs pierced through the flesh of its foot. As it advanced, the thorns brutally excavated the very flesh beneath its foot. In that instant, the dwarf king comprehended that it could not endure the devastation wrought by the bloodthorns. Reluctantly, the two talents of the enigmatic Green Goblin King are both passively activated. And now, having unleashed two skills, he stands at the pinnacle of his power. Shen Yuan was already aware of his hardening ability and did not harbor any illusions that the bloodthorns could hold the Green Goblin King at bay. As the distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters, and recognizing that his speed was vastly inferior to that of his opponent, retreat was a certain death. Shen Yuan resolved to fight with all his might. If he could manage to stall the creature for even a brief moment, the vines would ensnare it. Shen Yuan's confidence in confronting the Green Goblin King stemmed from a recent surge of power. He had completed charging the brilliant star ring, which enveloped him in an imperceptible barrier, providing exceptional defensive capabilities. Additionally, he possessed an unused Lord Enhancement card that could temporarily amplify his strength. Faced with a life-or-death struggle, he had no choice but to reveal these hidden cards. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan activated the Lord Enhancement card. In an instant, he felt a force not his own forcibly coursing through his body, an unsettling sensation akin to being overfed and then having water poured into him. Despite the discomfort, he indeed gained formidable power. Without further contemplation, Shen Yuan unleashed his utmost strength in his right hand, wielding the Crimson Sun breaking sword to strike at the Green Goblin King's head. Both combatants moved with remarkable swiftness. The Green Goblin King sought to evade the attack, but found himself unable to react in time. In a desperate measure, he swung his right fist towards Shen Yuan's heart while his left hand attempted to parry the blade of the Crimson Sun breaking sword. Even with the hardening ability activated, the Green Goblin King felt a pang of uncertainty about catching the sword, as he sensed a destructive aura emanating from it. On the other side, Shen Yuan found himself in a similar predicament. He was powerless to evade the punch thrown by the grotesque Green Dwarf King and could only extend his left palm to meet it head-on. As the king's hand collided with the Crimson Sun sword, Shen Yuan's left hand also endured a heavy blow. The force of this punch exceeded Shen Yuan's expectations significantly. At the moment the fist struck his palm, the king's innate ability, Quick Hand, activated instinctively. The skill of Fury had greatly enhanced the king's strength, and coupled with the added power from Quick Hand, the impact was overwhelmingly potent. The invisible barrier formed by the brilliant star ring shattered instantaneously, with its durability plummeting by 20. Immediately after, Shen Yuan felt as though his left hand had been struck by a hammer. The immense force propelled his palm backward, causing the back of his hand to press against his chest, just as Shen Yuan feared that his heart would also suffer a grievous blow. The grotesque Green Dwarf King suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. The legendary grade Crimson Sun sword was already formidable in its own right. Now, enhanced by Shen Yuan using the legendary grade Fire Spirit Pearl, its power had surged, and its blade had become even sharper. For the king to attempt to catch the blade with his left hand was nothing short of folly. The moment its palm made contact with the sword's edge, its skin was severed. Before blood could even spurt forth, his left hand, save for the thumb, was rendered fingerless. The sword, undeterred, continued its trajectory toward the verdant Goblin King's neck. Agony jolted the Goblin King into lucidity. A primal instinct for survival compelled it to retract its right fist and evade the lethal strike. Ordinarily, the Goblin King would have been unable to avoid the blow. However, Shen Yuan, having sustained a blow, experienced a slight impediment, resulting in a marginal deceleration of the sword's velocity. Though the Goblin King narrowly evaded the blade, the fiery aura emanating from it seared its right cheek. Its right cheek suffered severe burns, and its right eyeball was charred beyond recognition. Before the pain could register, its right eye was extinguished. Bereft of an eye, the Goblin King felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Before it could assimilate this reality, Shen Yuan had swiftly retreated. The blood-stained brambles beneath its feet followed Shen Yuan's departure. The Goblin King, intent on pursuit, was seized by an excruciating cerebral agony. The intense pain rendered its body rigid. Before it could stir, tendrils, having pursued for several seconds, ensnared its form. Initially, it might have extricated itself from the constricting vines. However, As more and more tendrils enveloped its body, it sensed a rapid dissipation of its strength. Its physique remained robust, yet a profound sense of helplessness pervaded its being. It was acutely aware that it had forfeited its opportunity to slay Xin Yuan. Should Xin Yuan survive, its own demise was inevitable. It harbored resentment, despite its considerable advantage. Xin Yuan possessed the arcane art of summoning meteors. Why was Xin Yuan in possession of such a formidable blade? Xin Yuan's triumph was not predicated on skill, but rather on external assistance. Chapter 0039. A breezy breach. Countless vines ensnared the cunning green gnome king firmly. No matter how desperately it struggled, it was in vain. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan retreated 100 meters, observing its futile attempts. 30 seconds swiftly elapsed. The enhancement effect of the skill frenzy vanished in an instant, replaced by debilitating negative effects. The cunning green gnome king felt its strength siphoned away in that fleeting moment. In its weakened state, it could no longer maintain its hardened form. As its body softened, the vines constricting its neck needed only a slight exertion to brutally snap it. The gnome king, once confident of its victory, could scarcely fathom such a demise. With its death, the Lord's barrier dissipated, and shortly thereafter, the survival panel unveiled the detailed rewards of this Lord battle. You have successfully hunted 135 LV1 goblin gremlins, gaining 135 experience points, 1350 survival coins, and 135 black iron treasure chests. You have successfully hunted 30 LV2 goblin gremlins, gaining 150 experience points, 900 survival coins, and 30 black iron treasure chests. You have successfully hunted 20 LV3 goblin gremlins, gaining 200 experience points, 2,000 survival coins, and 20 black iron treasure chests. You have successfully hunted 4 LV7 goblin gremlin guards, gaining 1,200 experience points, 12,000 survival coins, and 12 black iron treasure chests. You have successfully hunted the LV15 goblin gremlin king, gaining 28,000 experience points, 280,000 survival coins, and 2 silver treasure chests. In total, you have gained 29,685 experience points, 296,250 survival coins, 197 black iron treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. You have emerged victorious in the Second Lord's War, acquiring 1 yellow talent scroll and 1 yellow skill scroll. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up. Your personal information has been updated. Name, Xin Yuan. Status, normal. Minor injuries, level, LV10. Experience, 10,061. 30,000. Combat power, 755. Without equipment bonuses, rationality, 89. Talents. Mythic synthesis array, fortuitous counter, auspicious astrology. Skills, phantom swift steps, thicket imprisonment, bloodlust self-heal. Available skill points, 55. Title, new king of the ghoul hounds. Attribute, inactive. Inventory, yellow talent scroll 1. Yellow skill scroll 1. Silver treasure chest 2. Xin Yuan did not scrutinize the gains from this encounter. He closed the survival panel, gripping his sword, and charged into the Lord's barrier of the Great Bear and the eerie White Dog King. The sole purpose of the Lord's barrier was to confine the Lord engaged in the Lord's battle. Upon entering the barrier, Xin Yuan did not receive a notification about the initiation of a new round of the Lord's battle. Simultaneously, he found himself free to enter and exit the barrier at will. The eerie White Dog King had also been momentarily stunned by a meteorite, diverting its attention to Xin Yuan's situation. Seeing Xin Yuan eliminate the eerie Green Dwarf King and preparing to assist, it grew anxious. As the eerie White Dog King readied itself for a desperate fight, Xin Yuan, having stepped into the Lord's barrier, finally beheld its personal information. Eerie Beast Lord, Eerie White Dog King. Status, slightly injured. Level, LV15. Combat power, 2,000. Rationality, 87. Talents, super smell, spiked assault. Skills, terrifying bark. Lunge. Description, a canid creature impervious to the erosion of rationality by eerie mist, possessing formidable destructive power and speed, the absolute leader of all eerie dogs. Note 1. The talent Spiked Assault grants its fur tremendous aggressiveness and destructive power, capable of effortlessly piercing the skin of living beings. Note 2. The skill Lunge allows it to double its speed for a short duration, rendering its fur as sharp as a blade. Note 3. The eerie White Dog King's strength is exceptionally formidable. Engaging it in close combat is ill-advised. This eerie White Dog King and the eerie Corpse Dog Queen belong to the same family of eerie beasts, sharing identical talents and skills. Xin Yuan had experienced the terrifying power of the terrifying bark on several occasions, fully aware of its perilous nature. Had it not been for the Corpse Hound Queen's initial immobility, Shen Yuan likely wouldn't have survived the First Lord's War. Even now, Shen Yuan still lacks the means to suppress or nullify the terrifying hound's bark. The ghastly White Hound King had initially intended to conserve its strength, waiting for Shen Yuan and the ghastly Green Dwarf King to be mutually weakened. Then it would swiftly eliminate Han Bing and Xiongde before seizing the spoils of victory. However, it hadn't anticipated that Shen Yuan's battle would conclude so rapidly. Now that Shen Yuan was poised to intervene, it had no choice but to fight for its life. Among them, Xiongde was the weakest and slowest, posing no threat. Han Bing was relatively weak, but her archery skills made her a considerable threat. Shen Yuan, capable of killing the ghastly Green Dwarf King, posed the greatest threat. Since the ghastly White Hound King intended to fight desperately, it naturally prioritized eliminating Shen Yuan. Wasting its skills and talents on Han Bing and Xiongde would undoubtedly lead to its defeat against Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan hadn't expected to be targeted by the ghastly White Hound King the moment he stepped into the Lord's barrier. The creature unleashed its terrifying hound's bark without hesitation. Despite Shen Yuan's preparedness, he remained defenseless against the skill. Han Bing was similarly affected. Conversely, Xiongde, for some unknown reason, remained unaffected by the terrifying hound's bark. However, its slow speed prevented it from keeping pace with the ghastly White Hound King. The ghastly White Hound King's approach differed from that of the ghastly Green Dwarf King. It favored swift battles. Had it not been for its desire to reap the benefits of their conflict, it would have had at least 5 opportunities to kill Xiongde. Now that Shen Yuan was injured and had expended many of his trump cards and skills on the ghastly Green Dwarf King, it held a significant advantage in every aspect. As the deceptive White Hound King believed victory was within its grasp, the blessing necklace around Shen Yuan's neck emitted a faint blue glow. In an instant, Shen Yuan regained his clarity of mind. Much like the deceptive Corpse Hound Queen before it, the White Hound King was unprepared for Shen Yuan's rapid restoration of consciousness. However, the White Hound King, unfazed, proceeded with its actions, having already activated its skill, charge, propelling its speed to the utmost limit. Although Shen Yuan had regained his senses, the distance between them was now less than 5 meters, and he doubted his ability to evade. The White Hound King's swiftness surpassed Shen Yuan's, and with the charge skill in effect, it moved with a velocity that made it arduous for Shen Yuan to comprehend its actions. Aware of the futility in attempting to dodge, Shen Yuan resolutely summoned the vine cage, not targeting the swiftly advancing White Hound King, but instead enveloping himself within. Simultaneously, the blood thorns that accompanied him surged from the ground, positioning themselves before him as a barrier. Just as Shen Yuan completed this endeavor, the White Hound King barreled through the blood thorns, its forelimbs piercing through the thick vines with the force of a drill. The assault skill not only fortified the Hound King's fur to a steel-like resilience, rendering it impervious to the damage inflicted by the bloodthorns, but also significantly amplified the ferocity of its attack. Shen Yuan's execution of the vine cage was slightly delayed, and ultimately, the number of vines shielding him was insufficient. The White Hound King's claws tore through the dense foliage, penetrating the verdant armor enveloping Shen Yuan. The ordinary grade verdant armor could merely withstand common arrows and blades, and against the full onslaught of the White Hound King, it was swiftly punctured in 2 places. With the ethereal barrier of the resplendent astral rings breached by the viridescent Dwarf King, Shen Yuan refrained from replenishing it with the power of the celestial river, rendering it incapable of reforming its intangible shield. Bereft of the shield, the Azurewood armor's defense proved virtually inconsequential. Is that all? The ghastly White Canine King exclaimed inwardly, convinced of impending doom for Shen Yuan. Yet, before its jubilation could fully materialize, an acute pain surged through its chest. Despite Shen Yuan's seeming inaction, the Canine King was bewildered by the agony. Unbeknownst to it, its assault had triggered the effect of a fortuitous counterstrike, mirroring the damage inflicted upon Shen Yuan. The intense pain impeded the Canine King's attack, allowing Shen Yuan to seize the moment, manipulating vines to hurl it backward. At that juncture, the Canine King's claws were a mere 3 centimeters from Shen Yuan's heart. Sensing the imminent peril, Shen Yuan momentarily contemplated employing the sands of time to revert the moment. Fortunately, he resisted, recognizing that a subsequent encounter with the Canine King might not present such an opportune moment for a fortuitous counterstrike. The use of the sands of time would erase his memories, so he chose to avoid it whenever possible. Observing Shen Yuan's receding form, the ghastly White Canine King's visage darkened ominously. It swiftly tore through the vines with its razor-sharp claws, pursuing relentlessly. However, as time elapsed, the vines proliferated, and it found itself ensnared at the heart of the verdant tendrils. Despite the keenness of its claws, it struggled to breach the wooden cage in short order. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan, having crashed heavily to the ground, expectorated a mouthful of blood. His condition was dire. 2 lacerations, several centimeters in depth, had opened upon his heart. As he collapsed, copious amounts of blood gushed forth from the wounds. Before Shen Yuan could address the injuries, his innate ability, blood reconstruction, activated. The surging blood stanched the wounds and alleviated his weakened state. The essence of blood reconstruction lay in the abnormal regenerative ability of a vampire. The efficacy of blood reconstruction was directly proportional to the price Shen Yuan had to pay. Like Lucky Counter, activating it would diminish Shen Yuan's sanity. While blood reconstruction could dispel all negative conditions, it could not restore his sanity. This was the second time in short order that Shen Yuan had cast Vine Cage, and he had also passively triggered Lucky Counter and blood reconstruction. His sanity was severely tested, plummeting from 89 to 31. Shen Yuan felt no physical pain, but he was plagued by hallucinations that severely impaired his vision. Should his sanity fall below 30, he might forget how to fight, which would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Shen Yuan had barely acclimated to the disorienting sensation when he saw the ghastly white canine king charging at him once more. The ghastly white canine king, having broken through layers of vines, was not unscathed. The injuries it had inflicted upon Shen Yuan were severe, and the retaliatory damage it had sustained was commensurately grave. Despite the absence of visible wounds on its abdomen, its internal organs were severely compromised. Its thrusts could not harden its viscera, nor could they mitigate the injuries. It desperately clung to its sanity, intent on killing Shen Yuan as quickly as possible. Although Shen Yuan possessed the advantage of his territory, even the mutated plants within his domain could not withstand the ghastly white canine king's onslaught. Perceiving the dire situation, Shen Yuan decisively activated the yellow talent scroll and the yellow skill scroll obtained from vanquishing the treacherous green dwarf king. Originally, he had intended to wait until the following day to pray before unveiling them, but the urgency of the circumstances compelled him to act swiftly. Shen Yuan soon encountered the skill category selection. Without hesitation, he firmly chose the defensive type. Would you like to select and activate the defensive skill? Activate it for me. Skill: Wealth Barrier, Quality, Epic, Description: a barrier formed by consuming survival coins, offering commendable defensive capabilities. Note 1. Requires the expenditure of 50 skill points to activate. Note 2. The greater the amount of survival coins consumed, the stronger the defensive effect of the wealth barrier. A maximum of 1 million survival coins can be consumed at once, creating an exceptionally robust defense comparable to that of a fortress. Note 3. Maintaining the wealth barrier will consume a fixed amount of survival coins per second. Please remain vigilant regarding your survival coin balance. Note 4. The wealth barrier cannot withstand mental attacks. Shen Yuan resolutely expended 50 skill points to activate it. At this moment, the treacherous White Hound King was less than 2 meters away from him. Shen Yuan had no time to deliberate further on talent categories. He decisively consumed 100,000 survival coins to envelop himself in a wealth barrier. With a remaining balance of 337,480 survival coins, this formidable barrier could endure for 3 seconds. If it could withstand the onslaught of the treacherous White Hound King, 3 seconds would be ample time for him to accomplish numerous tasks. The White Hound King discerned Shen Yuan's precarious state and was convinced that he had exhausted all his trump cards. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from utilizing them even when perilously close to death. It believed that this assault would surely shatter the heart of Shen Yuan. Yet, once again, it faced disappointment. Its talons seemed to graze Shen Yuan's skin, but in reality, there lay an imperceptible barrier of wealth upon his dermal surface. This barrier, forged from the consumption of 100,000 survival coins, exhibited a defensive capability far beyond Shen Yuan's expectations, not to mention the LV-15 Spectral White Hound King. Even should it ascend to LV-20, it would still be unable to breach his defenses. The Spectral White Hound King could not perceive the wealth barrier. It assumed that Shen Yuan had employed some arcane technique, rendering his skin harder than steel. Damn it, this fellow possesses an astonishing array of life-preserving methods. There could be no further delay. Who knew what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? The condition of the Spectral White Hound King was already tenuous. Now, having witnessed the terrifying nature of Shen Yuan's trump card, it was even more reluctant to prolong the encounter. At that moment, Shen Yuan unexpectedly turned and fled, exposing his back and head to it. The Spectral White Hound King, taken aback, instinctively lunged for Shen Yuan's nape. Its teeth, lacking reinforcement, shattered upon impact, losing several in the process, a testament to the immense power of its bite. The pain in its abdomen had already driven it to the brink of madness. Now, with this new blow, its frail nerves crossed the critical time. As Shun Yuan cast a glance at its eyes, he observed that its pupils had become vacant, clearly indicating a loss of sanity. Recognizing such a fortuitous opportunity, he would not let it slip away. He retrieved a blood-red crossbow from his spatial ring, which promptly manifested a blood-red bolt. Aiming directly at its head, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The distance between them was less than 2 meters, making it impossible to miss. The blood-red bolt struck its temple, instantly penetrating its flesh. As it convulsed violently, the arrowhead emerged from its right eye socket. However, due to insufficient force, it became lodged within the socket. Although the arrow had pierced through its skull, it fortuitously evaded its cerebellum, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The luck of the bizarre White Hound King could only spare its life for the moment. Upon realizing that it was not feigning, Shen Yuan raised the Qiang Breaks illusion sword and aimed a decisive strike at its head. Given Shen Yuan's speed, this strike should have missed the bizarre White Hound King. Yet, the creature had lost its wits and its ability to sense danger. The sword struck true, cleaving its skull at a sharp angle. The once vibrant life force of the bizarre White Hound King extinguished in an instant, while its thrashing body continued to twitch involuntarily due to neural reflexes. Chapter 0041. The Lucky Dice. You have successfully hunted the LV-15 Bizarre White Hound King, earning 28,000 experience points, 280,000 survival coins, and 2 silver treasure chests. You have triumphed in the Third Lord's War, earning 1 gold treasure chest. Congratulations on your successful level up. Your personal information has been updated. Shen Yuan did not rush to examine his personal information. Instead, he first selected the category of the yellow talent scroll. Whether to choose the lucky talent and activate it. Had Shen Yuan not been favored by the goddess of luck, he would have preferred to select a combat talent. Alas, he is now bound to the goddess of luck and must align himself with her, regardless of his true feelings. He must at least outwardly display a singular devotion to the goddess of luck. Talent: lucky dice. Quality: epic. Description: you can roll the lucky dice to gain various enhancements. Note 1. The lucky dice consist of 6 different numbers, each conferring distinct enhancements and targets. Note 2. Rolling a 1 will grant you a 10 enhancement to all attributes. Note 3. Rolling a 2 will grant you a 20 enhancement to all equipment. Note 4. Rolling a 3 will grant you a 30 enhancement to all talents. Note 5. Rolling a 4 will grant you a 40 enhancement to all skills. Note 6. Rolling a 5 will grant you a 50 enhancement to luck. Note 7. Rolling a 6 will grant you a 100 enhancement to all attributes, all equipment, all talents, all skills, and luck. Note 8. Each roll of the lucky dice requires the expenditure of 10 sanity points. Please keep a vigilant watch over your sanity. Note 9. The effects of the lucky dice last for a minimum of 1 minute and a maximum of 10 minutes. Once again, it is a talent that necessitates the consumption of sanity points to wield. Fortunately, the effects of the lucky dice are exceptionally remarkable, especially with a roll of 6. This enhancement could elevate Shen Yuan's strength by at least 5 times. Had he obtained the lucky dice talent sooner and rolled a 6 in this lordly battle, the cunning green dwarf king and the devious white canine king would have had no chance to act so brazenly before him. He was confident that he could single-handedly wield the red sun-breaking illusion sword and suspend them for a beating. After examining the full effects of the lucky dice, Shen Yuan gently shook Han Bing's shoulder. It was only at that moment that Han Bing slowly awakened. I apologize, my lord, I was unable to assist you. It is not your fault. Come, let us return and rest. As Shen Yuan spoke, he gestured towards Beardo. Understanding the signal, Beardo joyfully dashed towards his shelter. Following the demise of the White Canine King, the remaining 100 or so surviving white canines, now leaderless, fled Shen Yuan's territory in disarray. At this moment, Shen Yuan's rationality was severely diminished, and his mental state was rather poor. He paid no heed to the fleeing white canines, but instead returned to his shelter to recuperate. In the grand bed he had purchased at great expense, he finally fulfilled his wish of holding Han Bing in his embrace. Gazing at her perpetually icy countenance, Shen Yuan closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, at noon, when Shen Yuan opened his eyes, he found Han Bing's bright eyes fixed intently upon him. You were injured yesterday, so we shall not practice archery today. We will resume tomorrow. Han Bing began to explain why she had not awakened Shen Yuan earlier that morning. However, he did not hear her words, as he was lost in thought, pondering why Han Bing was even more beautiful than the stars of Blue Planet. The more he looked at her, the more he found her captivating. Yet he felt an absence of interest. Shall we venture out this afternoon? As Han Bing observed his silence, she spoke once more. Shen Yuan shook his head, dismissing those futile thoughts. In the afternoon, he intended to seek out the lair of the spectral white hounds and eradicate that pack from existence. Although he had allowed them to escape the previous night, it did not imply that he would spare them. At most, he had granted them a single additional night. I shall search for clues first. You rest well and join me when you are ready. Noticing the increasingly peculiar glint in Shen Yuan's gaze, Han Bing concocted an excuse and exited. Once she departed, Shen Yuan rose from his bed and approached the workbench. He began to pile all the survival chests he had acquired the night before onto the table. The sheer number of survival chests was overwhelming, far exceeding the workbench's capacity. Soon, the sound of chests thudding to the ground echoed in the room. In total, he had obtained 197 black iron chests, 4 silver chests, and 1 gold chest. With such an abundance of survival chests, he was confident that, with a touch more daring, he could surely forge a supreme chest. Before proceeding with the amalgamation of the chests, Shen Yuan, adhering to his customary practice, offered his devout blessings to the great goddess of fortune. May fortune favor me, and may the goddess bestow her blessings. The goddess of fortune has heeded your sincere prayers, granting you a strong luck effect lasting for half an hour. Today's fortuitous effect was sufficiently prolonged, allowing Shen Yuan to also perform a lucky astrology. Once more, his soul traversed into the vast cosmos, where the resplendent rings of stars absorbed the power of the galaxy. This time, he discerned the visage of a contemplative female figure etched upon the surface of a celestial body, though her likeness was somewhat indistinct. Shen Yuan recognized it at once as an homage to the goddess of fortune. Although Shen Yuan had never laid eyes on the true visage of the goddess of fortune, he could recognize her at a glance. He yearned to observe her authentic form closely, yet at that moment, his consciousness reverted to his corporeal self. Today's fortune, Virgo. Extremely auspicious, all things proceeding smoothly, with a continuous flow of good luck. Excellent. Shen Yuan distinctly recalled that the astrological forecast for Cancer was also highly favorable. And indeed, his fortune had been remarkable at that time. If all went as expected, there should be only 2 highly auspicious signs and 2 inauspicious ones among the 12 zodiac signs. Having drawn both of the auspicious ones, his fortune for today would undoubtedly be splendid. With good fortune at hand, he decided to seize the moment to synthesize survival treasure chests. As per the customary practice, the initial synthesis would involve 4 black iron chests. Synthesis successful, congratulations. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. With this auspicious beginning, Shen Yuan combined the remaining black iron chests, synthesizing all 3 at once. He engaged in continuous synthesis a total of 64 times. In the end, he acquired 18 golden treasure chests, 25 silver treasure chests, 1 blue skill scroll, and 1 blue weapon pack. Shen Yuan observed that although his fortune today was exceptionally favorable, his luck in synthesizing treasure chests was fairly consistent with the norm. For the last remaining black iron chest, he decided to synthesize it together with a silver treasure chest, resulting in a blue weapon pack. The weapons within the blue weapon pack were quite decent. However, Shen Yuan possessed an epic quality blood-red crossbow and a legendary quality red sun-breaking sword. His interest in superior quality weapons had waned. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to synthesize the 2 blue weapon packs. This was his first attempt at synthesizing weapon packs, and he was uncertain of the treasures that lay within the prize pool. Do you wish to synthesize the 2 blue weapon packs? Currently, there exists a 30 probability of synthesizing a yellow weapon pack, a 10 chance of producing a yellow weapon upgrade card, and a 60 likelihood of failure. Upon spotting the yellow weapon upgrade card, Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He resolutely proceeded with the synthesis. Chapter 0042, The Crimson Sun's Deceptive Sword, First Transformation, Successful Synthesis. Congratulations, you have obtained a yellow weapon upgrade card 1. Shen Yuan was well aware that his luck today was exceptionally favorable. Thus, it was no surprise to draw such a splendid prize. However, the mere fact that he had obtained the yellow weapon upgrade card brought him immense joy that would linger for quite some time. The yellow weapon upgrade card possesses 2 functionalities. Firstly, it can elevate an extraordinary quality weapon to the epic quality tier. Secondly, it can enhance an epic quality weapon to the legendary quality tier. Upgrading an extraordinary quality weapon to epic quality requires just 1 yellow weapon upgrade card, whereas transitioning an epic quality weapon to legendary quality necessitates 5 such cards. Shen Yuan initially intended to upgrade his blood-red strongbow to legendary quality. However, the survival panel indicated that he required 4 additional yellow weapon upgrade cards. At present, his primary equipment comprises the Crimson Sun's Deceptive Sword and the blood-red strongbow. Given that the conditions for upgrading the blood-red strongbow were not met, he decided to store the yellow weapon upgrade card in his spatial ring for future use. Currently, he possesses 20 golden treasure chests and 28 silver treasure chests, ample enough to yield excellent prizes. After a moment's contemplation, Xin Yuan resolved to synthesize the 28 silver treasure chests in pairs. This strategy would minimize the probability of failure while significantly enhancing the chances of obtaining golden treasure chests. He was determined to successfully synthesize a supreme treasure chest this time. Even if the supreme treasure chest cannot be synthesized, he must at least manage to create 2 or 3 diamond treasure chests. After a continuous synthesis of 14 times, Xin Yuan obtained 7 golden treasure chests and 2 yellow weapon packs. The yellow weapon packs could yield weapons of epic quality, yet he currently lacked no such weapons. After careful consideration, he resolved to synthesize the 2 yellow weapon packs as well. Should fortune smile upon him, he might create a golden weapon upgrade card, allowing him to enhance the blood-red crossbow. Will you proceed to synthesize the 2 yellow weapon packs? There is a 10 chance of obtaining a golden weapon pack, a 1 chance of obtaining a golden weapon enhancement card, and an 89 chance of failure. Contrary to Xin Yuan's expectations, the prize pool this time did not include the golden weapon upgrade card. Instead, it revealed a previously unseen golden weapon enhancement card. Furthermore, the success rate for this synthesis was exceedingly low. Although the low probability was beyond Xin Yuan's anticipation, he still opted to proceed with the synthesis. After all, having 2 additional epic quality weapons would serve no purpose for him. He possessed only 2 hands, one for melee weapons and the other for ranged. This was already his limit. The surplus weapons would either be sold or allocated to the future recruitment of night elves. Xin Yuan did not contemplate enhancing his strength in the long term. What he sought was rapid empowerment. Synthesize. Success. Congratulations, you have obtained a golden weapon enhancement card 1. Delighted. Xin Yuan examined the effects of the golden weapon enhancement card. The card possessed but one effect, to amplify weapons of legendary quality. The Crimson Sun Breaking Blade in Xin Yuan's possession is a weapon that is explicitly prohibited from being upgraded. However, the inability to upgrade does not imply a lack of potential for enhancement. The purpose of the weapon amplification card is to strengthen such weapons that cannot undergo upgrades. Although the effects of the enhancement will undoubtedly fall short of the quality achieved through upgrading, they will certainly surpass those of weapons of the same grade. Without hesitation, Xin Yuan retrieved a golden weapon amplification card from his inventory and applied it to the Crimson Sun Breaking Blade. The golden weapon amplification card was a palm-sized golden token adorned with a dark golden question mark. As Xin Yuan utilized it on the blade, the dark golden question mark instantaneously transformed into the likeness of a sword. Before Xin Yuan could discern the details of this sword, the golden weapon amplification card suspended in midair vanished. In that fleeting moment of its disappearance, the enhancement of the Crimson Sun Breaking Blade was completed. Weapon: Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword. First transformation, quality, legendary, durability, 100-100, a supreme sword of fire elemental essence. Infused with the fire spirit pearl and enhanced once. Note 1. The fire element contained within the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword is boundless. The higher the quality of the fire talisman it is wiped with, the more potent its fire elemental eruption. Note 2. Wielding the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword grants resistance against fire elemental damage. Note 3. The Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword inflicts significant fire elemental damage upon all living beings. Note 4. Utilizing a legendary quality sword core to polish the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword can enhance its durability. Note 5. When paired with fire-based sword techniques, the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword can unleash multiplied damage. Note 6. Equipping the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword increases combat power by 1,000 points and significantly enhances affinity to fire elements. Note 7. A full force slash with the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword can summon a fire elemental dragon with area damage effects. The Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword has undergone dual enhancement from the Fire Spirit Pearl and the Golden Weapon Amplification card. Although it currently retains its legendary quality, its capabilities are on the cusp of reaching the exalted quality threshold. Should Xin Yuan be fortunate enough to acquire additional Golden Weapon Amplification cards and conduct several enhancements, it could rival the most unremarkable exalted quality weapon while still maintaining its legendary status. Following the enhancement with the Golden Weapon Amplification cards, the Qiang Breaking Illusion Sword remains visually unchanged, yet the flames emanating from its blade have deepened to a more vibrant crimson. After executing several casual slashes, Xin Yuan sensed a newfound fluidity in its handling. It seems imperative to swiftly procure a fire-based swordsmanship manual to fully unleash its potential. Since completing the synthesis of the yellow weapon packs, a smile has graced Xin Yuan's face without faltering. On the workbench, 27 golden treasure chests are meticulously arranged. To avoid haphazard synthesis while in an excited state, Xin Yuan opts to combine the golden treasure chests in pairs first, reserving the final synthesis for 3 chests together. In the preceding 12 consecutive syntheses, he has successfully obtained 3 diamond treasure chests and 2 yellow weapon packs. The final synthesis, however, yields yet another diamond treasure chest. While the rewards from the diamond treasure chests are substantial, Xin Yuan yearns to attempt the synthesis of a supreme treasure chest. After pondering, he resolves to utilize his cherished lucky charm. Initially, he intended to reserve the lucky charm for the acquisition of either a supreme treasure chest or a mythical treasure chest. However, he has come to realize that obtaining a supreme treasure chest is no simple feat. He glances at the probabilities and rewards for synthesizing the 2 diamond treasure chests, a mere 0. 1 chance of acquiring a supreme treasure chest, coupled with a staggering 98.9 chance of failure. The diamond treasure chests represent his most prized resources at this juncture. With such a dismally low success rate and excessively high failure odds, he cannot afford to take the risk. The lucky charm may indeed yield greater efficacy in the future, yet he cannot wait that long. Should a formidable beast lord intrude upon his territory tonight, he might very well regret not having utilized the lucky charm in this moment, regardless of what the future holds. His current priority is to employ every means at his disposal to rapidly enhance his strength. Should he proceed with the synthesis of the 2 diamond treasure chests? There exists a 1 probability of yielding a golden talent scroll, a 0.1 chance of producing a supreme treasure chest, and a 98.9 risk of synthesis failure. Utilize the Good Fortune Talisman for synthesis. The Good Fortune Talisman is effective solely on a single target. At the moment when 2 diamond treasure chests merge into 1, poised to transform into a new prize or vanish entirely, the Good Fortune Talisman was affixed at this critical juncture. Chapter 0043, The Fiery Sky Sword Technique and the Divine Armor of Mu ran under Xin Yuan's expectant gaze, the talisman radiating golden light seamlessly fused with the ethereal shadow. The shadow, which was on the verge of dissipating, regained its form with the integration of the talisman. This entire process unfolded neither hastily nor sluggishly, allowing Xin Yuan to perceive every intricate detail. Before long, the gray shadow metamorphosed into a misty semblance of a treasure chest. Gradually, as if conjured from a thick fog, the true visage of the chest began to emerge, enveloped in mist. The supreme treasure chest presented itself in a profound and enigmatic shade of purple-black. Its edges were adorned with a glittering array of gemstones, while its surface was intricately engraved with ancient and complex runes. Interspersed among the runes were delicate golden patterns. Compared to the diamond treasure chest, the supreme treasure chest exuded an added aura of mystery. Xin Yuan, lacking both the inclination and the time to delve into the materials comprising the supreme treasure chest, hastened to open it while the auspicious effects of the Good Fortune Talisman still lingered. Felicitations! You have acquired the Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual 1. Item: Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual. Quality: Supreme. Durability: Indefinite. Description: A supreme fire elemental sword technique. Note 1. The Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual comprises 7 forms, each requiring the host to comprehend or forcibly activate it by expending skill points. Note 2. When used in conjunction with a fire elemental weapon, the Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual can unleash exponentially greater damage. Xin Yuan's eyes gleamed. This was a veritable treasure. With the Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual paired with his Crimson Sun Wraith Piercer, he would possess the ability to vanquish foes far beyond his level with ease. The Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual consisted of 7 forms, of which he could currently only discern the name and comprehension requirements of the first. The first form of the Heaven-Burning Swordplay Manual was named Flame Red. The prerequisites for comprehension were the possession of a sword heart and a highly compatible fire elemental constitution. Should these conditions not be met, one could expend 50 skill points to forcibly activate it. Upon activation, all information regarding the first form would be fully understood. Pursuing this path might yield greater benefits than self-comprehension. However, merely the first form required the expenditure of 50 skill points. The number of skill points required for the subsequent 6 forms would likely be astronomically high. The sole means of acquiring skill points was through leveling up. Unless he was utterly devoid of swordsmanship talent, skill points should undoubtedly be reserved for activating skills rather than comprehending sword techniques. Reflecting on this, Xin Yuan suddenly recalled that upon reaching LV10 yesterday, attributes had appeared in his personal information panel. However, it seemed that attributes also required conditions for activation. He had yet to examine his attributes, nor did he know whether he possessed wood or fire affinity. For the time being, he was unable to comprehend the first form of the heaven-burning swordplay manual. After the remaining 2 diamond treasure chests are opened, he will combine the 2 yellow weapon packs, allowing him time to examine his attributes. Shen Yuan hastily opens both diamond treasure chests simultaneously. Congratulations! You have obtained the Book of Heavenly Transformation. Item: Book of Heavenly Transformation. Quality: Legendary. Durability: None. Description: An all-encompassing divine tome. Note 1. By utilizing the Book of Heavenly Transformation, one can access any information desired. The higher the value of the sought-after knowledge, the greater the cost incurred. Note 2. Each use of the book will deduct a corresponding amount of lifespan. Note 3. Do not use the book to inquire about any information concerning the ancient gods. The price is your life. For Shen Yuan, the Book of Heavenly Transformation possessed a quality comparable to that of myth. Regrettably, the use of the book incurs a toll on one's lifespan, potentially leading to death, which prevents it from achieving the heights of mythical or supreme quality. It is noteworthy that the book has no limitations on usage and no durability constraints, allowing for access to knowledge at any moment. Shen Yuan is unaware of how much lifespan he has left or how much will be deducted for each use of the book. Unless absolutely necessary, the book must remain a mere collectible for him. Moreover, the book is bound to Shen Yuan's soul, permitting only him to utilize it. Were the book available for use by others, it would indeed be a true divine tome. In any case, the cost is not borne by Shen Yuan, allowing him to acquire information freely, which justifies its classification as a mythical quality item. Shen Yuan consecutively unveiled 2 exquisite treasures, however. One demanded innate comprehension while the other required the sacrifice of vitality for its utilization. Despite their remarkable nature, Shen Yuan felt they were not entirely suitable for his current circumstances. He then turned his attention to the item revealed from another diamond chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the Wooden Rin Divine Armor, Fragment. Item: Wooden Rin Divine Armor, Fragment. Quality: Legendary. Durability: 0. 0/100. Description: Though it is but a fragment, it once basked in glory. Note 1. The Wooden Rin Divine Armor was once of mythical quality. Its degradation has diminished its quality, yet it retains a singularity of mythical essence. Note 2. The Wooden Rin Divine Armor is exclusive to wood attribute lords. Donning it as a non-wood attribute lord will result in backlash. Note 3. Although the durability of the Wooden Rin Divine Armor is below 1, its defensive capabilities surpass those of the majority of legendary quality armors. Note 4. Restoring the durability of the Wooden Rin Divine Armor necessitates a substantial amount of golden armor packages. Once its durability is replenished to 100, it will automatically upgrade to supreme quality. Note 5. To elevate the supreme quality Wooden Rin Divine Armor to mythical quality, one must expend 10 purple weapon upgrade cards and a broken sovereign stone. Initially, Shen Yuan was perplexed as to why a piece of legendary armor possessed a mere 0.01 durability. With such a minuscule durability, a mere thrust of a blade would likely lead to its demise. However, given its designation as divine armor, it indeed proved to be authentic. Yet, in its current state, it resembled a plucked phoenix, no better than a mere chicken. Shen Yuan now seeks to don his defensive gear, yet he is beset by the anxiety that it may become obsolete at any moment, alongside the necessity of possessing a wood attribute. He has observed that since his ascension to LV10, the equipment he has acquired seems invariably linked to specific attributes. Could it be that the survival treasure chest updates its rewards based on his personal circumstances? The cost to restore the glory of the Wooden Rin Divine Armor is exceedingly steep, given Shen Yuan's current predicament. Even 1,000 black iron chests may not suffice for him to synthesize the materials required for upgrading the Wooden Rin Divine Armor. Shen Yuan had not anticipated that. After much effort to procure a truly protective piece of equipment, he would find himself unable to wear it, and even if he could, he would remain apprehensive about its potential degradation. If it were armor of a quality below legendary, he would surely not lament its wear and tear. However, this Wooden Rin Divine Armor ranks among the artifacts of mythical quality, possessing a uniqueness that is unparalleled in its divine craftsmanship. Were Shen Yuan in a position to do so, he would undoubtedly hasten to restore its durability to the maximum, aiming to elevate it to supreme quality. Should he possess even a single piece of supreme quality armor, he could stand resolute as the spectral White Hound King or the spectral Green Dwarf King assail him, and they might struggle to breach its defenses. Shen Yuan has come to realize that while the quality of the items he has obtained this time is exceptionally high, they are regrettably impractical. He would prefer to receive some mutated plant seeds, which would be less troublesome and, upon maturation, could assist him in hunting spectral beasts. Chapter 0044. Forced escape. After exhausting the survival treasure chests, Shen Yuan felt that his fortune had peaked for the day. Seizing the moment while his good luck persisted, he proceeded to synthesize the last 2 yellow weapon packages. Currently, there exists a 15 probability of synthesizing a golden weapon pack, a 15 probability of creating a golden armor pack, and a 70 chance of synthesis failure. With a fleeting glance at the probabilities, Shen Yuan resolutely proceeded with the synthesis. Congratulations, you have obtained a golden armor pack. Item: golden armor pack. Quality: legendary. Durability: none. Description: capable of yielding 10 types of armor. Note 1. The 10 armors include armor tunic, armor gloves, cloak, full plate, armor, inner armor, helmet, bracers, leggings, shield. Just moments earlier, Shen Yuan had contemplated that the wooden armor was ill-suited for his current stage. Unexpectedly, within a mere few seconds, he drew the defensive equipment he desperately needed. Among these 10 armors, the full plate provides comprehensive protection but is classified as heavy armor. Wearing the full plate not only hinders mobility but also severely restricts vision. At this stage, Shen Yuan needed to balance personal safety with agility. After deliberation, he concluded that the inner armor would be the most fitting choice for him, followed closely by the armor tunic. Do you wish to select the inner armor and activate it? Activate. Congratulations on acquiring the Wood Spirit armor. Item: Wood Spirit armor. Quality: legendary. Durability: 100. Description: an inner armor crafted from the essence of wood spirits by a master forger. Note 1. The Wood Spirit armor possesses exceptional defensive capabilities and can withstand elemental attacks. Note 2. Lords with wood attributes can adjust the coverage area of the armor at will. Note 3. The durability can be restored using wood spirits. Note 4. The Wood Spirit armor cannot be upgraded in quality. The Wood Spirit armor does not boast extravagant defensive mechanisms. Its efficacy lies solely in reinforcing defense, repelling elemental assaults, and allowing for customizable coverage. These 3 attributes amalgamate to justify its legendary status. However, while Shen Yuan has yet to witness the defensive prowess of the Wood Rune Divine Armor fragment, it is presumed to surpass that of the Wood Spirit armor. The true advantage of the Wood Spirit armor is its ample durability, alleviating concerns of premature damage when worn. Shen Yuan retrieved the Wood Spirit armor from his inventory. It exhibited a profound emerald hue, adorned with a flowing wood grain pattern. The material was both delicate and resilient. Intricate leaf-like engravings adorned the collar and edges of the inner armor. At first glance, its appearance seemed unremarkable, yet upon donning it, Shen Yuan experienced a notable enhancement in comfort, as if the armor were perpetually massaging his body. When he delicately scraped its surface with a mundane dagger, he found no trace left behind. Even when he applied considerable force, nearly breaking the dagger, the armor remained unscathed. The surface of the Wood Spirit armor remained unscathed, and Shen Yuan felt no external pressure on his abdomen. He was astonished to discover that this remarkable armor not only withstood attacks but also absorbed energy impacts. Such an exceptional inner armor made Shen Yuan reluctant to part with it once donned. With the Wood Spirit armor, his safety was assured. Having synthesized all possible materials, Shen Yuan finally had the opportunity to review his personal information and attributes. Name: Shen Yuan. Status: good. Level: LV11. Experience: 8,061. 60,000. Combat power: 900. Without equipment bonuses. Mental stability: 100. Talents: mythical synthesis slot. Lucky counterattack: fortuitous astrology. Skills: Phantom Dash, Vinewood Cage, Bloodthirsty Regeneration. Skill points available: 5. Title: New King of the Cunning Corpse Hound. Attributes: not activated. Inventory: empty. Upon clicking the attributes section of his personal information, more detailed insights were immediately revealed. Your level has surpassed LV10, unlocking the attributes section. Now, you need only to clear a secret realm once to activate your attributes. Shen Yuan never anticipated that activating his attributes would require clearing a secret realm. After all, he had just completed a D-level secret realm a few days prior. Why did that not count? Now, he was left with only a ticket to a B-level secret realm. However, the recommendation for this realm required a minimum level of LV35 to enter. This indicated that regardless of whether the realm was designed for solo or group entry, stepping inside would be tantamount to a death sentence for Shen Yuan. As he pondered whether to trade his D-level secret realm ticket with Kakalon, The survival panel prompted a new notification. Activating attributes requires clearing specified secret realms. Upon the first activation of the attribute panel, you may spend 100,000 survival coins to purchase a special secret realm entry ticket. It is no wonder that his previous attempt to conquer the D-level secret realm proved futile. It turns out he must expend 100,000 survival coins for access to a special secret realm. The special secret realm does not display its difficulty level. Shen Yuan estimates that the challenge would at most align with that of a D-level secret realm. Today, Shen Yuan enjoys exceptional fortune. He resolves to explore this special secret realm today, ideally conquering it in one go. His eagerness to clear the special secret realm stems not solely from his favorable fortune today, but more critically, from the fact that the resources he acquires are linked to his attributes. He must activate his attributes promptly to utilize equipment that possesses such attributes. Having made the decision to venture into the special secret realm today, he acknowledges that he will have no time to seek out the enigmatic white hounds. They will have to survive another night on their own. Shen Yuan stepped outside, explaining his plans for the day to Han Bing, and then instructed Han Bing to remain at the sanctuary to protect his physical form. After a modest lunch, he spent 100,000 survival coins to acquire the special secret realm entry ticket. You have utilized the special secret realm entry ticket and are currently being matched with lords of a similar level. Please note, the levels of the matched lords will not differ by more than 5 levels. The special secret realm entry ticket is indeed remarkable. Unlike the D-level secret realm entry ticket, which allows even the lowest level LV1 lords to enter, the highest level lords have reached LV20. Should Shen Yuan be the lowest level lord in this matching, the highest level lords he encounters would only reach LV16, as per his understanding of the alien lords. Most alien lords who reach LV16 may not necessarily be able to contend with the LV15 cunning White Dog King in a one-on-one confrontation. However, given Shen Yuan's current prowess, while he may not find it particularly effortless to face the LV15 cunning White Dog King, victory is assured. Thus, it appears that the difficulty of this special secret realm is not overly formidable. As Shen Yuan contemplated this, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he felt his body levitate. Congratulations. You have successfully matched. The total number of lords in this match is 100. The category of this special secret realm is a survival battle. The name of this secret realm is Forest Survival Battle. The condition for clearing this secret realm is to eliminate the other participating lords. Ultimately, only 3 surviving lords will clear the realm, with varying rewards based on the number of opponents each victorious lord has slain. The time limit for this secret realm is 48 hours. If the number of participants is not reduced to 3 or fewer within this time frame, all will be eliminated. Every 6 hours, the safe zone will be reduced, so please keep a vigilant eye on the minimap. The relevant precautions for the secret realm have been fully outlined. The realm will officially commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The forest survival battle has officially begun. Lords, please open your eyes. Chapter 0045. The alien lord who disregards martial ethics and prefers ambushes in an almost ethereal manner. It seemed as if unseen hands gently pried open Shen Yuan's eyelids. Upon awakening, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a dilapidated wooden cabin, completely devoid of furnishings, with the temperature plummeting to a chilling -50 degrees. Outside lies an endless expanse of eerie mist. Just moments after awakening, Shen Yuan shivers from the cold. He hastily retrieves the Qiang breaker sword from his spatial ring. The instant he grasps the sword, he feels as though he has immersed himself in a warm and comforting hot spring. Once warmed and free from worry, Shen Yuan produces a mirror from his spatial ring. Gazing at his handsome reflection, he furrows his brow slightly. This time, he is not merely a soul traversing realms, rather, he has arrived in his physical form. This implies that all extraterrestrial lords can unleash their innate talents and abilities. After confirming that there are no lurking beasts in the vicinity, he finds himself temporarily safe. Shen Yuan then opens the survival panel to examine the map of the secret realm. The rules state that the safe zone will contract every 6 hours. This is akin to the Battle Royale games Shen Yuan played on Blue Star, where the danger zone continually shrinks. He must first ascertain whether he is within the safe zone. The survival panel displays a wealth of information on the secret realm map, which can be freely zoomed in and out. The designated area for this particular secret realm spans 100 square kilometers. Among the marked special zones are the Eerie Tiger Forest, Eerie Snake Thicket, Forest of 10,000 Monkeys, Eerie Crocodile Pool, 100 Dogs Forest, and the Celestial Anomaly Field. The celestial anomaly field is situated at the very heart of the map and is the most perilous area. At present, Xin Yuan finds himself in the southeast quadrant of the realm, approximately 2 kilometers from the Eerie Tiger Forest. The initial contraction of the safe zone is located in the northwest of the map, covering roughly a quarter of the entire expanse. Currently, Xin Yuan's position lies outside the danger zone. He must enter it within 6 hours, or he will be obliterated by the rules. By consulting the map, he determines that the nearest route to the safe zone is about 23 kilometers away. With Xin Yuan's physique, had he not been obstructed by the enigmatic beasts or the extraterrestrial overlords, he would require merely 2 hours to traverse this distance. Thus, it appeared that he possessed ample time and need not rush his journey. After confirming the initial contraction of the zone, Xin Yuan meticulously reviewed the regulations of this extraordinary secret realm. He swiftly discerned that, aside from the rules echoing in his mind, there was a wealth of previously unmentioned information regarding this unique secret realm. Notably, it included the provision that slaying extraterrestrial overlords would allow one to plunder their resources. However, one could not seize all of their possessions. Instead, one could only appropriate a single item from their backpack or 1/10 of their fundamental resources. This 1/10 of fundamental resources encompassed survival coins, timber, stone, and the like, yet one could not pilfer their skills, talents, titles, or mythic quality items. Xin Yuan was uncertain whether the resource plundering applied to all categories of the survival game within the secret realm or was exclusive to this particular instance. Regardless of the circumstance, he had undoubtedly come out ahead this time. Previously, in the D-grade secret realm, he had vanquished numerous extraterrestrial overlords but had only gained a handful of inconsequential gear. This time, he was certain to reap substantial rewards. Moreover, the current regulations explicitly prohibited team formations and collaboration. Any such occurrences would be deemed a provocation of the rules, leading to immediate obliteration. This special secret realm encouraged all extraterrestrial overlords to engage in fierce combat, culminating in the emergence of the final 3 fortunate and formidable overlords. Xin Yuan had not anticipated the perilous nature of the activated attribute realm. Had he not recently acquired several life-saving trump cards, he might have found it impossible to survive this secret realm. Having familiarized himself with all the regulations pertaining to this realm, Xin Yuan chose not to linger in the wooden cabin. As he stepped out of the wooden cabin, a sudden whistle pierced the air. Having trained for days in the icy arts of archery, Xin Yuan instinctively recognized the sound as that of a flying arrow. He swiftly raised his hand to shield his face, bracing himself against the potential impact. Bang! In the next moment, the sharp projectile struck his chest with a jarring noise. The wooden spirit armor not only boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, but also possessed the ability to absorb energy. Xin Yuan felt as though someone had merely tapped his chest with a finger, and then he observed the bent arrowhead fall at his right foot. Withstanding the arrow's force, Xin Yuan discerned the rough location of his assailant. Without hesitation, he unleashed his phantom dash, propelling himself towards the adversary with astonishing speed. Behind a large tree, approximately 70 meters away, the lord wielding a finely crafted crossbow was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xin Yuan would don inner armor, rendering even his superior bolts ineffective. Moreover, the oxygen mist lamp upon Xin Yuan's person could only disperse the eerie fog within a radius of 50 meters. Yet, Xin Yuan had managed to detect him from 70 meters away. It dawned on him that he was no match for Xin Yuan. The latter had already pinpointed his location, and it was too late to flee. With no escape in sight, he resolved to seize the opportunity to obliterate Xin Yuan's head. However, as he prepared to knock a second bolt, he was utterly dumbfounded. Xin Yuan, employing Phantom Dash, left behind numerous identical apparitions, while his true self transformed into an elusive shadow. When Xin Yuan had stood still, he had been a target easily struck in the heart. Now, hitting his head would prove exceedingly challenging. He held his breath, acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment to strike. Xin Yuan's speed was remarkable, and the distance between them rapidly diminished to within 20 meters. At that moment, Xin Yuan clearly discerned his adversary's movements. Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Yuan drew his blood-red crossbow, aimed at his location, and pulled the trigger without release. His shooting skills could only be considered slightly above average. However, the advantage of the crossbow lay in its numerous bolts and wide coverage, compensating for any shortcomings in marksmanship. Meanwhile, he observed clearly as Xin Yuan unexpectedly brandished the blood-red crossbow. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait for Xin Yuan to close in, he decisively loosed a bolt while retreating, simultaneously preparing a third arrow. The alien lord displayed no evasive skills, only knowing to retreat blindly. Yet, after merely a few steps, he was struck in the right leg, chest, and face by the crossbow bolt. The alien lord's physique was far more fragile than that of the cunning beasts. If even the beast lord could not withstand the blood-red bolts, one could only imagine the fate of the alien lord. Struck by 4 blood-red crossbow bolts without even registering the pain, he collapsed lifelessly. The second bolt he hastily fired before his demise veered off by more than 3 meters. Xin Yuan, having effortlessly slain an alien lord, did not rush to scavenge the body. Instead, he maintained his movement, swiftly scanning the surroundings for any concealed alien lords. While alien lords could not collaborate, it did not preclude the possibility of a predator lying in wait. Previously, Xin Yuan had only confirmed the absence of cunning beasts, only to be ambushed by the alien lord upon exiting. Had it not been for the inner armor he donned, he would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. Since his arrival in the Misty world, Xin Yuan had primarily engaged with the cunning beasts, rarely clashing with alien lords. His mindset had not yet adapted, nearly leading to a grave misstep. Having learned from this experience, it was now difficult for Xin Yuan not to exercise caution. Chapter 0046, The Cunning Star Tiger. After being ambushed by the 6th, Xin Yuan took his caution to the utmost extreme. He circled around extensively before finally returning to the corpse of the alien lord. The survival panel merely indicated that the entity was a lord, offering no further information regarding the body. Observing the creature's tiger-like visage and human form, Xin Yuan speculated that it might have evolved from a being akin to a tiger. He noted that both the alien lords and the enigmatic beast lords bore a striking resemblance to humans. Could it be that the evolutionary culmination for lords across different planets invariably led to this form? Xin Yuan found himself perplexed by this notion and was disinclined to squander time investigating it further. He seized the powerful crossbow from the alien lord's grasp and proceeded to examine whether there were any additional plunderable resources on its person. All of the alien lord's possessions were contained within its spatial ring. Although Xin Yuan possessed the capability to seize the spatial ring, he could not access it. The inability to open the spatial ring did not render it devoid of value, however. He could auction the spatial ring at a marketplace or engage in trade with Kakalong. For those alien lords who had long dwelt in the Misty world, spatial rings were not a rarity. Yet, for lesser-ranked lords who had arrived in the Misty realm less than 6 months prior, they were willing to pay a handsome sum for such rings. Had Xin Yuan not acquired a spatial ring from a treasure chest initially, he too would have been inclined to exchange a substantial amount of wealth for one from Kakalong. After thoroughly scavenging the corpse, Xin Yuan utilized the survival panel to inspect his backpack inventory and basic resources. These resources could only be forcibly acquired through the survival panel. Much like him, this alien lord's backpack inventory was utterly barren, suggesting that it had stored its resources within the spatial ring for convenient access. Left with no alternative, Xin Yuan was compelled to seize its basic resources. His foundational resources totaled 234 survival coins, 3,000 units of timber, 100 units of stone, and 120 units of steel. Xin Yuan pillaged 1/10 of these basic resources in a single sweep. Although the plundered resources were modest, they were better than nothing. He cast a glance at his remaining foundational resources, confirming that the theft was credited instantaneously. The efficiency of the survival panel is indeed remarkable. After completely depleting the resources of the alien lord, Xin Yuan stored his corpse within a spatial ring. The alien lord was of considerable rank. His body would nourish the mutated plant seeds far more effectively than the corpses of those LV-1 and LV-2 monstrosities. Concerned about the possibility of falling into another ambush, Xin Yuan slowed his pace to remain vigilant against unforeseen dangers. 20 minutes later, he entered the area known as the Phantom Tiger Forest. The environment of the Phantom Tiger Forest bore no distinction from his point of origin. Xin Yuan speculated that the difference might lie in the presence of tiger-like monstrosities, which were absent near his birthplace. Initially, he intended to circumvent the Phantom Tiger Forest, but upon exploring the map, he discovered that doing so would require an additional 10 kilometers of travel. If traversing an extra 10 kilometers could avert danger, he would undoubtedly comply. However, this secret realm was fraught with peril. The longer the journey, the greater the likelihood of encountering adversaries. Xin Yuan could not ascertain the level of danger posed by the Phantom Tiger Forest, believing that entering this area did not necessarily equate to courting risk. Furthermore, even if he were to confront a monstrosity and find himself outmatched, his speed would allow him to retreat unharmed. The levels of the alien lords within this secret realm would not exceed a 5-level difference, suggesting that the monstrosities therein would likely not surpass the alien lords by much either, unless the underlying logic rules of particularly secret realms differ entirely from other realms. Xin Yuan delved deep into the enigmatic tiger forest, following the route map provided by the survival panel for approximately 15 minutes. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. A vague intuition told him that a creature was stalking him, and he could discern numerous nests constructed by the enigmatic beasts. The most direct path indicated by the survival panel could not possibly traverse the very heart of the enigmatic tiger's lair, could it? Xin Yuan was resolute in his belief that his instincts were infallible. At this moment, he was either targeted by the enigmatic beasts or being pursued by an alien lord. Hastily, Xin Yuan retrieved his blood-red crossbow from his spatial ring. Should he ascertain the enemy's position, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. However, it appeared that his pursuer was merely following him. After another 5 minutes of travel, the presence of the stalker remained unchanged. Although there was no aggressive action taken, Xin Yuan could ascertain that the number of entities tracking him had increased. The sensation of being watched by a solitary pair of eyes differed greatly from being scrutinized by 10. Although he could not see the target, Xin Yuan was now certain that he had caught the attention of the enigmatic beasts. The creatures stalking him in the enigmatic tiger forest could only be the enigmatic tigers, and there were certainly many of them. He quickened his pace, attempting to shake them off. Yet, it seemed his intentions had been anticipated. After only a few strides, he spotted several towering figures ahead. As he continued onward, the oxygen mist lamp illuminated their forms. This group of enigmatic beasts had, astonishingly, preemptively blocked his path. Moreover, he could vaguely perceive the silhouettes of the beasts flanking him on either side. The greatest concentration of these creatures was behind him, likely numbering no fewer than 20. Stopping in his tracks, Xin Yuan awaited the survival panel to swiftly present the information regarding them. Strange beast, starry tiger, status, good, level, LV5, combat power, 120, sanity, 15, talent, none, skills, none, description, a strange beast profoundly influenced by the enigmatic fog. The starry tiger possesses an imposing stature, each reaching heights of 2 to 2.5 meters. Its physique bears resemblance to that of a tiger as remembered by Xin Yuan. Yet its musculature appears more taut and defined. The fur is a deep, enigmatic purple, adorned with twinkling spots that shimmer like stars. Its head outlines the general shape of a tiger, but its eyes are a captivating sapphire blue. The ears are pointed and erect, while its fangs are elongated and razor-sharp, extending from the corners of its mouth. Unlike the tigers known to Xin Yuan, these creatures walk upright like humans. Their forelimbs are robust and powerful, with joints encased in a hardened, armor-like layer. The hind limbs are muscular, enabling agile movement to support their towering forms. The tail resembles a steel whip, bristling with sharp barbs that produce a whistling sound when flicked. The group of starry tigers ranges in level from a minimum of LV3 to a maximum of LV10. Xin Yuan has yet to encounter the starry tiger king. Despite their lower level compared to Xin Yuan, their prowess is formidable. Given their size, should he be tackled by even one, he would likely face severe injury or worse. This assembly of starry tigers seems aware of Xin Yuan's formidable presence. Even with their numerical advantage, they refrain from initiating an attack. Xin Yuan speculates that they are awaiting the arrival of their king for support. Understanding their intent, he chooses to halt his advance. Hunting the elusive beast lords yields a considerable amount of resources. Based on the levels of these elusive star tigers, it can be inferred that the elusive star tiger king is at most level 15. It is noteworthy that the upgrade mechanism of the beast lords differs from that of the alien lords. The upgrades of the beast lords occur in leaps. Levels such as 2 or 14 do not exist. Their starting level is level 5, followed by level 10, and subsequently level 15. Thus, the several beast lords that Xin Yuan encounters are either level 10 or level 15. Chapter 0047. Let the elusive Star Tiger King understand the meaning of supreme defense, although Xin Yuan has resolved to hunt the elusive Star Tiger King. This does not imply that he will remain idle. These elusive Star Tigers represent invaluable experience and black iron treasure chests presented to him. Compared to hunting the corpse dogs and the elusive green dwarfs, the rewards from hunting the elusive Star Tigers are significantly greater. Slaying a beast of level 5 yields 2 black iron treasure chests. A beast of level 7 provides 3 chests. A beast of level 8 grants 5 chests, while a beast of level 9 offers 8 chests. In this area, at least 3/4 of the elusive Star Tigers are above level 5. Furthermore, Hunting them also bestows substantial experience. The experience gained from slaying a single elusive star tiger surpasses that of hunting 5 corpse dogs previously. These experience packages and survival treasure chests are vividly displayed before Shen Yuan, and naturally, he intends to collect them all. The moment Shen Yuan decided to take action against them, this group of elusive star tigers inexplicably quivered. They felt as though they were being stalked by an unknown beast, with death lurking at any moment. This group of ghastly star tigers, their sanity severely eroded by the eerie mist, found their instincts for danger heightened. Just as they contemplated whether to expand their encirclement, Shen Yuan struck. The blood-red crossbow, having absorbed the essence of the night, was already armed with a full complement of 99 crimson bolts. A mere 20 or so star tigers were hardly a match for his aim. Unfamiliar with the prowess of an alien lord, the star tigers had never encountered such a formidable weapon. It was not until one of their own was struck down by the crossbow that the remaining tigers recognized Shen Yuan's capacity for ranged assault. The tigers, initially intent on widening their perimeter, quickly realized they could not afford to distance themselves from him any longer. They swiftly adapted their strategy, opting to incapacitate Shen Yuan, leaving him barely Brea having suffered the loss of 5 vile star tigers. The vanguard finally reached Shen Yuan. Without hesitation, it lunged, claws extended, aiming for Shen Yuan's left arm, confident in its ability to tear it off. Indeed, it possessed the power to do so. But Shen Yuan would not afford it the opportunity. With a mere flick of his right wrist, the vermilion sun wraith cleaver blazed a trail of fire. And before the vile star tiger could react, its head was severed from its body, possessing both superior speed and equipment. Shen Yuan was not to be harmed by this pack of vile star tigers, even as Shen Yuan's blade claimed the tiger's head. The remaining beasts remained oblivious to their predicament, continuing their relentless assault, intent on tearing Shen Yuan limb from limb. Yet, each time they drew near, claws poised to strike, they were met with the fiery edge of his blade. Scarcely had they registered Shen Yuan's movements when their heads were parted from their bodies. In total, 18 vile star tigers besieged Shen Yuan. Even those of LV-10 were unable to escape the fate of decapitation. These 18 vile star tigers yielded a total of 15,000 experience points and 80 black iron treasure chests. At this rate, should Shen Yuan manage to scour the entirety of the vile tiger forest, he would undoubtedly be able to synthesize 1 or 2 supreme treasure chests. As Shen Yuan reveled in the prospect of such a promising future, the vile star tiger king, accompanied by its retinue, finally caught up. The vile star tiger king had anticipated finding Shen Yuan reduced to a broken husk by its underlings, only to be met with a scene of carnage, blood and severed heads strewn across the ground. The bodies of its brethren mysteriously vanished. Given the current circumstances, Shen Yuan's strength far surpasses expectations. Moreover, although he clearly had the opportunity to depart, he chose to remain in place, presumably awaiting its arrival. To his astonishment, this frail alien lord held him in contempt. The cunning star tiger king briefly assessed Shen Yuan's prowess and subsequently refrained from ordering its minions to launch a second assault. With a resounding roar that echoed into the heavens, it charged towards Shen Yuan alone. Special notice: the cunning star tiger king has initiated a lord battle with you, which cannot be declined. The lord battle will commence in 2 seconds. Shen Yuan paid little heed to the special notice, as he was engrossed in reviewing the personal information of the cunning star tiger king. Deceptive beast lord, deceptive star tiger king status, good, level, LV-15, combat power, 2,500, mental fortitude, 99, talent, evil eye radiation, tiger roar, skills, frenzied charge. Skin hardening, description: a deceptive beast lord whose intellect remains uncorrupted by the miasma, possessing formidable explosive power, and serving as the undisputed leader of all deceptive star tigers. Note 1. The talent evil eye radiation can temporarily blind hostile creatures, instilling fear in their souls. Note 2. The talent tiger roar can briefly deafen hostile creatures, unsettling their spirits. Note 3. The skill frenzied charge can temporarily enhance one's strength and speed. Note 4. The skill skin hardening can briefly augment the hardness and defense of one's skin. Note 5. Be aware that the talents of the deceptive star tiger king can induce mental disarray, even causing momentary distraction. Do not underestimate the deceptive star tiger king, for although it shares the same LV-15 designation with the deceptive white dog king and the deceptive green dwarf king, its combat power surpasses that of the other 2 lords of equivalent level, demonstrating superior strength. While Shen Yuan possesses numerous trump cards, he notably lacks armor capable of withstanding mental assaults. It is no surprise that the deceptive Star Tiger King possesses the means to counter him. It is clear why this creature dares to confront him in single combat. With its strength, it indeed has the confidence to do so. Just as Shen Yuan completed his examination of the deceptive Star Tiger King's information, the lordly barrier had already been erected. Simultaneously, the deceptive Star Tiger King had no intention of gauging Shen Yuan's prowess, launching immediately into its skills of frenzy charge and skin hardening. Understanding the methods of the deceptive Star Tiger King, Shen Yuan remained unfazed. Although he currently lacked a trump card to resist mental attacks, the equipment he possessed was certainly impenetrable by the deceptive Star Tiger King. The resplendent star ring adorning Shen Yuan's wrist once again formed a defensive barrier. Concurrently, he activated his innate lucky dice along with the skills Vine's prison and wealth shield, coupled with the wood spirit armor he wore. Even if Shen Yuan stood motionless and allowed the creature to strike, it would be futile in breaching his defenses. Chapter 0048, Impossible to Breach the Defense, How to Fight. The appearance of the lucky dice was remarkably ordinary, resembling a golden die. With a mere thought, Shen Yuan cast the lucky dice. The lucky dice, visible only to him, danced and soon settled on the number 6. Instantly, Shen Yuan gained a 100 enhancement to all attributes, equipment, innate abilities, skills, and a stroke of fortune. These augmentations would not incur any additional costs to his sanity, equipment durability, or spirit, and would last a full 10 minutes, as Shen Yuan incessantly deployed his trump cards. The deceptive Star Tiger King, already within 2 meters of him, suddenly sensed a hint of danger emanating from Shen Yuan. Having lived for 7 years and 8 months, the deceptive Star Tiger King had never before experienced such a sensation. Despite having activated 2 skills, why did it still feel threatened? To eradicate this feeling of danger completely, it unleashed both of its innate abilities. The innate ability, Evil Eye Radiation, belonged to the third eye situated on its forehead. Typically, this eye remained closed. Whenever opened, it would quickly drain its mental vigor, which is why it seldom resorted to this talent. The side effect of the talent Tiger's Roar is an inability to utter a word for an entire day. Were it not for the severity of the side effects associated with these 2 talents, they would not have been withheld from use. As Shen Yuan's ultimate defense took form, he felt a dark light pierce towards his eyes. In an instant, his left eye went blind. However, his lord's eye, being unique, only experienced a slight sting without losing vision. The soul-dreading effect of the evil eye's radiation soon followed. Shen Yuan felt as if his head had been struck violently, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. Before the blessing necklace could take effect, the sound from the tiger's roar reverberated painfully against his eardrums. For a fleeting moment, all that remained in his ears was a deafening buzz, rendering him incapable of hearing any other sounds. Furthermore, the tiger's roar inflicted a second wave of soul-shattering terror upon him. His already dazed mind succumbed to complete emptiness after this second blow. The cunning Star Tiger King, observing Shen Yuan standing still and motionless, realized he had fallen prey to the attack. Shen Yuan had become a target, devoid of thought and unable to move. Yet, the Tiger King could still sense danger emanating from Shen Yuan. Although uncertain of the exact circumstances, the answer to the dilemma lay in severing his head. Just as the cunning Star Tiger King extended its sharp claws, intending to swat Shen Yuan's head away, the Gru having arrived at this critical juncture. It possesses no avenue for retreat, should it fail to vanquish Shen Yuan despite wielding such a monumental advantage. Its fate shall only worsen as the repercussions of its inherent gifts and abilities sequentially manifest. To ensure absolute certainty, the Corvus Star Tiger King channeled the utmost force into the strike. Its target, Shen Yuan's fragile cranium, was but a trifling matter. Even a colossal boulder placed before it would be shattered with a single blow. Bang! The Corvus Star Tiger King felt its palm strike an invisible barrier. Due to the excessive force, its claws were contorted upon impact. Simultaneously, the defensive barrier formed by the resplendent astral rings was breached, its durability further diminished. Yet, the wealth barrier, sustained by a consumption of 30,000 survival coins per second, remained unyielding. Undeterred, the Corvus Star Tiger King retracted its claws and formed a fist, aiming a forceful blow at Shen Yuan's head. Though visually, the strike appeared to connect, it felt as though it had once again struck an ethereal wall. Having failed twice in succession, the Corvus Star Tiger King displayed evident signs of disarray. It swiftly retreated and commanded all Corvus Star Tigers to launch an assault upon Shen Yuan. Since a solitary duel proved fruitless, it would resort to a numerical advantage. It refused to believe that Shen Yuan's superior defenses came without a cost. It merely needed to expend the lives of these Corvus Star Tigers to deplete Shen Yuan's resources, while it sought an opportunity to strike once more. As the Corvus Star Tiger King altered its strategy, the effect of the Blessing Necklace was once again activated. Xin Yuan's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, and the pervasive sense of vertigo dissipated entirely. Observing the Corvus Star Tiger King's rapid retreat, Xin Yuan did not hasten to engage. At this moment, should he slay the Starry Tiger King with a single stroke, the congregation of starry tigers would disperse like frightened birds. With such a plethora of experience and survival treasure chests presented before him, he had no desire to let them go to waste. The Starry Tiger King retreated swiftly, barely evading the entangling vines. But the Starry Tigers commanded to attack were far less fortunate. A total of 75 Starry Tigers had accompanied their king. The first 20 or so at the forefront were ensnared tightly by the vines, rendered immobile. Those that took a detour to surround Xin Yuan found that no matter what methods they employed, they could not breach his wealth barrier. Xin Yuan's account still boasted over 320,000 survival coins, sufficient to maintain the wealth barrier for 10 seconds. 10 seconds may seem neither long nor short. Yet it was ample time to deal with this horde of starry tigers. One after another, starry tigers fell under the grasp of the vines, only to be struck down by the crimson crossbow bolts that found their mark with lethal precision, witnessing the casualties of their comrades exceeding half. The remaining starry tigers began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Nevertheless, their lord continued to command them to charge forth. Even though they were aware they were marching towards their doom, they pressed on relentlessly towards Xin Yuan. In a mere 8 seconds, all 75 starry tigers brought by their king had perished. The sight left the Starry Tiger King in a state of disbelief. Xin Yuan's might exceeded its imagination. Despite having engaged in intense combat for an extended period, his breathing remained remarkably steady. How could this battle continue? Were it not for the Lord's barrier confining it here, it would have long sought to flee. With thoughts of retreat swirling in its mind, the Starry Tiger King steeled itself to launch a second offensive against Xin Yuan. It had no choice. The side effects of its skills were soon to manifest. Seizing the opportunity while still at the peak of its strength, it resolved to fight once more. At this moment, the deceptive Star Tiger King, having exhausted its strength, found itself incapable of unleashing its sinister irradiation or the roar of the tiger. Clenching its fists, it shattered the robust vines that obstructed its path. As it struggled against the numerous vines that ensnared it, a sense of urgency gripped its heart. Its skills had been deployed prematurely, and the repercussions were about to manifest. It was even unable to approach Xin Yuan. At this juncture, Xin Yuan had ceased employing the wealth barrier and aimed the blood-red heavy crossbow directly at the Tiger King's head. Without the protection of the wealth barrier, Xin Yuan refrained from wielding the Crimson Sun breaking sword for a final strike, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. The Tiger King's punches grew increasingly rapid, relentlessly smashing through the vines, yet more vines emerged from the earth, ensnaring its legs. Immobilized, the Tiger King swiftly transformed into its beast form. With all fours on the ground, it lunged towards Xin Yuan, leveraging the strength of its forelimbs. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, intent on severing Xin Yuan's neck. In response to the Tiger King's desperate final assault, Xin Yuan retaliated with merciless blood-red crossbow bolts. Chapter 0049, Supreme Clarity Talisman. The scarlet crossbow bolt struck the Tiger King's cavernous mouth with precision. Successive bolts pierced through both its upper and lower jaws. Even penetrating its bra, Xin Yuan realized that he had exhausted all his trump cards for survival, effortlessly hunting the LV-15 enigmatic beast lord. However, such tactics came at a significant cost. His sanity level plummeted from an initial 99 to 72. He could employ this method only one more time. Should his sanity drop below 50, he would begin to encounter serious issues. While he could hunt the enigmatic beasts near the sanctuary without restraint, venturing into the depths of the secret realm offered no sanctuary to restore his sanity. Xin Yuan had experienced the disorienting effects of his sanity falling to 30, rendering him dizzy and struggling to maintain his balance. Regardless of whether his eyes were open or closed, he was plagued by a flurry of golden stars. That distressing experience was one he wished to avoid repeating. You have hunted a total of 75 enigmatic star tigers, earning 41,000 experience points for 110,000 survival coins and 200 black iron treasure chests. You have successfully hunted the LV-15 enigmatic star Tiger King, earning 28,000 experience points, 280,000 survival coins, and 2 silver treasure chests. In total, you have gained 69,000 experience points, 690,000 survival coins, 200 black iron treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. You have triumphed in the 4th Lord battle, earning 1 golden treasure chest. Congratulations on your successful level up. Your personal information has been updated. Shen Yuan's level increased from LV11 to LV12. The experience required rose from 60,000 to 120,000, 32,061, 120,000. His combat power surged from 900 to 355, and he gained an additional 45 skill points. No other personal data underwent any changes. Shen Yuan was indifferent to the enhancement of his combat power value. He prioritized skill, talent, and equipment in battle. The numerical representation of his combat power merely reflected his personal attributes and served only as a reference. At this moment, he was more concerned with the rewards garnered from winning the 4th Lord's battle. He noticed that the more victories he secured in the Lord's battle, the less rewarding the spoils became. If this trend continued, winning the 5th Lord's battle might yield nothing more than a silver chest. Once this secret realm concluded, he intended to converse with Kakarong to discuss some questions that had been accumulating in his mind. Despite the diminishing rewards from the Lord's battle, the overall gains from this particular contest remained quite substantial. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also acquired 280 black iron chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 golden chest. Shen Yuan had no intention of postponing the synthesis of these survival chests until the following day. His luck was exceptionally high today, bolstered by a 100 lucky bonus. At this moment, his fortune was hardly inferior to that of his previous streak of good luck. Among the 280 black iron chests, he combined 4 chests at the outset, while the rest were fused in groups of 3. He synthesized a total of 93 times, resulting in 22 silver chests, 30 golden chests, 3 blue weapon packs, and 2 yellow weapon packs. Although the rewards from this round of chest synthesis were slightly less impressive than those experienced during his streak of good fortune, they remained commendable. Shen Yuan did not pause, merging the 24 silver chests in pairs, yielding 7 golden chests and 1 blue weapon pack. Having progressed this far in the synthesis of chests, he naturally could not halt now. The 37 golden chests remained an odd number. He attempted to synthesize 3 golden treasure chests for the first time, while the remaining ones were combined in pairs. After a series of 18 syntheses, he ultimately acquired 6 diamond treasure chests, 2 yellow weapon packs, and a yellow skill scroll. The number of enigmatic beasts that Shen Yuan hunted continued to grow, yet the diamond treasure chest remained exceedingly precious in his eyes. The probability of failure in synthesizing a diamond treasure chest was alarmingly high, and a failed synthesis would result in the loss of at least 2 diamond treasure chests. After much deliberation, just before the effect of the lucky dice was about to fade, he finally made up his mind. Either he would prudently open the diamond treasure chests, or he would take a significant gamble. Gritting his teeth, he decided to use all 6 diamond treasure chests for pairwise synthesis. One must be resolute. One cannot ensnare the wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Supreme Clarity Talisman. After 2 consecutive failures, Shen Yuan's heart raced with anxiety. Just when he believed this synthesis would yield nothing, a delightful surprise emerged. He successfully synthesized an item of supreme quality, intimately connected to the soul armor he had long desired. Item: Supreme Clarity Talisman. Quality: Supreme. Durability: None. Description: a soul armor of supreme quality, regarded as the rarest among all equipment. Note 1. The Supreme Clarity Talisman must be bound to a soul, and once bound, it cannot be unbound. Note 2. The Supreme Clarity Talisman can nearly withstand all soul attacks and can dispel the vast majority of illusions and phantasms. Note 3. After each use, the Supreme Clarity Talisman incurs a cooldown period of 1 hour. Note 4. The Supreme Clarity Talisman is indestructible and cannot be upgraded. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that by using the term child, he would ensnare a wolf king, not a gambler by nature. Shen Yuan found himself more exhilarated than any wagerer at that moment. Eagerly, he retrieved the Supreme Clarity Talisman from his backpack. It was a piece of yellow paper, the composition of which was unknown to him. Its hue was not the common bright yellow, but rather a deep, antiquated shade of dark yellow. 2 black characters were inscribed upon it. Shen Yuan had never encountered such script and surmised that the characters must signify clarity. The strokes of the characters varied in thickness. Some were as bold as a python, while others were as delicate as a hair, yet they harmoniously coalesced. The edges of the characters shimmered with a faint yellow light. The entire sheet of yellow paper emanated a soothing aura. As Shen Yuan held it in his hand, he experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. Truly, It was the most coveted soul armor among all materials, not only immensely valuable but also remarkably effective. Following the steps provided by the survival panel, he pressed it to his forehead. As the Supreme Clarity Talisman made contact with his forehead, Xin Yuan felt a portion of his soul being forcefully extracted. The prior tranquility and serenity were abruptly shattered. The excruciating sensation of his soul being torn away left him in profound agony. The once silent phantom tiger forest soon echoed with Xin Yuan's heart-wrenching cries. The duration for which the Supreme Clarity Talisman would merge was entirely random. And fortune was not on Xin Yuan's side. He endured a grueling 30 minutes of this ordeal. He could scarcely recall how he managed to survive that half-hour. During this time, he experienced a torment more harrowing than the 10 greatest tortures, a soul-wrenching execution. It was a chapter of his life he wished never to revisit, let alone endure again. Chapter 0050. When one says they will cut you into 3 pieces, they will indeed cut you into 3 pieces. After enduring extreme suffering, Xin Yuan was once again enveloped in tranquility and peace. The Supreme Clarity Talisman, which had been affixed to his forehead, had vanished, seamlessly merging with his soul. The talisman not only safeguarded his spirit but also transformed his very essence. With each gesture, he exuded an air of authority and presence befitting a superior being. This sensation was remarkably enchanting, evoking within Xin Yuan a sense of elevated superiority. Though his heart was as calm as still water, his thoughts were remarkably agile. He recalled that his Phantom Dash was the sole skill capable of being upgraded. It required the expenditure of 20 skill points along with a yellow skill scroll to enhance this exceptionally useful ability. It was a deal that promised guaranteed returns. Without hesitation, Xin Yuan chose to upgrade his Phantom Dash. Prompt: Phantom Dash successfully upgraded to Light Speed Dash skill. Light Speed Dash quality. Epic. Description: an exceptional speed-oriented skill. Truly worthy of possession. Note 1. This skill must be upgraded from Phantom Dash and cannot be obtained directly. Note 2. Light Speed Dash retains the phantasm effect of Phantom Dash and enhances speed by 100 for a duration of 20 seconds. Note 3. The use of Light Speed Dash allows the Phantom to exhibit a certain degree of activity, making it more challenging for enemies to discern the true form. Note 4. Each use of Light Speed Dash incurs a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Note 5. It requires 50 skill points and a golden skill scroll to upgrade Light Speed Dash to Shadow Dash. Xin Yuan did not anticipate that Light Speed Dash held further potential for enhancement. Should he have the opportunity to acquire another golden skill scroll in the future, he would surely reserve it to elevate the Light Speed Dash. Compared to Phantom Dash, although the improvement of Light Speed Dash is substantial, it does not represent a fundamental transformation. Nevertheless, this skill proves to be of immense assistance in combat, particularly as many of Xin Yuan's adversaries are of a higher level and possess superior speed. Previously, he found himself at a disadvantage, often outpaced by the Lord of the Aberrant Beasts, remaining in a reactive stance during battles. With Light Speed Dash, while it may not entirely convert his speed disadvantage into an advantage, it at least allows him to stand on equal footing with the Aberrant Beast Lords. After confirming all the effects of Light Speed Dash, Xin Yuan, taking advantage of the last 2 seconds of the Luck Dice effect, proceeded to combine 4 blue weapon packs with 4 yellow weapon packs in pairs. Perhaps the effects of the lucky dice were waning, with only 2 seconds remaining, leading to a possible diminishment of their fortuitous influence. It might also be that the expenditure of luck on the Supreme Clarity Talisman was too great. For blue weapon packs and 4 yellow weapon packs all failed to synthesize. This marked his most significant loss in all his attempts at synthesis thus far. The failure rate for blue weapon packs stood at a mere 30, leaving him utterly perplexed as to why he experienced 2 consecutive failures. Although the losses from this synthesis were considerable, he still had the Supreme Clarity Talisman as a safety net. Xin Yuan's mindset remained unaffected. With gain comes loss, and with loss comes gain. Being overly fixated on gains and losses would serve no benefit to his state of mind. After dealing with the corpse of the spectral Star Tiger King, Xin Yuan continued on his journey. The fusion of the Supreme Clarity Talisman consumed half an hour. Concerned about potential unforeseen delays along the way, he hastened his pace. The greatest threat within the spectral tiger forest had already been eradicated by Xin Yuan. Now, the only remaining threat to him in the forest was the alien lord. However, this area was a toxic zone, far removed from the safety zone of the first wave of spawns. He doubted that any alien lord would be foolish enough to linger in such a place rather than make haste toward the safety zone. After another 40 minutes of travel, he was finally nearing the boundary of the spectral tiger forest. His next destination was the direction of the celestial central spectral field, and he would not venture into any special territories of the spectral beast lords along the way. Just as he was about to exit the area of the spectral tiger forest, he noticed a series of undulating small hills surrounding him. At the center of these hills lay a naturally formed gap. With his keen eyesight, Shen Yuan quickly discerned a significant amount of fresh blood near the opening. If one wishes to avoid treacherous mountains or lengthy detours, the narrow path formed by this gap is the essential route to escape the treacherous tiger forest. The enigmatic Tiger King has perished. The disarrayed starry tigers, now leaderless, will remain in chaos for some time, making it improbable for them to lay an ambush here. Undoubtedly, there are alien lords lurking in the shadows nearby. To my surprise, many of these alien lords are cunningly deceitful. This group of strategists is not in haste to reach the safe zone. Their minds are consumed with schemes to ensnare others. Shen Yuan, unwilling to take a longer route, also wishes to avoid being ambushed from behind while traversing the mountains. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to forge ahead. Should any foolhardy individual dare to strike at him, Shen Yuan will certainly cleave them in two. He currently possesses 1,004,480 survival coins. And even if the wealth barrier consumes 100,000 coins per second, it will sustain him for 10 seconds. With the wealth barrier coupled with the Supreme Clarity Talisman, neither physical nor mental harm can affect Shen Yuan. Although he has the means to maximize his defenses, he is not in a rush to deploy the wealth barrier. He decides to activate it only when he senses imminent danger, for his survival coins are limited. He must reserve enough coins to prepare for potentially more formidable adversaries in the celestial treacherous realm. It remains uncertain whether that cunning individual has maintained their composure or if they have already departed. Until Shen Yuan navigates through the narrow passage, he remains unassailed. Nevertheless, he does not let his guard down. He quickens his pace, intent on distancing himself from this location. Yet, mere steps beyond the narrow path, he suddenly experiences a sensation of weightlessness. Without pausing to discern the cause, he decisively activates the wealth barrier. Simultaneously, his body plummets, and his feet land upon sharp blades. The sharp tip of the knife swiftly pierced through his combat boot, yet upon reaching the sole of his foot, it could advance no further. The alien lord, witnessing Shen Yuan fall into his trap, immediately sprang up from the grass, clad in camouflage combat attire. Shen Yuan had failed to notice that the alien lord was merely 10 meters away. As the alien lord took a few steps, he soon realized that the quarry ensnared in the pit did not emit a cry of anguish. Instantly aware that something was amiss, he hurriedly turned to flee. However, before the alien lord could cover much ground, Shen Yuan ascended from the pit, pursuing him. Without hesitation, upon sighting the alien lord's retreating figure, Shen Yuan drew forth his blood-red crossbow and unleashed a barrage of bolts. The alien lord, proficient in disguise, trap setting, and assassination, soon found his back riddled with crimson arrows. Due to his superior quality armor, the arrows merely wounded him rather than delivering a fatal blow. Just as the alien lord believed the ordeal was drawing to a close, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze against his back, followed by a wave of heat on his right cheek. Before he could react, Shen Yuan, moving at the speed of light, had already appeared behind him. With a swift motion, Shen Yuan swung the Qiang breaker sword, severing the alien lord's head from his body. In that instant, as his head spun 180 degrees, a fragment of his fading consciousness remained, allowing him he did not examine the corpse. Instead, he directly accessed the survival panel to inspect the backpack and basic resources of this unfortunate individual. Indeed, the backpack contained supplies. You have discovered exquisite quality stealth undergarments. You have found 58, 100 survival coins, 500 units of wood, and 100 units of stone. The basic resources of this individual were woefully scant, compelling Shen Yuan to seize the stealth undergarments. Equipment: stealth undergarments, quality, exquisite, durability, 100 description, an item that appears ordinary but is, in fact, extraordinary. Note 1. Wearing the stealth undergarments allows one to conceal their scent and fluctuations in breath. Note 2. The stealth undergarments do not provide defensive capabilities and are prone to damage. Although the stealth undergarments were merely of exquisite quality, their utility rivaled that of several pieces of epic and even legendary defensive gear owned by Shen Yuan. With these undergarments, Shen Yuan could conceal himself in the shadows, occasionally assuming the role of this unfortunate individual. After plundering the resources of this person, Shen Yuan utilized the time wheel to absorb the remnants of his soul left behind. As for the corpse, it lay exposed in the wilderness. The journey ahead was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any reckless individuals attempting to ambush him. With 52 minutes remaining until the first poison circle refresh, Shen Yuan finally reached the outermost edge of the safe zone. At this moment, he was merely 1 kilometer away from the Tianyang Enigma. The survival panel clearly indicated that the Tianyang Enigma was the most perilous area within this extraordinary secret realm. Shen Yuan had no intention of entering the Tianyang Enigma first, serving as a scout for that group of alien overlords. He discovered a lush meadow nearby, whereupon he prostrated himself on the ground, seamlessly merging with the verdant landscape. Additionally, having donned his cloaking attire, he emitted not a trace of scent or ripple of aura. Even the most keen-eyed alien lord would only discern his presence upon close inspection of the grass. Of course, should he encounter an alien lord endowed with infrared vision, it would merely be his misfortune. Reclining in the grass, Shen Yuan had no intention of playing the fool. While perusing the survival panel, he initiated contact with Kakarong. It soon became evident to him that only 61 alien lords remained in this extraordinary realm. He had not anticipated that nearly 40% would be eliminated before the first toxic zone had even refreshed. Furthermore, he confirmed that this special domain would endure for a total of 25 hours, according to the cyclic pattern of refreshing every 6 hours. The toxic zones would renew 4 times. The information Shen Yuan was examining was not provided complimentary by the survival panel. Rather, he had spent a substantial sum of 100,000 survival coins to unlock all the premium content associated with this exceptional realm. Wealth is but a transient concern. If he could secure victory in this extraordinary domain, the expenditure would be deemed worthwhile. Just as Shen Yuan successfully established communication with Kakarong, an alien lord resembling a humanoid, yet possessing a head akin to a fleshy tumor hurried past him. His speed was remarkable, and he traversed the area without making a sound. Shen Yuan merely caught a fleeting glimpse, followed by a gentle breeze brushing against his face. This alien lord, in his haste, remained oblivious to Shen Yuan's presence not far away. The distance between them quickly expanded once more. Having experienced several setbacks, Shen Yuan was increasingly convinced that the adversary had discovered his location. In pursuit of safety, he relocated to a prearranged concealed hideout and continued his correspondence with Kakarong. Within Shen Yuan's backpack, he retained a stock of 300 units of timber. He expended 5,000 units of timber to procure 100,000 survival coins from Kakarong. At present, Shen Yuan found himself unencumbered by a lack of survival coins. However, to sustain the flow of crucial intelligence from Kakarong, he recognized the necessity of providing certain incentives. Upon receiving the timber, Kakarong noticeably became more loquacious. Shen Yuan gleaned that Kakarong had resided in the mysterious fog world for 2.5 years, achieving a level of LV-45. Among the alien lords in the mysterious fog world, he stood as a formidable presence. Of course, Shen Yuan could not ascertain whether Kakarong had spoken untruths regarding his own identity. The two engaged in conversation for a full half-hour, during which Shen Yuan acquired insights into various pressing matters. According to Kakarong, all alien lords who activated their attribute panels were mandated to participate in a special secret realm of the survival genre, with a fixed quota of 100 participants. Nevertheless, he had not heard of any restrictions concerning level disparities. In the past, alien lords who had just reached LV-10 and unlocked their attribute panels had been eager to enter the special realm, only to be met with adversaries whose levels exceeded LV-30. Perhaps due to the stark level differences, the special realm would eliminate a cohort of exceptionally talented alien lords. To mitigate talent loss, the ancient gods subsequently revised the rules of the special realm. Fortunately for Shen Yuan, luck was on his side this time. The enemies he was matched against would not exceed level LV-16. Having not fully assimilated the intelligence provided by Kakarong, Shen Yuan noticed a new message appearing on the survival panel. The deadline for the first round of safe zone reduction has arrived. Survivors who have not reached the safe zone will be eliminated. The geographical location of the second round of the safe zone has been updated. Survivors, please pay attention. After reading the panel prompt, Shen Yuan opened the Mystic Realm map to ascertain the updated location of the second round safe zone. The area encompassed by the second safe zone was 1/16 of the entire Mystic Realm. Shen Yuan's current location was within the boundaries of the second safe zone. If Shen Yuan's conjecture was correct, the most perilous Tianyang haunted arena would be the site of the final decisive battle. For the subsequent 2 safe zone reductions, he would not need to continue traveling. Shen Yuan glanced at the number of survivors, which had dwindled from 61 half an hour prior to 40. These alien overlords had not failed to arrive in time, due to their starting points being too distant from the safe zone. Rather, they, as cunning individuals, had attempted to eliminate more alien overlords to acquire additional resources. Their actions not only disgusted the alien overlords who were traveling normally, but also cost them their lives. In the ensuing 6 hours, Xin Yuan remained stationary, refraining from travel. After all, any combat could potentially diminish his sanity. Remaining in place to directly await the final battle was the optimal choice. 6 hours elapsed swiftly, and the geographical location of the third round safe zone was refreshed, now encompassing 1/64th of the Mystic Realm. Similarly, Xin Yuan remained within the confines of the safe zone. This iteration of the safe zone included the entirety of the Tianyang Haunted Arena, along with an extremely small portion of the surrounding area. Presently, Xin Yuan is situated on the periphery of the safe zone, a mere 300 meters from its boundary. The second round of eliminations saw only 5 extraterrestrial overlords vanquished, leaving 35 still in contention. Xin Yuan remained steadfast, refraining from a premature exploration of the celestial abnormality domain. He intends to conserve his energy and sanity, with the ultimate aim of dispatching the remaining extraterrestrial overlords in the decisive battle. 3 victors shall emerge from this extraordinary secret realm. However, in Xin Yuan's estimation, he alone is sufficient. He aspires to claim all the rewards of this special secret realm exclusively. Chapter 0052. I shall confront 6. The deadline for the third round of safe zone reduction swiftly approaches. Throughout these 6 hours, Xin Yuan has detected no extraterrestrial overlords traversing his vicinity. He casts a glance at his survival panel. The number of survivors has dwindled from 35 in the previous round to 12. The number of surviving extraterrestrial overlords exceeds Xin Yuan's initial expectations. He had anticipated that the celestial abnormality domain, being the most perilous region of this special secret realm, would see the number of survivors reduced to single digits. Xin Yuan then consults the secret realm map to ascertain the confines of the final safe zone. With only an hour remaining before the conclusion of this special secret realm, he must reduce the number of survivors to 3 or fewer within this time frame. Failure to do so will result in the compulsory annihilation of all surviving extraterrestrial overlords. The fourth and final safe zone is located at the very epicenter of the celestial abnormality domain, encompassing a mere 100 square meters. Concurrently with Xin Yuan's examination of the secret realm map, the environment surrounding him is undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. The verdant, towering trees that once graced the landscape are now withering, transforming into desiccated, lifeless husks. The method of toxicity propagation in this final round diverges from the preceding 3. In the previous rounds, the toxicity instantaneously engulfed all regions outside the safe zone upon the expiration of the allotted time. The final phase involved a gradual constriction, halting only at the very center of the enigmatic arena. Upon noticing the toxic zone steadily closing in, Xin Yuan immediately sprang to his feet and sprinted forth. The unknown energy capable of instantly siphoning the vitality of a great tree could undoubtedly reduce him to a mere husk in an instant. After running for some time, he observed the towering trees around him swiftly becoming sparse. The scene before him opened up dramatically, revealing a vast, snow-blanketed world, ravaged by a ferocious blizzard. The howling winds swept up the accumulated snow from the ground, forming dense clouds of snow mist that severely impeded visibility. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, akin to cotton, which could engulf his calves with a single step. Within the confines of the enigmatic arena, no trees were in sight, only clusters of black stone statues. These statues varied in form. Some bore massive swords, standing tall yet with indistinct features, while others had human bodies and animal faces, their expressions stern. There were also fearsome beasts, baring their fangs menacingly. At the center of the arena lay a vast circular clearing, devoid of snow, revealing a dark brown earth that appeared as if scorched by fierce flames. Irregular fissures of ice bordered the clearing, from which a deep, chilling aura emanated. Xin Yuan had initially assumed that the arena would serve as a grand lair for some monstrous overlord, teeming with countless creatures. To his surprise, the place was utterly devoid of beasts, and even the 11 other surviving alien lords were nowhere to be found. Although the arena lacked any creatures, an unsettling atmosphere permeated the air. Under normal circumstances, Xin Yuan would have deliberated carefully before acting. However, with the toxic circle relentlessly encroaching, he was afforded no time for contemplation. Bursting forth from the forest, he found the snow beneath his feet hampering his movements. Before he could acclimate to the snow blanketing his small feet, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Although Xin Yuan had yet to spot his adversary, he decisively activated his wealth barrier. In less than half a second, a blurred figure of a sword-wielding stone statue emerged not far from him. The colossal sword in its grasp shot towards Xin Yuan like a harpoon. Crafted from an unknown stone, the immense blade was exceedingly heavy. Upon colliding with the wealth barrier, it shattered into countless fragments. The debris from the giant sword, as it fell to the ground, was guided by an unseen force, raining down upon Xin Yuan like a torrential downpour. Fortunately, Xin Yuan's wealth barrier remained intact. Otherwise, those shards would have turned his head into a veritable beehive. Upon striking the wealth barrier, the fragments instantly disintegrated into powder, a testament to the tremendous force of the impact. Just as Xin Yuan believed the onslaught had concluded, the statue that had hurled the colossal sword suddenly opened its mouth and expelled hundreds of steel needles. These needles possessed remarkable penetrative power but could not breach the absolute defense of the wealth barrier. After discharging the steel needles, the statue once again sealed its mouth, falling silent. Among the numerous surrounding statues, only that particular one had launched an assault on Xin Yuan. He surmised that he must have triggered a mechanism beneath his feet. The traps, which would typically be easily discernible, were now concealed beneath the snow. Xin Yuan had no time to decipher their patterns. He maintained his wealth barrier and charged forward with fervor. With each few steps he took, he would inadvertently activate another trap. The surrounding statues relentlessly attacked him. Yet all their offensive maneuvers were effortlessly neutralized by the wealth barrier. After approximately half a minute of frenzied running, Xin Yuan observed various alien lords converging from different directions towards the very center of the enigmatic celestial arena. At this moment, they were all preoccupied with evading or defending against the onslaught of the statues, leaving them no energy to contend with the alien lords surrounding them. The methods employed by these alien lords varied greatly. In stark contrast to the placid, they appeared exceedingly disheveled. The closer one approached the center of the celestial anomaly, the fewer statues there were, and the likelihood of triggering mechanisms diminished. Yet, felt a profound unease welling up within him. Ignoring the assaults of the statues and moving with remarkable speed, he became the alien lord nearest to the heart of the celestial anomaly. As he drew closer to the central region, the surrounding snow diminished, and even the tempest abated. Although the celestial anomaly seemed relatively safe, chose to heed his instincts and remain stationary, waiting for an impatient alien lord to step into the central area first. This group of alien lords was in disarray, overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of the statues, leaving them little room to ponder whether the central region posed a greater danger. Without hesitation, the fastest alien lord crossed into the central zone. Under his watchful gaze, the vast circular clearing shuddered slightly. Almost immediately, the dark brown ground fissured like a spider's web. The leading alien lord, oblivious to the impending peril, was caught off guard as a surge of black flames erupted from below. By the time he sensed the anomaly, the BL Xin Yuan anticipated the dangers lurking within the central zone of the celestial enigma, yet he did not foresee the peril to be so dire. The other alien lords had initially intended to venture into this central area, but upon witnessing the grim fate of the foremost alien lord, they all hesitated, halting their advance. As their footsteps ceased, the mechanisms no longer activated. The chaotic celestial enigma momentarily embraced tranquility. Xin Yuan seized a moment to glance at the survival panel, confirming that only 7 alien lords remained alive. 51 minutes remained on the countdown until the conclusion of this extraordinary secret realm. They were perilously close to the central zone. The encroaching toxic area would take at least 40 minutes to envelop the ground beneath them. After witnessing the horrors of the central zone, the alien lords resolved to engage in a final confrontation at the periphery of this area. The 7 alien lords present exchanged solemn glances, each acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They all awaited the first to strike, knowing that they would swiftly follow suit. Xin Yuan was already prepared. Since no one dared to disrupt this fleeting calm, he would take it upon himself to face 6 adversaries alone. Chapter 0053, The Fall at the Heart of the Celestial Enigma lay the eye of a colossal storm, enveloped in a blizzard's fury. A small surrounding area was spared from the ravaging tornadoes and eerie fog. All alien lords could discern the expressions of those around them. Just as they were racking their brains in search of the most vulnerable target, they suddenly perceived something descending from the heavens. Except for Xin Yuan, the remaining alien lords instinctively looked up towards the sky, witnessing the once thin mist dissipating rapidly. A colossal meteor blazed with fierce flames, penetrating layers of swirling clouds, carrying an inexorable aura of destruction. The surface of the meteor flowed with molten lava, trailing a long, resplendent tail of fire due to the intense friction with the air. As the meteor drew nearer, the sense of impending doom intensified. The surrounding air seemed ignited, scorching and nearly suffocating. The path carved by the meteor across the sky left a shocking crimson fissure, instilling deeper trepidation in all who beheld it. The alien lords had ascended to their current levels through countless brutal battles. Even though they had weathered many storms, the prospect of a meteor strike, a natural calamity, still instilled fear. Rendering their legs weak, Xin Yuan, who had initially dismissed the event, now bore a changed expression. He had not anticipated that the second summoned meteor would be several times larger, perhaps even dozens of times larger, than the first, originally intending to remain stationary. Fortified by a wealth shield and the resplendent star ring drawing upon the full power of the galaxy for defense, he now realized the necessity of swift evasion. Should he be unfortunate enough to be struck directly by the meteor, even a wealth shield costing 1,000,000 survival coins per second would scarcely suffice. The response time of the alien lords matched that of Xin Yuan. However, their current position was exceedingly precarious, caught squarely between two perilous zones. Ahead lay the central region of the celestial anomaly, where black flames erupted from the ground, threatening to reduce them to ashes. Behind them loomed a raging blizzard and the ever-present risk of triggering the stone statue mechanisms. After a brief moment of hesitation, they chose to retreat. They preferred to confront known perils rather than the enigmatic black fire. Before the assembly of alien overlords could flee far, a meteorite, plummeting from the firmament, crashed with tremendous force into the very heart of the Tianyang-haunted ground. In that instant, the earth quaked and the mountains trembled, as if the entire world were collapsing. An unparalleled shockwave, emanating from the point of impact, surged outward in all directions. The ground fissured instantaneously, with enormous cracks spreading like a spider's web. Countless tendrils of black fire erupted from the depths below, resembling the efflorescence of fireworks. The cataclysmic shockwave propelled the alien overlords through the air. Their bodies, akin to kites severed from their strings, spun uncontrollably. One such overlord, before even reaching the ground, was swept away by a tempestuous snow tornado, which cast him beyond the confines of the safe zone, where his flesh and bones were instantly drained by an unknown energy, leaving behind only a shriveled husk of skin. Another alien overlord was unfortunate enough to land upon a mechanism that triggered a stone statue. A colossal sword, thicker than Xin Yuan's waist, impaled him like a harpoon, cleaving his torso in two. Yet another landed upon an icy fissure at the edge of the area. The frigid air, with temperatures plummeting below -60°C, froze his already wounded body in place, rendering him immobile as he watched the encroaching toxic circle draw ever closer. The remaining three alien overlords, along with Xin Yuan, were hurled dozens of meters by the shockwave. Save for Xin Yuan, who remained unscathed, the others sustained injuries of varying degrees. The meteorite that Xin Yuan had summoned was more than 10 times larger than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the site of the meteorite's descent was situated at a considerable distance from them, and its impact fell well within Xin Yuan's capacity to endure. Not only that, but a single meteorite had also eradicated 2 alien lords and severely injured another. The remaining 3 alien lords were not in optimal condition either. Seizing the opportunity, the unscathed Xin Yuan retrieved the red sun-breaking illusion sword from his spatial ring. Previously, in an effort to conceal the sword's existence, he had employed fire talismans for warmth. Now, the moment had arrived to unveil all his hidden cards. The gaze of these alien lords was far more discerning than that of the deceitful beasts, although they had never laid eyes on the red sun-breaking illusion sword before. Its formidable aura suggested that it was likely a legendary weapon of great power. The surviving alien lords were acutely aware of the rule forbidding them from collaborating. However, they unanimously regarded Xin Yuan as their most formidable adversary, intent on eliminating him first. Each engaged in solitary combat, fighting as individuals rather than as a united front. Unbeknownst to Xin Yuan, the alien lords were still deliberating on how to adhere to the rules while confronting him. With the red sun-breaking illusion sword in his right hand and a blood-red crossbow in his left, he initiated a barrage of ranged attacks against them. Although the dozens of crimson crossbow bolts were not as densely packed as the steel needles shot from the surrounding stone statues, they boasted a swifter rate of fire and greater power. The alien lord targeted by the blood-red bolts evaded left and right, but when evasion proved futile, he drew forth a hefty shield, concealing his body behind it. The other 2 alien lords, noticing that Xin Yuan was unable to fend them off, instinctively charged toward him in unison. They required no coordination or teamwork. They were capable of engaging in a 2-on-1 confrontation. These 2 alien lords were acutely aware of the terror the red sun-breaking illusion sword possessed. Thus, they each wielded a shield in one hand and a knife or spear in the other, launching simultaneous assaults on Xin Yuan from both flanks. The distance separating them from Xin Yuan varied. One of the alien lords, closer to him, deliberately slowed his pace to allow both to execute a fierce attack in unison. Although Xin Yuan had not spent as much time in the Misty world as these alien lords, he was nonetheless a person of considerable experience. He immediately discerned that the weapons wielded by these two lords were of exquisite quality, their auras barely reaching LV-15. Compared to the Night Star Tiger King he had recently slain, they were significantly weaker. Despite the enemy's lack of strength, Shen Yuan resolved to confront them with his utmost effort. He executed a swift movement, dashing towards the alien lord who had deliberately slowed down. The alien lord, taken aback, quickly raised his round shield. Shen Yuan did not attempt to evade the shield. Instead, he struck the right side of the shield adorned with a tiger's head with his Qiong breaker sword. The exquisite shield was instantly cleaved in two, along with the 4 fingers of the alien lord's left hand severed cleanly. Before he could register any pain, the sword's edge advanced slightly, pressing against his throat. In that fleeting moment, the alien lord realized his demise was imminent. Meanwhile, the alien lord behind Shen Yuan activated a skill, his speed surging dramatically as his spear accurately pierced towards Shen Yuan's back. The alien lord, believing he had succeeded, barely had time for a smile before he sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 0054. Shen Yuan, possessing 5 attributes. The alien lord had not anticipated that the Xianqing spear, for which he had expended all his wealth, would end in such a manner. Surprisingly, he could not pierce the seemingly ordinary wooden armor worn by Shen Yuan. In truth, his full force thrust did not strike the wooden spirit armor at all, but rather collided with the defensive barrier formed by the resplendent star ring. The strength of the alien lord was indeed somewhat lacking, as he could not even breach the protective barrier of the resplendent star ring. Not to mention that beyond this barrier lay an even stronger defensive wealth shield, as well as the legendary quality wooden spirit armor that clung closely to Shen Yuan. Although they were of the same level, LV-15, the alien lord's power was considerably inferior to that of the enigmatic beast lord. Shen Yuan turned around, and the alien lord recoiled in fear as if confronted by a malevolent specter. There was an aura of the uncanny about Shen Yuan, and engaging him further would undoubtedly spell doom. The alien lord sought to distance himself from Shen Yuan as swiftly as possible, intending to deal with the other injured alien lord. In this special secret realm, the contest would conclude once only 3 survivors remained, by eliminating the wounded alien lord. He could escape Shen Yuan's grasp. Though his aspirations were noble, reality was exceedingly harsh. Since Shen Yuan had made his move, he naturally aimed to claim the fruits of victory for himself. In a mere instant, Shen Yuan advanced and stood before the alien lord. Fully aware that he was no match for Shen Yuan, the alien lord knew he could not simply wait for his fate. Once more, he gathered his strength, directing his spear towards Shen Yuan's right eye. If only his speed surpassed that of Shen Yuan, he would surely deliver a fatal blow. Shen Yuan did not evade or retaliate, allowing the Xianqing spear to strike his right eye. The alien lord, perplexed by Shen Yuan's lack of action, interpreted this as a fortuitous circumstance. As the Xianqing spear accurately pierced Shen Yuan's right eye, the alien lord's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. However, he swiftly discerned that the resistance encountered upon penetration was somewhat amiss. He fixed his gaze intently, discovering that the keen spearhead had halted precisely at Shen Yuan's right eye, incapable of advancing even a fraction further. Initially, he had surmised that the wooden armor adorning Shen Yuan was a form of robust protective gear. Yet, it now became evident that Shen Yuan possessed some potent artifact capable of enveloping his entire being, achieving impeccable defense. The interstellar overlord's countenance underwent an abrupt and drastic transformation, prompting him to retrieve the Xianqing spear into his spatial ring and flee with haste. He was, by nature, no match for Shen Yuan, and now, having ascertained his inability to even breach Shen Yuan's defenses, he harbored no further inclination for combat. Observing the despair etched upon the interstellar overlord's visage, Shen Yuan took a satisfying stride forward. Subsequently, with a gentle wave of his right hand, the sword blade cleaved through the air with unstoppable momentum. The interstellar overlord's head parted ways with its body. Of the 7 interstellar overlords who had initially survived, 2 had perished from the meteor's impact, and 2 had been slain by Shen Yuan. A mere trio of interstellar overlords remained among the living. Just as Shen Yuan was poised to strike against the interstellar overlord wielding the colossal shield, the survival interface abruptly presented a notification. Prompt: the remaining number of individuals in the special secret realm has reached the required threshold. Please select whether to conclude the special secret realm immediately or continue the battle royale. Not only did Shen Yuan receive the information prompted by the survival interface, but the other 2 surviving interstellar overlords received it as well. The gravely wounded and rapidly freezing interstellar overlord decisively opted to conclude the session immediately via mental command. Even if Shen Yuan were not to slay him, His current condition would allow him to endure for, at most, half a minute. If not now, then when? The interstellar overlord wielding the gargantuan shield, having witnessed Xin Yuan's terrifying combat prowess and impregnable defenses, was acutely aware that he was no match for Xin Yuan. He, too, resolutely chose to conclude the session without delay. Embracing the spoils of victory, Xin Yuan naturally opted to prolong the battle royale. The present circumstances were overwhelmingly in his favor. The final two alien overlords had no hope of escape, and he was confident that he could dispatch them well within the remaining 50 minutes. Notice, one individual has chosen to continue the battle royale. The special secret realm will conclude in 49 minutes and 39 seconds. The two alien overlords who had chosen to end the ordeal immediately were dumbfounded. They knew that Xin Yuan was the one who had opted to continue the battle royale, but they had clearly selected to end it immediately. Even if they were not to receive any rewards, they should have been teleported away from this infernal place. Why should they be forced to continue the battle royale simply because Xin Yuan disagreed? Surely, the minority should yield to the majority. Amidst the lamentations of the two alien overlords, Xin Yuan arrived before the alien overlord wielding a heavy shield. Spare me. I am willing to offer all of my resources. Thanks to the survival panel, Xin Yuan was able to comprehend his words. The vermilion sun wraith cleaver that Xin Yuan had brandished in midair halted in time. Even so, the alien overlord's right cheek still stung from the heat. How many resources do you possess? Anything less would be insufficient to purchase your life. The fellow before him possessed a spatial ring. If he were to die, the value of the spatial ring would be decimated. Since the other party was willing to offer them up willingly, Xin Yuan would naturally not stand on ceremony. Seeing that there was hope, the other party hastily summoned all of the resources within the spatial ring to the ground. Xin Yuan's face darkened as he surveyed the ordinary quality resources, occasionally interspersed with some fine quality items. Despite his high expectations, the resources provided by this fellow were not even worth the value of the spatial ring itself. Xin Yuan's equipment, with the exception of the plundered stealth garment, is of the highest caliber. He holds little regard for such inferior quality items. You shall perish, he scoffed, swiftly severing the head of his foe with a single stroke of his sword. Such trifles are hardly sufficient to appease a beggar, let alone bargain for his life. At that moment, as Xin Yuan engaged in a fierce struggle with the alien lord, another alien lord succumbed to the relentless assault of the cold, transforming into a frozen statue. Thus, among the 100 alien lords who participated in this special secret realm, only Xin Yuan emerged unscathed. As the sole survivor, he would claim all the rewards of this extraordinary domain. You are the only survivor of this special secret realm, having successfully completed the forest survival task. As the exclusive surviving lord, you shall enjoy all the rewards of the secret realm. Congratulations on activating the attribute panel. You have unlocked the conditions for fire, wood, poison, wind, and lightning attributes. By participating in trials of different attributes, you will not only acquire the corresponding powers, but also receive substantial rewards. Congratulations. You have gained 100,000 experience points, 1,000,000 survival coins, 10 golden treasure chests, 1 yellow skill scroll, and 1 attribute activation card. Note, by using the attribute activation card, you may activate any one of your 5 attributes at will, thus bypassing the trials of the attribute secret realm. The forest survival secret realm will close in 1 minute. You may allocate your remaining time as you see fit. Xin Yuan initially believed he possessed both fire and wood attributes, only to discover that he was endowed with 5 attributes in total. He had never anticipated that upon activating the attribute panel, he would have to undergo trials in the attribute secret realm to acquire these 5 attributes. This was not merely a nested challenge. It felt more like a torment for this group of alien lords. Fortunately, he had secured all the rewards from the secret realm, including an attribute activation card that would enable him to immediately activate one of the attributes. However, he was in urgent need of both the wood and fire attributes, and he found himself unable to make an immediate choice between the two. Chapter 0055. A resounding victory. The wood spirit armor required Xin Yuan to activate the wood attribute in order to allow for its flexible adjustment, thus achieving comprehensive defense without blind spots. The wood rune divine armor fragment also necessitated the activation of the wood attribute. Otherwise, he would not even qualify to wear it. Should he activate the wood attribute, the defense and damage of the skill Vinewood Cage would double, and the sanity cost to cast this skill would be significantly reduced. Moreover, the mutated plants guarding his sanctuary all belonged to the wood attribute. If Xin Yuan activated the wood attribute, he could amplify their damage and defense within his domain. Activating the wood attribute would bestow upon him numerous advantages. Conversely, activating the fire attribute would allow him to learn the supreme quality sky-burning sword technique. Similarly, the Red Sun Deceptive Sword, first transformation, in his possession would unleash even greater power. The activation of the wood attribute would enhance his defense, while the activation of the fire attribute would bolster his offense. After contemplating for half a minute, Xin Yuan ultimately resolved to activate the fire attribute. While supreme defense could ensure adequate safety, it would leave him perpetually on the defensive. In contrast, supreme offense would instill fear in his enemies. With the wealth barrier as his trump card, there was no urgent need for him to activate the wood attribute just yet. The ultimate assault instills dread in the hearts of enemies. Item, Attribute Activation Card. Quality, Epic. Durability, None. Description. Utilizing the Attribute Activation Card allows one to activate any attribute within the attribute column. Note 1. Using the Attribute Activation Card eliminates the trials of the attribute Secret Realm, yet one must endure the agony of the activated attribute, the duration of which remains unknown. Note 2. The Attribute Activation Card is a consumable item meant for one-time use. Please exercise caution. Upon reading that activating the fire attribute would entail suffering, Xin Yuan's expression darkened significantly. He had recently endured the ordeal involving the Supreme Clarity Talisman and was deeply averse to the prospect of enduring unknown pain. However, the road to greatness had been laid before him. Reluctant to relinquish such a remarkable opportunity to strengthen himself, Xin Yuan deliberated repeatedly before ultimately deciding to employ the Attribute Activation Card. Pain may be transient, yet strength endures for a lifetime. By willingly embracing suffering now, he could potentially evade the agony of injury in future confrontations with adversaries. The Attribute Activation Card has been used. Please select the attribute you wish to activate. Fire Attribute. As Xin Yuan made his choice, an invisible flame enveloped his entire being in an instant. This was not Xin Yuan's first encounter with the torment of being scorched by flames. However, experiencing the searing pain of being engulfed in raging fire was a novel ordeal. While this agony was not as excruciating as having one's soul torn asunder, it was still nearly enough to drive him to the brink of despair. Xin Yuan felt as though he were not merely being burned by fierce flames, but rather cast into a cauldron of boiling oil at an exceedingly high temperature. His spirit was safeguarded by the Supreme Clarity Talisman, ensuring that his mind remained alert and clear, confronted by an overwhelming tide of anguish. Xin Yuan found himself yearning for the Supreme Clarity Talisman to exert its power, allowing him to succumb to unconsciousness in that very moment. After 20 seconds, the minute countdown of the peculiar secret realm reached its conclusion. Darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness once again slipped into a haze. When he regained awareness, he discovered himself reclined upon the grand bed of the sanctuary. Han Bing sat at the bedside, her expression wrought with concern as she gazed at him. How long have I been gone? How long have I slept? Lord, you have been absent for 10 hours, and you have slumbered for 13 hours, Han Bing replied candidly. It appeared that regardless of the secret realm entered, the flow of time differed from that of the enigmatic mist world. Xin Yuan meticulously examined his body and found no remnants of scars. The searing pain he had recently endured had also dissipated. He glanced at his personal information panel. Name, Xin Yuan. Status, good. Level, LV12. Experience, 12061, 350000. Combat power, 1600. Without equipment enhancement. Sanity, 100. Talents, mythical synthesis column. Lucky counterattack, lucky divination. Skills, phantom dash, vine prison, bloodthirsty regeneration. Skill points available, 70. Title, new king of the enigmatic corpse hounds. Attribute, fire attribute. Affinity, 99. Inventory, golden treasure chest x10. Yellow skill scroll x1. Activating any one of these attributes would come with a standard of affinity. The higher the affinity for an attribute, the more swiftly and effectively it could be integrated, thereby enhancing its potency. Xin Yuan had learned in advance from Kakarong that there are 5 standards for attribute affinity. The lowest tier, the first level, ranges from 5 to 20. Lords within this tier possess a lamentable grasp of fire attributes, typically unable to learn fire-related skills. The second tier spans from 21 to 50, comprising the largest number of lords who can wield fire attributes adequately, yet struggle to showcase their potential. The third tier, ranging from 51 to 70, includes lords with a commendable command over fire, capable of conjuring flames from thin air. The fourth tier, from 71 to 89, consists of lords who masterfully manipulate fire attributes, indicating their potential to become formidable sovereigns in the future. The fifth tier, from 90 to 95, encompasses lords who, even when grievously injured and stripped of combat power, can still summon fire elements. An affinity exceeding 95 classifies one as exceptional. Such lords are the chosen favorites of ancient deities, with perhaps only a single individual of their kind emerging from an entire race. Due to their rarity and lack of comparability, they are not included in the 5 tiers. With a fire attribute affinity of 99, Shen Yuan is on the cusp of achieving a perfect integration with the fire element. Should he advance further to achieve flawless fusion, the prospect of divinity would lie within his reach. The significance of attributes for lords is immense, influencing skills, talents, and equipment, even at his current low level. Shen Yuan has already begun to grasp the importance of attributes. One can only imagine how their impact will magnify as he elevates his level. Having confirmed his affinity for fire attributes, Shen Yuan hastily endeavored to comprehend the Burning Heaven Sword technique. As a supreme quality martial art, this fire-based sword technique demands exceptionally high attributes for both fire affinity and swordsmanship talent. Shen Yuan undoubtedly possesses a fire affinity that far exceeds the norm. Yet he remains uncertain about his aptitude for swordsmanship. He closes his eyes and immerses himself in the understanding of the first form of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, the Flame Slash. The principles of the Burning Heaven Sword technique echo continuously in his mind, until a certain moment, a glimmer of sword light pierces through the pitch-black world, and the incessant sounds abruptly cease. Immediately thereafter, Shen Yuan feels his soul being drawn into this beam of sword light. He senses himself transforming into an ethereal sword, relentlessly striving to break free from this dark dome. After countless failures, the dome can no longer withstand the pressure and shatters, allowing him to finally escape this realm of darkness. In that instant, Shen Yuan has wholly regarded himself as a sword, forgetting his human identity. Unbeknownst to him, from that moment onward, he has attained the realm of unity between man and sword. Thus, he effortlessly comprehends the first form of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, the Flame Slash. When Shen Yuan opens his eyes once more, he can distinctly perceive the monumental transformation within himself. With a mere gesture, he can manipulate the fire elements within the red sun-breaking illusion sword at will. He even senses the joyful emotions emanating from the sword. This extraordinary journey into the secret realm has proven to be immensely rewarding. Chapter 0056. The bewildering beast can actually use weapons. Having mastered the first form of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, Shen Yuan unlocks information regarding the second and third forms. Simultaneously, the details of the first form are further refined. First form, Flame Slash, requires a sharp sword heart and a high affinity for fire elements. Those who do not meet the criteria may expend 50 skill points to activate it. The Flame Slash is classified as a single-target attack method. The sword's edge converges into a searing flame, slicing through the air to create an arc of fiery brilliance. The temperature of the flames is exceptionally high, capable of instantaneously severing ordinary weaponry, making it ideal for mid-range ambushes. After mastering the first technique, a span of 24 hours is required before one can comprehend the second. The second technique, known as Wildfire, necessitates a profound connection with the sword's essence and a high affinity for the fire element. Those who do not meet these prerequisites may expend 100 skill points to activate it. Wildfire is classified as an area attack. The sword's energy transforms into countless embers, spreading outward like a raging inferno, allowing for simultaneous strikes against multiple adversaries, thus proving advantageous in the face of numerous foes. Upon mastering the second technique, another 24-hour interval is mandated before one can grasp the third. The third technique, Blazing Feathers, also requires a deep connection with the sword's essence and a high affinity for the fire element, with an activation cost of 200 skill points for those who do not qualify. Blazing Feathers enhances both speed and agility. The sword's energy coalesces into flaming wings, affixed to the blade, multiplying its velocity several times over. The resulting strikes are light and nimble, reminiscent of a phoenix in flight, perfect for rapid thrusts and evasive counterattacks. The subsequent 4 techniques can only be unlocked after mastering Blazing Feathers. Having experienced the allure of the fire attribute, Shen Yuan resolved to inquire with Kakalon regarding the secrets of the elemental realms. If the challenge proves manageable, he intends to undertake the wood attribute trials today, aiming to activate it with utmost haste. Frost, he beckoned, requesting Baird to make an appearance. Shen Yuan's stock of wood in his backpack had dwindled, and it was time to replenish his supplies from Baird recently. Xin Yuan had been engaged in activities within the secret realms, and the daily yields from the fully automated lumber harvesting robots had been accumulating in Bear Da's possession. By now, it was estimated that Bear Da's inventory of wood had reached a staggering 50,000 units. Before long, Ursus Major, his frame stooped, ambled through the entrance of the sanctuary. What has transpired? Has someone mistreated you? Ursus Major was covered in wounds, particularly on his back, where the injuries, unattended, had festered into repulsive pustules. Xin Yuan recalled that before his departure, Ursus Major had sustained only minor injuries in the Lord's War. Had only 23 hours elapsed, and Ursus Major had already lost half his life? It is my culpability, I failed to adequately supervise him, allowing him to venture out alone in search of the spectral white hound, only to be ambushed by the arcane-armed apes, Glacialis explained placidly, kneeling on one knee. The inarticulate Ursus Major, upon witnessing this, hastily shook his head vehemently, indicating that it was entirely his own doing. Ursus Major, you are indeed at fault for not procuring restorative medicine upon being wounded. You have profoundly disappointed me. Ursus Major had already become adept at utilizing the survival interface. With such an abundance of timber in his inventory, he could exchange it for survival currency and bid on a plethora of healing elixirs. What was even more exasperating was that Ursus Major had not only been injured but also poisoned. Had Xin Yuan returned any later, the brute would have succumbed to his self-imposed endurance of the toxin. Now, forthwith, in my presence, procure a vial of healing salve and an antidote, and then retreat to recuperate. Observing the nascent signs of his lord's ire, Ursus Major hastily selected the restorative medicine and antitoxin he had long coveted. Xin Yuan received the healing salve from his grasp and applied it to his robust back. Upon completion, Xin Yuan collected 20,000 units of timber from Ursus Major before delivering a kick to his ample posterior. Return hence and recuperate. Should you fail to care for your wounds in the future, I shall personally flay your hide. Bear Da, unafraid of the heavens or the earth, trembled only at the thought of his lord's wrath. He hastily administered an antidote to himself and scampered out of Xin Yuan's sanctuary. Once Bear Da had departed, Xin Yuan's gaze shifted back to Han Bing. You bear no fault. The blame lies with the treacherous primate monkeys, since they recklessly seek to trouble us. We shall eradicate every last one of them in this vicinity. Xin Yuan's tone was frigid, devoid of emotion. Originally, he intended to explore the surrounding regions of the sanctuary following the trials of the wood elemental secret realm. However, with trouble knocking at his door, he was more than willing to address it first. Do they truly believe Xin Yuan is vulnerable? I am aware of the general location of those primate monkeys. We can set out at once. At noon, with his mind refreshed, Xin Yuan felt invigorated, and Han Bing deemed it prudent to move immediately. Very well. Before their departure, Xin Yuan first employed his fortune-telling astrology to assess the day's prospects. If the reading indicated minor misfortune or grave peril, he would refrain from venturing outside. While revenge is best served swiftly, it must not come at the cost of courting death. Soon, as his soul traversed the vast cosmos, Xin Yuan beheld a planet adorned with an enormous transparent water bottle. Water poured continuously into the bottle, yet it remained perpetually unfilled. Just as Xin Yuan contemplated whether the base of the bottle harbored a flaw, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Today's fortune, Aquarius, moderate, all possibilities exist. With this revelation, Xin Yuan promptly followed Han Bing out the door, all the while consulting the survival panel to review Han Bing's personal information. During this period, she has not engaged in any significant battles, and her level remains stagnant at LV7. It appears that the burden of hunting the deceptive ape will fall upon Han Bing, allowing her to swiftly ascend to LV10. As for the Lord of the Deceptive Apes, Xin Yuan will ensure it comprehends the true meaning of regret for existing in this world. Although Xin Yuan's strength has amplified and he possesses considerable confidence, he nonetheless marks his path, leaving himself a means of retreat, which is, after all, prudent. Xin Yuan handed over the blood-red crossbow, still boasting 65 durability, to Han Bing. He then armed himself with the red sun-breaking sword and proceeded to the location where Xiang De had initially been ambushed. Observing the remnants of battle around him, Xin Yuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this group of deceptive apes would wield short arrows, and furthermore, that they were adept at poisoning their arrowheads. The ground and tree trunks bore numerous broken arrows. Previously, the deceptive beasts he encountered had relied solely on their innate abilities and skills, engaging in unarmed combat. To his astonishment, there existed within the deceptive beasts a faction possessing the intelligence to utilize weapons. It seemed that capturing all the deceptive apes today was an unrealistic goal. Lacking the means to eradicate every last one, he resolved to eliminate their lord first. Once their leader is slain, the remaining Chapter 0057, the marksman is unbelievably powerful. The art of ice arrows is masterful. The arrow release did not slay the trickster ape, but rather incapacitated one of its arms. In pain, the trickster ape realized it had been detected by its adversaries and hastily fled towards its lair. Xin Yuan and Han Bing concealed their presence and followed closely behind. Xin Yuan was aided by a cloaking garment that masked his scent and aura, while Han Bing possessed an innate talent for stealth. Both remained unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered by the trickster ape. After a brief respite from the pain, the fleeing trickster ape quickly recognized the necessity of not leading its foes back to the lair. It came to a sudden halt, vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of other creatures, it hastened back to its den to tend to its wounds. Xin Yuan trailed the ape for nearly 10 minutes before finally coming to a stop. The peculiar withered trees around them grew increasingly sparse, and the visibility broadened. In the distance, a range of low hills came into view, their surfaces riddled with holes, natural nests of the trickster apes. A closer inspection revealed the interiors filled with desiccated grasses, with the entrances obscured by thick wooden planks. In the current frigid environment, with temperatures plummeting to -55°C, the majority of the trickster apes huddled within their burrows, reluctant to venture outside. Xin Yuan's vision did not match Han Bing's acuity. He turned to her for insight. Approximately 230 trickster apes were visible. Yet the trickster ape lord was conspicuously absent. Han Bing swiftly alleviated Xin Yuan's confusion. Noting that the leaders of the beasts he had previously hunted typically commanded a following of 200 to 300. It seemed evident that this place served as the stronghold of the trickster apes, though the whereabouts of their leader remained a mystery. The cunning apes, unlike other cunning creatures, exhibit a higher degree of intelligence and possess the ability to wield weapons. Even in such frigid conditions, 10 of these cunning apes patrol the vicinity. Armed with rudimentary short bows and wooden swords, the biting cold renders their patrols rather lethargic, as they merely saunter back and forth within a small area near their lair, awaiting the appearance of their leader. Should they engage prematurely, a defeat would undoubtedly scatter them in disarray. However, if the cunning ape leader could be ensnared within its protective barrier, these apes would be compelled to launch an offensive against Xin Yuan and Han Bing in a bid to rescue their leader. To maximize the annihilation of the cunning apes, Xin Yuan understood that he must first entrap their leader. After waiting for approximately half an hour without a glimpse of the cunning ape leader, Xin Yuan pondered whether the low mountain concealed some sort of secret. Perhaps the leader was lurking in a place beyond their sight. The snow beneath Xin Yuan's feet had risen to his calves, and impatience began to gnaw at him. Han Bing, exhibiting more patience, nodded in agreement and suggested, "It makes sense. Shall we proceed with an attack?" Xin Yuan shook his head, urging her to wait a little longer. Were it not for his intention to allow Han Bing to gain more experience during this venture, he might have summoned a meteor to strike the small mountain. A meteor impact would likely claim the lives of at least half of the cunning apes, which lay in a slumber akin to dead pigs. As they continued to wait, another hour passed. Just as Xin Yuan could no longer contain his impatience and was about to signal Han Bing to launch a decisive strike against the cunning apes, Han Bing spoke first. "Someone is approaching from behind." The wind and snow in this area were quite severe, prompting Xin Yuan to stow his oxygen fog lamp within his spatial ring to avoid detection by the cunning apes. He had several non-luminescent fog-dispelling devices hanging from his body. These devices were ordinary quality supplies, designed to disperse the eerie mist within a radius of 1 meter around him. With the Lord's eye, Xin Yuan did not require the mist to be cleared from a great distance, nor did he need illumination during the day. However, the intense wind and snow severely impeded his visibility. He gazed in the direction indicated by the ice, unable to discern any trace of the bizarre beasts. After waiting for a minute, he observed the colossal, four-armed aberrant monkey leading the group. The other aberrant monkeys trailing behind were notably more robust than those residing in the den. Each was clad in wooden armor, wielding shields or various weapons. The troop comprised a total of 12 aberrant monkeys. Apart from the leader, the remaining 11 dragged the skinned corpses of the bizarre beasts behind them. It appeared that the aberrant monkey lord had been hunting recently. Han Bing, shoot the aberrant monkey lord in the right leg. Xin Yuan maintained a distance from the leader, rendering the survival panel incapable of loading its personal information. Lacking insight into its capabilities and speed, he deemed it prudent to incapacitate its legs to prevent it from escaping. Han Bing nodded, retrieving the long moon bow from her spatial ring. Considering the formidable nature of the aberrant monkey lord, she felt that using the blood-red crossbow might lead to failure. Drawing the long moon bow to its full extent, she simultaneously activated her innate marksmanship. Had Xin Yuan not provided specific instructions, she would have preferred to employ both the Dark Barrage and Deadly Strike skills. This way, even with a significant level disparity, she would have had a chance to eliminate it with a few well-placed arrows. The Cunning Arm Monkey Lord possesses not only remarkable intelligence but also an acute sensitivity to danger. As Han Bing fully drew his bowstring, it sensed the lurking threat in its vicinity. Given that Han Bing's aim was not directed at its head, the menace did not seem overwhelmingly intense. The Cunning Arm Monkey Lord quickly recognized that it had become the target of an adversary. It commanded the surrounding monkeys to abandon their prey and form a protective circle around it, while it crouched down, attempting to conceal itself amid 8 shields. Its reflexes and adaptability were exceptionally swift. However, Han Bing's speed surpassed its own. Just as the surrounding monkeys discarded their prey, they had yet to establish a defensive formation when the enchanted long-way arrow swiftly pierced towards the Monkey Lord's right thigh. The Monkey Lord could sense the imminent danger, yet it could not pinpoint the arrow's trajectory nor discern the intended target on its body. Aware that evasion was futile, the Cunning Arm Monkey Lord raised its hands to shield its heart and head. As long as it protected its vital areas, it believed it could withstand the impending injury. In the next moment, the glowing long-way arrow penetrated its armor, piercing through its right thigh, leaving a wound the size of a thumb. The armor of the Cunning Arm Monkey Lord was specially reinforced, and it was taken aback that its defenses could be so easily breached. Had the arrow been aimed at its heart or head, it doubted whether its hands alone could provide adequate protection. With this realization, a profound sense of crisis surged within. It immediately commanded the monkeys to shield it and instructed the nearest monkey to sound the rallying horn. At this moment, it was merely 200 meters away from its stronghold. With a single command, hundreds of grotesque apes could be summoned to stand before him. Regardless of who dared to attack, upon witnessing the overwhelming number of these bizarre creatures, any adversary would surely retreat in trepidation. The grotesque ape lord remained blissfully unaware that Shun Yuan's true intention was to have this legion of apes serve as its protectors. Oblivious to its impending doom, it foolishly ordered all the grotesque apes to assemble urgently. One could only wonder what expression would grace its face upon discovering the truth in its final moments. Chapter 0058. You flee, I pursue. You can't escape. Upon receiving their lord's command, the grotesque ape guards encircled their leader with shields, simultaneously sounding a clarion call. The grotesque apes, coiled within their burrows in slumber, sprang into action upon hearing the assembly signal. They forcefully kicked aside the heavy wooden planks blocking the entrances and rushed toward the source of the sound. Xin Yuan and Han Bing silently observed this unfolding scene, refraining from any further action. It was only after the 100 or so grotesque apes had encircled the 11 guards that Shun Yuan finally spoke. In a moment, I will charge forth to ensnare the grotesque ape lord. You should remain here and eliminate as many grotesque apes as possible. Han Bing could only gain experience from slaying the grotesque apes, with no chance of acquiring any loot, which would ultimately fall into Xin Yuan as possession. Thus, this was a mutually beneficial engagement. With the protection of over 100 grotesque apes, the grotesque ape lord felt considerably more secure. It took the coarse leather strap from one of its guards and, suppressing the pain, bandaged its penetrating wound. Uncertain whether the enemy had truly departed, it found itself without the means to disinfect the injury. Just as it managed to staunch the bleeding, a chilling wail erupted from the throng of grotesque apes ahead. The cacophony of the deceptive armed monkeys arises from the grim reaping of their lives by the blood-red crossbow wielded by Han Bing in the vicinity. While the blood-red crossbow may not inflict harm upon the leader of the deceptive armed monkeys, it is more than capable of slaying its lesser kin with a single arrow. Under the rapid fire of the crossbow, those monkeys positioned at the forefront fall one after another. With the absence of the first line's meaty shield, the second tier of deceptive armed monkeys is engulfed by a palpable sense of impending doom. The specter of death instills a deep-seated terror within them, prompting their frantic screams as they scramble to retreat to the rear of their ranks. Curiosity piqued, the leader of the deceptive armed monkeys rises stealthily, immediately observing the chaotic throng of its kind jostling against one another. Before it can utter a reprimand, a tall figure emerges through the blinding snowstorm. The tempest obscures its features, yet the leader can discern the fiery glow emanating from the Qiyong broken deception sword. Concurrently, it senses an overwhelming aura of pressure. Despite the presence of hundreds of deceptive armed monkeys forming a protective phalanx before it, a sense of unease prevails. Although Xin Yuan stands alone, the leader feels as though it is confronted by an entire army. Intuitive and astute, The leader of the deceptive armed monkeys quickly recognizes the precariousness of the situation. It calls upon 11 guards to make a hasty retreat while the throng of monkeys attempts to stall Shen Yuan. Unlike the leader's previous adversaries, it harbors no illusions that sheer numbers will suffice to vanquish Shen Yuan. Towering above the rest, with 4 conspicuous arms, the leader draws Shen Yuan's attention the moment it moves. Shen Yuan initially intended to approach gradually, exerting pressure on the assembly of monkeys. To his surprise, the leader, despite its numerical advantage, chooses to flee without hesitation. It escapes, and he pursues, an escape that proves increasingly elusive. Shen Yuan executed his swift movement, racing towards the direction of the trickster arm monkey lord. Any trickster arm monkey daring to obstruct his path was either reduced to ashes by the red sun breaking sword or crushed to fragments by Shen Yuan's formidable force. Shielded by a barrier of wealth, he bore no concern for the poisoned arrows that was towards him, nor for the assaults from wooden swords and stone axes. The trickster arm monkey lord glanced back, only to realize that its minions were utterly inept, incapable of hindering Shen Yuan's advance. Reluctantly, it decided to retain 2 guards for its protection, while the remaining 9 trickster arm monkey sentinels remained behind to confront Shen Yuan. The value of the trickster arm monkey guards weighed heavily on its heart, as the prospect of losing 9 in one fell swoop was truly disheartening. The guards, too, sensed the lethal threat posed by the red sun breaking sword, fully aware that they were no match for Shen Yuan. Yet, for the sake of their lord, they were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. Among the 9 guards, 5 raised their shields in a defensive stance, while the remaining 4 brandished their long spears, poised to strike at Shen Yuan's vulnerable points. Shen Yuan cast a glance at them, inhaled deeply, and concentrated his energy to unleash a single, powerful stroke. This was no ordinary strike. It was the flame slash, imbued with sword energy. Rather than a vertical cut, it was a horizontal sweep, with the sword energy entwined with searing flames, forming a crescent-shaped blade several meters wide. Before the trickster arm monkey guards could even comprehend the nature of the fiery arc, they were struck with devastating force. The 5 guards in the front row found their stout shields cleaved in 2 instantaneously. Subsequently, their wooden armor and flesh were similarly severed. The 4 guards positioned behind them, armed with spears, could not escape the fate of being bisected as well. The flame slash primarily inflicts single-target damage. However, when enhanced by sword energy, it can also deliver localized damage. The group of deceptive arm monkeys, intent on obstructing Shen Yuan, clustered closely together, presenting the perfect opportunity for him to execute a single lethal strike. The 9 deceptive arm monkeys were swiftly cleaved in twain, their bodies reduced to ashes by the raging inferno, while the drifting snowflakes scattered in every direction. Shen Yuan, who wielded the flame slash, experienced minimal depletion of physical stamina and mental fortitude, with no discernible decline in rationality. The only cost incurred was the consumption of fire elements from the red sun breaker sword. Nevertheless, the red sun breaker sword, embedded with a fire spirit pearl, possessed an inexhaustible supply of fire elements. This indicated that Shen Yuan's use of the flame slash was indistinguishable from an ordinary, full-powered strike. The deceptive arm monkey lord recognized Shen Yuan's formidable prowess, though it was utterly unprepared for the extent of his strength. With a mere swing of his sword, the 9 deceptive arm monkeys, positioned nearly 20 meters away, were instantaneously obliterated. Had that strike been aimed at it, the monkey lord could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. As it grew increasingly apprehensive of Shen Yuan's presence, an invisible barrier materialized, enveloping both it and Shen Yuan. Given that this was an active engagement initiated by Shen Yuan in the Lord's battle, the deceptive arm monkey lord was oblivious to the impending threat until it was far too late. Upon witnessing the Lord's barrier and snaring it, Shen Yuan ceased his pursuit of the deceptive arm monkey lord and redirected his attention to its personal information. He surmised that the deceptive arm monkey lord's strength should surpass that of the other LV-15 beast lords, yet thus far, its performance paled in comparison to that of the nearby deceptive arm monkeys. Lord of the deceptive beasts, king of the deceptive arm monkeys, status, light injury, continuous minor health loss, level, LV-15, combat power, 2200, rationality, 87, talent, imitation, body manipulation, skills, iron bite, supreme confinement, description, a lord of deceptive beasts impervious to the erosion of rationality by the deceptive mist, cunning and avaricious. The undisputed leader of all deceptive arm monkeys. Note 1. The talent imitation allows the mimicry of other beings' skills and various means that require no cost. Note 2. The talent body manipulation enables alteration of body shape and repositioning of organs. Note 3. The skill Supreme Confinement requires physical contact with a being to activate. Once unleashed, it renders the target immobile, even incapable of breathing. The king of the deceptive arm monkeys was not as formidable as Xin Yuan had anticipated. Its combat power paled in comparison to that of the king of the deceptive white hounds, and its talents and skills did not exploit Xin Yuan's vulnerabilities. As long as Xin Yuan refrained from physical contact, it could not inflict harm upon him. Xin Yuan initially believed this battle would prove challenging. Yet the threat posed by the king of the deceptive arm monkeys was scarcely greater than that of its guards. Chapter 0059. Now this is fortuitous. This was a battle destined for survival, a clash of life and death. Upon realizing it was ensnared within the Lord's barrier, the king of the deceptive arm monkeys immediately revised its strategy. With escape rendered futile, it resolved to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Seeking to weaken Xin Yuan as much as possible, this was its sole strategy for survival. As Xin Yuan had surmised, the king of the deceptive arm monkeys commanded all its kin to launch an assault against him. Xin Yuan stood resolute, not evading nor flinching, as he systematically dispatched the encircling phantom-armed monkeys. Concurrently, Han Bing's arrows rained down upon the creatures with increasing ferocity. She had expended all 100 crimson arrows from her blood-red crossbow, each one claiming the life of a phantom-armed monkey with a decisive headshot. Upon donning her long moon bow, she unleashed the remaining 9 long moon arrows before promptly retrieving a set of ordinary quality long arrows from her spatial ring. In such dire circumstances, a regular person would find it nearly impossible to hit a phantom-armed monkey 100 meters away with standard long arrows. Yet, this seemingly insurmountable challenge posed no difficulty for the master archer, Han Bing. The phantom-armed monkeys, already instilled with dread from Xin Yuan's onslaught, found themselves further decimated by Han Bing's relentless barrage. Within a mere 3 minutes, their numbers dwindled by 3/4. The surviving phantom-armed monkey psychological defenses crumbled entirely. The commands of their king could no longer reach their ears. All that remained in their eyes was the terror of death and the instinctual urge to flee. Observing the scattering of the phantom-armed monkeys, the king's countenance shifted from pale to flushed in rapid succession. Initially, these creatures had posed little challenge to Xin Yuan. Yet now a quarter of them had fled. With only 2 guards remaining, how could he possibly contend with Xin Yuan? As the latter approached with steady strides, sword in hand, the immense pressure forced the king to abandon all dignity and kneel before him. Witnessing the king's act of submission, Xin Yuan could not help but reflect on the cunning nature of intelligent beast lords. Their minds indeed possessed a remarkable agility. Regrettably, he did not accept surrender. With a swift stroke of his sword, searing flames struck the phantom-armed monkey king's body in an instant. Before it could even register the pain, its life was extinguished. Xin Yuan had initially intended to cripple its limbs, torturing it slowly in vengeance for Xiongda. However, the man had already lost his courage. Kneeling before him in a plea for mercy, Xin Yuan truly lacked the heart to torment a wretched creature begging on its knees. The trickster arm monkey king had perished, and the remaining trickster arm monkeys fled in all directions, vanishing from sight. Thus, this expedition came to an end. You successfully hunted 35 trickster arm monkeys, earning 200 experience points, 32,000 survival coins, and 71 black iron chests. You successfully hunted 9 trickster arm guards, earning 22,500 experience points, 225,000 survival coins, and 9 silver chests. You successfully hunted the LV-15 trickster arm monkey king, earning 28,000 experience points, 280,000 survival coins, and 2 silver chests. In total, you earned 53,700 experience points, 537,000 survival coins, 71 black iron chests, and 11 silver chests. You triumphed in the 5th Lord's battle, earning 5 silver chests. Please note, after winning 5 Lord's battles, the reward pool will reset and update. 35 minutes later, Xin Yuan returned to the sanctuary. It was now 4 in the afternoon, a time ill-suited for venturing into the realm of attributes. As per tradition, Xin Yuan offered his sincere blessings to the goddess of fortune. The goddess of fortune has heeded your devout prayers, granting you a strong luck effect lasting half an hour. Although today's fortune was rather average, the duration of the strong luck was significantly long. After some contemplation, Xin Yuan resolved to synthesize the survival chests he had acquired today. The spoils of this battle were substantial. In addition to the 71 black iron chests and 16 silver chests obtained from hunting trickster arm monkeys himself, he had much to gain. Moreover, The icy chill claimed the life of the elusive arm monkey, yielding a bounty of 329 black iron chests and 2 silver chests for Xin Yuan. Presently, Xin Yuan possesses a total of 400 black iron chests and 18 silver chests. Rather than merging 3 black iron chests simultaneously, he opted for a more prudent approach, combining them in pairs. This strategy significantly diminishes the probability of failure, thereby enhancing his opportunities to synthesize silver and gold chests. With 200 consecutive attempts at merging the black iron chests, Xin Yuan successfully acquired 150 silver chests and 15 gold chests. The success rate of this synthesis exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a rather mediocre fortune today, believing the success rate would be considerably lower compared to when he was enjoying exceptional luck. Having no need for the silver chests, which numbered 168, he proceeded to merge them in pairs once more. After 84 consecutive synthesis attempts, he obtained 60 gold chests and 5 yellow weapon packs. Xin Yuan realized that his luck in synthesizing survival chests today was extraordinarily favorable. Emboldened by this fortunate streak, he decided to intensify his efforts and attempt to create several diamond chests. Ultimately, he synthesized 75 gold chests, which, when combined with the 10 gold chests obtained from the special realm, brought his total to 85 gold chests. Xin Yuan resolved to merge the first 80 in pairs and then combine the final 5 all at once. With ample resources at his disposal and fortune smiling upon him, now was the opportune moment to take a chance. Moreover, he was eager to discover what exceptional resources might await him in the reward pool from merging 5 gold chests together. After all, even in the event of failure, the loss would be negligible. At present, there exists a 20 probability of synthesizing a diamond treasure chest, a 15 probability of yielding a golden weapon pack, a 10 probability of producing a golden talent scroll, a 5 probability of generating a supreme treasure chest, and a mere 1 probability of resulting in a purple skill scroll. While the failure rate stands at 49, Xin Yuan's eyes brightened with anticipation. He had not anticipated that the failure rate would be only 49 when synthesizing 5 golden treasure chests together. Previously, when combining 2 golden treasure chests, the failure rate soared above 80. It appeared that Lady Luck was particularly favoring him today. Given this fortunate turn of events, he resolved to proceed with the synthesis. Successful synthesis. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 diamond treasure chest. Exchanging 5 golden treasure chests for a single diamond treasure chest was certainly not a loss. Subsequently, Xin Yuan continued to synthesize golden treasure chests for an additional 40 attempts. In total, he acquired 13 diamond treasure chests and 1 golden armor pack. Under ordinary circumstances, Xin Yuan would cease his endeavors upon obtaining a diamond treasure chest. However, today's luck in synthesizing survival treasure chests was exceptionally fortuitous, prompting him to test his fortune further. Retaining 4 diamond treasure chests as a safety net, he decided to combine the remaining 10 in pairs. This way, even in the event of failure, he would not suffer a total loss. Failed synthesis. Successful synthesis. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 supreme treasure chest. Failed synthesis. Successful synthesis. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 purple talent scroll. Failed synthesis. Incredible! The purple talent scroll is of supreme quality, its value surpassing that of 10 supreme treasure chests. With 1 supreme treasure chest and the purple talent scroll, Xin Yuan had already made a significant profit. There was no need to keep the other 4 diamond treasure chests as a backup. Let the synthesis continue. Failed synthesis. Congratulations. You have triggered a 10-fold lucky critical effect, a special passive effect granted by the goddess of fortune. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining Lucky Mask 1. Xin Yuan had amassed a survival treasure chest containing not just hundreds, but nearly 1,000. He had finally caught the attention of the goddess of fortune once again, triggering the 10-fold lucky critical effect for the first time. Yet, what resulted was merely a mask. Chapter 0060. Did the goddess of fortune wish to meet me? Xin Yuan had anticipated that triggering the 10-fold lucky critical effect would allow him to reach the threshold of the mythical treasure chest. To his surprise, he synthesized an incredibly ordinary item, the Lucky Mask. Were it not for the fact that the Lucky Mask was synthesized from 2 diamond treasure chests, he might have assumed he had produced a resource of exceptional quality merely based on its name. Seeking to unravel his confusion, Xin Yuan consulted the survival panel for information regarding the Lucky Mask. Item: Lucky Mask, quality, supreme, durability, none, description, an exceptionally unique mask. Wearing it grants you the summons of the goddess of fortune. Note 1. The Lucky Mask may only be worn by those favored by the goddess of fortune. Other lords will suffer fatal backlash if they don it. Note 2. Wearing the lucky mask significantly increases the likelihood of attracting the goddess of fortune's attention, with a chance to receive her summons. Note 3. Wearing the lucky mask will automatically alter your perception of the goddess of fortune, deepening your faith in her. Shen Yuan began to understand why he had triggered the tenfold lucky critical effect. It appeared that the goddess of fortune was subtly seeking a meeting with him. Shen Yuan was not well acquainted with the goddess of fortune, yet he was certain she was one of the many ancient deities. As one of the ancient gods who wielded dominion over the Misty realm, a close encounter with her might prove beneficial for Shen Yuan. For the time being, he refrained from donning the mask of fortune, wary of the possibility that the rules might distort his thoughts. Perhaps one day, when he faced a significant crisis, or when he genuinely came to revere the goddess of fortune, he would adorn a dapper suit, wear the mask, and meet her. He had already contemplated this. Should the opportunity arise to meet the goddess of fortune, he would undoubtedly inquire why she had forbidden him the pleasures of the flesh. Without resolving this question, Shen Yuan felt that a considerable portion of his enjoyment in life would be stripped away. He placed the mask of fortune into his spatial ring and subsequently retrieved the purple talent scroll. The purple talent scroll was a rare and supreme treasure, exceedingly scarce in the entire Misty realm. According to Kakarong, even among the alien lords who had survived in the Misty realm for years, some had managed to elevate their levels to LV60. Yet, only a select few could attain the esteemed level of talent. The supreme level of talent would significantly influence Shen Yuan's capabilities for a considerable duration in the future. After much contemplation, he resolved to select the talent of luck. His ability to synthesize the purple talent scroll this time was likely attributed to the goddess of fortune. By not wearing the mask of fortune, he risked incurring her displeasure. Choosing the talent of luck now served as a timely remedy. He aimed to convey to the goddess of fortune that he was a devotee of her will, even if it was merely a fade. Whether to select the lucky memory card and activate it. Activate. Talent. Lucky memory card. Quality. Supreme. Description. The lucky memory card can accumulate good fortune and record memories. Note 1. The lucky memory card can synthesize survival chests to accumulate good fortune. Each time the accumulated good fortune reaches 50, it will trigger a tenfold lucky critical strike. When it reaches 100, it will trigger a 100-fold lucky critical strike and reset the good fortune accumulation to 0. Note 2. The lucky memory card will automatically save your daily memories. You can review your memories at any time. Additionally, by utilizing time reversal equipment, talents, and skills, you can select a specific memory node to rewind time. Choosing a specific memory node for time reversal will erase the side effects of lost memories. Note 3. If the enemy faced is a minion of the goddess of memory, the time reversal effect of the lucky memory card will become ineffective. Note 4. The lucky memory card is a divinely bestowed authority concerning memory, acquired by the goddess of luck through certain trials. Only those recognized by the goddess of luck can obtain this talent. The lucky memory card does not directly enhance Shen Yuan's strength, but it enables him to synthesize higher quality survival chests or resources. Furthermore, upon acquiring the lucky memory card, Shen Yuan can combine it with the pseudo-mythical quality time roulette. He can select a specific memory node for time reversal, thereby preserving his memories from before the rewind. Initially, the time roulette was merely his last resort for survival before facing death. Now, armed with the lucky memory card, he can utilize the time turntable without impediment. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, he can simply rewind time to a more advantageous moment. In this manner, provided Shen Yuan is not instantaneously vanquished without warning, he can leverage the time turntable to conjure infinite possibilities for himself. Thus, it appears that obtaining the lucky memory card is the fortune goddess's endorsement of his choice of the luck talent. Shen Yuan remains uncertain if his conjecture holds true. Yet thus far, events have unfolded favorably. Having familiarized himself with the comprehensive effects of the lucky memory card, Shen Yuan promptly opened the supreme treasure chest. Item: Night Elf Recruitment Order. Quality: Supreme. Durability: Infinite. Description: a high-quality recruitment order used to enlist night elves. Note 1. Night Elf recruitment orders exist in 5 tiers of quality. The Supreme Quality Night Elf Recruitment Order can summon one of the rarest and most formidable of the Night Elf's 6 great heroes. Note 2. Night Elf recruitment orders are non-transferable and cannot be traded. Since enlisting Frost, Shen Yuan has harbored the desire to recruit additional warriors from the Night Elf race. However, to recruit Night Elves, one must possess a Night Elf recruitment order. As a divinely chosen race, the Night Elves possess a unique status. Prior to Shen Yuan drawing the Night Elf race, Night Elf recruitment orders had never appeared in the reward pool of the entire Misty world. His avenue to procure night elf recruitment orders via trade is certainly impassable. The survival panel also does not furnish him with a channel to purchase night elf recruitment orders. He could only procure night elf recruitment orders of varying qualities by opening survival chests. However, the randomness inherent in opening these chests was a significant impediment. He had opened hundreds of survival chests, only to obtain a single night elf recruitment order. Fortunately, he managed to acquire the highest quality night elf recruitment order, rather than the inferior fine quality. Shen Yuan acknowledged the strength of Frost, one of the 6 great night elf heroes. If he could recruit another hero whose strength and talent were comparable to Frost's, Shen Yuan's overall power would be greatly augmented. Shen Yuan was in no hurry to recruit from the night elf race. Instead, he turned his attention to the remaining resources in his inventory. He currently possessed a yellow skill scroll, 5 yellow weapon packs, and a gold armor pack. Previously, he had been apprehensive about the possibility of failure, and thus had never attempted to synthesize skill scrolls and weapon packs. However, given that he had been singularly favored by the goddess of fortune today, he could not pass up such an auspicious opportunity for synthesis. Synthesize yellow skill scroll with yellow weapon pack? The survival panel did not display the reward pool for synthesis, nor the probabilities of success and failure. Despite this complete lack of information, Shen Yuan unhesitatingly chose to synthesize. Chapter 0061. The ardently vivacious priestess. The probability of failure when synthesizing 2 different categories of resources is far higher than when synthesizing resources of the same category. Under normal circumstances, Shen Yuan would certainly not have attempted this lightly. However, with the goddess of fortune's special favor today, the probability of successful synthesis would be much higher than usual. He was eager to discover what would result from synthesizing a yellow skill scroll with a yellow weapon pack. He could potentially acquire a superior skill scroll, a potent armory, or perhaps an unprecedented resource. Under Shen Yuan's watchful gaze, the amber skill scroll and the amber armory coalesced. Their survival beyond the synthesis suggested a successful fusion. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a golden weapon amplification card. Evidently, the amalgamation of both skill and armory characteristics into a single resource was unattainable. Upon confirming the outcome, Shen Yuan paired the remaining 4 amber armories, rapidly yielding 2 additional golden armories. Shen Yuan's inventory now comprised 2 golden armories, a golden weapon amplification card, and a golden armor package. The golden armor package was earmarked for mending the fortitude of the wooden shield divine armor, while the golden weapon amplification card was intended to augment the Crimson Sun Wraith piercing sword. As for the final pair of golden armories, Shen Yuan currently possessed an abundance of legendary weaponry. He contemplated synthesizing the golden armories, but hesitated, fearing a catastrophic failure. After deliberation, he resolved to await the advent of the talent luck memory card, accumulating his fortune to 50. Upon triggering a tenfold luck surge, he would proceed with the synthesis. At that juncture, the probability of success would assuredly exceed 90, if not approach absolute certainty. With all synthesizable resources in his inventory exhausted, Shen Yuan retrieved the Night Elf recruitment order from his spatial ring, intending to complete the recruitment before nightfall. The Supreme-grade Night Elf recruitment order guaranteed at least one of the 6 Night Elf heroes. With the endorsement of the survival panel, Shen Yuan could confidently proceed with the recruitment. The Supreme-grade Night Elf recruitment order, fashioned from amethyst, exuded a profound luminescence. Shen Yuan placed the item upon the recruitment platform, expending 100,000 survival coins. As the recruitment conditions were met, the recruitment order radiated a brilliant violet light, spreading outward like rippling water. The recruitment platform, resembling a deep blue cube, was immediately transformed under the purple glow, dispersing and reassembling. In the blink of an eye, the irregularly shaped platform morphed into a circular form, emanating a mesmerizing purple luminescence. Soon, waves of ethereal violet cascaded from the center of the platform. Under Shen Yuan's watchful gaze, a graceful silhouette extended a long, fair leg. The leg was long and straight, its skin as pristine as snow, rendered even more enchanting by the violet illumination. Gradually, she stepped forth, her figure voluptuous and her curves exquisite. Clad in a form-fitting black leather armor that accentuated her alluring physique, she showcased her slender waist and ample bosom. Her visage was nothing short of breathtaking. The fair complexion of her face resembled the smoothness of mutton-fat jade, while her elongated phoenix eyes, slightly upturned, exuded a hint of seduction. Lush eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, and her deep-set eyes sparkled with captivating brilliance. Below her high-bridged nose, Her luscious crimson lips curved slightly upward, adorned with a barely perceptible smile that left onlookers utterly enchanted. Xin Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. It was only when the lady parted her vermilion lips, her voice clear and melodious, that he regained his composure. "My lord, I am Xia Xian." Upon hearing her introduction, Xin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He had anticipated that Han Bing would be the most beautiful among the night elves, yet he was taken aback to discover another unparalleled beauty within their ranks. Han Bing embodied an icy elegance, while Xia Xian radiated a passionate warmth. Their appearance and personalities are as distinctive as their names. After admiring the beauty of Xia Xian, Xin Yuan utilized the survival panel to examine her personal information. Name, Xia Xian. Status, good. Level, LV1. Experience, 0-10. Combat power, 35. Mental value, 100. Unaffected by the miasma. Occupation, priestess. Attributes, wood. Poison. Title, Spiritwood Priestess of Life Redemption. Talents, healing light, wood affinity, poison immunity. Skills, life blessing, with spirit revival. Venom purification. Inventory, Spiritwood staff. Note 1. The talent healing light enhances the efficacy of her healing spells, increasing the effectiveness of released healing skills by a certain percentage. Note 2. The talent wood affinity reduces the consumption of skills related to the wood attribute and allows for a more effective channeling of wood attribute power for healing and assistance. Note 3. The talent poison immunity grants immunity to toxic environments and poison attacks, shielding her from negative effects. Note 4. The skill Life Blessing can restore a significant amount of health to a single ally and continues to restore a small amount of health over a period of time. It can also heal injuries. Note 5. The skill with Spirit Revival can instantaneously restore a portion of health to allies within a designated area and remove negative states. Note 6. The skill Venom Purification can eliminate poison effects from allied targets and provide resistance to poison attribute attacks for a short duration. Xin Yuan was taken aback to discover that the vibrant and passionate Xia Xian was, in fact, a priestess. Observing her aptitudes and skills, which predominantly focus on aiding and augmenting her comrades, it is evident that Xia Xian will serve as the team's healer. With her presence, Xin Yuan need not fret over the timely mending of his wounds. Xin Yuan was greatly pleased with Xia Xian's personal information panel. He himself is a sword-wielding warrior, occasionally acting as a ranged marksman. Han Bing is a sharpshooter specializing in ranged attacks. His team already has enough output. At this time, an auxiliary with sufficient milk volume is more useful than another output. The more Xin Yuan looked at Xia Xian, the more satisfied he became, especially with those legs, which were simply fatal. Unfortunately, even with desire in his heart, he could not engage in physical pleasure. It's better to look at these tempting long legs less. The more you look at them, the more uncomfortable you feel. Here, Xin Yuan said, handing Xia Xian a fire charm to warm herself. Dressed in thin clothes, Xia Xian waved her hand and said, "Lord, I don't need this. Han Bing and I both have special physiques that can withstand low temperatures. Today is the 7th day that Xin Yuan has come to the world of strange fog, and the temperature has dropped to -60 degrees Celsius. Unexpectedly, Xia Xian only wore a layer of leather armor and did not feel cold. Han Bing on the side was at least wearing underwear and a coat, wrapping it more tightly than her. After confirming that Xia Xian did not need the fire charm, Xin Yuan retracted his hand and said, "Xia Xian, are you a pure assistant? Do you have any means of attack? Or do you have any ability to protect yourself? The healer in the team is crucial, and Xin Yuan has no way to take care of her in battle. If she has no ability to protect herself, then he has to find a way to get her a super strong defensive equipment. My lord, there is no need for you to be concerned about my safety. Although I am not skilled in combat, I possess ample means for self-defense." Chapter 0062. One should savor youth while it lasts. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Xin Yuan, who had fallen asleep holding Xia Xian, was roused promptly by Han Bing, marking the commencement of an arduous half-day of archery practice. Compared to the monotonous and tedious task of chopping wood, archery inflicted upon him a greater torment. Fortunately, all his efforts bore fruit, as his archery skills steadily improved. He believed that soon, he would have the opportunity to become a marksman second only to Han Bing. At noon, Xin Yuan invited Han Bing and Xia Xian to join him for a delightful hot pot meal, accompanied by chilled soda, after which they contentedly reclined on a massage sofa for a brief respite. With Xin Yuan's level having risen to LV10, the Tier 3 workbench had been updated to include over 10,000 new resources, encompassing a variety of leisure and sustenance options. With more than 1.8 million survival coins at his disposal, he felt no need to economize. For him, each additional day in the enigmatic Misty world was akin to earning another day of life. If there were chances to indulge, he would certainly seize them wholeheartedly. In stark contrast to Xin Yuan's leisurely existence, the other humans who had traversed to this realm on the same day found themselves in far less fortunate circumstances. Occasionally, Xin Yuan would venture into the newcomer zone 1001 to observe the plight of these individuals. Today marked the 8th day since their arrival in the fog-laden world. Aside from Xin Yuan, who had upgraded his shelter to a Tier 3 haven, only 1/5 of the others had managed to elevate their shelters to Tier 2. The remaining 4/5 of humanity largely succumbed to the cold, perishing upon dilapidated wooden beds. Even if that group of human survivors fortuitously upgraded to a Level 2 sanctuary, they still endured daily hunger and cold, living in a state of profound misery. Essentially, all lords from various planets, upon their initial transition to the Misty realm, undergo this excruciating ordeal. Only through relentless hunting of the enigmatic beasts and resource gathering, and by surviving in the Misty realm for 3 months, might they hope for a turning point. As for Xin Yuan, he stands as one of the fortunate few among the countless alien lords. After resting for an hour, Xin Yuan restored himself to peak condition. He instructed Han Bing and Xia Xian to keep a close watch on Bearda, ensuring it would not provoke any nearby enigmatic beasts. He then accessed the survival panel and clicked on the wood attribute in the attributes section. Activating the wood attribute requires clearing a designated secret realm. Would you like to spend 200,000 survival coins to purchase a special secret realm entrance ticket? Xin Yuan had initially spent 100,000 survival coins to purchase his first special secret realm entrance ticket. To his surprise, the price had escalated to 200,000 survival coins for the second. Fortunately, his finances were ample, making this expenditure manageable. Yesterday, he learned from Kakalon that entering the designated attribute special secret realm would entail content relevant to that attribute. The enemies he would face next would vary in level, but there would invariably be a maximum limit, not exceeding his own level by much. The difficulty of this special secret realm would certainly surpass that of Xin Yuan's previous experience. Nevertheless, in order to activate the wood attribute as swiftly as possible, Xin Yuan resolved to participate today. If he found himself unable to contend with the alien lords, he could always resort to the time rewind mechanism. He marked a memory node at this moment. Should he face a life-threatening situation within the next 24 hours, he could revert back to this very moment. Because this memory node had been designated, the recall would preserve all his memories. Armed with this potent safeguard, what is a modicum of peril? Xin Yuan procured a special secret realm entry pass for 200,000 survival coins. You have utilized a special secret realm entry pass. The special secret realm you are matched with pertains to the wood element. Now seeking a suitable wood elemental secret realm and matching xenolords with similar objectives. Please note, the highest level of the xenolords match will not exceed LV20. Upon hearing the survival panel's prompt, Xin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The level of the enemies matched this time would not exceed LV20, which was within Xin Yuan's range of acceptance. Congratulations, the match is successful. A total of 100 xenolords have been matched this time. The category of this special secret realm is Team Collaboration. The name of this special secret realm is Bloom of Life. The condition for clearing this special secret realm is to locate and pluck the Flower of Life. This special secret realm consists of teams of 5, totaling 20 teams. The first team to locate and pluck the Flower of Life will have all members activate the wood element, while the remaining team members will be eliminated and subjected to random penalties. Please note, insulting or attacking teammates is prohibited in this special secret realm, and violators will be severely penalized. To facilitate better teamwork, team information sharing is now open. You are able to see your teammates' names, levels, and combat power. Other information must be shared voluntarily. This special secret realm is not time-sensitive until the life flower is located and plucked. All alien lords participating in the special secret realm cannot depart. The details concerning the special secret realm have been fully introduced, and it will officially commence in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The life bloom of the special secret realm has officially begun. All alien lords are invited to open their eyes and share information with their teammates. As the prompt concluded, Xin Yuan felt an external force forcibly pry open his eyelids. Upon opening his eyes, Xin Yuan swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that the area was temporarily safe, he curiously examined his companions. Xin Yuan found himself in a modest wooden house. A vintage stove stood against the wall, burning a scant supply of firewood to provide warmth. Aside from that, the wooden house contained only a long table and 5 round wooden stools. Shen Yuan sat alone on the eastern side of the long table. On the northern and southern sides sat 2 alien lords, respectively, gazing over. Shen Yuan noticed the alien lord closest to him on the northern side, named Xinghai. He was robustly built, with a visage reminiscent of a black panther. His level reached LV-18, with a combat power of 2,600, unequipped. Beside Xinghai sat another alien lord named Xinghe, who appeared somewhat slender, sharing a nearly identical face with Xinghai. His level was LV-16, with a combat power of 1950, unequipped. On Shen Yuan's southern side, the alien lord closest to him was named Misty. She was tall, with features akin to those of a white rabbit. Her level stood at LV-15, with a combat power of 1,700, unequipped. Beside her stood the alien lord named Michael, equally statuesque, with a visage reminiscent of Misael. She had attained the formidable level of LV-17, boasting a combat power of 2,250, unequipped. Merely by perusing their profiles, it was evident that they were a duo. While Shen Yuan stood alone. No wonder the matchmaking had not indicated that the alien lords were all solo players. It was fortunate that this was a cooperative dungeon, otherwise, facing multiple opponents, Shen Yuan might not have proven to be their adversary. This group of alien lords possessed the means to wield 200,000 survival coins and had the audacity to engage in this special dungeon, suggesting they held considerable confidence in their hidden trump cards. Shen Yuan pondered whether his omission of a prayer to Lady Luck today had resulted in less formidable allies. In this unique dungeon, the highest level an alien lord could achieve was LV-20, while their team's maximum level only reached LV-18, though the difference was merely 2 levels. The disparity in combat experience and hidden strategies was monumental. Of course, this did not account for Shen Yuan, a prodigy capable of effortlessly hunting enemies above his level. Chapter 0063. In fighting this time, fortune was somewhat lacking, as he was matched with a teammate of only LV-12. It seemed yet another endeavor of mere effort. The speaker was the team's highest-ranked member, Xinghai. Upon observing Shen Yuan's level and combat power, his countenance turned a shade of green. While Shen Yuan scorned their insufficient levels, they, in turn, regarded his level as too low. In the absence of visibility into each other's skills, talents, and hidden strategies, it was only natural that Shen Yuan was perceived as the weakest link in the team. This instance of cooperative play was indeed rather peculiar. Not only must they refrain from insulting or attacking their teammates, but they also cannot abandon them. Even if Shen Yuan appears to be a burden, they must proceed with him in tow. The premium content of this special secret realm requires 200,000 survival coins for complete unlocking. Shen Yuan, how many survival coins do you have left? If you contribute 200,000 survival coins, I can assure your safety in the upcoming battles. Xinghai evidently aimed to exploit Shen Yuan's worth, masquerading his intentions under the guise of protection. He had discerned that Shen Yuan possessed the lowest level and combat value, having entered alone. He believed he had Shen Yuan firmly in his grasp. Shen Yuan cast him a cold glance, replying nonchalantly, I have already unlocked all the premium content, but I have no intention of sharing the information with you. How absurd. With Xinghai's demeanor and tone, were it not for the secret realm's regulations against harming teammates, Shen Yuan would be inclined to give him a couple of hard knocks. Just because he perceives me as lower in level, he assumes I am easy to bully, does he? Just then, Xinghai was about to unleash a torrent of insults when he was promptly halted by Xinghe, who interjected, Brother, let us each contribute 50,000 survival coins for information sharing, and as for him, let him fend for himself. Unable to strike or scold, nor abandon their teammate, they could only keep Shen Yuan by their side, hoping that other teams' alien lords would eliminate him. Misael and Mikal had no objections, offending the strongest among them. Xinghai, for Shen Yuan's sake, would be an unwise choice. Though 50,000 survival coins was a substantial amount, they could manage to gather it. As they pooled their resources to enable Xinghai to unlock the premium content, Shen Yuan was already perusing the details of the paid offerings. The paid content this time also encompasses the count of surviving alien overlords. Furthermore, it furnishes a more elaborate map of the secret realm and denotes the approximate vicinity of the Flower of Life. Observing Star Remnant's eagerness to unlock the premium content, Shen Yuan surmised that this was likely not his first foray into a wood-attributed special secret realm. Had this fellow been initially disposed to share his intelligence and engage in earnest dialogue with Shen Yuan, the latter would have been genuinely willing to reciprocate with the premium content. After all, he had originally intended to finance the purchase himself, and contributing additional effort for the team would not have been a detriment. Now that they had demarcated their boundaries, the fate of this group in the ensuing battles was of no concern to Shen Yuan. The rules, in any case, did not stipulate the necessity of rescuing teammates, nor did they indicate that a teammate's demise would impinge upon the ultimate reward. Conversely, whoever plucked the Flower of Life would not only activate the wood attribute but also acquire the flower itself. Shen Yuan was unaware of the Flower of Life's quality, but he was certain that it was a desirable object. Rather than allowing these foe teammates to benefit from it, he would prefer to possess it exclusively. After Star Remnant ascertained the Flower of Life's approximate location, he promptly issued an order to depart. Despite the fact that this team had only just been established and no election had been conducted, Star Remnant had appointed himself as the team leader. No one contested his assertion, and Shen Yuan did not confront him. Shen Yuan's immediate priority was to locate the Flower of Life more swiftly than the other alien overlords. Subsequently, he would overtake these insincere teammates at maximum velocity and seize the Flower of Life. Prior to obtaining the Flower of Life, he would allow Star Remnant to be presumptuous for a while. Once his wood attribute was activated, should Star Remnant still be alive, Shen Yuan would undoubtedly slap his face before he teleported back to the Misty world. The audacity of that wretched creature to attempt to take advantage of him, without even weighing his own worth. As the heavy wooden door of the cabin swung open, a chilling gust of wind rushed in, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Shen Yuan retrieved a fire talisman from his spatial ring and affixed it to his undergarment, instantly enveloping himself in warmth. The keen-eyed Misael widened her eyes in disbelief as she beheld Shen Yuan. An epic-quality fire talisman, employed merely for warmth? How extravagant of him! She contemplated requesting a fire talisman from Shen Yuan, yet the tension between them made her hesitant to voice her desire. Should XingHI discover this, it would spell the end of their team. In truth, with a fire affinity soaring to an impressive 99, Shen Yuan's physique transcended that of an ordinary individual. Even without the talisman, he could withstand the cold due to his innate abilities. However, revealing such prowess would expose his fire attribute, a card he preferred to keep hidden from these false allies. Although XingHI and Shen Yuan were at odds, his efficiency in decision-making was undeniable. Once he confirmed the route, he moved to the forefront of the group. Shen Yuan glanced at the map and noted that the route chosen by XingHI posed no issues. The five of them dashed forward, and after an hour, arrived at the approximate vicinity of the designated life flower. According to the map, this marked area spanned a staggering 100,000 square meters. Conducting a comprehensive search here could take an eternity. Just as Shen Yuan began to contemplate a strategy, XingHI produced an instrument resembling a detector from his spatial ring. It was evident that this fellow was no novice in navigating the realm of wood attributes. He must have encountered similar tasks in the past, thus preparing himself in advance. Thus, it suffices for Shen Yuan to merely outrun them. XingHI pierced his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the detector. The previously stationary needle suddenly began to spin rapidly before abruptly halting in the northeast direction. This was the spirit wood detector, capable of identifying the locations with the most potent wood attributes. XingHai turned to Misty and Meteor, elucidating the situation. The two extraterrestrial sisters nodded in agreement, expressing their trust in XingHai's words. They were all part of the same team. Betraying a teammate equated to betraying oneself, unless certain individuals had intended to operate independently from the outset. The spirit wood detector proved to be somewhat unreliable, as its needle shifted in accordance with XingHai's movements. After another 10 minutes, the quintet had yet to locate the Flower of Life, but instead encountered another team also in pursuit of the elusive bloom. The leader of the opposing extraterrestrial group, armed with a similar detection device, was fervently pinpointing the Flower of Life's location. The unexpected meeting left both parties taken aback. Aside from Shen Yuan, the other 9 extraterrestrial leaders appeared tense, swiftly retrieving their preferred weapons from their spatial rings. Neither side wished to engage in conflict without having sighted the Flower of Life, yet no one could guarantee the other would refrain from striking. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. It was then that Shen Yuan, unwilling to squander time in this standoff, spoke first. The team ahead shares our objective. There is no need for conflict here. Once we locate the Flower of Life, we can engage then. Shen Yuan harbored no fear of this group of extraterrestrial leaders. Yet he was uncertain of their capabilities and did not wish to waste time or risk his team's strength in battle. His primary goal was to find the Flower of Life, with all else relegated to his secondary priority. Chapter 0064. Obstinacy invariably leads to a dismal end subconsciously. XingHai glanced at Shen Yuan. He was taken aback that the unassuming Shin Yuan could articulate his own thoughts with such equanimity. The opposing squad's leader turned to his teammates, seeking their consensus with a look. Seeing his 4 teammates nod in tacit agreement, he understood. Since both sides shared the same idea, they would each withdraw 10 paces and then go their separate ways. The opposing squad leader had everyone retreat 10 paces to prevent ranged combatants from seizing the opportunity to attack, creating a 4-on-5 or even a 3-on-5 situation. Xinghai had no objections. Only after the 2 teams had distanced themselves by 100 meters did Xinghai speak. "You are more courageous than I thought. Consider that I owe you a debt of gratitude this time." If Shin Yuan hadn't spoken, the prolonged standoff could easily have escalated into a battle. This would not only have resulted in casualties, but also consumed a significant amount of time. Shin Yuan remained silent, as he was merely acting in his own self-interest, not for the sake of the team. Even if Xinghai had spoken conciliatory words, it wouldn't stop Shin Yuan from wanting to beat him to a pulp after obtaining the Flower of Life. The 5 followed the pointer of the spirit with detector for another 20 minutes, finally spotting a 7-meter-high platform made of mutated plants amidst the snowstorm. The Flower of Life was planted at the very top of the platform. Besides the Flower of Life, there were also alien overlords who had arrived earlier than Shin Yuan, as well as the mutated plants guarding the Flower of Life. Although Xinghai's detector was useful, it couldn't compare to the more sophisticated detectors of other teams. Shin Yuan surveyed the surroundings and discovered that 6 teams had already gathered here. They did not vie for the Flower of Life, but rather warily surveyed the increasing number of hostile squads surrounding them. Each aspired to claim the Flower of Life. Yet none wished to be the first to take the plunge or, in less flattering terms, to serve as cannon fodder. It was not merely the first alien lord to rush forth for the Flower of Life who would be beset by all others, but rather the mutated plants guarding the flower posed a considerable challenge. The guardians of the Flower of Life were categorized into 3 layers: inner, outer, and middle. Through the survival interface, Shin Yuan discovered that the outermost layer of mutated plants was known as the hallucinogenic thorn jungle. This multitude encircled the Flower of Life tightly. The hallucinogenic thorn jungle exuded a hallucinatory effect. A reckless advance would easily induce illusions, leading to irrational actions. The inner layer comprised 64 towering tree sentinels, with levels ranging from LV-10 to LV-15. At the core lay the Devil-S vines, boasting a formidable level of LV-20, characterized by exceptional mobility, toxicity, regenerative abilities, and destructive power. Should an alien lord become ensnared by the Devil-S vines, their rationality would suffer severe contamination, plummeting rapidly. Even an alien lord of level LV-20, lacking protective gear against mental pollution, would see their rationality plummet from 100 to 0 within a mere 3 seconds of entanglement. The array of mutated plants safeguarding the Flower of Life was immensely powerful. A single squad of alien lords, even if all 5 members possessed levels of LV-20, might still be unable to seize the Flower of Life. It was precisely due to the formidable challenge posed by claiming the flower that the earliest arriving squad of alien lords refrained from engaging. They were reluctant to rush through the hallucinogenic thorn jungle, only to find themselves embroiled in a skirmish with the tree sentinels halfway through. The outcome was that subsequent alien overlords took advantage of the situation. Each overlord was keenly aware of the necessity to guard against one another, unwilling to suffer losses themselves. Had they not shared such sentiments, the quest for the Flower of Life would have progressed at a markedly rapid pace. When Shin Yuan and his companions finally arrived at this location, they would have been left helplessly watching as other overlords seized the precious flower. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Shin Yuan and the group of alien overlords were on equal footing. "Are we merely to linger here?" Shin Yuan remarked with a calm demeanor as he noticed Xinghai pausing. "I can only inform you that the one who rushes in first will undoubtedly face the direst consequences." Xinghai was aware of Shin Yuan's audacity, recognizing the possibility that he might recklessly be the first to charge ahead. Out of concern for Shin Yuan's safety, as well as for their own team's chances of obtaining the Flower of Life, he kindly offered a warning. Xinghai's words held truth. The first alien overlord to charge forward would incur the most ferocious attacks from the mutated plants. Simultaneously, the subsequent overlords would also target the initial one who advanced. The first to rush in would either be a foolhardy individual or possess extraordinary strength capable of disregarding the mutated plants and the ferocity of other overlords. Shin Yuan had utmost confidence in his protective barrier. He did not believe that the towering tree sentinels, reaching heights of 3 meters, could obstruct his path. Yet, he recognized the formidable challenge posed by the level 20 Devil's Vines, which he preferred not to confront directly. lest he become their primary target and allow others to benefit from his misfortune. With this in mind, Shen Yuan resolved to patiently await the opportune moment. The special secret realm imposed no time constraints, granting all alien overlords an extraordinary level of patience. Half an hour passed as they waited. The original 8 teams had expanded to 15. When the last team arrived and saw everyone waiting outside the illusory thorn jungle, a sense of joy welled up within them. They had not anticipated that despite their late arrival, an opportunity still awaited them. Under the watchful eyes of the alien lords, they did not pause to find a clearing to wait for the subsequent teams, but recklessly plunged into the illusory thorn jungle. The onlooking alien lords displayed expressions of delight. After such a long wait, they finally witnessed a team of alien lords with questionable judgment. With this team drawing the ire of the mutated plants, the others could seize their chance. Among those participating in this extraordinary secret realm, there might indeed be 1 or 2 whose intellect was lacking. But it was improbable that an entire team would be so deficient. Their refusal to linger stemmed from an unwavering confidence in their own capabilities. They believed that by leading the charge, they could maintain their advantage. The team leader boasted a level of LV-20, the vice captain LV-20, and the remaining 3 members included 1 at LV-19 and 2 at LV-18. Such formidable levels certainly afforded them a degree of arrogance. However, they underestimated the mutated plants. They would soon pay the price for their hubris. The illusory thorn jungle not only possessed hallucinogenic properties, but also exhibited formidable penetrative and destructive power. Its only flaw lay in the fact that its hallucinogenic effects required piercing the skin of a living creature to take effect. Thus, if a heavily armored alien lord charged in, it would prove ineffective. The 5 alien lords at the forefront were not clad in heavy armor. Instead, they donned puncture-resistant garments, including specialized shoes and gloves designed to thwart sharp thorns. Unfortunately, after only a few strides, their puncture-proof boots succumbed to the onslaught of piercing thorns, which mercilessly pierced their skin, embedding themselves in flesh. After laboriously breaking through the hallucinogenic thicket, they found themselves ensnared by its bewildering effects. Only their captain, quick-witted and swift, managed to administer an antidote to himself. Yet, before he could assist his comrades, they, under the thrall of hallucination, mistakenly identified him as a tree sentinel and launched an assault against him. Simultaneously, the tree sentinel advanced towards them with alarming speed. Chapter 0065, Poor at Confrontation. Champion of Infighting, the captain of the foremost alien lords could scarcely fathom that the level 5 hallucinogenic thicket could so effortlessly rend apart their high-quality, puncture-resistant battle boots. Fortuitously, his quick reflexes allowed him to inject the antidote in time. His 4 companions, however, were not so fortunate, having fallen victim to the effects. They regarded him as a tree sentinel. Just as he narrowly evaded the onslaught from his vice-captain, a throng of tree sentinels closed in around him. In that moment, he lamented his impulsive actions. Initially, he had teamed up with his close companion to venture into this peculiar secret realm, both reaching the maximum level of LV-20, a considerable advantage. Yet, blinded by overconfidence, they rashly charged into the defensive stronghold of the mutated flora, leading to tragic consequences. Had he, like the other alien lords, chosen to remain steadfast, they might have avoided this calamity. Had they comprehended the destructive power of the illusory thicket prior to taking action, none of this would have transpired. Alas, everything is irrevocable, and he must prepare himself for solitary combat. His 4 companions regarded the captain as a mighty guardian tree, and naturally perceived the guardian tree as an ally. Consequently, they remained utterly defenseless against the approach of the guardian tree. With a casual sweep of its enormous hand, larger than their heads, it effortlessly snapped their necks. The relatively fragile alien lords had their heads sent flying. For formidable alien lords, lacking the opportunity to reveal a single trump card, met their untimely demise with startling abruptness, as the first alien lord charged ahead, drawing the ire of the guardian tree. The subsequent 14 alien lords could hardly contain themselves and promptly followed suit. Their strides were swift. By the time they realized the leading squad was in peril, they had already stepped into the illusory thicket. Since all alien lord squads entered from various directions simultaneously, there was virtually no distinction in order. Striving to keep pace, their movements were exceedingly rapid, and thus, they all fell victim to its treachery. Lacking high-quality battle boots, Shen Yuan relied entirely on his wealth barrier to mitigate damage throughout the ordeal. After all, he possessed over 1 million survival coins, consuming 30,000 per second, which would amply suffice for him to navigate the illusory thicket with ease. Once this particular secret realm concluded, Xin Yuan resolved to synthesize some materials for lucrative sale. He set a modest target of accumulating survival coins to reach 100 million. At that point, he would maintain the wealth barrier continuously for 24 hours, ensuring a steadfast commitment to safety. The star skeleton ahead of Xin Yuan swiftly sensed that something was amiss. He promptly retrieved a vial of clarifying elixir and a hemostatic agent from his spatial ring, injecting them into his left arm. Similarly swift in his reaction, Xinghe mirrored his elder brother's actions. Misael and Mihail, trailing behind them, were evidently unprepared for this turn of events. By the time they realized their injuries and sought clarifying elixirs from their companions, it was too late. Before they could escape the hallucinatory bramble thicket, Misael and Mihail succumbed to unconsciousness. They mistook Xin Yuan and his party for the Grove's guardians and launched an assault. Although they had lost their self-awareness, any attack from Xin Yuan would still be registered as harming teammates. Therefore, Xin Yuan simply accelerated, bypassing them. Xinghai and Xinghe turned to gaze at Xin Yuan, their faces etched with disbelief. They couldn't discern the quality of Xin Yuan's equipment, but his footwear was undoubtedly of no more than a superior grade. How was it that Xin Yuan's shoes remained unpierced by the thorns, and why was his speed so remarkable? The survival panel certainly wouldn't misrepresent a teammate's level. This implied that Xin Yuan, unbeknownst to them, had discreetly employed a trump card they had never witnessed before. 75 alien overlords ventured into the hallucinatory bramble thicket. Before even clearing the first hurdle, 3/4 of them had already fallen victim. Of the remaining quarter, only 3 remained unscathed by the thorns. The others had promptly administered clarifying elixirs and hemostatic agents. While the hemostatic agent swiftly healed the wounds on the soles of their feet, the lingering pain persisted, inevitably affecting their footwork and velocity. Xin Yuan was astonished that the very first obstacle had already eliminated so many alien overlords. He initially believed that only a quarter would be eliminated in the first round. The main force would then collectively deal with the tree guardians before launching a joint assault on the devil vines. Ultimately, each would rely on their own abilities to snatch the life flower. However, the unfolding of events diverged significantly from his expectations. The unexpected elimination of so many alien lords was hardly a blessing. Xin Yuan had hoped to use them to delay the devil vines, while he prepared to reveal his trump card at a critical moment to seize the life flower. With the narrative shifting, he decided to first eliminate a few tree guardians. These tree guardians, at the very least, were of level 10. Slaying one would yield no less than 2,500 experience points and a silver treasure chest. Given Xin Yuan's current strength, even without employing fire attributes or the Crimson Sun-breaking illusion sword, he could manage them with just the blood-red crossbow. Nevertheless, the tree guardians were remarkably resilient. A level 10 tree guardian boasted defenses far superior to those of a level 15 beast lord. A single blood-red arrow could only marginally penetrate their defenses, proving insufficient to slay them outright. To defeat a tree guardian, at least 3 arrows must strike the same spot, or a volley of 10 arrows would be required to bring it down. Since acquiring the powerful crossbow, Xin Yuan had encountered no adversary with defenses as formidable as that of the tree guardians. He felt as though he had come upon his nemesis. Xin Yuan was not alone in this realization. Other alien lords had also presumed that the tree guardians were of lower rank, relying solely on their size as an advantage. To their astonishment, even their finely crafted weapons, and in some cases, the serendipity of acquiring epic-quality arms, failed to cleave through the formidable bodies of the guardians with ease. Numerous alien overlords found their weapons ensnared within the formidable bodies of the tree guardians. Before they could extricate their arms, they were met with fierce assaults from these guardians. Reluctantly, they relinquished their readily available weapons and retreated to a safer distance. Although a disparity in levels existed, favoring the alien overlords, the risk remained dire. A single strike from the tree guardian's wooden paw could fracture bones or incapacitate them entirely. Should fortune abandon them and a vital area be struck, the consequences could be fatal. This group of alien overlords had underestimated the challenges posed by the enigmatic thorny jungle. The tree guardians, too, possessed powers that far surpassed their apparent levels. One could only fathom the terror embodied by the devilish vines that reached level 20. Initially, these alien overlords intended to effortlessly dispatch the obstructive tree guardians, subsequently joining forces to vanquish the devilish vines before engaging in a grand melee amongst themselves. However, upon witnessing the might of the tree guardians, they resolved to eliminate all 60 of these sentinels before addressing the devilish vines. This strategy aimed to avert any ambushes from the tree guardians while combating the vines. Though the plan was sound, the reality was that all were concealing their true capabilities. None were eager to charge forth and seize the life flower. Rather, they hoped that their fellow overlords would eliminate more tree guardians. Each individual aimed to conserve their strength and prowess for the inevitable internal conflict. Chapter 0066. All present the hallucinatory effects of the enigmatic thorny jungle could persist for a full 2 hours. Among those affected, some alien overlords drew closer to the tree guardians, while others turned their aggression towards their fellow overlords. The chaotic battle lasted merely 5 minutes, during which the hallucinogenic alien lords were entirely vanquished by the tree guardians. The combatants' numbers shifted from an initial 75 to 64, down to a mere 16 versus 40. Among the surviving 16 alien lords, only 3 remained unscathed. The rest were injured by the mesmerizing thorny jungle. Their movements and speed were undeniably affected to some extent. Of the surviving alien lords, aside from Shen Yuan, all others surpassed level 15. In contrast, the tree guardians ranged between levels 10 and 15. Though the alien lords held a significant advantage in both level and combat strength, they chose to conceal their true capabilities for the sake of future infighting, unwilling to unleash their full potential. Consequently, the tree guardians, who should have been at a disadvantage, managed to suppress the alien lords through sheer numbers. Faced with the overwhelming assault from numerous tree guardians, some alien lords were compelled to reveal their hidden cards to survive. It was from this moment that the conflict escalated into a truly fervent stage, in stark contrast to the fierce struggle endured by the alien lords and tree guardians. Shen Yuan appeared remarkably at ease. He effortlessly harvested the lives of the tree guardians that ventured too close, reaping at least 25,000 survival coins with each fallen guardian, thus contributing to the longevity of his wealth barrier. Meanwhile, the beleaguered star skeleton barely managed to breach the defenses of 4 tree guardians. Before he could catch his breath, he beheld Shen Yuan leisurely reaping the lives of the tree guardians. The gathered alien lords had all attempted to wield powerful crossbows and bows, yet none succeeded in penetrating the formidable defenses of the tree guardians. Undoubtedly, the formidable crossbow in Shen Yuan's hands surpassed the quality of those possessed by his adversaries, allowing him to inflict damage upon the tree guardians. Shanghai never anticipated that the once despised weakling would possess more cunning and perhaps even greater strength than himself. Despite Shen Yuan's level being merely LV-12, how could he possibly rival Shanghai's LV-18 prowess? Before Shanghai could delve deeper into his thoughts, the tree guardians he had previously cast aside once again encircled him, igniting a new round of combat. These tree guardians were not mindless, mutated flora. They possessed rudimentary intelligence, discerning which intruders posed a significant threat and which could be easily dealt with. Collectively, they concluded that the most formidable intruder ought to be reserved for last. Consequently, after Shen Yuan dispatched 2 of their kind, the remaining tree guardians ceased their attacks against him. For a solitary tree guardian to confront Shen Yuan was tantamount to inviting death. Even a group of tree guardians attacking him would find their efforts evaded, leading to their demise as they were metaphorically kite. Only by uniting the surviving tree guardians could they hope to subdue Shen Yuan. Upon realizing the intent of the tree guardians, Shen Yuan opted to withdraw his wealth barrier and assume the role of an observer. Despite the numerical superiority of the tree guardians, their ultimate fate was inexorably tied to annihilation at the hands of the alien overlord. In a bid to diminish the strength of these alien overlords and enhance the odds of seizing the life flower, Shen Yuan astutely chose inaction, maximizing his potential gains. Were it not for the imminent backlash from a united front against him should he attempt to slay the alien overlords, he might have even contemplated a covert strike against them. The battle between the 2 factions did not endure for long before several squads of alien lords began to arrive in succession. To weaken the forces of the incoming alien lords, those engaged in combat with the tree guardians tacitly refrained from mentioning the destructive power of the enigmatic thorn jungle. Consequently, the number of survivors among the alien lords who managed to traverse the enigmatic thorn jungle was drastically halved. It was only after the complete annihilation of all 64 tree guardians that the final squad of alien lords hurriedly arrived. The surviving alien lords were not in a rush to confront the devil's vines. Instead, they wore sly smiles as they observed the last squad of alien lords. None of the assembled alien lords wished for the final squad to be at full strength. Should the opposing squad have the opportunity to compete for the flower of life without suffering losses, they would have no choice but to collaborate and eliminate the last squad from contention. Among the alien lords who had survived for an extended period in the miasma world and attained high levels, none were known for their mercy. While they might harbor compassion for their kin, occasionally offering assistance, they exhibited unrelenting ruthlessness towards lords from other planets. Regardless of how many alien lords perished, they bore no psychological burden. The final squad of alien lords, witnessing the bloodied faces of their counterparts staring at them with ill intent, found their leader hesitating, uncertain whether to proceed and join them. If they retreated now, they would forfeit their priority in the contest for the flower of life, facing inevitable punitive consequences. Yet, if they approached, the leader was uncertain whether they would be besieged by the group of alien lords. "Captain, I have encountered failure twice in succession. Yet this time I harbor the utmost hope of activating the wood attribute. You comprehend my intent, do you not? Participating in the special secret realm of the wood attribute entails that the repercussions of failure shall not be fatal. Consequently, many affluent alien lords, after a single setback, make slight adjustments and promptly embark on a second attempt, persisting until the wood attribute is activated. Do you share this sentiment?" The captain glanced at the three companions, and upon seeing them all nod in agreement, he too felt compelled to abandon any thoughts of retreat. The five of them swiftly plunged into the illusory, thorny jungle, intending to rendezvous with other alien lords. They had presumed that the illusory thorny jungle had been sufficiently cleared by the preceding alien lords and posed no significant threat. Thus, their focus remained solely on the other alien lords. This oversight led to their lack of attention to the ground beneath them, and by the time they realized their predicament, it was already too late. The five alien lords fell under the spell of hallucination, attacking the nearest alien lord. The coalition of alien lords swiftly eliminated these five adversaries, who could not distinguish friend from foe. With the last group of alien lords dealt with, they anticipated no further reinforcements. The remaining alien lord factions distanced themselves, scrutinizing each other's numbers and conditions. For them, the most arduous challenge had already been surmounted. Confronting the immobile devil vines would be a trivial matter. They now commenced an analysis to ascertain which opponent possessed the greatest strength, devising strategies to diminish the collective power of those alien lords. Throughout the duration of this special secret realm, the alien lords had been embroiled in conflict with one another from beginning to end. The myriad of mutated plants safeguarding the flower of life merely serve as a backdrop to the internecine conflicts among the factions. Chapter 0067. If you anger me, none shall survive. In this particular expedition into the special wood attribute secret realm, 20 teams of extraterrestrial lords participated. Except for the last team that hastily arrived and faced complete annihilation, the remaining squads suffered varying degrees of casualties, yet some members managed to survive. Among them, Xin Yuan's team emerged with the highest number of survivors, 3 in total. Although Xinghe sustained grave injuries during the battle and could no longer be considered a combatant, Xin Yuan remained the sole individual among all extraterrestrial lords to remain entirely unscathed. In addition, 2 other teams each boasted 2 survivors, both of whom were only lightly injured and in good condition. These fortunate souls were the extraterrestrial lords who initially accompanied Xin Yuan through the illusory thorn jungle without sustaining any harm. Presently, the total number of surviving extraterrestrial lords stands at 23, having lost nearly 4/5 of their ranks. Moreover, 3 individuals are severely wounded, while 5 others bear injuries that will significantly hinder their mobility. Consequently, the actual number of extraterrestrial lords vying for the flower of life is reduced to a mere 15. Xin Yuan noticed that many extraterrestrial lords cast hostile glances in his direction, particularly those from the 2 teams with 2 survivors each. It struck him that they intended to conspire against him. Xin Yuan, who merely sought to avoid injury, found himself unexpectedly targeted by all. Despite his considerable confidence in his abilities, facing the remaining extraterrestrial lords alone, or even with the addition of Xinghe, left Xin Yuan with less than a 50% chance of survival. Fortunately, while Xin Yuan is indeed remarkably brilliant, the other 2 duos shine just as brightly. The alien lords can all perceive Xin Yuan's formidable strength and are reluctant to provoke him first. They prefer to leave this dilemma to the other 2 teams, which also possess considerable odds of victory. "I'm sorry, I withdraw," Xinghe said, supporting his younger brother while lowering his head. He had thoroughly analyzed the situation. Xin Yuan's power cannot simply be gauged by levels. His combat prowess transcends mere numerical values. If Xin Yuan were to unleash his full might, even with Xinghe at their peak and joining forces against him, their chances of victory would likely be slim. Initially, teaming up with Xin Yuan seemed promising. But for the sake of his brother's safety, he chose to withdraw alongside him from this contest. Should Shun Yuan seize the opportunity to acquire the Flower of Life, both he and his brother could benefit. Conversely, if Shun Yuan were to falter, their lives would undoubtedly be spared, allowing them the chance to return anew. Regardless of the outcome, his losses would remain manageable. As for the penalties for failing in the secret realm, they typically either inflict physical torment or mental anguish, occasionally resulting in significant deductions from survival credits, an inconvenience he had grown accustomed to. As Xinghai prepared to exit with Xinghe, Shun Yuan remained silent. His current brilliance made him an easy target for collective opposition. Xinghai's withdrawal, in this instance, was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, the thought of Xinghai potentially reaping the benefits of the Flower of Life without any cost irked Shun Yuan. What a farcical notion of teamwork in this secret realm. Upon his arrival in this world, barely opening his eyes, his supposed allies sought to take advantage of him, only to quickly descend into internal strife. Ultimately, the only utility his teammates offered was wielding a meager detector to ascertain directions. However, they were not the first team to discover the Flower of Life. It would be far better for Shun Yuan to embark on this journey alone rather than be accompanied by teammates who would only evoke negative emotions. He had yet to test his fortune today, but he surmised that his luck was likely mediocre, leaving all possibilities open. Had his fortune been even slightly favorable, he would not have been matched with such a group of teammates. Xinghai departed with Xinghe, and the other alien lords did not intervene. Shun Yuan's small team was exceedingly powerful. They felt uneasy about not diminishing their ranks. With two members having left at once, they found themselves considerably more at ease. Particularly the two smaller teams. Their hearts soared in elation upon noticing Shun Yuan's solitude. For the most formidable team vying for the Flower of Life had now been reduced to their level. While they would still need to keep an eye on one team, the pressure had significantly lessened. It was only after Xinghai and Xinghe completely vanished from their sight that the alien lords began to deliberate on how to confront the Devil's Vines. Although the Devil's Vines were immobile, their tendrils were long and remarkably agile. Engaging in close combat could easily deplete one's sanity. However, their ranged weapons were rather ordinary and ineffective against the Devil's Vines. Soon, nearly all the alien lords turned their thoughts to Shun Yuan, glancing in his direction. In his possession was a blood-red crossbow, which had proven capable of inflicting damage upon the tree guardians. Thus, it was certain it could harm the Devil's Vines as well. Should Shun Yuan utilize the blood-red crossbow to vanquish the Devil's Vines, they would be free to engage in their own conflicts without worry. The alien lord, if you are willing to confront the Devil Vine, we shall refrain from acting against you. However, if you choose to remain a passive observer, we will have no choice but to overwhelm you and seize that powerful crossbow from your grasp. These words were spoken by the captain of a duo, representing the sentiments of all the alien lords present. They awaited Shun Yuan's consumption of the Devil Vine, allowing them to preserve their trump cards while depleting his. As the most formidable among them, it was indeed prudent to diminish his strength swiftly. Fortunately, they remained unaware of his level. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire. Shun Yuan had initially planned to utilize the Crimson Sun breaking sword to carve a path while executing his lightspeed movement, seizing the life flower before the Devil Vine met its demise. Yet, the narrative shifted once more. The Bright Star Corpse had already departed with the Star River, and he found himself the target of collective ire. With a lower level, any sign of weakness would invite derision. Despite being regarded as the strongest among the alien lords, he would still be subjected to their animosity. Bound by the rules, he could not strike against the Star Corpse. However, these rules did not prohibit him from retaliating against this pack of curs. Exhausted by the relentless provocations, Shun Yuan had intended to secure victory with minimal cost. Hoping that these alien lords would lose fewer lives in tea due to the survival panel, his language was translated into one familiar to the alien overlords. All of them stared incredulously at Shun Yuan. They were aware that Shun Yuan would not be pleased, yet they firmly believed he would acquiesce. To their astonishment, Shun Yuan disregarded their hostility and intended to take on 20 adversaries alone. Even though some among the 20 were injured to varying degrees, they were all individuals of level exceeding LV-15. Given the level restrictions of the secret realm, they were certain that Shun Yuan's level could not surpass LV-20. They were baffled by the audacity he displayed in challenging them all. The alien overlords were still trying to comprehend the means by which Shun Yuan would confront them. Suddenly, he raised his right hand to the sky and then pointed forcefully at them. Fallen. Chapter 0068. A disorganized mob. Even infighting is beyond their capability. All the alien overlords could comprehend Shen Yuan's words, yet the meaning eluded them. They could scarcely dream that Shen Yuan possessed the ability to summon meteors. Seeing that Shen Yuan's incantation rang loud and clear, yet no extraordinary phenomena occurred, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They assumed that Shen Yuan must have some extraordinary reliance to dare confront them. But was this really all he had? Upon confirming that Shen Yuan's unknown ability had no effect, all the alien overlords retrieved defensive shields from their spatial rings. The blood-red crossbow in Shen Yuan's hands held immense power, and none were eager to be the first to confront him. After arming themselves with shields, they remained in place, waiting for Shen Yuan to make the first move. They believed that once he acted, he would inevitably reveal a flaw, and at that moment, they could collectively attack, ensuring his demise with minimal losses. As Shen Yuan observed their reluctance to take the lead, he could only chuckle coldly at their wariness, which, though vigilant, did not manifest in action. Having experienced numerous battles, dozens in total, he easily discerned that this group of extraterrestrial lords awaited his initial strike, hoping to exploit any vulnerability for a surprise attack. While they were oblivious to his true intention of awaiting a meteor to obliterate them, the atmosphere shifted palpably. 3 seconds later, just as the alien lords grew impatient and contemplated a tentative offensive, they sensed a dramatic alteration in their surroundings. The previously gloomy sky was now engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. The heavy snowfall that had been descending abruptly ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Instinctively, the extraterrestrial lords looked skyward, where they beheld a colossal meteor trailing a fiery tail, resembling a blazing star, hurtling towards them with relentless speed. The moment they spotted the impending meteor, a wave of terror surged through their hearts. Reflected in their wide eyes was the relentless approach of the massive celestial body, and it felt as though an invisible hand had clutched their hearts, rendering them paralyzed. Before the meteor even struck the ground, a powerful gust of wind swept through, leaving them in a daze. Though each of these alien lords had witnessed their share of grand spectacles to survive thus far, the depth of their fear was palpable. Yet, summoning their strength, they unleashed their respective abilities and fled. At that moment, the pursuit of survival overshadowed all else. Their singular thought was to escape this perilous locale. They had scarcely escaped when a deafening roar reverberated in their ears, followed by a violent tremor of the earth beneath them. Centered upon the point of impact of the meteorite, a formidable shockwave propagated with extraordinary alacrity. Wherever it extended, earth and stone were sent asunder, and the corpses of the arboreal sentinels were instantaneously reduced to atomic dust. Those extraterrestrial overlords situated in close proximity were bereft of even the opportunity to emit a cry of agony, as they were summarily hurled aloft by the concussive force, their corporeal forms rendered asunder in midair. Even the demonic tendrils, having attained the 20th echelon of power, were not spared from this cataclysm. Its physical embodiment was incinerated by the spattering magma. Regardless of its struggles, it was incapable of liberating itself from the increasingly fervent conflagration of the assembled extraterrestrial overlords. With the exception of Shen Yuan, who had absconded preemptively and employed a bulwark of affluence to withstand the vehement aftershocks, the remaining overlords sustained injuries of varying severity. Indeed, those few who were grievously wounded and possessed of sluggish mobility were obliterated outright by the residual impact of the shockwave. Fortunately, Stellar Remnant, bearing Stellar River, had departed from this locale at an early juncture. The corpses of Messier and Mizar had already grown frigid. Otherwise, this cataclysmic meteorite strike executed by Shen Yuan would assuredly have been adjudicated as fratricide. Of the 20 extraterrestrial overlords who had been previously frolicking with vivacity, 7 were dispatched by the aftereffects of the meteorite. These were those who had sustained either grievous or moderate injuries. As calamity descended, their impaired locomotive faculties rendered them incapable of evading this tribulation. The remaining 13 extraterrestrial overlords found themselves in a state of extreme distress. Even the 2 diminutive teams, originally deemed the most likely to contend with Shen Yuan, were observed expectorating blood, their hands clasped tightly against their erratically pulsating hearts. These extraterrestrial overlords had initially surmised that Shen Yuan, in a fit of pique, was engaging in a desperate gambit, willing to incur grievous harm upon himself in order to inflict damage upon them. However, as they laboriously extricated themselves from the ground, they discovered Shen Yuan standing unscathed in the near distance. He held a blood-red crossbow, his expression indifferent as he regarded them, even though they were mentally prepared. The sight still left them speechless, overwhelmed by shock. They had exerted every ounce of their strength to preserve their lives. How could Shin Yuan stand there unscathed? Their levels were nearly identical. What accounted for his formidable power? It was simply unjust. They had believed they had witnessed Shin Yuan's limits, but his subsequent actions plunged them into existential doubt. Shin Yuan stowed the blood-red crossbow into his spatial ring and retrieved a sword of exceptional quality, its brilliance unmistakable. The moment he drew this blade, his aura transformed dramatically. For a fleeting instant, the alien lords felt a deceptive sense of sovereign authority emanating from him. In that moment, Shin Yuan unleashed his fire attribute with unrestrained ferocity. Accompanied by the radiant sun-breaking sword, he radiated an inferno that towered to half his height. Flame slash. As the arc of fire sliced through the sky, an invisible sword energy resonated with a deep hum. The chosen alien lord felt an inescapable shroud of death enveloping him. He was not ready to perish. He employed every last resort, determined to withstand the impending strike at any cost. Yet, this attack could effortlessly sever even epic-grade defensive shields and heavy armor. Armed only with a finely crafted heavy shield, he was like a Manus attempting to stop a chariot. The heavy shield was cleaved in two, vertically. Due to its material composition, it did not disintegrate into dust, but began to melt from the center outward. As for the alien lord who had been struck, he was already lifeless by the time the sword energy pierced through his body. Left standing in a state of despair until consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. The alien overlords, having never witnessed such a scene, were instantly rendered speechless and bewildered. Even their finely crafted heavy shields were effortlessly shattered. They could not withstand the onslaught of Shin Yuan's attack. The situation was dire, and to make matters worse, they had sustained varying degrees of injuries, making escape all the more challenging. Had Shin Yuan merely employed the blood-red crossbow arrows, they might have had a chance to resist, even to stall for time and flee. However, Shin Yuan offered them no such opportunity, launching his most formidable offensive card, the Red Sun-breaking illusion sword, first transformation, leaving them without any means of survival. I was wrong. Spare me. I am willing to offer everything. Please, great lord. I have erred, and I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. If you grant me my life, I would be devoted to your side. As the alien overlords witnessed their inability to withstand Shin Yuan's relentless assault, hope for escape faded. They promptly resorted to a strategy of pleading for mercy. Regardless of whether this tactic would prove effective against Shin Yuan, they felt it was worth a try. What if he showed a moment of compassion and spared them? After all, this particular secret realm was designed for teamwork, not a battle to the death. Once Shin Yuan had secured sufficient benefits, there was no reason for him to annihilate them completely. Or was there? Chapter 0069. I shall not grant you any rewards. I have spared you a blade. The merciless flame slash shattered the beautiful fantasies of the alien overlords. Had they encountered a Shin Yuan who was merely stepping into the Misty realm, perhaps he would have harbored a flicker of pity. After extracting ample benefits from them, he might have allowed them a chance at survival. Alas, the Shin Yuan they faced now was a different entity altogether. He had survived for 7 days in the enigmatic mist-laden world, enduring countless battles. Though he might still harbor goodwill towards his fellow humans, he held no affection for the alien lords. Despite many of these extraterrestrial beings resembling humans in appearance, they remained fundamentally different. The struggle for resources between these two disparate species on this land would inevitably devolve into a relentless war. Should these alien lords emerge victorious, Shin Yuan feared he would be left with no more than a shattered remnant of his being. As the ultimate victor of this conflict, Shin Yuan possessed the authority to pass judgment upon them. With each fiery slash, the curses and pleas for mercy from the alien lords faded into silence, leaving only Shin Yuan and the already departed Star Skeleton and Star River. All 97 other alien lords who had participated in the special realm perished. To ascertain that no one was merely feigning death, Shin Yuan glanced at the survival panel, confirming that only 3 individuals remained alive before he finally lowered his guard. In the distance, Star Skeleton was shaken by the recent meteorite crash. Unaware that this was a deliberate act, he presumed that one of the alien lords had triggered the realm's mechanism, summoning the meteorite. The meteorite had struck the battleground of the alien lords, inevitably causing casualties. He checked the survival panel again and discovered that the number of survivors in that area had dwindled to a mere 1 within a very short span of time. Hastily, he instructed his brother to stay put, saying, "Brother, remain here and do not wander off. I shall seize the flower of life. We still have a chance to activate the wood element. If there were even 2 alien lords still alive there, I would not entertain such a thought." With only the last Xeno overlord remaining, he must have sustained injuries in the fray, though not in his prime. His condition undoubtedly surpasses that of the other fallen alien lord. He never anticipated his and his brother's early departure would not only evade the meteor's impact but also grant them a 50-50 chance to seize the flower of life. The thought ignited a fervent desire within him. Such an opportune moment was not to be squandered. Upon returning to the battlefield, he was taken aback by the sight of the sole survivor. Shin Yuan, with his Crimson Sun demon-piercing sword plunged into the earth, leaned upon its hilt, a playful expression on his face as he gazed at Star Wraith. "You've kept me waiting, Captain," Shin Yuan remarked, having anticipated his return. Thus, after vanquishing the lava-scorched, near-death Devil Vine, he refrained from claiming the Flower of Life, eager to witness Star Wraith's reaction. He also intended to impart a lesson before Star Wraith's departure from the secret realm. 2 slaps across the face were deemed unnecessary. Since the Crimson Sun demon-piercing sword had been drawn and witnessed, he would bestow upon him a single flame slash. As for his brother, who had never insulted Shin Yuan and had not arrived, he would be spared. Witnessing Shin Yuan unscathed, Star Wraith was rendered speechless with astonishment. Even more surprising was Shin Yuan's victory and his decision not to claim the Flower of Life. Could there be hidden dangers in taking it? Could it be that Shin Yuan was waiting for him to claim it? Seeing Star Wraith lost in self-doubt, Shin Yuan seized the opportunity and plucked the Flower of Life. Simultaneously, he drew the Qiyong broadsword, which was embedded in the ground, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Was this the act of taking the Flower of Life? What did he mean by waiting for his arrival? As he observed Shin Yuan brutally wrenching the roots of the Flower of Life from the earth, he found himself increasingly baffled by Shin Yuan's enigmatic actions. At that moment, his survival panel chimed with a notification. "Alert! The Special Secret Realm's life bloom has concluded, and rewards have been distributed. Surviving alien lords, please teleport back to your sanctuary within 1 minute. Failure to do so will result in forced teleportation." While the star skeleton quietly listened to the notification from the survival panel, Shin Yuan, having awaited the chime, acted decisively. He felt no need to heed the contents of the survival panel's notification, for he was certain that the special secret realm had come to an end. The rules of the realm had lost all efficacy, and any action he took against the star skeleton would bear no consequence. Initially, Shin Yuan had only intended to deliver a couple of powerful blows to the star skeleton, knocking out a row of his teeth. However, given that the opponent had glimpsed his trump card and learned his name, he could not afford to let him go. Shin Yuan had to eradicate all potential threats. If the star skeleton wished to cast blame, he should resent his own choice to oppose Shin Yuan. Just as the star skeleton had only heard half of the critical notification, he felt an overwhelming intent to kill surge towards him. He lifted his eyelids, only to discover that Shin Yuan had unleashed a sword strike unbeknownst to him. The sword aura merged with the fire element, forming a deadly semicircular fireblade. It was only at this moment that he comprehended why Shin Yuan had insisted on waiting for his arrival to extract the Flower of Life. Regrettably, he realized this too late. He had taken too long to contemplate. By the time he understood that he should teleport away from this place, the sword aura had already pierced through his very being, preceding the fireblade. The exquisite inner armor of Xinghai is more than capable of withstanding ordinary blades. Yet to defy the full force of Shin Yuan's strike is nothing short of delusion. Was I mistaken? This was the final thought that crossed Xinghai's mind as he faced his demise. In an instant, his form was transported along with his last vestige of consciousness, and the subsequent damage from the fiery blade did not touch his body. Nevertheless, upon teleporting back to the sanctuary, Xinghai's corporeal form split in two at the center of his nose. The condensed sword intent wielded a cutting force potent enough to sever steel, and alas, this mortal vessel of Xinghai was inexorably doomed to destruction. Fortunately, he was spared from the subsequent fiery blade strike, allowing him to retain his remains. When his brother eventually finds him, he will be able to reclaim his possessions and lay his body to rest. To find solace in the earth and escape the clutches of the time wheel's absorption of his soul, this is indeed his greatest fortune. Shin Yuan was taken aback by the swiftness of the teleportation, as even the ensuing fiery blade failed to reach Xinghai. Thankfully, he had the foresight to distract Xinghai. For had this individual teleported from the outset, it would have resulted in endless repercussions. Shin Yuan was confident that his sword intent was sufficient to annihilate Xinghai. The return of that teleporting figure would merely yield a severed corpse. With a sense of relief, he accessed the survival panel to review the contents of the special notification. Attributes activated through the unique realm differ from those initiated with an attribute activation card. The former incurs no pain or side effects, while the latter invariably subjects one to suffering, with occasional time-sensitive repercussions. Shin Yuan was not in haste to examine his wood attribute. Instead, He first turned his attention to the life flower nestled in his left hand. The flower of life, being the ultimate reward of this secret realm, is undoubtedly intricately linked to the wood attribute. Chapter 0070, The Undying Form, Mutated Plant, Flower of Life, Quality, Supreme, Durability, None, Description, a miraculous flower capable of thriving in any environment. Consuming it significantly enhances affinity with the wood attribute, limited to one use only. Note 1. Creatures with a low affinity for the wood attribute that consume the flower of life cannot activate its full potential and face a minimal risk of backlash. Note 2. The process of integrating the flower of life is excruciatingly painful. Please ensure you are mentally prepared before consumption. Note 3. The vitality of the flower of life is remarkably resilient. It can survive for thousands of years, even in extreme conditions. Note 4. To consume the flower of life, one must first ingest 7 petals of varying colors. Then extract and consume the flower's core, followed by chewing the roots to absorb its life essence. Note 5. The flower of life is entirely devoid of toxins and is exceptionally pure. Consumption is safe. Indeed, the flower of life is closely associated with the wood attribute. After confirming the effects of the flower of life, Shen Yuan proceeded to examine his wood attribute. If his affinity for the wood attribute were too low, there would be little reason to consume the flower of life. After all, a low affinity would prevent the full benefits of the flower from being realized. To endure the profound agony specifically highlighted by the survival panel for such a marginal enhancement in affinity would be utterly unworthy. Shen Yuan was not one to shy away from pain. Merely the survival panel is capable of conjuring playstyles more devastating than the 10 most excruciating tortures. Shen Yuan has endured the ceaseless rending and reconstitution of his soul, his corporeal form repeatedly plunged into cauldrons of boiling oil. This unparalleled, ultimate experience of agony has rendered him acutely sensitive to the very term pain. Shen Yuan inhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon his affinity for the wood element. Even with ample mental preparation, his heart still seemed to skip a beat upon beholding his wood element affinity. He never dreamed that his affinity for wood could reach such a staggering 99. An affinity of 99 represents the zenith for all alien overlords. To advance further is an endeavor fraught with insurmountable difficulty. Shen Yuan entertained the notion of whether the flower of life could elevate his wood element affinity to 100. Should his wood element affinity ascend to 100, his future prospects would be no less than a pseudo-god. Perhaps, upon the demise of an ancient deity, he might even have the opportunity to succeed them. Resolving to attempt it, Shen Yuan first teleported back to his sanctuary. He wished to avoid being forcibly teleported back during the consumption of the flower of life. If he were to faint as he did last time, would he not suffer needlessly, without fully realizing the flower's potential? Within Shen Yuan's sanctuary, Han Bing and Xia Xian were exchanging tales of their past experiences. Upon witnessing Shen Yuan's return, Han Bing promptly rose to her feet. "Lord, why have you returned so expeditiously this time?" Shen Yuan had only been gone for 2.5 hours. The sky outside remained illuminated. She suspected that Shen Yuan had failed to clear the secret realm this time, but hesitated to broach the subject directly. The secret realm this time was smaller than the last, and those alien overlords were in a rush to meet their demise. "Let us speak no more of this. You shall shield me, for I may soon succumb to unconsciousness." Shen Yuan was eager to consume the flower of life. Driven by an insatiable curiosity to ascertain whether he could elevate his affinity for the wood element to a perfect 100. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the flower of life from his spatial ring. Although the roots had been uprooted from the soil, they showed no signs of wilting. Gazing at the 7 petals, each a different hue, Shen Yuan instinctively swallowed hard. In his understanding, the more vibrant the flora and fauna, the more perilous they tended to be. While he was certain that the flower of life was not poisonous, he still required a moment for mental preparation. After a prolonged pause, he plucked a crimson petal and tentatively placed it in his mouth. It dissolved immediately upon contact. Soon after, a bitter sensation spread from his tongue. Once he discerned that there were no adverse effects, he stacked the remaining 6 petals together and swallowed them whole. The potency of the 7 petals was not as terrifying as he had anticipated. It merely caused a slight sting in his throat. Satisfied that all was under control, Shen Yuan swallowed the crystalline heart of the flower. Seizing the moment before the heart's effects took hold, he crushed the roots of the flower of life into a pulp and forcefully chewed them. The heart, upon entering his stomach, burst open, releasing an aroma reminiscent of the essence of flora that surged toward the crown of his head. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan realized that his mouth felt as though it had been numbed. rendering him unable to chew the fibrous roots. The roots of the flower of life possessed a paralyzing effect, but only on his mouth. The rest of his body became increasingly sensitive. He felt as though the amorous core within his stomach was akin to a seed, taking root and germinating within his belly, poised to burgeon into a sapling imminently. This was no mere illusion on Shen Yuan's part. His abdomen had indeed become distended. Before long, his belly resembled a balloon inflated to its utmost capacity. As if a gentle prod would cause it to rupture, Shen Yuan could still endure this modicum of pain. Shen Yuan, drenched in perspiration, was presently concerned about whether his stomach would genuinely burst from the strain. He divested himself of all garments and, while taking deep breaths, scrutinized the changes in his abdomen. In the ensuing moment, Shen Yuan felt a pang in his throat. Something from within his stomach surged up through his esophagus, ejecting the masticated root system from his mouth. Immediately following, a robust branch, half a meter in length, distended his mouth. Under Shen Yuan's gaze, the bare branch sprouted verdant leaves with discernible rapidity. These leaves swiftly metamorphosed into slender tendrils. Countless tendrils spiraled about, soon enveloping Shen Yuan's body. He instantly experienced a sensation of asphyxiation and pain emanating from every part of his body. He discerned that his body was being continuously constricted by the tendrils, and it would not be long before he was reduced to a pulpy mass. He attempted to struggle, only to discover that his body was numb and devoid of strength. Within mere seconds, Shen Yuan's consciousness began to wane. Simultaneously, the pain throughout his body had dissipated, and his consciousness seemed to encompass the entire sanctuary. It also seemed to reside solely within the tree inside him. Shen Yuan's body was compressed into fragmented flesh and gore, and the sapling, having absorbed all of Shen Yuan's essence, flourished. Shen Yuan's soul, on the other hand, became attached to this sapling, observing everything around it through the tree's eyesight. It was an exceedingly wondrous sensation. Shen Yuan's corporeal form had ceased to exist. He felt as though he had transformed into a tree, yet simultaneously retained his essence as a human. Before long, Shen Yuan's consciousness began to awaken. He discovered that the sapling burgeoning within him had sprouted limbs, enabling him to walk as a human would. Hastily, he accessed the survival panel, eager to ascertain whether he was still human, some form of monster, or perhaps rendered incapable of utilizing the panel altogether. As his awareness surged, the survival panel activated autonomously. Upon reviewing his personal information, he found that his race remained human. The data within his profile had undergone no alterations, save for the affinity towards the wood element, which had escalated from 99 to a perfect 100. From that moment forth, Shen Yuan's being was in exquisite harmony with the natural forces of wood. Even if his physical form were to be annihilated, he could rely upon the power of nature to reconstruct his body. Now, only one method remained for those who sought to extinguish Shen Yuan: the eradication of his soul. Chapter 0071. The creation of the ancient treant Shen Yuan bore witness to his skin, resembling bark, transforming at a visible pace into that of a human. He realized that he could effortlessly switch between the forms of Trent and human at will. Although he still belonged to the human race, his body had transcended the boundaries of humanity. The survival panel's classification of him as human was likely due to the preservation of human attributes within his thoughts and soul. As Shen Yuan experienced the profound transformation of his body, he found himself indifferent to whether he was human or otherworldly. It was no wonder that Caracal had remarked that achieving a 100 affinity with a certain element could lead one towards divinity. At this moment, Shen Yuan finds himself still far from the path of divinity, yet he can perceive the direction towards godhood, which fuels his motivation to advance. "My lord, have you succeeded?" The vigilant Han Bing, observing Shen Yuan's bare form, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. "Is that even a question? Surely, my lord has triumphed," Xia Xian exclaimed excitedly, her gaze roaming over Shen Yuan's physique. "Yes, Han Bing, you may shoot me with the Changwei Bao, and Xia Xian, be prepared to heal us at any moment." Shen Yuan's fortunate counterattack is a passive trigger, implying that both he and Han Bing might incur injuries as a result. He sensed an invulnerable essence within himself, yet he hesitated to allow Han Bing to aim directly at his heart. Should his instincts prove erroneous, he could find himself in dire peril. Xia Xian, perplexed by Shen Yuan's self-destructive command, nonetheless adhered to it with utmost precision. Whoosh! A standard long arrow struck Shen Yuan's right chest, but upon contact with his skin, the arrowhead bent, and the shaft shattered. Shen Yuan merely felt a gentle prick, akin to a needle, without any sensation of pain. Han Bing, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her lord's physique had become so formidable. A mere long arrow could not even breach his skin. Shen Yuan, too, was astonished by the outcome. He had assumed he possessed merely a vigorous vitality that would allow for regeneration, even if his body were destroyed. He had not foreseen that his physical form had been significantly enhanced to the extent that ordinary weapons could scarcely inflict harm. My lord, I am about to unleash my innate marksmanship. Please brace yourself. Shen Yuan nodded at her. This time, Han Bing chose not to employ the ordinary long arrows, but instead wielded the long moon arrow. The long moon arrow possesses exceptional penetrating power, and combined with Han Bing's extraordinary marksmanship, it would endow the arrow with even greater force and efficacy. This time, Han Bing aimed for Shen Yuan's left palm. In an instant, his palm was pierced through, yet he felt no pain. Simultaneously, the gaping wound, as wide as his thumb, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. There was no need for Xia Xian to invoke the blessing of life. Shen Yuan was capable of mending his wounds unaided. He discovered not only did he possess formidable physical defenses, but he also had astonishing regenerative abilities. All of this consumed the natural energy within him, while his body passively absorbed the surrounding natural forces, ensuring a perpetual abundance of vitality within. There was no need for Han Bing to continue her tests. Shen Yuan firmly believed he had indeed attained immortality. Aside from the inadequacy of his soul's strength and the gradual decline of his rationality, he bore no other fatal weaknesses. His soul was safeguarded by the Supreme Clarity Talisman, making it difficult for others to manipulate him. Dressed in garments, he stepped outside the sanctuary. It was now 6:35 in the evening. The pitch-black night intertwined with heavy snowfall, creating an atmosphere of solitude and desolation. Yet, Shen Yuan's state of mind remained unaffected by his surroundings. Clad in the wood spirit armor, he could distinctly sense its significant transformation from before. He could continuously infuse the armor with natural energy. The wood spirit armor not only allowed for free expansion and contraction, but also possessed the capability to exponentially enhance its defensive properties. Previously, the armor required the presence of wood spirits to restore its durability, whereas Shen Yuan could now summon natural energy to directly replenish its resilience. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Yuan was suddenly reminded of a remarkable ancient sapling stored within his spatial ring. This extraordinary plant, a variant he had acquired shortly after arriving in the Misty world, had remained dormant due to its exceedingly demanding cultivation conditions. Grasping the ancient sapling in his hands, Shen Yuan continuously infused it with the power of nature. As he anticipated, the sapling, which typically required nourishing black soil, rejuvenating spiritual spring water, and the essence of his heart's blood for its soul, began to sprout under his diligent efforts. He cast the sapling into a fertile field, where it promptly took root, drawing the natural energy from within Shen Yuan. In a mere 10 seconds, the sapling transitioned from its juvenile state to maturity, transforming into a colossal ancient tree. However, lacking the infusion of his heart's blood for its soul, it had not developed sentience despite its growth. Shen Yuan retrieved the Qiang broken illusion sword from his spatial ring and gently pierced his heart. Such an act would have previously filled him with trepidation, yet now he possessed formidable self-healing capabilities, alleviating his concerns about potential deterioration or infection of the wound. Vivid crimson droplets fell onto the roots of the ancient tree, which swiftly absorbed the essence of his blood. Before long, the ancient tree manifested intelligence, its towering form of over 10 meters gradually diminishing until it resembled a 2-meter-tall treant. Nourished by Shen Yuan's heart's blood, the ancient tree evolved into an ancient treant. Furthermore, Shen Yuan's affinity for wood attributes reached perfection, greatly benefiting the ancient treant, originally of exceptional quality. It ascended to epic quality under the nurturing influence of the power of nature. Having absorbed the essence of Shen Yuan, it has ascended to the exalted quality of supreme. The enhancement of Shen Yuan's treasure chest pales in comparison to this rapid elevation. With the emergence of sentience, it has relinquished its characteristic of quality, yet it retains the innate talents, skills, and potential for growth inherent to its supreme quality. Shen Yuan opened the survival panel to examine its personal information. Name, Ancient Tree Guardian, unnamed. Status, Perfect. Level, LV1. Experience, 0-1. Combat Power, 100. Intelligence, 100. Unaffected by the mists of deception. Profession, Tree Warrior. Attribute, Wood. Title, None. Talents, Exceptional Regeneration. Natural Affinity, Plant Control. Skills, Thorned Earth Split, Vine Entanglement, Trees Prison. Inventory, Function Not Available. Note 1. The talent of exceptional regeneration grants it formidable regenerative capabilities. As long as its core is unharmed, it can swiftly restore damaged bodily tissues. Note 2. The talent of natural affinity enables it to establish a connection with the surrounding natural environment, perceiving changes in nature to acquire information and assess its surroundings. Note 3. The talent of plant control allows it to engage in mental communion with plants, commanding their growth, movement, and attacks, and even hastening the growth of flora or reviving wilted plants. Note 4. The skill Thorned Earth Split enables it to channel its power into the very earth itself. Centered around the point of attack, massive fissures rapidly emerged in the ground, from which an innumerable array of sharp thorns surged forth. The skill known as Vines Entwined is capable of summoning a multitude of resilient vines from the earth. These vines swiftly extend towards the target, ensnaring and binding the enemy. Additionally, the skill Tree's Prison enables the ground to rapidly sprout numerous robust trees, which intertwine to form an enormous cage, trapping foes within. Chapter 0072. The Sacred War. The core of the ancient tree man is a natural crystal located within its cranium. To utterly vanquish the ancient tree man, this natural crystal must be completely destroyed. Shen Yuan gazed with satisfaction upon the 3 innate talents and skills of the ancient tree man. Although it lacked any title enhancement and bore no extraordinary origin, its growth rate and power at the same level were not inferior to that of ice. The ancient tree man serves as both a warrior and a shield, occasionally delivering ranged attacks and exerting control. In contrast, ice is a pure marksman, capable of doubling as an assassin through its talents. Despite Xia Xian's talents and skills predominantly revolving around healing and augmentation, she is, in truth, a well-rounded mage. The synergy among the trio is nothing short of perfect. Even in Shen Yuan's absence, their combined strength would allow them to contend against foes of significantly higher levels, such as monstrous beasts or alien lords. Drawing from his experience with the wood spirit armor, Shen Yuan retrieved the fragmented wood rune armor from his spatial ring. He attempted to infuse the wood rune armor with natural energy, testing whether its durability could be restored. Consequently, he infused a substantial amount of natural energy, causing the surface of the wooden armor to erupt in a resplendent emerald glow. However, its durability remained stubbornly at 1. It appeared that despite the legendary status of the wooden armor, its durability could not be restored solely through natural energy. He would have to diligently gather golden armor packs. Ultimately, Shen Yuan invoked the skill Vine Prison. Initially, this was merely an ordinary epic-quality skill that required the expenditure of mental energy for activation. Now, not only did it require no mental energy, but Shen Yuan could also perceive the vines he summoned. He was able to issue distinct commands to each vine, orchestrating them into a flawless arrangement of his design. Although he lacked a test subject, Shen Yuan was confident that at his current level, the Vine Prison could easily ensnare a level 20 Beast Lord. No wonder Caroline had remarked that attributes were the most crucial reliance for the future development of alien lords. At this moment, Shen Yuan profoundly grasped this truth. After thoroughly experiencing the wooden attributes and skills, he named the ancient tree spirit a tree, assigning it the task of watching over Bear-da, not particularly bright, was prone to inadvertently causing trouble despite good intentions. With a tree overseeing him, Bear-da would likely suffer fewer mishaps. The following morning, Ice Cold promptly roused Shen Yuan from his slumber. He murmured in response, gently squeezing the soft material beside him. Just as he prepared to rise and practice archery, he suddenly noticed the survival panel materializing in front of him without having summoned it, accompanied by a special alert that flashed persistently. Special alert: the Goddess of Fortune commands you to participate in the Holy War today. The Holy War invitation ticket has been dispatched to your backpack. Upon noticing the special reminder, Shen Yuan suddenly recalled that he had neglected to beseech the Goddess of Fortune the previous day. This was particularly troubling, as he had only acquired 2 silver chests within the Life Bloom Secret Realm. Shen Yuan intended to accumulate additional survival chests before attempting any synthesis, hence his omission in invoking the goddess for fortuitous blessings. Little did he anticipate that the Goddess of Fortune would take such keen interest in him, harboring a lingering grudge. Merely a day without prayer resulted in his involuntary conscription into the Holy War of Fortune. Shen Yuan had never heard of such a war and was bewildered by the true implications of the goddess's intentions. As her chosen, he was bound to strictly adhere to her commands, for disobedience could lead to his merciless obliteration. The Goddess of Fortune, being one of the ancient deities of the Misty world, possessed powers beyond Shen Yuan's imagination. From the moment he attracted her attention, he understood that while he might benefit from her favor, he would also be required to pay a corresponding price. The denial of corporeal pleasures was merely one aspect of this cost. Should the goddess perceive his discontent, she could erase him at any moment. The ancient deities wielded unparalleled authority, and to be noticed and favored by one was not necessarily a boon for an extraterrestrial lord. Shen Yuan was now acutely aware of the drawbacks accompanying the boon of fortune. With a resigned sigh, he recognized that attendance at this holy war of fortune was inevitable. To ascertain the goddess's disposition, he clasped his hands together and fervently prayed, "May the goddess bestow her blessings upon me. The goddess of fortune has heard your earnest prayer. You have been granted a fortuitous effect lasting 24 hours. Upon hearing the prompt, Shen Yuan's face displayed a profound sense of bewilderment. Rather than expressing ire, Lady Luck had graciously extended the duration of his fortunate blessings to a full 24 hours. Could it be that she was aware of the imminent perils associated with his fortunate crusade, deliberately prolonging the effects of his good fortune? Contemplating this notion, Shen Yuan promptly consulted the stars. This time, the celestial alignment revealed the sign of Libra. Today's fortune, moderate, all possibilities abound. Fortunately, as long as the fortune did not lean towards minor or major misfortune, his life would be spared from peril. After confirming that his fortune was acceptable, Shen Yuan immediately reached out to Kakalong. The survival panel did not provide any pertinent information regarding the sacred war, and inquiring of Lady Luck seemed equally unrealistic. To uncover these elusive secrets, he could only turn to the all-knowing information broker, Kakalong. Kakalong was also an early riser. Upon receiving the message from Shen Yuan, he swiftly responded, "What brings you to me, little brother?" Although Shen Yuan and Kakalong belonged to different races, and Kakalong was over 300 years Shen Yuan's senior, their camaraderie had led them to affectionately refer to each other as brothers. "Elder brother, I wish to inquire about information regarding the sacred war." Shen Yuan wasted no time, diving straight into the matter. "What prompts this sudden inquiry? Have you caught the attention of some ancient deity, or their minion? That remains classified for now. Please provide me with details about the sacred war, and I shall trade you 10,000 units of timber in return. It's not that I wish to pry into your affairs, brother, but the rules of sacred wars vary among deities, as does their brutality. Without knowing which deity is involved, I cannot furnish you with the appropriate information." Shen Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that he had no other means to procure intelligence and could only confide in Kakalong. It turned out that the goddess of fortune had favored him, which explained his continuous streak of good luck. The goddess of fortune is one of the most renowned ancient deities in the mists of deception, and the sacred wars associated with her have left behind a wealth of reference materials. I lack pertinent information regarding her, but grant me half an hour, and I shall procure a copy for you. Shen Yuan couldn't help but reflect that befriending Kakalong was one of the wisest decisions he had made since arriving in the mist of deception. Kakalong's connections were extensive. Even information unknown to Kakalong could be unearthed through his network, invariably providing Shen Yuan with satisfactory answers. 20 minutes later, Shen Yuan received the intelligence he sought. "Brother, the sacred wars differ greatly from secret realms. The battlefield of a sacred war is an alternate space personally opened by the deities, and the sacred rules are decreed by them. According to the intelligence I have obtained, the sacred war you are to face is called the War of Fortune. The adversaries you will encounter are alien lords who revere the goddess of fortune, and there is a small probability of encountering her followers as well." Chapter 0073, 100% Synthesis Success Rate. Brother, the goddess of fortune is among the most popular ancient deities in the mist of deception. The difficulty of her sacred wars is classified as exceptionally high. Based on the information I have gathered, each war of fortune involves no fewer than 100 alien lords, with an average survival rate of less than 3 individuals. I will now send you the detailed information. Take your time to review it. Kakalong promptly dispatched a file package. The collection includes a plethora of photographs, videos, as well as the sacred regulations of the fortunate holy wars and insights from certain extraterrestrial lords regarding their conquests. Shen Yuan was taken aback to discover that within the enigmatic mist world, there existed extraterrestrial lords who documented the beauty of life. Unbeknownst to him, this file bundle had skyrocketed in value outside. Kakalong did not mention the price of the file bundle. He had faith in Shen Yuan, believing that this young man could yield him greater returns in the future. It proved that Kakalong's foresight was indeed not misplaced. The fact that Kakalong chose to remain silent on the matter did not mean that Shen Yuan was entirely oblivious. He gifted Kakalong 10,000 units of timber, along with a favor. After concluding their conversation, Shen Yuan dedicated half a day to peruse the provided materials. These documents contained details about 7 fortunate holy wars, Each iteration of the Fortunate Holy War had its own unique regulations, yet they fundamentally revolved around mutual slaughter. Shen Yuan did not delve further into the intricacies of the Fortunate Holy Wars. Instead, he focused on enhancing his own strength. He retrieved a golden weapon augmentation card from his spatial ring and proceeded to enhance the Qiyang Breaking Illusion Sword for a second time. Unlike the synthesis of survival treasure chests, augmenting the Qiyang Breaking Illusion Sword carried no risk of failure. After a half-minute wait, the sword ascended from its first transformation to the second. Though this enhancement was not particularly remarkable, it was certainly better than nothing. Shen Yuan employed a golden armor package to restore the durability of the Woodrin Divine Armor. Although he now possessed an immortal body, he was determined not to abandon the improvement of the armor's quality midway. Once Shen Yuan restored the Woodrin Divine Armor to its mythical quality, combined with his 100 affinity for wood attributes, he would be able to infinitely stack defenses on the armor, achieving absolute protection. A single golden armor package elevated the durability of the Woodrin Divine Armor from 1 to 10. The legendary quality wooden armor possesses no special defensive capabilities. Shen Yuan intends to replace it with the wooden spirit armor only after it has returned to its supreme quality. Within Shen Yuan's spatial ring, there remain 2 golden weapon packs and 2 silver treasure chests. He currently wields the Qiyang Breaker Sword of the second transformation and the Blood Red Crossbow, rendering the need for new legendary quality weapons unnecessary for the time being. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolves to proceed with the synthesis. Given the prolonged duration of today's fortunate luck, he anticipates that his chances for synthesizing materials will be equally favorable. Upon noticing the survival panel's prompt, Shen Yuan is momentarily taken aback. He was aware that his luck with synthesis materials would be good today, but he did not expect it to be this fortuitous. Not only does he have a 100 success rate for the synthesis, but he can also elevate the quality of the synthesized materials by 1 tier. Glancing at the time, he notes that there are still 5 hours and 20 minutes until 6 o'clock in the evening. He plans to launch an assault on the nearby aberrant beasts to amass a substantial number of survival treasure chests. Once he enters the battleground of the Lucky Holy War, his only adversaries will be the alien lords. With ample time remaining, he believes it is still feasible to gather a cache of survival treasure chests. Shen Yuan instructs Han Bing to summon Ashu and Berda, and they all set out together. Before long, Shen Yuan finds himself perched upon Ashu's shoulder. He has Ashu utilize his innate ability, natural affinity, to seek out the nearby aberrant beasts while he busily navigates the survival panel. At this moment, he is incredibly occupied. He needs to procure a vast quantity of materials from the marketplace that he does not intend to use, subsequently synthesizing them for resale. His goal is to acquire 100 million survival coins within 2 hours, ensuring that his wealth barrier operates at full capacity. Under normal circumstances, achieving this would require him an entire day's effort. However, at this juncture, his synthesis of materials below the legendary grade boasts a 100 success rate. Any legendary material, even if somewhat trivial, commands a starting bid of 1 million survival coins. The final transaction price, contingent on the material's utility, generally fluctuates between 3 million and 25 million survival coins. This excludes legendary weapons, armor, talent scrolls, and other precious resources. It's not that these items fetch higher prices, but rather that no one lists them for auction on the exchange. Those who possess such items are typically influential figures who have private channels and would not opt for public auctions. Shen Yuan reminisced about his initial days in the Misty world, when earning a mere 100 survival coins was arduous. Little did he anticipate that a mere 8 days later, he would be capable of amassing millions, even tens of millions, of survival coins in mere moments. In just 90 minutes, Shen Yuan accumulated 100 million survival coins in his inventory. Alas, the variety of resources on the exchange left something to be desired. Otherwise, he would have attempted to synthesize supreme-grade weapons, armor, skills, and talents, resources that could substantially augment his strength. During this 90-minute period, Han Bing and the others were not idle. With Ashu, the adept scout, locating monstrous beasts, Han Bing and Xia Xin collaborated to hunt them down. Shen Yuan, in turn, collected survival treasure chests and survival coins that they were unable to obtain. To prevent Xiongda from automatically picking up these resources, Shen Yuan instructed it to remain at the rear of the group. At precisely 6 o'clock p.m., Shen Yuan promptly returned to the shelter. Given the abundance of monstrous beasts at night, including those of high caliber, Shen Yuan endeavored to avoid venturing out during nighttime hours. Whether it was due to Shen Yuan's choice of route or whether the monstrous beast lord had received prior notice and absconded, remains uncertain. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Yuan failed to encounter a single cryptid overlord, instead stumbling upon scattered, roaming cryptids. Fortunately, these small gains accumulated, yielding him 450 bronze treasure chests and 120 silver treasure chests. Frost, too, successfully elevated her level to LV10, thereby activating her dark attribute. Unlike Shen Yuan, Frost, a non-native entity lacking a survival panel, did not require traversing attribute secret realms to unlock her attributes. Upon reaching LV10, all her inherent attributes were immediately awakened. Shen Yuan felt no envy, as he had already reaped substantial benefits from the attribute secret realms, most notably acquiring the Life Loom. Concerned that using the Holy War invitation scroll at night might lead to a matchmaking failure, Shen Yuan hastened to synthesize survival treasure chests, intending to use the scroll as soon as he had exhausted the chest's contents, incessantly synthesizing bronze treasure chests. Shen Yuan soon discerned that 2 bronze treasure chests invariably combined to form 1 silver treasure chest. However, when 3 bronze treasure chests were synthesized together, they had a fixed 25 probability of becoming a silver treasure chest, a 25 probability of becoming a gold treasure chest, and a 50 probability of failing. It seemed his guaranteed synthesis rate only applied to 2 resources of identical quality. Swiftly, the 450 bronze treasure chests were transformed into 225 silver treasure chests, which, when added to his existing 122 silver treasure chests, totaled 347. Chapter 0074. This Taoist priest has truly succeeded. Shen Yuan found himself vexed by the unwelcome prospect of participating in the lucky holy war. Fortunately, the goddess of fortune, aware of his low level, had extended him special consideration. Shen Yuan gazed at the silver treasure chest that filled nearly half of the room and couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for participating in the lucky holy war. He resolved to take part in such events more frequently in the future. With a total of 347 silver treasure chests, he combined the first 3 at once, while the rest were paired for synthesis. The initial attempt ended in failure, yet the subsequent combination succeeded with absolute certainty. Ultimately, he acquired 172 golden treasure chests, as he observed the survival chests dwindling to half their original number, transforming from a silvery shimmer to a golden glow. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with fervor and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to combine the 172 golden treasure chests in pairs, achieving another flawless success rate. This resulted in a total of 86 diamond treasure chests. The survival chests in the room were once again halved, now radiating a resplendent golden light. Delighted by the sight of the dozens of diamond treasure chests emanating their golden brilliance, Shen Yuan continued his synthesis. To his astonishment, the diamond treasure chests also maintained a 100% success rate when combined in pairs. In a mere half-minute, the 86 diamond treasure chests transformed into 43 supreme treasure chests. Previously, acquiring a single supreme treasure chest required the expenditure of at least 200 bronze treasure chests, yielding only a slight chance of success. Yet this time, with just 450 bronze chests and 122 silver chests, he managed to synthesize an impressive 43 supreme treasure chests. Shen Yuan contemplated the possibility of merging 2 supreme treasure chests together. Would you like to combine the supreme treasure chests? There is a 50 probability of producing a supreme weapon pack and a 50 chance of failure. Special reminder: to synthesize a mythical treasure chest from supreme treasure chests, 10 supreme treasure chests must be combined at once. The effect of this fortuitous luck is remarkably beneficial. However, the aspiration to synthesize a mythical treasure chest from it is clearly unrealistic. Any materials contained within a mythical treasure chest possess a unique quality, each being an unparalleled treasure. Should one be equipped with mythical-grade gear, skills, and talents, even at a lower level, they could easily overpower any alien lord of a higher level. Of course, this would not hold true if the opponent also wielded supreme or mythical-grade equipment. Regrettably, the 100% synthesis rate of fortuitous luck reaches its limit when confronting supreme treasure chests. 43 supreme treasure chests are meticulously arranged, radiating a dazzling array of colors. This is the first time Shen Yuan has encountered such an abundance of supreme treasure chests, leaving him momentarily uncertain whether to open them all or to continue synthesizing. After a brief mental lapse, he recalled that supreme treasure chests, like other survival chests, do not yield weapons, equipment, talents, or skills, strategic resources that significantly enhance one's strength. He is reluctant to discover supreme quality furniture or some inconsequential food items within the supreme treasure chests. However, if he were to unearth any supreme quality mutated plants or experience-boosting elixirs, he would find that acceptable. Unfortunately, the opening of Supreme Treasure chests is inherently random. Before he opens them, it remains impossible to ascertain whether he will be greeted with worthless items or treasures. After much internal deliberation, Shen Yuan decides to attempt the synthesis of 10 Supreme Treasure chests simultaneously, eager to gauge the probability of producing a mythical treasure chest. The prize pool for synthesizing 10 Supreme Treasure chests is exceedingly generous, with a 10 probability of synthesizing a Supreme Weapon pack, a 10 chance of creating a Supreme Armor pack, a 10 likelihood of forming a Supreme Weapon upgrade card, a 10 chance of generating a Supreme Weapon amplification card, a 10 probability of crafting a Supreme Armor amplification card, a 10 chance of producing a multicolored talent scroll, a 10 likelihood of creating a multicolored skill scroll, a 10 chance of synthesizing a Supreme Level Secret Realm entrance ticket, a 10 probability of forming a Supreme Level cultivation technique, and a 10 chance of crafting a mythical treasure chest. Shen Yuan initially assumed that the probability of synthesizing a mythical treasure chest would be exceedingly low, with a failure rate exceeding 50. However, to his surprise, when synthesizing 10 Supreme Treasure chests, each item in the prize pool possessed a 10 probability of being obtained, with no possibility of failure in the synthesis process. Shen Yuan, who had merely intended to glimpse the treasures within the prize pool, felt an irresistible urge. He decided to experiment with different Supreme Treasure chests. He discovered that regardless of which 2 Supreme Treasure chests were combined, there was always a 50 chance of failure. If he strictly adhered to a 50-50 outcome, he would require 4 Supreme Treasure chests to exchange for a single Supreme Weapon pack. Thus, it appeared that synthesizing them in pairs would yield more Supreme Strategic resources. Yet he remained unable to attain the coveted mythical treasure chest, given the rare opportunity to glimpse the mythical treasure chest within the prize pool. Accompanied by a 10 chance of acquiring it, Shen Yuan, despite his internal restraint, could not resist the temptation of becoming a gambler. He closed his eyes and placed his chips on the table. The fusion of 10 Supreme Treasure chests swiftly transformed into new resources. Shen Yuan discreetly peeked open his left eye, fervently chanting within his heart for the mythical treasure chest. Before him lay an ancient scroll, meticulously rolled, upon the 3-tiered workbench. The survival panel indicated that this was a scroll of prismatic talent. Such a supreme-grade talent was indeed remarkable. The previous supreme-grade talent, Card of Fortuitous Memory, had aided him in overcoming a significant challenge. Undeterred, Shen Yuan resolved to make a second attempt. He believed that his prior failure to synthesize a mythical treasure chest was due to a momentary lapse in perception. This time, he discreetly squinted his right eye. To his surprise, the 3-tiered workbench still bore the same meticulously rolled ancient scroll. Its flawless appearance rendered him unable to discern the nature of the scroll. Only after consulting the survival panel did he discover it was a supreme-grade prismatic skill scroll. Alas, the prize pool for the mythical treasure chest refreshed with each attempt. If only one prize were to be eliminated with each draw. In that case, 100 supreme chests would guarantee the emergence of one mythical chest. Shen Yuan realized that on this path of treasure synthesis, he resembled a mystic, steeped in esoteric beliefs. On his third attempt, he opened both eyes wide. Whether it was the swiftness of his gaze or the thrill of excitement, he was astonished to find a chest resting upon the 3-tiered workbench. This chest bore no color nor emitted any luster. It seemed as if one could reach through it effortlessly. Shen Yuan swallowed hard, cautiously opening the survival panel to ascertain its name. You have discovered a mythical treasure chest. By the heavens, I have truly succeeded. Haraha. Shen Yuan leaped with exhilaration, repeatedly thrusting his fist into the air. With a spirit of experimentation, he had not anticipated such a triumphant outcome. The value of a mythical treasure chest surpasses that of 100 or even 1,000 supreme treasure chests. In a fit of excitement, Shen Yuan proceeded to conduct his fourth synthesis. This time, he kept his eyes wide open, attentively observing the synthesis process. Congratulations. You have acquired a Supreme Level Martial Technique 1. The Supreme Level Martial Technique is equally commendable. The last time he obtained the Supreme Level Burning Heaven Sword Technique, it enabled him to effortlessly defeat foes of higher ranks. Chapter 0075, Abundant Gains, Doubling of Strength after an exhilarating and intense synthesis of treasure chests. Shen Yuan beamed with satisfaction at the plethora of resources strewn across his workstation. There lay a purple weapon pack, a Supreme Level Martial Technique, a colorful talent scroll, a colorful skill scroll, along with 3 unsynthesized Supreme Treasure chests and 1 mythical treasure chest. Each of these assets, if introduced to the trading market, would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar, had it not been for the prohibition on trading survival treasure chests. Even a single Supreme Treasure chest could fetch a staggering price of several 100 million survival coins. Shen Yuan caressed each item in turn before he began to open the 3 Supreme Treasure chests. Congratulations on acquiring the Supreme Night Elf Recruitment Order 1. Congratulations on receiving the Gale Boots 1. Item: Gale Boots Quality, Supreme Durability, 100/100 Description, a pair of boots that imparts the sensation of flight upon wearing. Note 1. Wearing the Gale Boots enhances movement speed by 100, and when paired with wind attributes, grants a remarkable 200 speed increase. Note 2. With the Gale Boots on, traversing the sharpest edges or navigating complex terrains feels as effortless as walking on flat ground. Note 3. The Gale Boots bestow the ability to dodge. Each use of this ability consumes 1 of durability. Note 4. Once the Gale Boots have been enhanced, further speed increases are not possible. Please proceed with caution during enhancements. Crafted from the exceedingly rare wind pattern beast hide, the boots are adorned with intricate silver threads that trace ancient and enigmatic runes. The collar is softly lined with a circle of white fur, offering a delightful touch. The soles are fashioned from a unique mineral known as starshine stone. Renowned for its unparalleled hardness, impervious even when treading upon the sharpest of blades, Shen Yuan was immensely pleased as he donned the boots. He could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter, truly experiencing the extraordinary sensation of walking as if he could take flight. Congratulations on acquiring the Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl. Item: Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl Quality, Supreme Durability, None Description, a sacred pearl imbued with the essence of wood. Note 1. Wearing the Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl can diminish the wood attribute damage inflicted by foes while amplifying one's own wood attribute damage. Note 2. Infusing the Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl with the power of nature can induce rapid growth of flora. Note 3. Infusing the Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl with the power of nature grants formidable healing capabilities, transforming wood essence into life energy to mend the bearer's wounds and dispel ailments and toxins. Note 4. The Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl can establish a unilateral mental connection with surrounding natural beings, allowing one to sense their moral alignment and precise location at any moment. For Shen Yuan, who possesses boundless natural power, this Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Upon first contact, the pearl transformed into a pool of verdant liquid, merging seamlessly with Shen Yuan's skin. This occurrence is attributed to Shen Yuan's body having transcended human limitations, composed entirely of the purest natural energy. The Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl, sensing this untainted essence, yearned for fusion. With the integration of the Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl, Shen Yuan's perception sharpened, enabling him to pinpoint the movements of flora and fauna over 100 meters away with his eyes closed. Already endowed with remarkable vitality, Shen Yuan experienced yet another enhancement. The healing power of the Wood Spirit Sacred Pearl allowed his body to mend any wounds almost instantaneously through abundant natural energy. Shen Yuan was astonished to discover that all 3 Supreme Treasure chests had yielded exceptionally valuable artifacts, including the first one, which contained the Supreme Night Elf Recruitment Order. He intends to return to recruit the Night Elves only after completing the Fortunate Holy War. He promptly opens the purple weapon pack. The Qiang Breaking Deception Sword suits him perfectly and complements his Burning Sky Sword technique remarkably well. He is disinclined to select sword-type weapons, aiming to avoid acquiring swords with attributes other than fire. Although the strong crossbow is commendable, its damage falls slightly short. This time, Shen Yuan opts for a bow. After several days of practicing archery with Han Bing, his skills have significantly improved. In the midst of Deception Realm, bows of equivalent quality inflict greater damage than crossbows and boast a longer range, though their rate of fire is considerably inferior. Will you choose a bow-type weapon and proceed? Proceed. Congratulations. You have obtained the Wood Spirit Sacred Bow. Item: Wood Spirit Sacred Bow Quality, Supreme Durability, 100/100 Description, a top-tier divine bow infused with the elements of nature. Note 1. To wield the Wood Spirit Sacred Bow, one must possess a high affinity for wood attributes. The arrows are formed from the wielder's natural power. Note 2. The Wood Spirit Sacred Bow can simultaneously launch up to 5 Wood Spirit Sacred Arrows. Note 3. Equipping the Wood Spirit Sacred Bow increases shooting accuracy by 50. Note 4. Wood Spirit Sacred Arrows possess immense natural destructive power, capable of penetrating biological armor and directly assaulting the flesh of living beings. Note 5. Holders with a high affinity for wood attributes can freely manipulate the targets of the Wood Spirit Sacred Arrows. The overall design of the Wood Spirit Sacred Bow is fluid, with an elongated body and natural lines. At both ends of the bow, 2 brilliant emeralds are embedded. The bowstring connecting the body is woven from mysterious plant fibers. Though seemingly delicate, it possessed remarkable resilience. The wooden spirit Holy Bow, though inanimate, resonated with a palpable sense of elation in Xin Yuan's grasp. It was undeniably a supreme treasure, perfectly attuned to his attributes. Xin Yuan stowed it within his spatial ring and activated the scroll of sevenfold talents. Initiate the lucky talent? Confirmed. Congratulations! You have acquired a lucky satchel. Talent: lucky satchel. Rarity: supreme. Description: a most peculiar satchel, intrinsically linked to your destiny. Note 1. Each day, you shall be granted a random allotment of 1 to 6 lucky satchels. Note 2. Unveiling lucky satchels bestows enhancements, with the magnitude of these boons escalating in accordance with the number of satchels opened simultaneously. Note 3. Activating a single lucky satchel yields an augmentation ranging from 5 to 10. Simultaneous activation of 2 lucky satchels grants a boost of 10 to 25. Concurrently opening 3 lucky satchels bestows an enhancement of 30 to 60. Unveiling 4 lucky satchels in unison amplifies the effect by 50 to 100. Activating 5 lucky satchels simultaneously bestows an augmentation of 100 to 150. Simultaneously activating 6 lucky tokens grants an enhancement ranging from 200 to 500. Note 4. The lucky tokens can amplify skills, talents, equipment, spirit, and fortune. Note 5. The effects of the lucky tokens will expire after 24 hours. If today's lucky token is activated within this period, the effects of yesterday's token will immediately cease. After reviewing the full effects of the lucky tokens, Xin Yuan perceived that they bore a resemblance to the effects of the epic quality lucky dice. However, one offers a lower enhancement with a short duration and consumes mental energy, while the other provides a greater enhancement with a longer duration and no consumption whatsoever. Should the lucky dice be utilized in conjunction with the lucky tokens, his power would ascend to a new echelon. Xin Yuan was pleasantly surprised that none of the resources he had acquired today were superfluous, all aligned perfectly with his attributes. With the resources obtained thus far, his strength was poised to double. Taking a deep breath, Xin Yuan activated the colorful skill scroll, hoping to procure a supreme-level skill that resonated with him. Chapter 0076. Blink and Defying Techniques. Supreme quality skills must be selected with great care. Currently, Xin Yuan possessed only exceptional and epic quality skills, lacking even a single legendary quality one. Securing a supreme-level skill that aligned with his capabilities would significantly augment his strength. With a 100 affinity for wood attributes, he could first eliminate defensive and supportive skills from consideration, as his output was already sufficiently high. Opting for attack-type skills might not necessarily enhance his existing output, thus relegating them to a secondary choice. What truly tormented him was the dichotomy between speed-oriented skills and control-based abilities. His low level placed him at a significant disadvantage in terms of speed. The combination of light speed dash and gale boots offered a substantial enhancement to his velocity, yet it remained insufficient. During this fortunate holy war, he was likely to confront alien lords whose level surpassed his by 20 or 30. If he were to remain at a disadvantage in speed, he would inevitably find himself in a passive position in all endeavors. As for control-based skills, there was a considerable probability of acquiring methods to remotely control his enemies, including physical restraints and mental domination, tempting top-tier skills indeed. After much contemplation, Xin Yuan ultimately opted for speed-oriented skills. In combat, attack, defense, and speed are paramount. He lacked nothing in the first two, but he must strive to compensate for his speed deficiency. He could not place his hopes on the uncertain prospect of remote control. Would you like to choose speed-oriented skills and activate them? Activate. Congratulations, you have acquired Phantom Blink skill, Phantom Blink quality, supreme, description, a blink faster than lightning. It is the ultimate speed skill coveted by all alien lords. Note 1. Blink. The caster can instantaneously vanish from their original position, subsequently reappearing at any designated location within 100 meters. Note 2. Phantom. Each time the caster employs Blink, a lifelike illusion will remain at the original spot. This illusion not only resembles the caster perfectly, but will also briefly retain the actions of the user prior to the blink. Even those with extraordinary perceptive abilities or keen olfactory senses, such as alien overlords, are incapable of detecting anomalies within a brief time frame. The skill Phantom Blink can be utilized in conjunction with other speed-oriented skills and equipment. Notably, the execution of Phantom Blink requires no triggering conditions, imposes no cooldown period, and can be employed an unlimited number of times without incurring any cost. This skill is classified as a special speed-type skill that does not necessitate skill points for activation. cannot be enhanced, upgraded, or synthesized. The essence of the skill Phantom Blink is straightforward and unyielding. Its sole effect is to teleport, possessing an unlimited capacity for teleportation. Phantom Blink is undoubtedly one of the most formidable speed-type skills below mythic quality. Each instance of teleportation executed by Xin Yuan leaves behind a phantom, serving to momentarily bewilder his foes. If he can teleport sufficiently within a short span, his adversaries will be unable to discern which presence is the genuine one. Furthermore, with a teleportation range of 100 meters, he can effectively transform his speed disadvantage into an advantage. Xin Yuan cannot help but reflect that his initial instinct was indeed correct. Had he opted for control-type skills, the outcome may not have been as favorable. He was astonished to discover that the disparity between epic and supreme speed-type skills, separated merely by a legendary speed-type skill, is immense in terms of effectiveness. The epic quality skill Light Speed Dash merely enhances speed by 100 for a fleeting duration of 20 seconds, accompanied by a cooldown of 10 minutes for each use. Moreover, the illusions generated by Light Speed Dash are only capable of deceiving the mindless trick beasts, utterly failing to fool the trick beast lords or alien overlords. Once this fortunate holy war reaches its conclusion, should Xin Yuan possess ample resources, he resolves to promptly upgrade his light speed movement. After acquiring a skill that perfectly aligns with his capabilities, only the final supreme-grade martial art and a mythical treasure chest remain on the workbench. The most valuable mythical treasure chest will undoubtedly be preserved for the last moment of revelation. Xin Yuan opts to first unlock the supreme quality martial art. Regardless of the quality, there are 5 categories of martial arts to choose from: elemental, weapon, physique, mental, and special martial arts. The Burning Sky Sword technique he has obtained falls under the category of special martial arts, embodying effects from both elemental and weapon martial arts. Xin Yuan promptly dismisses weapon, physique, and mental martial arts. Having already mastered the Burning Sky Sword technique and the sword energy it grants, he finds no immediate need for weapon martial arts. Furthermore, possessing an immortal body renders physique martial arts somewhat superfluous. Although mental martial arts could enhance his mental fortitude and slow the decline of his rationality, they offer no immediate advantage for the imminent bloodbath Xin Yuan is about to engage in. Initially, he favored elemental martial arts, specifically seeking a wood attribute technique. However, the inherent randomness of elemental martial arts poses the risk of drawing an attribute he has not activated or one that he entirely lacks. Special martial arts, too, carry greater unpredictability, making it impossible to ascertain what technique he might acquire. After much contemplation, Xin Yuan ultimately decides to draw from the special martial arts. Despite their heightened randomness, they hold a greater promise of yielding a technique that resonates with his essence. After all, should he choose elemental martial arts, only fire and wood attributes would be beneficial to him. Any other attribute would merely serve as a collector's item. Will you choose to select special martial arts and unlock them? Unlock. Xin Yuan firmly believed in every choice he made. Congratulations. You have acquired the Devouring Sacred Art technique. Devouring Sacred Art quality, supreme description, an exceedingly enigmatic technique. Practitioners must constantly be vigilant regarding their mental state. Note 1. The Devouring Sacred Art is divided into 3 forms, each requiring a different cost to execute. Note 2. Repeated use of the Devouring Sacred Art carries the risk of permanent corruption for the user. Exercise caution. Note 3. The side effects of employing the Devouring Sacred Art cannot be alleviated through conventional means and will remain indefinitely. Note 4. First form of the Devouring Sacred Art, physical devouring. By executing physical devouring, one can consume the flesh of a designated being, plundering all that the opponent possesses, including skills, talents, experiences, and resources within spatial storage equipment. Each time physical devouring is performed, one organ of the body will irrevocably become corrupted, transforming into food for the fallen god. Note 5. Second form of the Devouring Sacred Art, soul devouring. By executing soul devouring, one can consume the soul of a designated being, robbing them of all their memories. Each execution of soul devouring carries the risk of mental corruption. Should the practitioner's psyche succumb to total corruption, their soul will become a delicacy for the fallen god. Note 6. Third form of the Devouring Sacred Art. This technique should not be referred to as the Devouring Sacred Art, but rather the Devouring Demonic Art. Its quality should not be supreme, but mythical. Such a heaven-defying technique should possess uniqueness. If Xin Yuan were to encounter an alien overlord who could also wield the Devouring Sacred Art, he would likely perish before he could even react. While the effects of the Devouring Sacred Art are extraordinary, each stance demands a heavy price. It should only be employed as a last resort. Chapter 0077. Divine Skill Absolute Rationality. Shen Yuan must concede that the power of the devouring sacred art rivals that of a mythical grade technique. However, it is clearly a demonic art. It can effortlessly obliterate enemies far surpassing one's own level, but it also carries significant drawbacks. Unlike the Heaven-Burning Sword manual, it does not require talent or comprehension, nor does it require skill points to activate its moves. Shen Yuan can employ these 3 stances of the devouring sacred art at any time. Yet he has no desire to do so. For Shen Yuan, the devouring sacred art is merely an ornament, unless he discovers a method to eliminate its side effects. He dares not employ it. The devouring sacred art has seamlessly integrated into his mind, negating the need to store it in his spatial ring. Shen Yuan turned his gaze to the solitary mythical treasure chest on the workbench. His previously relaxed mood reignited with fervor. The mythical treasure chest differs from other survival chests, capable of yielding unparalleled resources of all kinds. Given the recent precedent of the devouring sacred art, he hopes that the mythical treasure chest does not contain an extraordinary treasure with extremely stringent usage conditions. Shen Yuan took a deep breath and opened the mythical treasure chest with his eyes closed. As he opened his eyes, the expression of joy on his face transformed into one of uncertainty. The extraordinary resources that had emerged from the mythical treasure chest had mysteriously vanished. In a flurry of anxiety, Shen Yuan hastily checked his survival panel to confirm whether they were stored in his inventory. To his dismay, the inventory was utterly devoid of any items. A wave of panic surged within him as he promptly accessed his personal information panel to ascertain if he had acquired any new skills or talents. After a thorough examination, he found no alterations in skills or talents. However, he did notice a new development on his personal information panel. His rationality score had inexplicably shifted from 100 to the phrase absolute rationality, accompanied by a note stating unique. The survival panel offered no elucidation regarding this change. Yet, Shen Yuan discerned the profound significance of absolute rationality from the text alone. Undoubtedly, the enigmatic mists of the world could no longer exert their influence over his sanity. Furthermore, when he deployed skills, talents, or other hidden cards, he could freely deduct from his rationality score. Should absolute rationality be severed from the other hidden cards, it might not be worthy of its mythical quality. However, when used in conjunction with the other hidden cards, it transformed into an unparalleled divine technique. To validate his hypothesis, Shen Yuan activated his epic talent, the Lucky Die. Each invocation of the Lucky Die consumed a fixed 10 points of rationality. Shen Yuan cast it 3 times in succession, feeling no discomfort in his mental state. Curious to ascertain if absolute rationality had a limit, he continued to use it. After casting the Lucky Die 30 more times, his attributes, equipment, talents, skills, and luck all experienced a staggering 1,000 enhancement. The consecutive casting of the Lucky Dice 33 times required the expenditure of 330 points of sanity. Yet, Shen Yuan felt no physical discomfort. On the contrary, the enhancement from the Lucky Dice reached its maximum limit, rendering further rolls ineffective and garnering additional benefits. Even so, this 1,000 enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. With absolute sanity paired with the Lucky Dice, as long as he was granted the time to roll, Shen Yuan could ensure the maintenance of a 1,000 boost for a full 24 hours. This, however, merely represents the enhancement that the Lucky Dice provided to Shen Yuan. He possessed numerous trump cards, most of which were unrelated to sanity points, yet their interconnections yielded formidable benefits. This was but one of the many applications of sanity points. With absolute sanity, Shen Yuan's mind remained impervious to external disturbances, and he was free from the grips of rage, sorrow, and other negative states. Although the survival panel did not elucidate the effects of absolute sanity, many of its attributes awaited Shen Yuan's gradual exploration and development. Based on his current understanding, he firmly believed that absolute sanity was indeed a godly skill. Had Shen Yuan initially acquired mythic quality resources in the form of absolute sanity, his developmental path might have been more effortless than obtaining the mythic synthesis panel, albeit potentially yielding lesser achievements. In Shen Yuan's estimation, absolute sanity in the mythic synthesis panel stood as the pinnacle among mythic quality resources. Having confirmed that certain effects of absolute sanity aligned with his expectations, Shen Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. All that remained was to venture forth and test whether the eerie mist would affect his sanity, as well as to successfully cultivate the second form of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, thus enabling him to partake in the Lucky Holy War. Soon, Shen Yuan confirmed that the eerie mist had no effect on his sanity. After spending several minutes mastering the second technique, Raging Inferno, he was fully prepared. He exchanged a few words with Han Bing before utilizing the Holy War Invitation ticket. You have used the Holy War Invitation ticket. Please select the category of Holy War you wish to match. Fortuitous Holy War. The Holy War you are matched with is named Fortuitous Holy War. We are currently pairing you with alien lords who revere the goddess of fortune. Please be patient. Please note, there are no level restrictions for the Fortuitous Holy War, and you may cancel the match at any time before a successful pairing. As Shen Yuan reviewed the information available to him, he noted that the Fortuitous Holy War indeed had no level limitations. He was certain he would be matched with alien lords whose levels far surpassed his own by dozens. Although the Fortuitous Holy War was a popular event, the number of alien lords participating in matchmaking at this hour was relatively scarce. Seizing the opportunity during this matchmaking interval, Shen Yuan delved deeply into the study of all his hidden cards. He mentally rehearsed the synergy of various hidden cards and the resultant damage enhancements and benefits. An hour later, at 8:20 in the evening, he finally succeeded in his match. Congratulations on your successful match. A total of 300 alien lords have been matched. The name, rules, and rewards of this Fortuitous Holy War must be purchased with survival coins. All alien lords should teleport to the Holy War arena and make their purchases promptly. The details regarding the Fortuitous Holy War have been introduced, and teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 1. As the countdown reached 1, an invisible force forcibly lowered his eyelids. With unwavering rationality, Shen Yuan discovered that he still retained his clarity of mind. Although he was unable to open his eyes or perceive his surroundings, he could listen intently. The sound of the wind was overwhelming, occasionally accompanied by the pitiful cries of some creature. Shen Yuan had initially thought the teleportation would be a swift affair. However, it now became evident that his prior impression of its brevity stemmed from his state of unconsciousness, which had rendered him devoid of any sense of time. Coincidentally, upon regaining consciousness, he had neglected to check the hour. Half a minute later, the peculiar and mournful cries at his ear abruptly ceased. His pupils registered the presence of light, and his perception expanded to encompass a radius of nearly a mile. Before Shen Yuan could ascertain whether any alien lords were nearby, the alert tone of the survival panel echoed beside him. Teleportation complete. The sacred lottery officially commences. All alien lords, please open your eyes and prepare to face the life and death trials set forth by the goddess of fortune. As the announcement from the survival panel concluded, the weight upon Shen Yuan's eyelids dissipated. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Prior to his awakening, his perception had already scoured everything within 100 meters, confirming the absence of alien lords and any indigenous creatures that might pose a threat to him. With the area deemed secure, he allowed himself a moment longer to contemplate the environment. Before long, Shen Yuan realized he was situated at the edge of a floating island in the sky. Behind him lay an abyss of unfathomable depth, while thick clouds billowed like tumultuous waves, constantly churning. The floating island on which he stood was perched above a sea of eerie mist. Despite the absence of a creeping, eerie mist surrounding him, a blood-red sun loomed above. This was not the sun as understood by Shen Yuan. Rather, it was a peculiar celestial body born of some mysterious force. Creatures exposed to its rays would experience a profound impact on their rationality, becoming not only bloodthirsty and combative but also mentally sluggish. Fortunately, Shen Yuan, possessing unwavering intellect, remained impervious to the influence of this strange sun. He opened the survival panel to examine the pertinent information regarding the Fortunate Holy War. The intelligence concerning this event was categorized into 3 types: real-time information, rules, and surprises. Each category required the expenditure of 5 million survival coins to activate. Luckily, Shen Yuan had amassed a fortune of 180 million survival coins to maintain his wealth barrier. Had he not accumulated such wealth, he would have had only enough coins to purchase the rules information. The total cost for these 3 categories amounted to 15 million survival coins. It was reasonable to assume that an alien lord capable of producing such a sum would not typically be below level 30. One could only imagine the formidable adversary Shen Yuan would face this time. He first examined the rules of this Fortunate Holy War. The name of this Fortunate Holy War is Fortunate Survivor. The category of this Fortunate Holy War is Team Slaughter. According to the rules, all alien lords will be divided into 3 factions: the Dawn Alliance, the Lucky Alliance, and the Evil Alliance. The condition for clearing the Fortunate Survivor is to eliminate all alien lords from the other 2 factions. Rule 1. All alien lords are permitted to engage in mutual slaughter, including those within the same faction. Rule 2. The The fortunate survivor has no time limit. It will only be declared over when one faction remains on the ancient floating island. Rule 3. Cooperation between alien lords from opposing factions is strictly prohibited. Violators will face immediate annihilation. Rule 4. The enigmatic sun will continuously affect the sanity and cognition of the alien lords. Rule 5. Falling from the ancient floating island will result in descent into the void fissure, leading to certain demise. Rule 6. It is permissible to view the names, races, and levels of alien lords within the same faction, and one can obtain the coordinates of all alien lords in the faction. Rule 7. Slaying alien lords will yield no rewards. Completion reward. Receive the summons of the goddess of fortune and become a servant of the deity. After reviewing all the rules for fortunate survivors, Xin Yuan's expression turned grim. He had anticipated that the team-based combat would involve clashes solely between different teams. To his dismay, he discovered that alien lords within the same faction could also engage in combat against one another. According to these new regulations, all lords in his faction would be able to discern Xin Yuan's level, leading them to regard him with contempt, viewing him merely as cannon fodder, and potentially even taking direct action against him. Xin Yuan's apprehension stemmed from his previous experience in the special secret realm, where, despite the prohibition against attacking or insulting teammates, he had still been subjected to scornful jibes. A glimpse reveals the entirety. For Xin Yuan, his adversaries extended beyond the two opposing factions. The alien lords within his own faction also represented a latent threat. With a heavy sigh, Xin Yuan turned to examine the contents of the real-time intelligence report. The details provided were more comprehensive than the rules, encompassing an intricate introduction to the ancient floating island he inhabited, as well as the precise coordinates of his 99 companions. There are 3 factions currently surviving the alien lords, as well as the declarations of the alien lords slain on the ancient floating island. Xin Yuan did not expect that within less than half a minute of arriving on the ancient floating island, 16 alien lords had already perished. Among them, 5 were slain by an alien lord named Mieba. Xin Yuan was unable to access any information about Mieba, as this individual was not a member of the Lucky Alliance. After confirming the general situation of the ancient floating island through real-time intelligence, Xin Yuan finally examined the Easter eggs. The Easter eggs were divided into 2 types. One was a standard egg, accessible to all alien lords who worship the goddess of luck, while the other was a special egg, viewable only by the chosen of the goddess. From Kakarong, Xin Yuan learned that the number of the ancient gods' chosen ones was exceedingly scarce, each possessing formidable strength. He estimated that there would be no other chosen ones in this holy war. This special Easter egg was likely prepared specifically for him by the goddess of luck. He first examined the standard egg. The goddess of luck has left behind 100 lucky talismans on the ancient floating island, each possessing a unique effect and usable only once. By hunting alien lords who possess lucky talismans, one can plunder their talismans. After the holy war concludes, the top 3 alien lords holding the most lucky talismans will receive the blessings of the goddess of luck. The items left by the goddess of luck are all of exceptional quality. Xin Yuan had previously utilized a legendary quality lucky charm bestowed by the goddess, which had yielded remarkable results. This was even more impressive than the Easter eggs he had anticipated. Xin Yuan then turned his gaze to the special Easter egg. As a favored one of the goddess of luck, you have been entrusted with a special mission. You were tasked with the extermination of all Xeno overlords participating in this holy war. Upon acceptance of this extraordinary mission, the holy war shall not conclude merely with the existence of a solitary faction, when only one faction remains. The remaining Xeno overlord's objective will shift to a collaborative hunt targeting you. Should you accept and fulfill the special mission bestowed upon you by the goddess of fortune, you shall be granted a scintilla of divine power from her. Divine power from an ancient god, the value of which is undoubtedly comparable to that of mythical-grade resources. Xin Yuan initially intended to deliberate for a period, but to his surprise, a 1-minute countdown timer materialized abruptly. Failure to make a selection within the allotted time would be construed as tacit acceptance of the special mission. It seems that non-acceptance is not an option. Is the goddess of fortune so certain that he will not decline? He has already been deceived into coming here by the goddess of fortune. To refuse the special mission bestowed upon him by the goddess of fortune at this juncture would be tantamount to affronting her. Xin Yuan, who had originally intended to adopt a wait-and-see approach, watched the countdown timer relentlessly ticking down. He gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to accept the special mission. Xin Yuan exhaled deeply, hoping that the Xeno overlords he would be matched with would not be too formidable. Simultaneously, He must ensure that not too many individuals from his own faction survive until the very end. He must devise a strategy to pit the powerhouses of his faction against those of the other two factions. Chapter 0079. This child is terrifyingly so. Shen Yuan had just undertaken the special mission prepared for him by the goddess of fortune. Before he could even contemplate how to leverage his teammates to contend with the Xeno-overlords of other factions, his perception was abruptly linked to the psyche of a certain Xeno-overlord. He possesses the ability to ascertain the precise location of his counterpart through perception, while the latter remains oblivious to the mental bridge that has been established between himself and Shen Yuan. Soon, Shen Yuan beheld an alien lord nearly 2 meters tall, robust in stature, with a bovine nose and horns adorning his head. The newcomer was named Wendu, a member of the barbarian bull tribe, holding a level of LV-25 and possessing 0 lucky talismans. Shen Yuan, a human of LV-12, could hardly believe that such a feeble creature as himself dared to participate in the sacred war of luck. It was a testament to his ignorance of peril. Wendu scrutinized Shen Yuan from head to toe, his face a mask of disdain. Shen Yuan had long anticipated being looked down upon and ridiculed, yet his heart remained unperturbed. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. Despite the harshness of Wendu's words, there was no malice behind them. Through the established mental bridge, Shen Yuan could discern whether Wendu harbored goodwill or ill intent, since Wendu did not seem to have come specifically to take his life. There was no need to hold a grudge. Wendu was taken aback by Shen Yuan's calm demeanor in the face of his derision, prompting him to regard Shen Yuan with newfound respect. "I wish to collaborate with you. I have discovered a lucky talisman, and I require your assistance to obtain it. When I uncover another talisman in the future, I shall aid you in return." Initially, Wendu intended to command Shen Yuan, but witnessing Shen Yuan's composure led him to consider that he may not be as simple as he appeared. Although Shen Yuan was of a lower level, the very fact that he had received an invitation to the sacred war indicated that he was no ordinary character. Upon reflection, it was evident that Shen Yuan had been aware of the risks prior to entering the sacred war of luck. His willingness to engage suggested he possessed hidden strengths. Shen Yuan was surprised by Wendu's sudden display of courtesy. He nodded and replied, "Very well." Although Shen Yuan's ultimate aspiration was to hunt down all extraterrestrial overlords, it would be more prudent to collaborate with teammates of the same faction beforehand. Upon Shen Yuan's immediate acquiescence, Wendu promptly led the way. After advancing a few paces, he suddenly realized that Shen Yuan's lower level might impede his ability to keep pace. Just as he was about to decelerate, he noticed that Shen Yuan possessed a technique akin to teleportation. To employ a skill merely for traversing? Wendu wondered if Shen Yuan intended to flaunt his abilities or if he could utilize teleportation without limitation. Shen Yuan deliberately revealed his phantom teleport to Wendu. If he didn't showcase his strength at this juncture, the latter would likely regard him as expendable cannon fodder. By demonstrating his capabilities and instilling a degree of awe, they could establish a partnership of equals. Wendu accelerated his pace, occasionally surreptitiously observing Shen Yuan behind him. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuan genuinely possessed the means of teleportation and could employ it inexhaustibly. 40 seconds later, Wendu escorted him to Wendu's spawn point. This locale was a desolate desert, strewn with countless shattered white skulls and fractured weapons of various hues. Furthermore, colossal scorpions, comparable in size to sedans, inhabited the area. Through the survival panel, Shen Yuan verified that the scorpions were designated as venomous aberrant scorpions. These scorpions were entirely ebony, with skin harder than steel. Their caudal stinger was exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing steel plates, and the venom within could readily kill scores of elephants. Their pincers were exceptionally formidable, capable of bisecting even extraterrestrial overlords clad in armor. Had there been only a solitary venomous aberrant scorpion, Wendu would not have sought out Shen Yuan. In this critical moment, there were 7 venomous scorpions guarding the talisman of good fortune on the low stone platform. Originally, Wendu intended to have Shen Yuan charge forward to lure away the 7 scorpions, seizing the opportunity to snatch the talisman. However, upon witnessing Shen Yuan's ability to blink, he realized his intervention was no longer necessary. "What is your plan?" Shen Yuan inquired, noting Wendu's inactivity. "You should use your continuous blinks to snatch the talisman while I provide support from here," Wendu suggested. With Shen Yuan's formidable prowess, there seemed to be no need for any elaborate schemes. Yet, Shen Yuan retorted, "If you do not devise a plan or take action yourself, why should I relinquish the talisman I have secured?" The talisman was no ordinary charm. It bore the blessings bestowed by the goddess of fortune. Each talisman could be utilized as a potent, one-time skill. Wendu gazed at Shen Yuan in astonishment, taken aback by his candidness. Yet he found merit in Shun Yuan's reasoning. Apart from discovering the talisman, he had indeed contributed little to its acquisition. If Shun Yuan were weaker, he could simply seize it from him. However, observing Shun Yuan's demeanor, it was clear that he was likely as formidable as Wendun himself. Consider it a favor owed to you. If you find yourself in peril, I shall assist you unconditionally. Wendun proposed, calculating that exchanging a favor for the talisman was a worthwhile bargain. Though Wendun stood to gain, Shun Yuan found himself at a disadvantage yet still acquiesced to Wendun's request. Rather than utilizing his blink to snatch the talisman, Shun Yuan retrieved the spirit wood's sacred bow from his spatial ring and drew it back to unleash an arrow. Wendun opened his mouth to caution him about the scorpion's iron-like exoskeletons, only to suddenly realize the exceptional quality of the bow in Shun Yuan's grasp. Wendun had never encountered the wood spirit's sacred bow before, yet with his discerning eye, he could ascertain that it was an exquisite weapon of unparalleled quality. The initial shock on Wendun's face swiftly morphed into a greedy desire, which he adeptly concealed. He harbored a strong inclination to eliminate Shun Yuan beside him in order to seize the wood spirit's sacred bow. However, he was apprehensive that Shun Yuan might be on guard, potentially evading his attack with a flicker of movement. Should his intentions be unveiled, Shun Yuan's ability to blink, combined with the long-range assault capabilities of the Supreme Wood Spirit Sacred Bow, would render Wendun's higher level, 13 ranks above Shun Yuan, insufficient for gaining the upper hand. It finally dawned on Wendun why Shun Yuan dared to ally with him, maintaining an air of nonchalance throughout. Once this stroke of fortunate holy war concluded, he resolved to inquire among his acquaintances to uncover Shun Yuan's information and coordinates. During the holy war, the trading and chat functions of the survival panel were disabled. Otherwise, Wendun would have reached out to his friends at this very moment. Shun Yuan, already proficient in archery, possessed a 50 increase in shooting accuracy. While he could not claim a perfect hit rate, he could achieve 9 out of 10 shots with relative ease. Shun Yuan stood 130 meters away from the treacherous poison scorpion, which had a vigilance radius of 100 meters. Beyond that distance, it would refrain from attacking passing creatures. The maximum effective shooting range of the wood spirit sacred bow extended to 1,500 meters. However, given Shun Yuan's current prowess, he could only target creatures within a 300-meter radius. The wood spirit's sacred bow absorbed Shun Yuan's natural energy, coalescing into formidable natural arrows, which possessed exceptional penetrating power and destructive potential. As the cunning scorpion sensed danger, it was pierced by a natural arrow, penetrating its flesh and striking its heart. Witnessing this scene, Wendun inhaled sharply. This individual was truly formidable and should not be trifled with lightly. Chapter 0080. The strength of teammates is terrifying. The 7 cunning scorpions guarding the talisman paper had all reached level 15. As Shun Yuan dispatched one of the scorpions, the remaining 6 immediately launched an assault against him. The cunning scorpions, benefiting from speed enhancements in the desert, moved faster than Shun Yuan had anticipated. However, just as they approached within 3 meters of him, poised to deliver a lethal sting, Shun Yuan executed a swift blink, reappearing behind them. Unbeknownst to the scorpions, Shun Yuan had evaded their strike, and 3 stingers struck the phantom he had left in his place from different angles. Only after the stingers pierced through the illusion did they realize it was not Shun Yuan. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Shun Yuan continued to draw his bow and shoot. Before long, the 7 cunning scorpions were utterly exhausted and perished. Wendun observed this spectacle, feeling fortunate that he had refrained from ambushing Shun Yuan earlier. Had he provoked Shun Yuan at that moment, the displayed prowess would have easily subdued him. Wendun was convinced that Shun Yuan had even more formidable cards up his sleeve. With this newfound understanding of Shun Yuan's capabilities, Wendun dared not provoke this fierce teammate. "You may take the talisman paper yourself. I shall remember the favor you owe me," Shun Yuan declared before blinking back to Wendun's side, allowing him to retrieve the talisman paper. Seizing the opportunity while Wendun was occupied, Shun Yuan glanced at his gains and combined them to form 14 silver chests. A level 15 venomous scorpion can yield 28,000 experience points, 280,000 survival coins, and 2 silver treasure chests. If all the creatures within the ancient floating island were of the same caliber, Shun Yuan would merely need to hunt 12 to ascend to the next level. Once this fortunate holy battle concludes, it is conceivable that he could rise from level 12 all the way to level 20. 14 silver treasure chests would swiftly transform into a golden treasure chest, a diamond treasure chest, and a supreme treasure chest. Taking advantage of the current synthesis with a 100 success rate, Shen Yuan immediately combined the freshly acquired survival treasure chests. To his astonishment, having hunted merely 7 venomous scorpions, he had already procured such a plethora of high-quality survival treasure chests. Shen Yuan resolved to slay additional creatures of the floating island. Once he amassed 10 supreme treasure chests, he would continue his pursuit of mythic treasure chests. Glancing at his experience bar, he noted, 261,761 350,000. The rate of experience gained from hunting the island's creatures was indeed rapid. Brother, shall we proceed to search for the lucky talismans, or should we rendezvous with other alien lords of our faction? When Dun inquired, gleefully stowing the lucky talismans into his spatial ring. Since witnessing Shen Yuan's prowess, When Dun had adopted a much humbler demeanor, eager to play the role of Shen Yuan's subordinate. In the world of the mist, where strength reigned supreme, such a 180-degree shift in When Dun's attitude was entirely expected. Shen Yuan dismissed the survival panel, stating calmly, "Let us first seek out the alien lords of our faction, bringing the nearest ones into our ranks." When Dun found Shen Yuan's strategy aligned with his own, first strengthening their team, then waiting for the alien lords from other factions to approach them, rather than expending time and effort in search of a talisman, it would be far more prudent to seize it directly from the hands of the alien lords of opposing factions. In truth, Shen Yuan's primary intention was to gather a multitude of alien lords, inciting them to engage in conflict amongst themselves. Before long, Shen Yuan and When Dun, guided by the coordinates provided by the survival panel, located the nearest alien lord. However, they arrived just a moment too late. The alien lord from their own faction was beheaded before their very eyes. The assailants were 3 alien lords from the malevolent faction. Upon witnessing Shen Yuan's sudden appearance through a teleportation, a look of wariness crossed their faces, although they held the advantage in numbers. Shen Yuan's display of teleportation was sufficient to indicate his extraordinary prowess. The alien lords of the evil faction were unable to ascertain Shen Yuan's level. They could only deduce from his abilities that he surpassed everyone present. Eliminate them, Shen Yuan commanded, unwilling to engage in idle chatter or confrontation. He directly ordered When Dun to take action. When Dun, knowing better than to defy Shen Yuan's command, promptly retrieved the epic-quality blue shadow spear from his spatial ring and charged toward the alien lords of the evil faction. Initially, the malevolent alien lords intended to delay, awaiting reinforcements. However, they were taken aback as Shen Yuan acted without hesitation. These alien lords were not cowards. Seeing no deference from their adversaries, they confronted When Dun collectively. Despite When Dun's level being 13 ranks higher than Shen Yuan's, the level disparity between both sides was minimal. When Dun felt the pressure mounting and contemplated calling for Shen Yuan's assistance, yet he hesitated, fearing that vocalizing his need would undermine their momentum. Just as he wavered, contemplating whether to summon Shen Yuan's aid, a natural arrow whistled past his ear, swiftly followed by the sight of an alien lord conjuring a formidable shield of earth attributes. This shield, forged from the essence of the earth, appeared exceedingly resilient. Yet it could not withstand the natural arrow. Instead of forcibly breaching the earthen barrier, the arrow transformed into the very essence of nature, permeating the shield. Subsequently, another natural arrow coalesced behind the shield, albeit with its power diminished by 20%. The alien lord, who had summoned the earth shield, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, convinced of his successful defense against the arrow. Before he could retract the shield, a sudden chill coursed through his chest. In shock, he lowered his gaze. But before he could comprehend the gaping wound in his chest, he succumbed to death. His 2 companions, unaware of their ally's demise, brandished their large blades and advanced towards Winden in unison. Seasoned and perceptive, Winden sensed their aura and instantly recognized that their strengths were nearly equal. The outcome hinged solely on whose hidden cards were mightier. Without the slightest hesitation, Winden decisively unleashed the skill's recklessness and furious fire. Instantly, his speed surged as he became enveloped in crimson flames. Observing this, the 2 alien lords reacted swiftly. One executed draw technique, while the other employed swift step and fury. Winden's blue shadow spear collided with their 2 long blades, and the overwhelming pressure sent pain shooting through his palms. As he attempted to strike again, he realized that the 2 alien lords were faster, particularly the one wielding the draw technique, whose blazing red blade was perilously close to his throat. Just as he thought his end was nigh, another natural arrow whistled through the air, striking the alien overlord's neck with deadly accuracy as he attempted to perform his Batajutsu technique. The alien overlord fell into a pool of blood without so much as a whimper. It was only then that the last remaining hostile alien overlord realized that his teammate had already perished. He immediately understood the disparity between himself and Shen Yuan and turned to flee. However, as soon as he turned, he saw Shen Yuan standing before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Instinctively, he raised his blade to strike at Shen Yuan's face. But before the long sword could descend, he saw Shen Yuan's hands transform into a blur, twisting his neck in a swift motion. When Dun watched in disbelief as Shen Yuan snapped the alien overlord's neck, unable to comprehend how Shen Yuan possessed such incredible speed. Unbeknownst to Wen Dun, Shen Yuan had a 1,000 bonus from the lucky dice, granting him a tenfold increase in speed. He had been using Phantom Flash to follow behind Wen Dun, but that didn't mean he couldn't keep up with Wen Dun's pace. Chapter 81. Update on Lucky Talisman Coordinates. Thank you for saving my life, brother. I will forever remember this kindness. Wen Dun quickly seized the epic quality great swords from the two alien overlords. Then he knelt on one knee and presented the two great swords to Shen Yuan with both hands. Shen Yuan was pleased with his actions and stored the two great swords in his spatial ring. Brother, shall we seek out the next alien overlord? Just as Shen Yuan was about to respond affirmatively, the survival panel suddenly appeared, automatically loading the real-time information for the Lucky Holy War. This real-time information included a crucial update, the precise coordinates of the Lucky Talisman. Whether it be the talisman paper safeguarded by the floating island creatures or the one ensconced within the spatial ring of an extraterrestrial lord, both exhibit a remarkable precision in their location. The coordinates of the talisman paper nearest to Shen Yuan indicate a proximity of merely 10 meters. Undoubtedly, this refers to the talisman paper that has been collected by Wen Dun within his spatial ring. The real-time intelligence of the Holy War of Fortune does not update its contents without reason. Shen Yuan surmises that the goddess of fortune, perceiving their comfort, has chosen to apply a modicum of pressure upon them. Consequently, he resolves to alter their strategy, prioritizing the collection of talisman paper. However, Shen Yuan's interest lies not in the talisman paper itself, but rather in the floating island creatures that guard it. Those talisman papers whose coordinates remain stationary for an extended duration are likely under the vigilant watch of these beings. After all, in such an environment, no extraterrestrial lord would possess the tranquility to slumber with talisman paper tucked away in their pockets. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan arrives at the location of the nearest talisman paper. This place is not a desert, but rather a marshland. The air is thick with a stench of decay and dampness. The nearby marsh waters display a viscous, ink-green hue, with occasional bubbles surfacing upon its surface. The surrounding trees grow at odd angles, their branches adorned with drooping vines. Some trees have had their roots eroded by the marsh waters, half submerged while the other half struggles to uphold the trunk, as if they are on the verge of toppling over. In the center of the marsh, there lies a slightly elevated stone table. The talisman paper appears to be drawn by some arcane force, hovering above the stone table and oscillating incessantly. The floating island creatures that guard the talisman paper remain imperceptible to the naked eye. Shen Yuan possesses the remarkable ability to discern the coordinates of all living beings in his vicinity. Beneath the stone table, 12 floating island creatures stood motionless, vigilantly guarding the talisman paper. Through his perception, Shen Yuan could sketch a rough outline of these creatures, which bore a resemblance to crocodiles, capable of lurking in the swamp for extended periods. As he contemplated methods to eliminate the floating island creatures residing in the marsh, a few unexpected guests encroached upon his awareness. Turning his head, Shen Yuan discerned two alien lords from rival factions hastily approaching. The alien lords also recognized Shen Yuan and his companion. Both parties, understanding the gravity of their situation, refrained from communication and immediate confrontation. Given their equal numbers and the uncertainty regarding each other's strength, a rash attack could lead to significant losses, a sentiment that resonated with Shen Yuan. He chose not to engage, intending instead to let the two alien lords seize the opportunity to claim the talisman paper, thereby drawing out the lurking floating island creatures from the swamp. With deliberate intent, Shen Yuan retreated, a gesture perceived as a sign of weakness by the two alien lords. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, quickened their pace, plunging into the swamp. Their speed was remarkable. Before the swamp could ensnare their feet, they leaped forward. Just as they believed they had secured the upper hand and were on the verge of seizing the talisman paper, bubbles began to proliferate on the surface of the swamp. The bizarre, short-snouted crocodile-like creature, known as the Gikyo, emerged from beneath the murky depths. The Gikyo lay concealed beneath the swamp, exuding no discernible breath or disturbance. The two alien lords had assumed that the floating island creatures guarding the talisman paper had been vanquished by Shen Yuan and his companion, only to be astonished to discover that they remained, unscathed, lurking beneath their very feet. By the time they discerned the gravity of their predicament, they had irrevocably entered a quagmire. A deplorable situation, indeed. They found themselves marooned in the heart of the swamp, where the mire suction possessed an insatiable appetite. Scarcely had their bodies come to a halt when their legs were ensnared by the viscous earth. Despite the formidable prowess of these two alien overlords, their lower limbs were rendered immobile by the swamp's tenacious grip. As the 12 grotesque, horned crocodilians descended upon them, they each managed to dispatch a single beast before being rent asunder. Winton, standing beside Shen Yuan, secretly rejoiced that he had been spared the task of retrieving the Talisman of Fortune. With his current capabilities, he was certain he could not have escaped the clutches of the Black Swamp, had his legs been immobilized. And had he been left to confront a dozen LV-15 grade crocodilians alone, Winton was convinced that his demise would have been inevitable. Witnessing the alien overlords being torn to pieces by the crocodilians, Shen Yuan swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow in one fluid motion. To forestall the crocodilians from submerging into the swamp once more, Shen Yuan acted with alacrity, unleashing 3 arrows in a single volley. This was the zenith of Shen Yuan's capacity. Attempting to loose 5 arrows at once would only guarantee that 2 would find their mark. The 3 arrows of nature swiftly pierced the heads of the crocodilians. The crocodilians' hides, though as tough as iron, proved as fragile as parchment against the tips of the arrows of nature. Shen Yuan drew his bow 4 times in rapid succession, launching a total of 10 arrows, each striking its intended target. A wave of elation washed over Shen Yuan as he beheld the accrual of 280,000 experience points and 20 silver treasure chests. Winton, fetch me the Talisman of Fortune, Shen Yuan commanded. With no more creatures lurking beneath the swamp's surface capable of posing a threat to the alien overlords, Shen Yuan had no desire to tread upon the filthy mire. Such menial tasks were best left to Winton. The reluctance gnawed at his insides. Winton could not refuse Shen Yuan's command. Soon, Shen Yuan took the talisman from his hand. This talisman appeared unremarkable, yet its potency was undeniable. The survival panel indicated that its effect was to summon a bolt of lightning. Although it was a one-time strike, if employed judiciously, it could vanquish alien overlords exceeding level 30. Naturally, given the arsenal of secrets Shen Yuan currently possessed, he had no need for it. He did not intend to undertake the task of collecting talismans. After all, he had always been favored by the goddess of fortune, his status far surpassing that of a mere servant. Having hunted 10 peculiar crocodiles, Shen Yuan leveled up. He examined his personal information, curious to see if there were any significant changes. Name, Shen Yuan. Status, perfect. Level, LV-13. Experience, 191,761 500,000. Combat power, 1950, without equipment bonus. Rationality, absolute rationality. Talents, mythical synthesis slot. Lucky memory card, lucky pouch. Skills, phantom blink, wealth barrier, vine prison. Distributable skill points, 110. Title, new king of the Eerie Corpse Hounds. Attributes, fire attribute, affinity 99. Wood attribute, affinity 100. Inventory, supreme treasure chest X1. Diamond treasure chest X1. Golden treasure chest X1. This time, the level up indeed resulted in a marginal increase in combat power, akin to squeezing toothpaste. Chapter 0082, The Eerie Mist Corpse Forest Brother. We already possess 2 talismans. Will this not attract too much attention? Seeing Shen Yuan's intention to immediately head to the next location of the Lucky Talisman papers instead of regrouping with his allies, Winton felt a surge of anxiety. Shen Yuan was immensely powerful. Even when faced with an onslaught from other factions' alien lords, he could retreat with ease if overwhelmed. However, Winton lacked such prowess. Should he become the target of other factions' alien lords, he harbored no illusions about his chances of survival. Winton hoped that Shen Yuan would swiftly rally a cohort of allied alien lords, thus gaining a strategic advantage. Nevertheless, his words were merely suggestions, unheeded by Shen Yuan. Winton had already boarded Shen Yuan's vessel and found himself bereft of an escape route. Even if he internally resisted Shen Yuan's decisions, he had no choice but to comply with his commands outwardly. In the following half-hour, Shen Yuan ventured towards the Azure Shallows and the thorny jungles within the ancient floating island. In the Azure Shallows, he vanquished 12 LV-15 enigmatic Heffish guards. And in the thorny jungle, he dispatched 8 LV-15 enigmatic beetles. This yielded a total of 560,000 experience points, 600,000 survival coins, and 40 silver treasure chests. Shen Yuan successfully leveled up again. Throughout these encounters, he did not encounter any other alien lords. Brother, we cannot proceed to the Misty Corpse Forest just yet. The Misty Corpse Forest is the largest and most peculiar environmental region within the ancient floating island. This area harbors half of the Lucky Talisman papers scattered across the entire island. Undoubtedly, the Misty Corpse Forest is the site of the fiercest competition among alien lords vying for the Talisman papers. With only 4 Lucky Talisman papers in their possession and just the 2 of them, they were conspicuously vulnerable. Once they set foot in the Misty Corpse Forest, it was likely they would soon find themselves besieged by alien lords from rival factions. Given the assurance of your protection, I shall endeavor to refine and render the provided text into a more polished English composition. Observing Wenduan's inclination towards despondency, Xin Yuan, much like a terrestrial leader, sought to inspire him with promises of future rewards. Upon hearing Xin Yuan's pledge to safeguard him, Wenduan's listless eyes rekindled with fervor. With Xin Yuan's ability to teleport, they could easily retreat together. Assured of his safety, he had no reason to falter. Brother, I shall lead the way, Wendan declared, his tone buoyant, no longer exhibiting the previous lethargy. The mists of the Corpse Mist Forest are not ordinary, but rather a miasma formed from the coalesced effluvium of deceased organisms. Before even setting foot within the Corpse Mist Forest, Xin Yuan detected a pungent, intensely acrid aroma, starkly contrasting with the anticipated stench of decay. Brother, Wendan cautioned, this forest is peculiar. My fog-piercing equipment cannot penetrate the miasma. Moreover, the scent here affects my psyche. Prolonged exposure may induce hallucinations. Noticing Xin Yuan's composed countenance, Wendan instinctively surmised that Xin Yuan was immune to the Corpse Mist Forest's influence. Consequently, he articulated his current sensations and thoughts for Xin Yuan's consideration. Xin Yuan, possessing the Lord's Eye, remained unaffected in his vision by the Corpse Mist. Endowed with unwavering rationality, his mind was impervious to the mist's influence. While he remained unaffected, he was not oblivious to the mist's effects. This setting is ideal as a burial ground for alien lords. Other alien lords entering the Corpse Mist Forest will be affected by the environment, while Xin Yuan, unaffected by the environment, will have a geographical advantage. Hunting alien lords in this Corpse Mist Forest will be much less difficult. Upon observing Xin Yuan's unwavering determination to enter the Misty Corpse Forest, Wendan gritted his teeth and stepped ahead. Before Xin Yuan could set foot into the eerie mist, he activated the wealth barrier. His intention in doing so was not to shield against the surprise attacks of the alien lords, but rather to avoid the accursed fog enveloping him. After a brief walk, they soon discerned numerous moving red dots and stars drawing closer. The red dots represented the coordinates of alien lords from the same faction, while the stars indicated those who possessed lucky talismans. You've managed to gather 4 lucky talismans so quickly. What extraordinary luck you must have, remarked a teammate from the same faction who had hurried over, a hint of envy lacing his tone. Your fortune is of no concern to me. If you wish to join us, remain. If not, vacate my site. Xin Yuan had no intention of mercilessly eliminating the alien lord from his faction at that moment. Otherwise, based solely on the remark about luck, he would have ensured the man did not leave alive. If you want me to join you, share half of your lucky talismans, and I might consider it. Upon hearing this, Wendan instinctively turned to look at Xin Yuan, only to find him already drawing his bow. The nature's arrow swiftly soaring past him. The self-satisfied alien lord barely had time to summon a defense before the arrow shattered his skull. Brother, next time someone from our faction approaches, kindly refrain from speaking. Allow me to handle the recruitment. Wendan was aware of Xin Yuan's ruthless nature, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly the man had dispatched someone for mere banter. Fortuitously, he had not crossed paths with Xin Yuan in an unfavorable manner. Otherwise, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. With visibility severely obstructed, Wendan's pace remained sluggish. Wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he would instantly raise his shield in defense at the slightest rustle. It wasn't that he distrusted Xin Yuan's protection, but rather he feared being slain by ranged weaponry before Xin Yuan could react. He felt more secure in trusting his life to his own hands. To the right, Xin Yuan suddenly directed, Brother, there's an excessive congregation of individuals there. Perhaps we should explore elsewhere. It wasn't cowardice that motivated Wendan, but rather the restrictive nature of the environment. He was concerned that he might perish senselessly in the event of a melee. I shall permit you to question me only once. A second instance shall result in your eternal slumber. Xin Yuan had brought Wendan along to draw aggro, harboring no particular fondness for him. Wendan, observing the desiccated corpse of an alien overlord, drained by the earth, wisely kept his silence. They proceeded eastward for several hundred meters. where they observed a group of alien overlords locked in mortal combat. Their eyes were bloodshot, their expressions manic, clearly indicating a derangement of their mental faculties. Brother, the area near those lucky charms is overgrown with death lotuses. It must be the death lotuses that have driven them mad. The death lotus is a mutated plant capable of impairing a creature's sanity, typically found in frigid ossuaries. Although the mist-shrouded corpse forest wasn't frigid, it was a vast burial ground for countless creatures. The greater the number of creatures interred there, the more potent the death lotus's influence on sanity. Shortly after Wendun identified the death lotuses, his own mind began to unravel. Shen Yuan saw his eyes suddenly turn crimson, and then Wendun charged, bellowing, into the fray. Apparently, while the lotus of mortality induces irrationality and a bloodthirsty disposition, it does not obliterate the capacity to distinguish friend from foe. The manifested effects of this lotus of mortality are quite remarkable, were it not for the inability to cultivate mutated flora within the independent space of his spatial ring. He would be tempted to pluck a few specimens for nurturing within. Chapter 83. The Overbearing Azure Dragon Under the Collective Influence of the Four Lotuses of Mortality. All extraterrestrial overlords within a half-mile radius, save for Shun Yuan, succumbed to irrationality, descending into a relentless and sanguinary melee. Despite their current mental disarray, they retained the ability to clearly discern their respective factions. No extraterrestrial overlord would imprudently assault a teammate from their own alliance. With the abundance of surrounding trees, Shen Yuan's lord's eye struggled to monitor the movements of all the extraterrestrial overlords. He was compelled to extend the range of his perception, endeavoring to encompass the entire area within his gaze. The number of extraterrestrial overlords embroiled in the melee here amounted to 35. Among them, 7 belonged to the Alliance of Fortune. The remaining 2 alliances accounted for 28 extraterrestrial overlords. The Alliance of Fortune was at a numerical disadvantage, resulting in their continuous suppression by the extraterrestrial overlords of the other 2 alliances. Wendun, in particular, suffered misfortune. Moments prior, he had been cautious and circumspect. But under the influence of the Lotus of Mortality, he became intrepid and impetuous, leading to his demise. Wendun was besieged by 2 extraterrestrial overlords and failed to endure for even 3 seconds before his head was cleaved off with a single stroke. The fortune talisman within his spatial ring was seized by the extraterrestrial overlord who had slain him. Shen Yuan was aware of his limited strength, but he had not anticipated such an ignominious demise. Just as Shen Yuan was preparing to assassinate the extraterrestrial overlord in possession of the fortune talisman, his perception abruptly detected the rapid approach of a formidable entity. He cast a fleeting glance at the survival interface, which indicated that the individual possessed 5 lucky charm papers and belonged to the same faction. Scarcely had he ascertained the compatriot's allegiance when a towering extraterrestrial overlord surged forth from the right flank, positioning himself beside him. The imposing figure stood approximately 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, his entire epidermis sheathed in a layer of minute, iridescent azure scales. His eyes resembled unfathomable cerulean seas, seemingly harboring enigmatic vortices in perpetual motion. A pair of keen dragon horns protruded proudly from his brow, encompassed by a profusion of hydrokinetic energy. Azure Dragon, Hydro Lineage. Level 42, bearing 5 lucky charm papers. Shen Yuan's conjecture proved accurate. The Azure Dragon's brow was indeed adorned with a pair of draconic horns. The Azure Dragon belonged to the Hydro Lineage, a subdivision of the draconic race. Small wonder, then, that this entity exuded an air of innate authority, radiating an intense aura of superiority. Young one, the dragon boomed, in light of our shared allegiance, relinquish all your lucky charm papers. I shall not only spare your life, but also ensure your survival until the culmination of the Holy War. The Azure Dragon was perplexed by Shun Yuan's immunity to the Death Lotus's influence. However, upon observing Shun Yuan's level, he lost interest in delving into the enigma. Provided Shen Yuan voluntarily surrendered all his lucky charm papers, he would guarantee his continued existence. The oppressive aura emanating from the Azure Dragon was exceptionally potent. Had Shen Yuan not possessed unwavering rationality, he would undoubtedly have been immobilized by the dragon's dominance. This was attributable not merely to the disparity in their levels, but also to the inherent subjugating influence that the draconic race exerted over other species. Shen Yuan calmly surrendered 3 lucky charm papers. The Azure Dragon was precisely the teammate he had been seeking. To exchange 3 lucky charm papers for the Azure Dragon to spearhead the vanguard was a decidedly advantageous proposition. To gain the preliminary trust of the Blue Dragon, Shen Yuan would be able to execute a more effective ambush. although the act of ambushing a teammate is often regarded with disdain. He harbored no qualms about employing unscrupulous tactics if it meant eliminating formidable foes. Only the victors have the power to inscribe history. Those vanquished by him would ultimately be reduced to the dust of time. The Blue Dragon, thoroughly satisfied, accepted the talisman Shen Yuan offered. "You shall wait here while I deal with them, and then accompany me," he commanded. Despite looking down upon Shen Yuan and considering him a burden, the Blue Dragon was resolute in his promises, as dragons are known for their pride and unwavering word. Shen Yuan remained silent, quietly observing the Blue Dragon's display. He was eager to witness how the Blue Dragon would turn the tide. Under Shen Yuan's gaze, the dragon horns upon the Blue Dragon's forehead radiated a brilliant azure light, which swiftly cascaded across his entire form. The transformation was sudden and profound. His hands morphed into powerful, robust dragon claws, their razor-sharp talons glinting ominously. His physique swelled, bones cracking and shifting as his once straight legs fused and elongated, thickening into a sinewy, serpentine tail. His back arched dramatically, each vertebra prominently jutting out. Subsequently, massive blue scales erupted from his skin, resembling a meticulously forged suit of armor. The Blue Dragon's colossal form undulated and coiled, his immense draconic eyes radiating boundless majesty and dominance. Even the erudite Shen Yuan was momentarily overwhelmed by the spectacle. Shen Yuan had anticipated that the Azure Dragon would unleash some formidable skill or innate ability. Contrary to his expectations, the creature had instead undergone therianthropy, or rather, revealed its true form. With a forceful sweep of its gargantuan tail, the Azure Dragon felled several venerable trees, each decades old. Subsequently, from its brow, it projected a diminutive azure sphere towards the heavens. The sphere ascended, expanding exponentially as it did so. Ultimately, the azure orb, now nearly 100 meters in diameter, detonated, precipitating a deluge of cerulean rain. This was no ordinary precipitation, but rather a concentrated torrent of aqueous elemental azure darts. Each minuscule dart, no larger than a finger, possessed sufficient potency to leave indentations in steel plating. The Azure Dragon, however, remained unsatisfied. It exhaled forcefully, imbuing the descending azure darts with sudden acceleration. This exhalation was no mere breath. It contained within it the essence of wind. Shen Yuan was taken aback by the realization that the Azure Dragon was adept in both aqueous and aerial elements. This combination of the torrent of azure darts technique, coupled with the wind howl skill, constituted an indiscriminate assault. Save for Shen Yuan, who remained beyond the deluge's reach, the remaining Xenolords were enveloped within its range. Upon perceiving the imminent threat, the Xenolords embroiled in the melee momentarily regained their composure. They promptly disengaged from their adversaries, retrieving shields from their spatial rings and raising them overhead. The swiftest among them had barely managed to hoist their shields when they felt the mounting pressure exerted upon them. The slower alien overlords, before they could even assume a defensive posture, had their heads perforated with dozens of needle-sized holes. A few of these alien overlords possessed tenacious vitality, but with their cerebrums and cerebellums pierced, survival was utterly impossible. The three alien overlords who managed to deflect the arrow storm with their shields found cold sweat trickling down their backs. As they cautiously peered over their shields to assess the situation above, they discovered the Blue Dragon's enormous claws were already upon them. Before they could further defend themselves with their shields, the Blue Dragon unleashed its innate abilities, claw hardening in Dragon's Roar. The Dragon's Roar could terrify the minds of creatures, plunging them into a momentary daze. Claw hardening, needless to say, was devastating. With its basin-sized claws descending, the three stunned alien overlords had no chance of survival. The Blue Dragon, indiscriminately and mercilessly, tore them to shreds. Chapter 0084. Clash of Titans in a mere 10 seconds. The Blue Dragon sequentially deployed 2 skills and 2 innate abilities, sweeping across the battlefield without even utilizing any equipment. Shen Yuan was not surprised by this. The Blue Dragon was, after all, a dragon, one of the top 10 apex races among all species. It was unfortunate that these alien overlords, embroiled in the melee, had recognized the Blue Dragon's offensive too late. Had they been able to withstand the initial onslaught, Shen Yuan would have had the opportunity to witness the Blue Dragon's other trump cards. Let's go. The Blue Dragon placed the newly acquired Lucky Charm paper into its spatial ring, urging Shen Yuan to follow its pace. Although the Blue Dragon had promised to ensure Shen Yuan's safety until the end of this lucky holy war, its pace was extremely swift. Paying no heed to whether Shen Yuan could keep up, it strode forward dozens of steps, only to find that Shun Yuan was closely following within 10 meters behind. He discerned that Shun Yuan had not employed any abilities. It was unexpected that Shun Yuan could match his pace solely with a pair of seemingly supreme quality boots. The Azure Dragon had encountered numerous supreme quality armaments. He himself possessed a supreme quality weapon. However, he had never witnessed an alien overlord in possession of supreme quality boots. He wondered whether Shun Yuan had acquired them through sheer fortune or whether he was backed by a mysterious faction that provided him with such exquisite resources. The Azure Dragon initially intended only to probe Shun Yuan's velocity. Yet, the more he probed, the more perplexing the discoveries became. During his previous hunts of other alien overlords, the Azure Dragon had noticed that his dragon's roar had affected Shun Yuan. Nevertheless, Shun Yuan remained composed, unaffected in any manner. The Azure Dragon possessed keen perception and extensive knowledge. He was certain that Shun Yuan only possessed a blessed necklace capable of negating detrimental conditions, but not to the extent of rendering him immune to the dragon's roar. The Azure Dragon summarized his current understanding of Shun Yuan: exceptionally potent mental fortitude, possession of supreme quality equipment, immunity to the Death Lotus's influence on rationality, and the ability to match 70% of his speed. Shun Yuan's exhibited prowess already far exceeded the capabilities expected of a level 14 being. Were it not for the confirmation of Shun Yuan's level, he would have assumed him to be at least level 35. The Azure Dragon was tempted to tentatively attack Shun Yuan to ascertain what trump cards he held in combat. However, mindful of his promise to ensure Shun Yuan's safety, he hesitated. To attack Shun Yuan at this juncture would be a blatant breach of his word. Although no third party was privy to this commitment, he resolved to honor his pledge. The Azure Dragon decelerated his pace and inquired tentatively, "How long have you been in the world of eerie mists?" Uncertain, Shun Yuan was reluctant to expose his information. Before the conclusion of the Lucky Holy War, it was inevitable that the two parties would remain in a state of hostility. Revealing his information to an enemy was not something Shun Yuan would be foolish enough to do. "I have noticed your expression has never changed. Are you not afraid of me?" he inquired. "Brother, let us continue on our journey. I prefer not to answer your questions." Shun Yuan was perplexed as to why the Blue Dragon had suddenly taken an interest in him, completely at a loss regarding the latter's thought process. "Very well. Stay close to me. Our next destination is approximately 2 kilometers from here." Shun Yuan was unwilling to speak, and it was inappropriate for him to press further. Once this Lucky Holy War concluded and the promises became void, he had 100 methods to elicit the information he sought from Shun Yuan. The influx of numerous alien lords attracted by the Death Lotus was an exceptional case in this ancient floating island. The vast majority of alien lords preferred to operate independently or form small teams of 3 or fewer. Although collaboration among allies offered advantages, the constant threat of betrayal made mutual trust elusive. In such an environment, meeting the conditions for teamwork was exceedingly difficult. This group of alien lords, unwilling to unite, could not withstand the formidable Blue Dragon. Shun Yuan followed closely behind, observing as the Blue Dragon effortlessly annihilated alien lords wielding lucky talismans time and again. The Blue Dragon indiscriminately struck down anyone who possessed a lucky talisman. Shun Yuan speculated that he aimed to collect all the lucky talismans for himself, thus securing the blessings from the goddess of fortune exclusively for his own benefit. In just over an hour, the Blue Dragon had amassed 35 lucky talismans. Shun Yuan glanced at the survival panel and was astonished to discover that within a mere 2.5 hours, the death toll of alien lords had exceeded half. At this juncture, the Fortunate Alliance boasts 55 remaining Xenolords, while the Nefarious Syndicate has 43, and the Dawn Concord maintains 39. The Blue Dragon's decisive intervention has granted the Fortunate Alliance a slight numerical advantage. Just as Shun Yuan anticipated the battle progressing along these lines, he discerned the effulgent twinkling Big Star, possessing 20 talismans of fortune, rapidly approaching their position. Before Shun Yuan could even broach the subject of directing the Blue Dragon towards rival factions' elite Xenolords, this adversary had proactively sought them out. An Xenolord capable of amassing 20 talismans of fortune within mere hours undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable within the 300. Should the Blue Dragon engage in a mutually debilitating clash with this foe, Shun Yuan could capitalize on the aftermath. The Blue Dragon, presently utilizing the survival panel to pinpoint his next objective, also took note of the twinkling Big Star, an opponent only marginally inferior to himself. He had previously detected this Xenolord from another faction, intending to allow him to accumulate further talismans of fortune before reaping an even greater harvest. Alas, the fellow proved imprudent. Daring to initiate a confrontation, Unbeknownst to the Blue Dragon, the adversary harbored identical intentions. He simply deemed the Blue Dragon ripe for the slaughter. While supremely confident in his own capabilities, the Blue Dragon did not discount the possibility of encountering an opponent of equal caliber. Prior to the adversary's arrival, he meticulously cleared the surrounding arboreal landscape, both to facilitate combat and to convey a sense of respect. The extraterrestrial lord was caught off guard by the Blue Dragon's meticulous preparation of the battlefield. In a gesture of respect for a formidable opponent, he slowed his pace upon entering the arena set by the Blue Dragon. The Blue Dragon stood at the northernmost point of the battleground, while the extraterrestrial lord positioned himself at the southernmost end. Prior to the onset of their confrontation, both anticipated a rather challenging engagement. To secure victory with minimal cost, they opted to observe one another, speculate on each other's tactics, and identify vulnerabilities. Shen Yuan was taken aback to witness the typically brash Blue Dragon exhibit such restraint in assessing its adversary. As the Blue Dragon and the extraterrestrial lord scrutinized one another, Shen Yuan's gaze fell upon the alien lord as well. To his surprise, whether due to a glitch in the survival panel or the unique nature of the opponent, he discerned some of the extraterrestrial lord's information: strength, Li Ming, race, Divine Ox Clan, level, LV42, possesses 20 lucky talismans. Although Shen Yuan had not previously heard of the Divine Ox Clan, the mere presence of the word divine indicated that the opponent was no ordinary foe. Though Li Ming's level was 3 ranks below that of the Blue Dragon, the disparity between them appeared negligible. Shen Yuan relished the prospect of witnessing a clash between two powerful beings, as it would afford him the opportunity to claim the heads of both Li Ming and the Blue Dragon. Chapter 0085. Spectacle with merely a glance exchanged. The Blue Dragon and Li Ming instantly recognized that neither was to be underestimated. Furthermore, they identified each other's race and were even aware of their racial talents. This awareness did not stem from any personal familiarity, but rather from the fact that the dragon race ranks among the top 10 apex races in the world. While the Divine Ox Clan is esteemed as one of the top 50 elite races, the beings of the top 100 races, ranked among myriad clans, devote considerable time to comprehending the strengths and weaknesses of those within this elite group. In their perspective, the only contenders worthy of challenging them as alien overlords can only emerge from these 100 races. This is precisely why the Blue Dragon exhibits a keen interest in Shen Yuan, yet deems him unworthy of being his rival. After a cold, dismissive glance from the formidable Li Ming of the Divine Bull Clan, Shen Yuan was overlooked entirely. Offended by Li Ming's demeanor, Shen Yuan found a certain satisfaction in it. Were Li Ming to perceive him as a threat and strike first, Shen Yuan would transition from an observer to a participant, desiring to reap the benefits of others' conflicts. He was reluctant to reveal his true strength too soon. I acknowledge your prowess, yet I am determined to claim the first position in this fortunate holy war. Before any confrontation commenced, Li Ming conceded the Blue Dragon's might. Were it not for the stipulation that only one faction could survive this fortunate holy war, Li Ming would have preferred not to engage in a fatal struggle with the Blue Dragon. The Blue Dragon's racial ranking surpassed his by 12 places, presenting a more pronounced advantage. Without an ally to confront the Blue Dragon, he harbored little confidence in overcoming such an opponent. At present, the Blue Dragon appeared certain of victory over him. Even if Li Ming wished to retreat, he found no opportunity to do so. If you and I were of the same faction, I could spare your life in exchange for all your lucky talismans. However, since we belong to opposing camps, I cannot permit your escape. With just 2 sentences, the Blue Dragon established the nature of this confrontation as a fight to the death. Li Ming's thoughts of retreat were utterly extinguished by the Blue Dragon's resolve to engage him. Thus, the stage was set for battle. The Celestial Bull Clan is indeed one of the most warlike tribes among the 100 clans. After Li Ming resolved to engage in battle, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Observing this, Shen Yuan hastily retreated, fearing the aftermath of their clash might ensnare him. To his astonishment, the typically haughty Dragon Clan had chosen to associate with such a lowly creature. Allow me to crush this insignificant insect, so you may rest easy, he thought. Li Ming had initially forgotten Shen Yuan, but this retreat immediately captured his attention. He intended to eliminate Shen Yuan right beneath the Blue Dragon's gaze, thereby diminishing the dragon's prestige. Who dares to lay a finger on the one I vow to protect? The Blue Dragon understood the implications all too well. If Li Ming were to injure or even slay Shen Yuan, it would signify his inability to safeguard even a human, rendering him utterly worthless. Under Shen Yuan's watchful gaze, the nearly 2.5-meter tall Li Ming erupted with a wild surge of power. His body quaked violently, muscles bulging like small mountains. His visage transformed first. The bridge of his nose widened and thickened, nostrils flaring as he exhaled hot breath. His eyes grew wide, the irises morphing into a blood-red hue, glimmering with ferocity. His jaw protruded, revealing fangs that emerged from his gums. Subsequently, his ears elongated and broadened, resembling large fans. Two massive flesh bulges erupted on his arms gradually thickened and elongated, fingers transforming into sharp claws, with pointed bone spurs sprouting at the joints. His legs tensed with muscle, thighs resembling stone columns, while the calves twisted grotesquely. His feet morphed into massive hooves, entwined with blue flames. With a deep, resonant roar, Li Ming completed his metamorphosis from human form to that of a divine bull. His towering physique exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Although his transformation was not as awe-inspiring as that of the blue dragon into an eastern dragon, the pressure he radiated was equally formidable. Unfortunately, no matter how intense his aura, it failed to affect the utterly rational Shen Yuan. The process of Li Ming's transformation was remarkably swift. The blue dragon refrained from attacking during this transition, opting instead to assume its own form, possessing unwavering confidence in its victory. The blue dragon was not arrogant enough to confront Li Ming in his divine bull state while still in human form. Throughout Li Ming's transformation, he remained vigilant of Shen Yuan's reactions. He was astonished to find that the terrifying aura he emitted had no effect on Shen Yuan. Unable to perceive Shen Yuan's personal information, he, like the blue dragon, regarded him as an alien lord of approximately level 35. To his surprise, the blue dragon was not accompanied by mere ants, but rather by formidable allies of the same faction. Regrettably, Shen Yuan was not among the myriad races and could not assume his true form, merely qualifying as a challenging adversary. Your opponent is me. Should you continue to look elsewhere, I shall ensure your bull's head meets the ground. The blue dragon, in its eastern dragon form, harbored a profound disdain for Li Ming's unwavering gaze upon Shen Yuan. Blue Dragon perceived Li Ming's actions as a sign of disrespect, a failure to acknowledge him as a formidable adversary. Upon hearing this, Ling scoffed, retorting that his patience had worn thin and that he would finally demonstrate the might of his divine bovine clan. With that, Li Ming's hooves pounded the earth, causing it to rupture as his massive form hurtled towards Blue Dragon like a projectile. Unperturbed, Blue Dragon gracefully swung his tail, its force capable of leveling mountains, to meet Li Ming's charge. The resulting collision unleashed a cataclysmic burst of energy that sent gusts of wind spiraling outwards. Though momentarily staggered, Li Ming quickly regained his footing. An eerie luminescence emanated from his horns as he unleashed a torrent of black flames, directed menacingly at Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon countered with a jet of azure water, the clash of elements creating a maelstrom of steam. Under the cover of the ensuing haze, Li Ming surged forward, his razor-sharp claws aimed at Blue Dragon's underbelly. With lightning reflexes, Blue Dragon contorted his body, soaring skyward to evade the attack. Hovering in the air, Blue Dragon channeled aquatic energies into a colossal sphere above his horns, which he then hurled towards Li Ming. As it descended, the sphere transformed into an enormous cerulean bolt, aimed with deadly precision at Li Ming's right eye socket. Undaunted, Li Ming roared defiantly, summoning a fiery shield around himself to withstand the impact. He then summoned forth a barrage of jagged stone pillars from the ground, launching them skyward towards the airborne Blue Dragon. The Azure Dragon deftly evaded the assaults of the stone pillars while unleashing a slender arrow composed of concentrated water element essence from its maw, striving to breach the fiery shield and pierce the brain of Li Ming. The clash between the Azure Dragon and Li Ming was extraordinarily intense. From the onset of battle, both parties showcased a plethora of skills and talents, utilizing their most adept elements to their fullest potential. Even Shen Yuan, possessing an immortal body, felt uncertain about engaging either of them in a one-on-one confrontation. Chapter 0086. The variables. The battle between the Azure Dragon and Li Ming had reached a fever pitch. The battlefield was a maelstrom of dust and debris, with the surrounding trees and boulders reduced to mere fragments under the sheer force of their confrontation. Even the dense mist within the eerie fog forest, which even the fiercest gales struggled to dispel, was now being pushed outward by the shockwaves of their conflict. Li Ming gasped for breath, his flame shield flickering ominously, clearly drained of energy. Furthermore, his body was marred with numerous wounds, blood oozing forth and staining his hardened scales. One of his horns bore deep fissures, and his right foreleg trembled slightly, seemingly struggling to bear his weight. A deep claw mark marred his abdomen, through which the twitching of muscle was faintly visible. Yet, he persisted, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty and combative ferocity. The Azure Dragon's condition was equally dire. Many of his dragon scales had shed, with blood gushing from his wounds. The once resplendent dragon eyes were now marred by blood vessels. His breathing was noticeably labored, each inhalation seeming to inflict tremendous pain. Although the injuries sustained by Limon and the Azure Dragon appeared grave, in truth, they had not compromised their fundamental strength significantly. Anticipating that Liming and Blue Dragon would engage in approximately 10 more exchanges, Shen Yuan prepared to intervene. However, before he could finalize his strategy, an uninvited presence was sensed by all, prompting them to turn their gaze towards the western perimeter of the eerie mist-shrouded forest. A diminutive alien overlord, with a physique akin to that of a frail monkey, halted in his stride and scratched his cranium. Alas, I seem to have arrived prematurely. Please, do carry on. Shen Yuan, previously engrossed in the spectacle, had neglected to monitor the vicinity for other alien overlords. To his surprise, their intense confrontation had attracted onlookers. If Shen Yuan's conjecture was accurate, this newcomer intended to seize the impending spoils. Shen Yuan detested unforeseen variables, particularly when they manifested in the form of an alien overlord with such an unsightly visage. The individual's stature barely exceeded 1.5 meters. With limbs as slender as bamboo stalks, the articulations of his bones prominently visible. His countenance, gaunt and simian-like, was adorned with a pair of beady, shifty eyes that betrayed a cunning nature. His complexion possessed an unhealthy pallor, as if deprived of sunlight for an extended duration. His sparse, disheveled hair resembled withered weeds. He was clad in a tattered black robe, replete with patches and grime, which billowed in the breeze. Mekong of the Divine Ape Clan, level 41. Possesses 7 talismans of fortune. Shen Yuan had not anticipated that Mekong's frail appearance belied his status as a formidable level 41 combatant. Moreover, his clan affiliation appeared to be of considerable prestige. Mekong of the Divine Ape Clan, have you come seeking your demise? Lemon, having painstakingly gained a slight advantage in the battle, was perturbed by Mekong's abrupt intrusion, which disrupted his momentum. Upon hearing Limon call out Mekong's name, Shen Yuan realized that the real-time intelligence had collectively updated. All alien lords could now see certain personal information of the alien lords from other factions. I propose we eliminate Mekong first, and then proceed. The Blue Dragon, infuriated by Mekong's appearance, added fuel to the fire. Shen Yuan could now observe the levels of all surviving alien lords through the survival panel. Among them, the Blue Dragon held the highest level, being the strongest of the Lucky Alliance. Next was Limon, the mightiest of the Evil Alliance. Following closely was Mekong, the most powerful of the Dawn Alliance. Then came another alien lord from the Dawn Alliance, whose level was LV-35, a stark contrast to the strength of the top 3. Shen Yuan was surprised to discover that the matchmaking mechanism of this lucky holy war emphasized fairness. Not only were there 100 individuals in each faction, but they also allocated a formidable warrior exceeding LV-40. Now, the strongest from the 3 different factions had all gathered here. The outcome of their battle would determine the final conclusion of the entire Lucky Holy War. I am merely a spectator. Why do you all target me and not him? Mekong, with his slender finger pointing towards Shen Yuan, protested against the Blue Dragon's remarks. With Mekong's reminder, Limon turned his gaze back to Shen Yuan, his expression shifting dramatically. He had not anticipated that Shen Yuan's level was merely LV-14. Previously, he had assumed Shen Yuan's level reached LV-35 or even higher. Could it be that the human race was on the verge of rising into the ranks of the top 100? His ability to observe stemmed from the fact that he posed no threat to us, while you, on the other hand, are driven by ambition. The Blue Dragon deftly steered the conversation back, seizing the opportunity to mend his wounds during the exchange. His self-healing abilities surpassed those of Li Ming, making the delay advantageous for him. The Blue Dragon was correct. The slender monkey should not divert the topic. Li Ming's gaze shifted away from Shen Yuan, confirming that Shen Yuan posed no threat to him. However, Mekong, ranked 99th among the myriad races, was indeed formidable. Although his race's ranking was relatively low, he possessed the capability to transform his true form, presenting a considerable threat to Li Ming. Even at his peak, Li Ming dared not claim he could easily prevail over Mekong, especially given his current state of moderate injuries, the repeated use of skills, and significant energy depletion. The suggestion put forth by the Blue Dragon intrigued him. The 3 of them belonged to opposing factions. Should they disregard Mekong and engage in a mutual battle with the Blue Dragon, it would inevitably allow Mekong to reap the benefits. If they could first eliminate Mekong, the remaining alien lords would be weak and pose little danger to their lives. Are you truly considering a 2-on-1? Mekong sensed the precariousness of the situation, yet he had no intention of retreating. Like Li Ming in the past, he had no path of retreat since stepping onto this battlefield. Should he withdraw, both Li Ming and the Blue Dragon would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, making matters far worse. If he were to join the fray, even if the Blue Dragon and Li Ming verbally agreed to cooperate, they would remain wary of each other's potential treachery. Thus, he could seize the upper hand amidst the chaos. However, the sight of Xin Yuan observing the battle from a distance filled him with irritation. A mere level 14. The weakest among all alien lords had the audacity to spectate. It is not that we intend to engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation, rather. I am displeased with your presence and desire to remove your head from your shoulders forthwith. The Azure Dragon refuted the notion of a 2-on-1 assault, as he harbored concerns that Might would betray him during a moment of advantage. Might's sentiments mirrored those of the Azure Dragon. Though neither explicitly voiced the intention of a 2-on-1 attack, such calculations were undoubtedly present in their minds. Nevertheless, they would remain vigilant against the other alien overlord during the conflict, lest they fall victim to a surprise assault. In that case, might we perhaps postpone our engagement until I have dispatched that individual, after which we may resume our contest? Browvoid's digit once more targeted Xin Yuan, endeavoring to vent his displeasure upon Xin Yuan prior to the commencement of hostilities. I have no objections, Might expressed, as he would be delighted to witness the demise of the one whom the Azure Dragon sought to protect at the hands of Browvoid. He is under my protection. To assault him is to assault me. The Azure Dragon resolutely rejected Browvoid's proposition. Upon hearing these words, a cunning glint illuminated Browvoid's eyes, as though he had discerned a breakthrough toward victory. Chapter 0087. Xin Yuan's participation. I have a proposition. Might we first eliminate that insignificant ant, then slay the Azure Dragon? And finally, you and I shall engage in a battle to the death? Browvoid, perceiving an opportunity for collaboration with Might through their shared animosity toward Xin Yuan, extended this proposal. Might, upon hearing these words, deemed the strategy worthy of consideration. He turned his gaze toward the Azure Dragon, only to observe that the latter's aura had been fully restored, and his wounds were healing at a discernible pace. Might suddenly realize that if he were to join forces with the Azure Dragon to slay Browvoid, his chances of prevailing in a subsequent one-on-one duel against the Azure Dragon would likely be less than 30%. Browvoid was of a lower rank than himself and lacked any racial advantages. If he were to engage Browvoid in a one-on-one battle as the final stage, his odds of success would be at least 70%. Blue Dragon's countenance tightened, discerning that Mekong's proposition had stirred Li Ming's heart. Had he been in his place, he, too, would have found it difficult to remain unmoved by such an offer. Your suggestion is not without merit, he conceded, but I require you to take the vanguard, with me offering support from the flanks. Otherwise, I shall join forces with Blue Dragon against you. Li Ming's injuries were the most grievous. Should he continue to contend with Blue Dragon, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Mekong. He needed to ensure that Mekong and Blue Dragon clashed head-on, while he himself launched intermittent ambushes upon Blue Dragon from the rear. In this manner, Blue Dragon's death throes would surely inflict grievous wounds upon Mekong, leaving Li Ming as the eventual winner. Very well. Mekong had never expected the severely wounded Li Ming to continue as the main force. He would be content so long as he was not besieged by both Li Ming and Blue Dragon. If that is the case, then let us first dispatch that insignificant ant. I have long held him in disdain. Upon seeing that a temporary alliance had been forged, Li Ming once more directed his animosity toward Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan, who had intended to merely observe until the end, had not anticipated that the tide would turn and the animosity would once again be directed at him. Ordinarily, he would have paid no mind to the insults of these two dying men, but now it was clear that Blue Dragon could no longer protect him. Xin Yuan realized that he had no choice but to intervene. From that moment onward, he transitioned from spectator to participant, a change in status that carried significant weight. A witless ox and a scrawny monkey, Xin Yuan scoffed. I know not from whence you derive the audacity to swagger before me. Blue Dragon, choose your opponent. I shall deal with the other. Having resolved to participate in the melee, Xin Yuan cast aside all pretense. Blue Dragon, who had been contemplating whether to join forces with Mekong against Li Ming, was taken aback by Xin Yuan's sudden intervention. What had been a 2-on-1 situation had now evolved into a 2-on-2 confrontation. The Blue Dragon was perplexed by Xin Yuan's audacity in daring to confront their formidable assembly of various races. However, at this moment, Li Ming and Mekong appeared to have fully locked on to Xin Yuan, seemingly confident in their impending victory. With limited options, Li Ming resolved to engage the lean monkey while entrusting the foolish ox to his companion. Li Ming, heavily injured and somewhat weaker than Mei Kong, did not anticipate Xin Yuan's triumph over him. He merely hoped that Xin Yuan could endure a little longer, ideally until he could dispatch Mei Kong himself. How amusing. How exceedingly amusing. You, an insignificant insect at LV-14, possess the audacity to challenge me, Li Ming remarked, disregarding Xin Yuan's derisive moniker for him, and instead viewing Xin Yuan with a newfound sense of appreciation and intrigue. Indeed, it is intriguing. I shall observe how long this insect can endure. Mei Kong commented with keen interest. No sooner had Mei Kong's words left his lips than the blue dragon unleashed the aqua crossbow arrow, taken aback by the sudden assault. Mei Kong scoffed internally, aqua curtain of celestial splendor. This skill conjured an instant curtain formed from condensed water elements. As the aqua crossbow arrow collided with the curtain, the two streams of water elements neutralized each other. Now it's our turn, kid, Li Ming addressed Xin Yuan, his tone shifting from contempt to a newfound respect. Xin Yuan, however, remained unfazed by Li Ming's change in demeanor. With a grave expression, he was in the midst of invoking his talent, the lucky pouch. Having resolved to take action, he was determined to deny Li Ming any opportunity for a comeback. Since Xin Yuan arrived at the ancient floating island, he has periodically extended the duration of his lucky dice, ensuring that his luck bonus remains at an impressive 1,000. However, this mere augmentation is insufficient to contend with the formidable power of Li Ming. Therefore, he invoked his innate talent, the lucky pouch. Suddenly, 3 small pouches of distinct colors, visible only to Xin Yuan, descended from the heavens. Before he could perceive them with his consciousness, the red, yellow, and blue pouches simultaneously opened upon touching the ground. Congratulations! You have received a 50 bonus to all states, skills, talents, attributes, elements, equipment, spirit, and fortune. The enhancement from the lucky pouch is not additive but multiplicative. In terms of the lucky dice, this equates to a total of 1,500 bonus to all states. Although Xin Yuan's level is low and his combat power does not match that of the alien lords like Li Ming, should he employ all his trump cards, combined with his immortal body, his strength could certainly rival these 3 alien lords who exceed level 40. Xin Yuan is clad in stealthy garments until he makes a move. Li Ming, lacking any clairvoyance-type equipment, remains oblivious to the fluctuations in Xin Yuan's aura. Noticing Xin Yuan's delay in action and the pressure being exerted on Mei Kong by the blue dragon, Li Ming understands the terrifying strength of the blue dragon and cannot afford to squander too much time dealing with Xin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the skill divine bull charge. Coupled with his passive talents, immense strength and tough hide, any part of his horns or body that strikes Xin Yuan would instantly obliterate him into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Li Ming and Xin Yuan shrank to within 5 meters. At this moment, Xin Yuan was infused with buffs and was at the pinnacle of his power. With a wave of his right hand, the earth trembled, and countless green vines, as thick as water buckets, surged forth from the ground. Due to Xin Yuan's unparalleled 100 affinity for the wood element, these green vines received an unprecedented enhancement. Each vine was remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding even the finest blades. Moreover, their surfaces were adorned with green thorns, each coated with a deadly neurotoxin. Even the mightiest opponent would find themselves paralyzed and incapacitated should their skin be pierced, if not facing a fatal outcome. Li Ming was taken aback by Xin Yuan's formidable abilities. He hastened his pace, simultaneously striking the ground with his right leg to activate the skill Earth the Sanctuary. Li Ming possessed both fire and earth attributes. Having learned skills from both domains, Earth Sanctuary was a high-level earth attribute skill that enveloped him in a thin shield of earth elements while altering the terrain beneath him. The ground cracked instantly, and countless green vines were scattered by the shockwave. The movement of these green vines relied on the earth, and after Li Ming transformed the terrain, no matter how many vines emerged, they could not hinder him. Xin Yuan had not witnessed Li Ming employing this skill before and was surprised to find that it countered his wooden cage. But what did that matter? Xin Yuan had more tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 0088. The foolish bull, Li Ming, who had broken free from the wooden cage, believed victory was within his grasp. The distance between them, originally 5 meters, had now shrunk to less than 2 meters after this exchange. At that instant, Li Ming's formidable bull horns were on the verge of piercing Xin Yuan's chest. Li Ming could already envision the scene of Xin Yuan's chest being impaled, with blood blossoming in every direction. Following that, he would use the force of his massive frame to ram into Xin Yuan, pulverizing him into a mass of mangled flesh, or even a pool of gore. However, the anticipated impact did not materialize. To Li Ming's astonishment, he found himself passing through a phantom, which he had clearly perceived to be Xin Yuan just moments before. Li Ming was momentarily bewildered. His eyesight was exceptional, and his senses were acute. He was certain that he had just collided with Xin Yuan. Yet, he was at a loss as to why Xin Yuan had suddenly transformed into an illusion. What kind of bizarre trickery was this? As it turned out, Xin Yuan had executed the skill Phantom Flash. During the instant of the flash, he had deliberately left a trace of what attributed aura on the phantom in order to deceive Li Ming's senses. Until the moment Li Ming passed through the phantom, he remained convinced that he was striking Xin Yuan's actual body. He simply could not fathom what method Xin Yuan had employed to etherealize his form. Little did he know that Xin Yuan had already flashed behind him and retrieved the Wood Spirit Holy Bow from his spatial ring. This time, Xin Yuan held nothing back. As soon as he drew the Wood Spirit Holy Bow, he forcefully pulled the bowstring to its full extent. 3 Wood Spirit Holy Arrows, formed from the power of nature, were simultaneously launched. As Li Ming maintained his charging posture, his trajectory followed a straight line. Xin Yuan had no need to worry about the arrows going astray. Drawing the bow required Xin Yuan to release his wood attribute, and the concealing undergarment could no longer mask his aura. It was not until Xin Yuan released the Wood Spirit Holy Arrows that Li Ming realized Xin Yuan's position was completely different from that of the Phantom. Xin Yuan's movements were swift and without the slightest pause. Nevertheless, the 3 Wood Spirit Sacred Arrows, upon striking the outer layer of the formidable Earth Elemental Shield, failed to breach it. In response, Lim swiftly augmented his defenses with an additional layer of the Fire Spirit Shield, renowned for its formidable resilience. Even a full-force assault by the Blue Dragon utilizing water elemental skills would struggle to penetrate this barrier. Although the 3 Wood Spirit Sacred Arrows launched by Xin Yuan could pierce through equipment to strike flesh directly, they were incapable of breaching a shield composed of elemental forces. After a challenging endeavor to breach the Earth Elemental Shield, the arrows were easily thwarted by the Fire Spirit Shield. Realizing that the Wood Spirit Sacred Arrows could not penetrate the Fire Spirit Shield, and acknowledging the inherent disadvantage of wood against fire, Xin Yuan swiftly made a decisive choice. He sheathed the Wood Spirit Sacred Bow into his spatial ring and drew forth the Qiyang Break Illusion Sword. At that moment, Li Ming halted his massive form and turned to face Xin Yuan. The figure he had previously pierced now revealed a distorted visage of Xin Yuan, the true Xin Yuan. Gripping the Qiyang Break Illusion Sword with both hands, gazed intently at Li Ming's neck, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Even a seasoned warrior like Li Ming felt a twinge of unease under Xin Yuan's unwavering stare. He had not anticipated that Xin Yuan's murderous aura could subtly influence his state of combat, a feat even the Blue Dragon could not achieve. Indeed, Xin Yuan was terrifyingly formidable. Had it not been for the constraints of his current level, Li Ming was convinced that should Xin Yuan's level rise to LV35, his demise in this battle would be inevitable. Alas, Xin Yuan was currently only at LV14. No matter how many trump cards he possessed, they could not compensate for the vast disparity in their strengths. Just as Li Ming finished reassessing Xin Yuan's capabilities, he witnessed Xin Yuan unleash the full force of the Qiyang Break Illusion Sword. He regarded the legendary quality of the Qiyang Broken Illusion Sword with indifference. However, the moment Xin Yuan unleashed the Flame Slash, he realized he had gravely underestimated him. The sword energy of the Flame Slash could automatically target the weak points of Li Ming, regardless of how Li Ming attempted to evade. It was nearly impossible to avoid this ferocious strike. The inherent power of the Flame Slash was already formidable, and with Xin Yuan boasting a staggering 1500 power enhancement. Coupled with his profound mastery of fire elements, the might of this technique soared to a breathtaking degree. Xin Yuan's display of prowess continually challenged Li Ming's understanding of his capabilities. Could this truly be a technique wielded by a level 14 creature? The energy contained within this strike was comparable to the full-force assault of a blue dragon. Li Ming's expression turned grave as he hastily summoned the Fire Spirit Shield for defense. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed the Skill Divine Bull's Roar. This ability generated a thunderous sound that could devastate the battlefield, inflicting sonic damage on enemies within range. The consequences could range from temporary deafness and cognitive blankness to utter madness. Li Ming was acutely aware of the extraordinary strength of Xin Yuan's offensive maneuvers. Yet he firmly believed that Xin Yuan's defensive capabilities could not be equally formidable. Although their attacks did not occur simultaneously, they struck their targets almost at the same instant. Li Ming witnessed his Fire Spirit Shield fracture, developing a multitude of cracks resembling a spider's web, just as he thought he had successfully withstood the Flame Slash. The sword energy, enveloped in fire elements, penetrated through the fissures of the Fire Spirit Shield and struck his abdomen. Despite the sword energy being diminished by 90%, it still left dozens of wounds on Li Ming's abdomen, each spanning several centimeters in length and nearly 10 centimeters deep. Had it not been for the fissures in the fire spirit shield that dispersed the power of this sword energy into dozens of portions, it would have been sufficient to cleave Li Ming's formidable frame in two. Li Ming was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Xin Yuan's flame slash, yet he never anticipated its exaggerated potency. He was astonished not only by Xin Yuan's ability to wield sword energy, but also by his flawless integration of that energy with the fire element. Had the sword energy and the fire element not synchronously impacted his fire spirit shield, he would not have sustained injuries. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan did not flinch from Li Ming's divine bull roar. In an instant, his ears were rendered deaf, yet his mental acuity and consciousness remained at their zenith. Bolstered by absolute rationality, even an ancient deity employing psychic attacks would struggle to influence or harm Xin Yuan's mind. How could a mere LV-42 Li Ming hope to shake the authority of such unwavering reason? As for Xin Yuan, within less than half a second, his hearing was restored. He did not rely on a blessing necklace to alleviate the deafness status, but rather utilized his body, transcending human limitations, to achieve instantaneous self-repair. Not only could he recover from deafness, but even if he were to suffer blindness or have his brain utterly shattered, he could restore himself in a remarkably brief period. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of a wood affinity reaching a staggering 100. Witnessing this scene, Li Ming was once again left in a state of shock. Having experienced the terrifying prowess of Xin Yuan, he could not fathom how Xin Yuan possessed means to withstand psychic assaults. Li Ming even began to suspect that Xin Yuan's physical form was equally extraordinary. Perhaps, had his divine bull recklessly charged at Xin Yuan, it might not have succeeded in slaying him. After encountering such an array of absurdities in a short span, Li Ming could not help but question the very fabric of his existence. On the other side, Xin Yuan, witnessing the formidable damage that Yanzhan inflicted upon Li Ming, immediately unleashed another powerful strike. Although Xin Yuan did not possess boundless stamina, executing 8 or 10 strikes within a short span posed no challenge for him. The only uncertainty lay in how many of those strikes Li Ming could endure. Chapter 0089, Li Ming's demise and despair. Having experienced the terrifying might of Yanzhan, Li Ming dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, maximizing the defensive capabilities of the fire spirit shield. Simultaneously, he invoked the Earth's blessing once more, enveloping his skin with an additional layer of an Earth-type shield. While the Earth-type shield struggled to withstand the scorching fire damage of Yanzhan, it managed to provide a modicum of defense against the sword energy seeping through the fire spirit shield. The force of Xin Yuan's strike matched that of his initial attack, causing the fire spirit shield to become riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. The infiltrating sword energy struck the earth shield like sharp blades of wind, leaving numerous deep gashes. Even though the earth shield successfully resisted the sword energy, Li Ming's abdomen still bore the brunt of the impact. In his prime, with his innate talent of tough skin and resilient flesh, Li Ming would have remained unfazed. However, at this moment, his abdomen was grievously injured, and even the slightest external force sent piercing pain coursing through him. Having fought against the blue dragon for dozens of rounds previously, he had never found himself in such a disheveled state. Little did he anticipate that merely 3 moves from Xin Yuan would leave him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although he had entered the battle already wounded and significantly drained of energy, he knew full well that this was no justification for his inability to contend with Xin Yuan. As Xin Yuan was about to unleash his third strike, Li Ming realized he could no longer remain passive. If Xin Yuan still possessed sufficient strength to execute a few more sword swings, his own body would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Li Ming understood well that offense is the best form of defense. Thus, he took a deep breath and unleashed his most formidable skill, Firebolt Earth-Shattering Charge, which he could only employ once a day. Xin Yuan, who had been intently observing Li Ming, instantly sensed something amiss. Fiery elements surged wildly around Li Ming, engulfing his massive frame in blazing flames in the blink of an eye. His muscles tensed, each bulging sinew seemingly brimming with boundless power. His eyes glinted with a predatory intensity as he locked onto Xin Yuan, raising his foreleg high and momentarily suspending it in the air. In an instant, Li Ming's hoof, imbued with tremendous force, came crashing down upon the ground. The moment of impact produced a deep, thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, centered around the hoof. A visible shockwave radiated outward, causing the earth to rupture as if torn by colossal strength. Gigantic fissures spread like rays of light towards Xin Yuan, each crack wide enough for a person to pass through, plunging into an unfathomable abyss from which molten lava surged forth. Upon contact with the surrounding soil, the lava ignited it instantly, flames roaring and spreading rapidly. Li Ming's firebolt earth-shattering charge indeed possessed extraordinary power and remarkable speed. Even Xin Yuan, with his immortal body, would suffer greatly if he took this blow head-on. Regrettably, Li Ming remained unaware at this moment that Xin Yuan possessed a teleportation skill. Observing Xin Yuan abandon his third strike, a sense of foreboding surged within Li Ming. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Li Ming, Xin Yuan stood resolute, immobile, allowing the tumultuous waves of molten lava to crash against him. This magma, potent enough to melt legendary-grade armor, seemingly flowed effortlessly through Xin Yuan's form. The specter he left behind was swiftly engulfed by the lava, disintegrating into a myriad of vibrant particles. No. Li Ming realized he had once again fallen victim to Xin Yuan's ruse. He hastily summoned the fire spirit shield and the Earth's blessing, bracing himself for Xin Yuan's third strike. In an instant, Xin Yuan reappeared behind Li Ming. As anticipated, he unleashed the third sword strike. Just as Li Ming's fire spirit shield took shape, it had not yet been fortified when it was assimilated by the fiery elements released from the blade. Immediately, an overwhelming wave of sword energy slashed toward Li Ming's body. He felt a slight numbness coursing through him, as a gaping wound. Several meters long and nearly 20 c in this moment, Li Ming found himself utterly weakened, his perception becoming blurred and indistinct, rendering him incapable of sensing Xin Yuan's lethal strike approaching from behind. This blow was unimpeded by the fire spirit shield or the earth attribute barrier, resulting in Li Ming's body erupting in an instant. Before he could even register the excruciating pain from the fourth strike, his form disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Before this sanguine mist could settle upon the ground, it was consumed entirely by roaring flames. The esteemed expert of the Divine Ox clan, Li Ming, whose level had reached LV42, met his demise in such a manner, leaving no intact corpse behind. At the level of Li Ming, one's soul possesses extraordinary strength. He had the capability to parasitize ordinary beings with his soul in order to achieve reincarnation. Aware of Xin Yuan's formidable soul strength, he dared not attempt to usurp his body. Instead, he summoned his spirit, desperately fleeing the scene. If he could find a new vessel for possession today, he was confident he would reclaim his peak strength within a decade. However, Xin Yuan's perception was adept at locking onto his soul. In an instant, Xin Yuan appeared beside Li Ming's spirit with a flash. Subsequently, the time wheel, like a black hole, began to absorb Li Ming's soul. In that moment, despair enveloped him completely. He could not have fathomed that Xin Yuan possessed such a terrifying trump card. The destruction of his physical form had already constituted his death. Yet Xin Yuan intended to refine his very soul as well. This wretched boy deserved to perish, despite being warned not to provoke him. He had refused to heed the warning. In the final moment before Li Ming was drawn into the time wheel, he heard Xin Yuan's words, laced with mockery yet undeniably real. Indeed, he should not have provoked Xin Yuan to such a perilous extent. Li Ming has met his demise. Xin Yuan's gaze shifted toward another battlefield 200 meters away. Although Blue Dragon had sustained some injuries and was somewhat depleted from his battle with Li Ming, he maintained the upper hand against Mei Kong. Aware of his inferiority to Blue Dragon, Mei Kong remained on the defensive, awaiting Li Ming's assistance. However, he was taken aback by the news of Li Ming's death. During their confrontation, both Mei Kong and Blue Dragon were acutely aware of Xin Yuan's situation. They could hardly fathom that not only would Xin Yuan emerge victorious, but he would do so with such ease. Remarkably, Xin Yuan bore no injuries and appeared to have exerted minimal energy. Blue Dragon found himself utterly unable to gauge Xin Yuan's prowess. If he continued to engage Mei Kong, he risked being the one to suffer defeat. Realizing this, Blue Dragon's offensive against Mei Kong began to wane as he contemplated whether to join forces with Mei Kong to eliminate Xin Yuan. Mei Kong understood that his fate was sealed. Xin Yuan's strength surpassed his expectations. He struggled to contend with Blue Dragon alone. Adding Xin Yuan into the mix would surely spell his doom. Chapter 0090, The Marvelous Utility of Blood Recombination. Before Blue Dragon could propose an alliance, he witnessed Xin Yuan's figure flickering twice, materializing behind Mei Kong. At that moment, Mei Kong was engaged in battle with Blue Dragon, entirely oblivious to Xin Yuan's presence behind him. It was only when Xin Yuan unleashed his full power in a strike known as Flame Slash that Mei Kong realized the covert collaboration between Blue Dragon and Xin Yuan. Mei Kong primarily specialized in wind attributes while also dabbling in water and fire attributes. His greatest strength lay in his speed, rather than in offensive or defensive capabilities. Faced with Xin Yuan's formidable Flame Slash, Mei Kong found himself with no alternative but to hastily invoke his sole defensive skill, Water Screen Heavenly Splendor. This water-based ability was theoretically designed to counter fire-type attacks. Alas, the purity of the fire attribute within the flame slash was exceptionally high, imbued with a domineering sword aura. Despite Meikong's utmost effort in executing the water screen heavenly splendor, the searing flames tore through it, creating a gaping fissure. Subsequently, the weakened arc of fire, along with the sword energy, severed Meikong's right arm and a portion of his upper body. Meikong recognized Shun Yuan's lethal capabilities and understood that his strength was not to be underestimated. However, he could scarcely fathom that he would be unable to withstand even a single strike. The blue dragon intended to shield Meikong from this blow, but his reaction was a fraction too slow. As Meikong suffered grievous wounds, losing a fifth of his body, he found himself on the brink of death. At this juncture, the blue dragon could only accept the grim fate of the fallen comrade with a heavy heart. Under Xin Yuan's watchful gaze, Meikong's body was violently struck by the blue dragon's massive tail, instantly disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. With Meikong dispatched, the blue dragon scrutinized Xin Yuan from a distance. He held considerable confidence in his own abilities, nonetheless. He acknowledged that his defensive capacity was somewhat inferior to that of Li Ming. If even Li Ming could not withstand the flame slash, the blue dragon surmised that should he face the same attack, his fate would likely fall somewhere between that of Li Ming and Meikong. Xin Yuan's most devastating technique was indeed the flame slash, yet it required a modicum of time to execute. The blue dragon was determined to retreat the moment Xin Yuan launched his assault. After all, they belonged to the same faction, and there was no need for a life-and-death struggle between them, as he systematically eliminated the alien lords from other factions according to the coordinates. He could similarly triumph in this fortuitous holy war, although it was somewhat regrettable not to have collected all the lucky talismans. The abundance of talismans he possessed promised a bountiful reward when the time came. Contrary to his expectations, Xin Yuan did not take action. Under the watchful gaze of the blue dragon, Xin Yuan calmly stowed the Qiong breaker sword into his spatial ring, and the ferocious aura surrounding him dissipated in an instant. "You seem to misinterpret my intentions. You cannot possibly think I would harm you?" he remarked, approaching the blue dragon slowly. The blue dragon instinctively considered retreating as Xin Yuan drew near, yet refrained from doing so, unwilling to display fear. Deep down, the blue dragon found Xin Yuan's words utterly unconvincing, but he clung to a flicker of hope, choosing to linger a while longer. He maintained his eastern dragon form, ready to flee at the slightest indication of hostility from Xin Yuan. Soon, Xin Yuan stood beneath the blue dragon, gazing up at the colossal creature above. "I promise to give you all the lucky talismans. These 20 talismans, you may take them yourself." The blue dragon's eyes glimmered with barely contained greed as he beheld the 20 talismans floating around Xin Yuan. He was acutely aware that this could very well be a trap set by Xin Yuan. Yet, at this moment, Xin Yuan had sheathed the Qiong breaker sword, leaving him unarmed and seemingly unguarded. From any perspective, Xin Yuan's actions exuded sincerity. Driven by an insatiable desire, Azure Dragon yearned to amass 100 auspicious talismans, believing it would influence the benevolence of the goddess of fortune. Succumbing to temptation, he swiftly descended, his draconic claws seizing 20 of the coveted charms. He then ascended rapidly towards the heavens, confident that Xin Yuan's abilities, however formidable, would be rendered useless in the skies. While Xin Yuan was indeed earthbound, he possessed the means to traverse the distance, employing his phantom flash to reach Azure Dragon's back. The dragon, glancing earthward and perceiving no movement from Xin Yuan, felt a surge of triumph. Just as he believed he had evaded his pursuer, Xin Yuan, now upon his back, unveiled his presence. Azure Dragon, sensing Xin Yuan's aura, immediately understood that his adversary possessed the power of translocation, leaving behind an identical simulacrum. Like Li Ming before him, he had been deceived by this tactic. The success of Xin Yuan's maneuver was largely attributable to his cloaking vestment, which rendered him invisible as long as his aura remained concealed. Without meticulous scrutiny, his true location remained undetectable. By the time Azure Dragon realized his predicament, it was too late. Xin Yuan, his hands firmly clasped around the hilt of the Crimson Sun Wraith Cleaver, plunged the blade into the dragon's back. Unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy within Azure Dragon's body, he cleaved the dragon into numerous fragments. Azure Dragon, who had prided himself on a defense only slightly inferior to Li Ming's, perished in midair. Xin Yuan leaped onto the dragon's head, clutching the severed head as they plummeted towards the ground. Having plummeted from a height of 100 meters, Xin Yuan sustained injuries that nearly shattered his entire skeletal structure. His innate regenerative abilities were autonomously and vigorously activated. In that fleeting moment, Xin Yuan's physical form underwent a bizarre transformation, assuming a hybrid state of human and arboreal characteristics. A mere second elapsed before Xin Yuan reverted to his original state, his condition restored to its zenith. As for the dragon's head that had fallen alongside him, it created a profound, blood-soaked crater upon impact. Xin Yuan, observing the viscous, malodorous fragments of flesh scattered across the ground, could not help but shake his head in dismay. He gathered the 62 lucky charm papers collected by the Azure Dragon and stowed them within his spatial ring. Subsequently, he followed the trail of bloodstains, embarking on a quest to locate the Azure Dragon's heart. Originally, Xin Yuan had intended to employ his innate blood recombination ability to assimilate the essence contained within the dragon's head, with the additional aim of replacing his own blood, thereby altering his racial identity. However, with the dragon's head reduced to a mere puddle of minced flesh, he was compelled to redirect his focus toward the Azure Dragon's heart. Fortunately, the dragon's heart had been well protected by its draconic frame, and it had not suffered the same fate of becoming a pulpy mess. Xin Yuan's right hand metamorphosed into a multitude of verdant tendrils, which tightly enshrouded the dragon's heart, an organ of considerable size, roughly equivalent to the upper half of his own body. Subsequently, these tendrils commenced a frenzied absorption of the dragon's heart's vital blood. Before long, the entire dragon's heart rapidly shriveled, resembling a blood bag that had been completely drained of its contents. While absorbing the dragon's blood, Xin Yuan simultaneously expelled his own blood from his body. In a mere 30 seconds, he had thoroughly completed the blood replacement process. Once his body was entirely devoid of his own blood, his innate blood recombination ability was promptly activated. His cells autonomously emulated the characteristics of the Azure Dragon's blood. And in conjunction with his own unique circumstances, he successfully acquired dual forms, a trait possessed only by the top 100 races among the myriad races. The second form of Xin Yuan, known as his true form, bears an astonishing resemblance to that of the Azure Dragon, both embodying the essence of an Eastern dragon. The distinction lies in the elemental alignment. The Azure Dragon represents the water element, whereas Xin Yuan embodies the wood element. The innate ability of blood reconstitution harbors immense risks of mortality. Firstly, once a being expels all blood from its body, the chances of survival plummet to below 1. Secondly, the acceptance of blood from other species can lead to a myriad of anomalous conditions. Furthermore, during the process of blood reconstitution, one's rationality steadily declines, making it exceedingly easy to succumb to madness due to excessively